What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the groups of the Rainbow Six Major Sweden. I'm Fluke. That's Hap.
Hello. We're here yet once again. It's day 2 indeed. We've had incredible matches yesterday, 16 in total, and surprise, surprise, there's going to be another 16 bangers here today.
And that's it. It's on our stream, it's on the other stream, but before we start talking about those, how about we have a look back to our first day? The opener that was full of surprises and a few sort of, well, let's say slower teams to wake up to the cold of Sweden.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, we've had quite some upsets happen as well. We've had quite some crazy clutches that have, well, grazed our eyes, you could say. It all started off on this stream here with Vitality going up against DarkZero. It was a bit of a 50-50. We didn't really know who would be taking it in the end. However, Vitality was able to lock off that game with just a 7-2 victory there. So that was an amazing game.
Well, NA hasn't really had the best start to the day. Out of all the showdowns that happened, NA only won one of them, and it was the last one that they were up against. SSG versus Empire towards the end on the A stream, which was a huge match, is the only success story NA has had. So today, it's going to be a bit of a warm-up. Talking of, we've seen a little bit of a flirt with success from APAC. Chiefs were close to taking the mantle on Rogue, and if they'd have led in on their attacks on Bank, they might have been the team that left with the precious points. We have seen some success from some of the teams, but no more so than DWG KIA, who are sitting top of their group in Group D that we'll get to a little bit later. But there's a lot of a fight here, and as you can see, EU, they're having an okay time.
It's a bit mixed, right? Latam won, I believe, every single game they have played, maybe just the exception of one. But, you know, EU followed up rightly shortly after, and APAC North and APAC South together have managed to pick up quite a bunch of wins as well, with just a singular one that Spacestation was able to reel in for NA. So, you know, maybe today that will all be different, but the main important storyline here is that some teams can already be confirmed for playoffs, whereas some others could be, at the end of the day, already can book their tickets home because, well, they will have to play tomorrow in the groups, but they would not be able to qualify anymore.
Now, OXG, as we can see on the screen right now, actually put in a little bit of a fight versus Rogue, which they couldn't manage against FaZe, but nobody has managed to put in a fight against FaZe. They came in as tournament favorites, or one of, and they definitely made sure that that title was still standing. It's dangerous. Latin America is a region, and they are proving that point. So today, it's going to be sort of a lesson of, can these top teams, BDS and FaZe respectively generally, as well as DWG KIA, who have shown up with a bit of a mantle undefeated, can they be shaken?
That is the big question. Can FaZe even lose a round? Because that is something that hasn't happened yet, but we touched on that just in a little bit. Can BDS keep up their pressure? Is, for example, Spacestation going to be able to make the resurgence happen after they managed to take the full win against Empire as well? There's a lot of questions, and we will see the answer as we progress through the day, because there is going to be 16 in total. 8 on this stream here, 8 on the others. But as we've just gone through some of the action we have seen, let's just discuss the groups and see how they ended up at the end of day one.
Yes, and that's exactly it. So it's not just that FaZe are sitting at the top of their board, but it's the 14-0 a little bit further over that is absolutely terrifying Group A. Rogue, they were able to pull themselves 2 OT wins, and those might turn out to be precious. Obviously, every team plays each other twice, but those differences, those scrappy takes now in the shadow of FaZe might be the make or break. And then in Team B, Team 1 are the top of the board to carry on that LATAM lineup. In fact, it's entirely the same way regionally. In the second board, EU not far behind, though Vitality have had a bit more success and find themselves neck and neck with SANDBOX, the differential. And then DarkZero on the bottom there. 4 rounds in an opening rough play day. Can they build to something a little bit more today?
Well, you hope to see a little bit more than just a little more, because you want to see them do well. They wanted to improve on their performance that they have shown before, so they need to show that here today as well. Pick up some extra points. Pick up points just in general. It's not the only 2 groups we have, though. We also have Group C and D, and let's pull those up. And then the picture starts to shift a little bit. It's no longer the LATAM teams that are on top. It is for Group C, Team BDS, that is currently in the tight first place with the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Just 2 rounds differentiate between the 2 of them. I mean, we've seen it in Mexico that every round will count in the end. Maybe not so much for these 2 here, but you never know if that will be coming in back later. Invictus, of course, they could have pulled out a win against the Ninjas in Pyjamas. They said it themselves, we kind of threw it away. We got to make sure that that does not happen again. And Soniqs, well, the next American team with just 4 rounds.
It's been rough for those 2, but that is groups. You have a bad day and it reflects poorly, no more so than on the first, when you still have a lot left ahead of you. And here, across the board, if anyone's had a bit of a rough time, Empire obviously sitting at the bottom of what was a very spicy group. You had higher expectations for them. You had higher expectations for, to be fair, Space Station. They had a rocky opener. They picked it up. They are going against DWG KIA as their final in this group, so they could put a big bit of difference and suddenly find themselves at the top. That is the pace of groups, and that is the fact that obviously every team will play each other twice.
Yeah, for sure. And if you just look at Space Station, by the way, it was FaZe that managed to get 2 aces yesterday. It was Rampy that went for a probably already clutch of the tournament so far. Like, honestly, it will be very hard to top that one.
The fact that we've maybe seen the player of the tournament on day one, the fact that it was the second round of a game, and the fact that we had just seen an ace clutch and it was somehow better than an ace clutch the round after. Yeah, it was a very good play, Rampy. Well done.
Very well done indeed. That one got a lot of traction as well. People like play of the year even, maybe, just in general, but who knows. That is, of course, up later even to go for those votes. But yeah, that is how the groups ended out in the end there. There's going to be a lot of matches that we will have to go through today, so let's pull those up. And of course, we are still on 2 channels. You are currently on the Rainbow Six Bravo channel. Welcome. As we will start off with FaZe versus Rogue, and the other matchup in the group will be playing on the main channel. It's Oxygen versus the Chiefs. Now, the beautiful thing about this is we have a fixed schedule. You do not need to worry about us suddenly speeding up if a match ends in a 7-0, which is custom with FaZe. These times are the actual start times. Circle out your favorite matches so you know where to be at what time.
And that's it, and it bounces between both streams. We have a huge full-packed 2 days, but what we need to look towards is generally the second half of this day, because, importantly, we might start to know who has guaranteed themselves a seat at the playoffs. There is the potential of that happening today. You're looking towards the groups and the matchups where they're sitting on 2 wins and the opponents are sitting like potentially Soniqs and BDS at the end of the day, or potentially Empire and DWG KIA. Today may be the last day that they're playing for the playoffs. Not the last day they'll be playing, because they've still got to show up tomorrow and get themselves a final day of the major in Sweden, but still, there's a lot on the line.
It's going to be spicy. It's going to be definitely making these games in these rooms, heating up, because it's snowing outside for those of you who haven't noticed so far, so we can use some of that heat. Also, for the viewers at home, there is something for you all to gain as well, because the Twitch drops are, of course, enabled on both these channels, and you can get the Esports Alpha Packs, just like usual. All you need to do is watch. You need to click that claim button, head into the game itself, and open it up. And who knows, maybe you will find yourself with some new drip for your favorite operator.
I didn't expect you to say that. I don't think I've ever seen you say that word. I love how you're doing the Sweden colors as well. I was supposed to, but the outfit didn't show up on time.
Happens.
It happens. It's very Sweden. We have all the cool Sweden stuff behind us. Again, I'm super excited about playoffs because we've seen little bits of the stage coming together and it looks so cool. But we're not going to tell you any more about that. In fact, we're going to throw to a break before we're back with the opening game very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. It's day 2 for the Sweden Major, the 6th Sweden Major, and we are getting underway with FaZe versus Rogue very soon. And I think the big question of this game will be, is Rogue going to be able to take a round? Because if that is the case, they're already doing better than anybody else in the group.
The only entity that has been able to hurt FaZe
was the table.
Yesterday when one of the FaZe players cut their hand somehow. I don't even know how. I don't even think they did. We had to pause temporarily. They're okay. They're okay. Everybody stop worrying. They're okay. Everything's clean and done. But that is the only thing that has been able to hurt FaZe, has been themselves on the table. They haven't dropped a single round. And Rogue has taken 2 OT wins. So even when they found success, it hasn't been the cleanest. But no one has success in this entire tournament than FaZe Clan. They came in on the back of a hot streak. Everyone wanted to see what they could bring on the international play. Oh, they brought it.
They have definitely brought it indeed. And, you know, when we started off the tournament, we had a bit of a talent meeting and we were like, FaZe? They could be a favorite here, actually, by the way they have been performing. And if you would be looking over the socials, people would be thinking the exact same thing as well. And, well, what else can we say, Dan? They are currently 14-0 in rounds. They have won both their games without any issues so far, really. And I'm just waiting to see how many rounds can they get before they finally lose one. Because I think the only previous time a team went 14-0 on a LAN is like a long time ago, but it was like I think it was an open DreamHack or something.
It's happened once before, I believe. Yeah. And yeah, it's a rarity, to say the least.
It's definitely a rarity.
We've not seen it in a major ever. I know that there was a lot of stats brains running it back. There was talk of famous squads and showdowns like SSG versus Minigolf Gutta.
That's the one.
At a DreamHack.
That was a 14-0.
That was a 14-0, and that was the only one. But to pull 2 7-0 games against 2 different major teams from 2 entirely different regions in the same day as best-of-1 breakdowns, terrifying.
It is terrifying for sure. And, well, Rogue, they are the ones that need to try and break the mold. So let's see if they can do it. Of course, a lineup that has gone through a bit of a change. Prano was picked up to the roster as the new IGL really to come through. And that's not really the role he would normally seem to fill. He was playing with Gamma Gaming, my Benelux homeboys, beforehand. and now made it over. Just like Ryan, actually, he was also part of Gamma before. So, you know, slowly this team is starting to transform into Gamma because they cannot do it themselves to go out of Challenge League. Either way, Rogue here at the Major for the first time in such a long time as well. And I spoke to Leon, and they were not really happy he went to OT in the first game. They said we should have closed it out before. That shouldn't happen again. But, you know, it's a long time ago since many of these players have played on an actual LAN. So, you know, they are getting used to the situation. However, I hope they got used to it soon enough because they're about to be taking it up against possibly the tournament favorite here.
And that's one of the things is where we've seen Rogue struggle has been on their defenses, 2 OT games. They're still in great spirits. They're a squad that's still forming and shaping, as you said, a new IDL.
Yeah.
And you can see him in the middle of the team, Brano, bringing some energy across a very talented squad that's still trying to find their feet. They're looking for that mojo. They're looking for that little bit to bring as a bit of a development, and they're against what is a squad that is beyond developed. And in terms of where we're going for a fight, in terms of the showdown that's coming together, it's off to Cafe.
It's off to Cafe. I just quickly wanted to highlight a part of the chat. You guys don't see it, but, you know, Asa said hello, very, very excited. And it was Cyber that came in like, Chiefs, question mark? And then they responded with, no, this is Rogue. So it's like...
Chiefs are taking a break.
Chiefs are taking a break right now. They're currently, well, not playing against FaZe. Let's put it up like that. They will be up in the other stream against Oxygen. But yes, Cafe will be coming out. But what do we think of that? Like, I don't know. Currently, FaZe seems to be so dominant. How do you even go about it? Like, do you go to your own map, to something you like, or do you try... Look at that socials. 80% FaZe.
I mean...
It's kind of expected, right, if you're 14-0.
Yeah. I would expect more on a 14-0. If I'm entirely honest, it's not paralleled. I think, and that's the hardest thing to break down, is you look at the statistics and you say nobody's done this, and maybe they could break every record continually if they do the same here. They're opening on their attack. Their attacks are violent, they're quick, they're creative, and Cafe is a map where, if I think back to some of the most fun I've seen FaZe play, Cafe was one of those maps that takes across the top. They had some clever plays and strategies, and also they had a very recent showdown on this map where they 7-0'd against Chiefs, I believe it was Cafe.
Well, that means there is some VODs to watch, I guess, for the side of Rogue.
Overnight,
going at it. It wasn't much, considering it was a 7-0. No. It's not the full 12 rounds you'd hope to see, or 15 even. But at least it's a little bit of VOD review you could go for. And as it is going to be the Valkyrie removed together with the Thatcher and the Hibana, it's going to be the Mira to finally be gone as well. So it's going to be a good set of bans to really come through. But of course, to probably deal with some of the hatches, you know, especially towards the bottom floor. But there's different ways to go at it.
Now, as we find ourselves starting to look towards an approach here, you're thinking, okay, Rogue, what lessons can you have learned? What do you think was the flaw in the approach here from FaZe? What do you think that you can do that could not be done by Chiefs yesterday? That could not be done by a lot of teams that have wanted to go up against them very recently? What little bit of sharpness do you think can bring heat to a game that, to be fair, has never been your strong suit? Their defense has never been what has lit things up for Rogue. If they find some of these rounds start to slip away from them, then they're suddenly in a very tricky situation of, well, now we're in a bit of a slump. Now the energy's starting to fall. Oh no, is it happening again? And then it's tough.
I mean, they already do have 2 wins on the board, so they have that going for them. They have the head-to-head over the other 2 teams currently that are below them in the group. So for them, you know, this match is like, okay, we're allowed to lose this one as long as we win the next 2 after this, of course. So there might not be as much pressure on them as you would otherwise expect. Same, of course, goes for FaZe. They're currently unbeaten, not a single round drop. They just look to continue that trend, and on the attack, they will go. Let's see what Rogue's setup will be to try and stop it from happening. A lot of the ADSs are moved towards the cocktail balcony. You see 2 behind a reinforced wall, 1 on the bar, and, well, you see the Flores, and I cannot help but wonder that one of those RCs is just going to be used to get rid of every single one of those.
Flores is such a good use. Flores consistently on this map is one that can bring a lot of quick damage and a lot of this destruction that otherwise is a bit of a blindside. We used to look at this as a map where it was such a big struggle, where there was so much build and take over pixel or put the pressure around on a corner, because it's a top-down take across the board generally. They're going to see if they can apply some pressure onto that top floor and do a catch, but to be fair, catching loose players has been a FaZe talent, a consistency of setting a web of traps and guns and then just going.
That is it, like, they just know when to go. They just have that opportunity to press that button and go for it. Something that we've praised BDS for, especially on a map like Cafe, that as soon as everything is kind of hitting a roadblock, they just go for it. Look at Ryan, he's going to go for the run out here, has the opportunity to pick up the first, gets that one as well, and gets back into the bakery. It's Bullet, that's the first one to fall. That's the Yana gone. Leon Gates has taken a bit of damage himself.
It's early doors and early mornings here as FaZe suffer that opening blow, and a second follow-up. Crying is trying to do the impossible, which is take care of all the players of FaZe. The pre-fire onto Pillars means that they can slip their way in. CyberZero takes over the top with another body onto the new bout. There is one just on the laundry hatch, but they have a hop down if they need it. Rips. Let's Rip takes care of CyberZero on the top. One more. They aren't just close to taking the first round that FaZe have suffered. They're close to opening with a flawless round. Astro is the last remaining player left in the middle of the top of the floor, holding for a lockdown, but with a minute and still a lot of a lockdown to go and huge angles to play with, there's no rush for Rogue.
After 14 rounds, it seems like FaZe finally starts to bleed here into the server itself. It's Rips that picks up the last kill. It's the Flawless that will hit them. It's FaZe that have been proven to be able to bleed. And Rogue, well, they started off strong. Aces responds with at least no 7-0 in the chat. So they got that one going for them. They're already improving compared to the rest of the group. And FaZe is having a laugh with it. They're enjoying it. So there's a lot of banter in between themselves. And Crying here with a great opening, actually. Cyber, well, he knew where he was, but just walked right into the pre-fire of Rips. And that's basically it. Just a lot of angles being watched. FaZe not really knowing where the Rogue members were playing, I feel like.
It was well played, and I guess what we'll see is that just an early morning wake-up call for FaZe, sort of getting into the groove of things. It was great strikes, especially the movement from Cryan, exploring the map, exploring the possibilities of stuttering and suffering FaZe early on. They struck with a run out, they hit it on the big open door, and it wasn't watched by FaZe. And that's strange to compare that to how they were playing yesterday, where everything was fervently watched by FaZe. Rogue have done what yesterday seemed impossible, taken around against FaZe, but it's just the start. And now we're going to start to get into a game as we head up to the top floor, and let's see if FaZe have a response.
Yeah, can FaZe respond to what Rogue have just done? Now, these runouts, those are things that generally should only work once, maybe twice in a game, especially if you're doing it from a bakery door. I think that one will be watched a little bit closer now by the FaZe members. They will be aware of the fact that someone might be going for a jump out. So if any of them would be deciding to go for a rappel up onto the west side of the piano, surely someone will be watching for jump outs and for potential runouts from the balcony, just to make sure that it does not happen yet once again.
Well, knocking open as much as possible. They have the hatch on a drop, and the Arena Gate's going to mean that they can't get a quick throw around onto Cigar, but the door being open is a part of a danger. The drone pulls back, and look at this. Even the roof hatches are open. They are fully playing an aggressive game here and trying to find some sort of, I guess, lean into the FaZe approach. They want to make FaZe uncomfortable. They want to make that opening minute a danger, and they want to try and put them in a bit of a, well, how do we approach? Which is a question FaZe haven't really been forced to ask.
Well, they will be forced now. It's Rogue that tries to waste as much time as they possibly can, but it's Bullet that starts to enter in from below. Went in from the small bakery, now ascends the red stairs. Hopes to pick up a kill somewhere, but first decides that it's time to make a quick stop here at the first floor. Try and figure out if there is one of the members of Rogue currently roaming around. Of course, has true frag grenades available as well that he could use for some verticality. It's Instruct to take the first bit of damage. Grenades are being used, however, to get rid of some of that utility. And his Bullet is heading towards the pillar room. He's about to spot the head, but he's not quite able to get the kill down onto Cryan, who instantly repicks that fight.
Astro also suffered a little bit as they tried to pull in to put a bit more pressure onto it, and you can see FaZe is starting to warm into where Rogue are. They're learning the positions, they're learning the plays. As I said, it was an early wake-up and a shake-up, but it's something that if they got it and needed it, they're using it. They're trying to find the fight from underneath pillars as they're swinging around closer and closer. They're so aware of each other's presence, but without the confidence of getting the angle, it's not quite coming together. Leon drifted over the open hole. That gives the game away. There's a player underneath, but 50 seconds. FaZe need to find that opening body. Well, generally. However, we have seen them explode onto site when they want to. It's just a matter of when.
That is the thing, right? They have the opportunity to explode onto the sides, and that is something they will want to go for. Incendiary bolts are about to be coming down to hopefully put down some pressure onto the members of Rogue, and a smoke grenade, yeah, well, that will be blocking Cryan out as Astro gets the first into Prana, but the refrags are starting to come in.
Leon gets one, the swing gets punished, Capital dropped on the double window. Suddenly, a 4 versus 2. One up White Stairs and the other on the piano side. A great take. Finds Leon on the corner. 15 seconds. The bathroom's the next hop in. It's a dangerous as souls go down. It's all Cyberzera left. Hits the hop, can't get the lock, and Rogue find their second in a row.
Fist bumps instantly going out to the players themselves. For those of you who don't know, when they're in the online stage, they're all playing in their own homes, of course, and we have those player cams active, so every single time they win a round, we hop over to them as well, and they just punch towards their cameras, and it's actually, you know, that aggressive, you'd almost say, that Aces always has to readjust it back, put it back on the right place right afterwards. He gives some good player boxes there, for sure. Either way, Rogue are able to get a second one here in a row. Their defense that starts off strong, you said it before, it's not normally their strong feet, so with them being able to start out like this, well, that is definitely going to be a big help for them. And let's see if they can continue that. Let's see how many more defensive rounds they can pick up before FaZe finds a response.
Well, Rogue, now I have a couple of questions, and it's a curiosity. Is this because FaZe was the top danger dog in the group, and this is the preparation coming together on this, that maybe you didn't quite have as a focus? Because you would have prepped for every team in your group. You know me, P. You know this team, you know the experience, but you would have probably gone a little bit extra homework onto FaZe, who are, as I said, if you have a tournament favorite in your group, you have to pay attention to the danger there. You have to see the further you can get in a game against them, the more likely you are to find yourself in second place. Is this the double down from yesterday? Is this FaZe? There's just questions that are throwing in. The longer we get into this game, the more of that we might start to see answered, because, as I said, it's still very early doors. It's 2 rounds in. It's hitting up Cafe, which does generally lean into the defenders in terms of how it can be played. It's an okay map for Rogue. It's an okay map for FaZe. It's
the aggressive
turning into a game.
Ryan right here on top of the minibar, hoping to find one of these FaZe members, is receiving a bit of a pressure point, really, from the east, or south side repel, I'm sorry, from the piano side. Cyber that is kind of repelled up there, starting to open up some windows, hoping to put some pressure down onto the members of Rogue. Grenades are about to be tossed in as well. We'll not really find anything but give away information to the side of Rogue. That is one grenade less they will have to worry about. Soon, the top floor, however, will fall. Soon, FaZe will get that under control. It is just a matter of time, because that is the first step to this site. You need to get that top floor control, then you work on the verticality. However, the issue I'm seeing currently with the lineup is there is no sledge, there is no buck. So I'm hoping, yes, just 3 breaching charges on the side of Astro. Those need to be in the right places to get rid of the anchor positions that are currently being used by Rogue as a aggressive sweep right here from Aces comes through.
He was looking for that fight, and the violence has been pretty concurrent with everything that Rogue have put into this game so far. They are hugely talented gunners, but just couldn't quite get the momentum and the thread of all of them into a nice garment of victory. It has been a bit hit and miss at points, and well, there's the first time the miss has come through onto their side. DWG opens up, Souls quickly follows with Leon, putting a little bit back against Cameraman. Rips is on the corridor on the top of White, putting a bit of a fire in, but you're looking at the damage that Leon has suffered. It's not great, the positioning that he needs to be in to keep the pressure hot, because it doesn't take much. The grenade is the lock-off. DWG does go down. It is technically a 3 versus 2 versus 2 with 1 still down. Can't quite get the full finish. They swung in to try and get the pickup, and it's just going to be a slow creep to a lock-off. But look at the 2 other FaZe players. They're keeping the pressure down onto the site itself. They're underneath on the corridor, slipping their way through. They are in the train room, putting the pressure on the mantle. Prano goes for the rotate, ignoring the body on the top. Can they lock it off?
No clue where they are currently. Bullet and Souls, they have cleared out the train room itself, and the plant's about to be coming down. Souls puts down that diffuser. They need to start retaking the site now, but one is hiding in the corner of the train museum, and Soprano then needs to try and pick up that kill. Flashbang scum out as Rips with the very first kill to come through. It's actually, no, it's to confirm, and that means Bullet is going to be able to bring it into a 2-on-1 situation. Rips needs to find one outside, he needs to find one inside, but neither will happen. It's FaZe that pick up their first round here and bring it up to a 2-1.
It was very good positioning there by the 2 remaining players of FaZe. They read that there was a player upstairs and they went, well, let's put pressure onto the one on site. It's technically a 2 versus 1 if we can find this fight. Rips and Prano in the positioning, they pulled back. They tried to offer a bit of space towards them so they could regroup. It was a clever idea, and it was a good, smart move, because I think they worked out that they don't want to make it a 2 versus 1 to 2 versus 1s. But unfortunately, the way things actually came to the push on the shove a second too late, and a second misread on where the final player was led them to a tricky situation, but still, it was a good fight. Now, however, FaZe have a bit of momentum. They have a round, they have something under their belt, and they did have the opener from that previous round.
Need to locate and defuse they have that one indeed. And Rogue, they continue their rotation, going to the bottom floor now, towards the kitchen and the service area. Now, there's a couple of ways that this can be played. Often we do see a small extension into the bakery. But if you don't see that, you can guarantee there will be one inside of VIP. That is the default one. There's always someone playing there with a shield. Normally it's the smoke as well. That has the opportunity to just, well, alleviate the pressure on himself just a little bit by smoking off that area, making sure that the push is not really coming through as the attack might want. And that is why the attack will have to make choices. They have to sacrifice certain areas of the map because they need to use utility onto VIP. The question is, how will they do that? Well, there's a very simple answer for that. It's currently the Flores. You just get that drone in, you get rid of the shield, you get rid of the ADSs, and suddenly you can start throwing in your utility and potentially follow up yourselves as well.
Well, FaZe Clan, you found a bit of fire and pepper. Can that translate to a little bit more damage? A different approach here as it is on a new site, as they're sort of weighing up the possibility of Bakery as a first point of pressure. A pre-fire in the corner, but DWG wants to match the fight, just takes the territory, realizes it was free and they could just throw themselves in the claw. Might slow them down for a moment, but it's going to be a steady burn as they look for the grenade over the top to catch it out. Won't get it.
No, hidden up right above. You see it there, it's on that little rafter area up there, so that is going to be safe from those grenades. They need to angle it in the right way. That might actually get it though. If the, no, actually not as well. Needed to be a little bit higher, so they are actually going to have to use yet another grenade that does go the right way, but lands a bit too deep, so they still don't manage to clear it out. And now the canisters of the blowtorch will be used to hopefully pick up that electro claw. They're struggling with it, however, and the call will be made to, you know what, scrap that. We're going to be opening it up old school style. Just get rid of the anchor points and we move through as Bullet gets 2 kills to start it off.
Gets the double, gets the lockdown. Leon's keeping a firm eye on the artwork that's slowly happening on the Bakery wall, but with Cryan suffering too and Prano going down, suddenly Bullet is just absolutely tearing through this back line of Rogue. They have found themselves in a tight fight, and there's finally Bullet down and out, locked off with Leon still above. They need to see if they can realign these 2 remaining players. 1 remaining player. Cameraman opened the front door, kicked it down, and found a fight. There's a spray round on the backside. They're going to see if they can get the next, but it's multi-angles. Leon was in a tricky situation, and we are back even.
We're back even out indeed. It's a 2-2, and Leon had the right idea there. He hoped to go for the member inside of the lobby area. However, the shots, the spray came through from the kitchen instead, which of course took his attention like it should. And as a result, he walked right into a crossfire. 2-2, currently all equalized here. Rogue already have managed to pick up 2 rounds, which was not done before against FaZe, but they won more than that. They want to pick up points. Preferably 3, but I think any point here would already be considered profit, because that is a point that your opposition was not able to get in the previous 2 games.
I mean, that's the thing, is even now at the minute, the round difference is one that you could have seen going away from them, but still, Rogue have a tenacity. They have an ability to keep fighting through. If they can, the more damage that they can put in on this game specifically, it already weighs up better than their opponents have done. Even though that they've technically taken 2 OT wins against their opponents, that round difference, you never know how vital that can be. We've seen at the end of leagues, multi-mini tournaments on round difference alone.
We have indeed. The round differential often does come in as a tiebreaker rule in case there is one. If that one doesn't manage to solve it, if everything is identical, that's when you get that tiebreaker matchup that is so, well, famous or infamous depending on what side you were on the coin during the Mexico Major. 2-2 round 5. We are back in the top floor. And FaZe will have to attack yet once again. This site was won by Rogue before, so FaZe will have to adapt. FaZe will have to try and figure out what exactly does go wrong lately. So they managed to find a way to answer to it. They find a way to get that round going their way this time.
Wow, FaZe, now you've built some steam and some momentum. It seems like you've started to warm up, but it has been led by Bullet popping off a lot in the previous round. Here, we obviously had those similar moments for Rogue, and I guess it's always the curiosity of how much more are they going to lean into this. They have a couple of more chances to put a bit of a boon in terms of their defenses, and that's not the way they want it to start. Ace is dropped by Astro, the swing round. They've lost the mute, they've lost some of that utility, and they've been able to actually take over the direct line of Cigar. Cameraman gets one more, and this is the FaZe that we were used to seeing yesterday. See territory, take territory, lock off bodies, and go for blood.
They just had a bit of a rush start up here for their game as Leon is trying to flank right around the corner, has the opportunity to pick up one, does so as well. That's Astro down, and that's the Ace, and the Selma's gone. They could have still been useful for some of these setups. Get rid of shields, for example, but they might not stop the FaZe itself. They have incredible gun skill, and they can just force themselves through chokeholds. That's actually a repelling to come through, and suddenly they turn it back around. It's a diffuser dropped, and it's only up to Cyber and Cameraman now in a 2-on-3 situation as Leon is even more aggressive than he was before, hoping to pick up the kill as it gets full flashed.
I mean, the leaning on the aggression, crying with one more, doubled up on the staircase. He's taken blood on both either side of the map. Suddenly, CyberZero is all that is left, and that came from Rogue not shying away. They saw that they'd lost a bit of ground and decided, well, we want that back, took it, and found the bodies in the meantime. 50 seconds, and a 3 versus 1 with 2 of the players already injured. Rogue aren't overextending. They have themselves stretched out over the far side. They would have known where the player was and wanted to approach from, so they're going to let it be a slow and steady build. The pre-fires and pops are coming through. Prano's going to be the first to meet it, and it's actually CyberZero with a double either side on the split, and suddenly it's turned into a 1 versus 1. A sliver of health either side. The hop onto the white corridor. He takes the fight. CyberZero with the triple kill. Clutch.
No way that he pulls that off. It's yet another clutch that we get to see, and FaZe in around that. The coach's like, calm down, calm down. Keep it going. We need to continue. We've lost 2 rounds already. It's more than we should have, but what a clutch that was. Cyber in a 1v3, it looked like it was going Rogue's way. It was a 3-on-5. A kill comes in from Leon. 2 repels are being punished just like a hatch drop itself, and the eventual diffuser does get dropped. Cyber decided to pick it up, but he somehow just wins it, and it's a crossfire he was in. It just was not quick enough. It's just that half a second delay that was in it before the second player peaked. That was just enough for him to flick right on him and get that kill and bring it to a 1v1.
3-2. And Rogue, they're going to see if they can make it run back here on the top floor. It was built from aggression. They almost had it. A 3 versus 1 clutch from CyberZero was monumental. The first 2 was a trade that should have gone against him, and to be fair, it was close. If one of those players had a little bit more health, it might have been a different story, but the story told is a great clutch. The crying showdown on the end of the white corridor, couldn't quite get the connection. The F2. Oh, that's a hell of a gun. Now, Rogue have a situation where they might be able to find a bit of balance here. If they can, that's still not the worst thing in the world because, okay, Cafe is a map that does lend itself well to defenders, but you're against tournament favorites and you're on what is statistically your weaker half. It's again something that you've always got to sort of harp back to. This is a map that, you know, I think it was one of their better defender sides in terms, I think in EUL it was about 60% success on their defense generally, but still tournament favorites.
That's it, right? Tournament favorites, and they're one of the 2 remaining that haven't lost a map yet. Spacestation, of course, have lost a map. BDS has not, and FaZe, well, they are the other true favorites, at least from the start of it. Of course, that starts to change as a bit of a struggle there. Doesn't have any struggles hitting heads, but the magnets seem to be a bit more difficult.
They're tough.
They're tough, yeah, definitely.
Now a quick approach over the top. They're going to see if they can put the pressure onto Cigar as quickly as they did before. Trying to take care of as much damage as possibility, though Astro is steadying, trying to find Crying, the loose player that caused problems for them before. They're going to make sure that that roamer isn't anywhere near able to go for the hunt that was almost round defining the previous time round. He's flirting with the idea of danger, and he's going to hold off for now. Lumber gets grenaded out. They're looking towards white, and soon we're going to assume we see some boots on the ground inside Piano.
For sure, they definitely need to, as a air jab is being heard here by Crying. He wants to hunt it down, he wants to find it, so he has the opportunity to, of course, really rotate around later. The Sense, those red stairs, has gone for a big run out before as well, and could do so again, but this time there's a member waiting down there. I believe it's Astro that is sitting there, I'm not quite sure. At least they're very close to one another. Yeah, it is. He's about to go up the brown stairs as it's Crying that is descending the red one. What does he know? That's the big question.
That's it. Did they have a read that someone was there? Is he going to go for a hop out here that might be able to punish something? He's baiting a game, but CyberZero has pushed onto Leon and onto Aces on the top, taken over the site itself. One more for the man who's now on 6 in a row, and suddenly it's just Crying left. This is that FaZe execute where it goes 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye. They take fights everywhere, and if we open with a flawless from one team, we're not going to end on it just yet, but it's not looking good. Bodies all over. Zulu is the lockout. Yes, it is a sandwich of flawlesses, a 4-2-1/2. And now the pressure's on Rogue.
Yeah, the 4-2-1/2 definitely favors FaZe here. And we're heading into round 7, this time with FaZe onto the defense themselves. This is the moment where Rogue get to show what they have ready on their attacks. But if you already saw the chat earlier on, like, they're a bit lighthearted about it as well. It's like, at least not the 7-0. Like, that doesn't sound like you're gonna be smashing them into the ground yourselves when you're on that defense or on the attack right now. Either way, they're going to give it their all. They're going to give it their best because they want to go through playoffs. That is what their goal is here, of course, to make Europe proud. Potentially even go to the 6th Invitational because they're not locked out. I believe they needed a top 4 finish for them to have that opportunity to go to Montreal.
FaZe and Rogue, yeah, both of them. Actually, ironically fighting for SI. Not even FaZe are locked in as well. They're one of the teams that are still dancing in the aether. Okay, it looks likely, but likely isn't locked in. Locked in is a very different story. Rogue now, they're looking at their first attack as being the possibility to drive some of that pace. We've seen both teams have exceptional prep on each other. It looked like FaZe had all A4s printed on each of them as a bit of a handout in how they can look towards fighting Rogue here. They don't have a knowledge, and Rogue, well, they still have a mountain.
Yeah, for everybody wondering, what FaZe needs to do is make it out of groups. That is the way that they will be able to go for the qualification. As Astro here takes the first fight onto Prano. He's going to be able to get quite a bit of a tag down, rotates all the way back to the bottom floor, but no kill just yet.
It's a bit of a wake-up call, but we've already seen how that's gone for one team, so let's see if it puts a bit of pressure onto the approach here of Rogue, suffering against their own game. Leon is looking for the fight here towards the body buried in on the close cocktail bar. It's a place for the VIPs, but the most important person right now is the one that they want to try and kick out and get rid of, CyberZero, who led through 2 of the previous rounds, 6 kills across both of them, really heated up and really brought FaZe back into the fight at the very end there. Cameraman has the lock-off on the coat room, but he's not going to make sure he doesn't get checked out by a grenade as the pressure starts to come through. The smoke gas is going to buy them some time, but look at this. Astro with the C4 over the top. They're really leaning into this approach.
They really want to go aggressive here. They want to make sure that that meeting room or meeting desk is, well, not really being effective here for Rogue, as that's the first swing. Cyber is going to be able to win that one. Gets right behind the shield, back into safety as well as the proximity sensor starts scanning. Knows one was inside, but didn't expect Ryan to be in there. Prone. He's going to be able to pick up that kill as that's the rotation that gets caught off. Ooh, Astro, DB node.
So close to taking out a teammate there as well, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 2 technically. Astro should be able to crawl onto site, but it really depends on if they trust the rotation and roam they need to make. There it is. A trail of blood leads to a man that picks them up and puts them back in the fight. Now, you're looking at what's been taken out of Rogue. They've lost a buck to be able to do some of the self-destruction above, but they still have Crying. These aggressive angles are being held, and FaZe has separated themselves. The perfect curve and the sea cacophony is the angles that they want to make sure is locked off, but they still have to keep an eye towards that backside of Freezer. It is partially open. It's not the most impossible thing for the pressure to come through on. It's where Rogue decide they've got to push to next with a minute left on.
55 seconds. You hear the Argus being used, the SAMCAMs as we call them as well, trying to get some of that information into the hands of Rogue. They need to try and figure out where these members are, see what is the weakest current position that FaZe has, so they know exactly where they need to be entering from, because there is only 35 seconds left, and it's Bulla that turns it back into a 3-on-3 situation. Suddenly, FaZe is back into the round again due to that pickup, due to that kill. And now Prano, well, he needs to find one instead of being found himself.
It's tight angles, it's danger, and it's 20 seconds. And I'm assuming that's the sledge quickly rotating around to offer some support. There it is. The wall gets knocked through. They'll do the call. The hop comes on. Prano has dug their way in, has the diffuser and the chassis in front of them. Astro's going to see if he can reposition, but it's into Aces. His crossfire Aces! The double either side of the long wall. Rogue open up their attacks with a preciously needed round for 3. It's still on.
It is still on. The game is not over yet by a long shot. Rogue is looking to close the gap here. They're looking to close the rounds. If they manage to find one more, we're back in a 4-on-4, and it's going to be sprint to the end to see who had the better attack or defensive half. Now, FaZe, they brought it almost back. And Aces doing what he does best. It's been a while since we've seen him like this, but he's starting to show up more and more like it every single game.
All right, FaZe, you have not been pushed this far by a team before. And as we said, this is where Rogues start to light up. It's a confidence thing for the team as well. They're putting in a great performance. They are showing up in a gunfight game. You're looking at across the board, Crying Aces, Rips and Leon as well. Obviously, Prano's the IGL. It's not fully his role to get into the fight, but still, the other 4 names that can have these huge moments are... There's no better time and team to go up against, where we're seeing Bullet and CyberZero put in a huge amount of pressure, but so far, not all of FaZe has quite been able to dig in with the same bravado that they flirted with so perfectly yesterday and so frequently during Latin American leagues.
4th of 3. The aggression that Rogue seems to be bringing catches FaZe off guard every now and then. They try and bring the aggression themselves. I mean, for example, we did see Cyber jumping in with the Twitch through Skylight and picking up a triple kill, for example. So it's not like they don't have the aggression themselves. It's just that Rogue's aggression seems to be catching them off. Like they did not really expect it from them in some of these cases, especially during those first 2 rounds, which of course they lost. As Leon gets... just heard a reinforcement being finished there, and he's like, maybe I can try and catch one off guard as a result, but unfortunately for him, did not get the opportunity to.
Well, they're going to see if they can isolate some of the fight here around the top. It's a top-down take with Aces working his way over the white corridor with the pressure onto the stairs. The Gridlock, not the most common scene operator. Double down with the Nomad is that sort of curious lockdown. They're going to try and go for a full control over 2 very precise and dangerous staircases to sort of force FaZe into a more potentially uncomfortable situation. There's always still the possibility of C4s. There's still that intel and the read that could be broken away here, and well, there's the Warden that might try and stop something if they go for something aggressive with smokes and the potential, but it's grenades bounced far back that seems to be the start.
The thing about it, right, is for this site you need that top floor control, and if you manage to get it, you do not want someone to retake it. As Bullet here is able to retake quite some ground, is able to go and get himself right near the bar, into the freezer he goes. He's found himself into safety, falling all the way back, but still a member left right behind the cigar shop. He gets caught off there, got drawn out, and that's the entry here for Rogue. Rips finds him, and as I'm continuing my story now, as soon as you take that top floor control, you do not want to lose it again due to a member going back up to the top floor.
Now look at this, 2 FaZe players going for a rotation underneath. They are going to see if they can double stick down and put some pressure onto the swing out potential of Rogue. Hope that they stall. They are both currently underneath Crying, who might not know of the danger that lurks under the boards. Oh wait, pings. He does! Yellow pings give a game away, and there's a dead player. One more is still playing around Train. The pressure isn't entirely off, but suddenly it's a 5 versus 3. CyberZero pops a smoke to buy themselves a second more time, as the C4 is not entirely in pocket now, doesn't quite have the use that it could have been before. A slow creep up white, and Souls at least stops the bleeding with a big gun on the far side as CyberZero stacks up on the shield. They don't have the swing because of the smoke, but they sure have a read on where they are. CyberZero with 1, the trade comes through for Crying. 30 seconds and a 3 versus 2.
They need to pick him up right here. Souls gets found as he tries to put himself into a passive angle, and it's only up to cameraman now. He's in a 1-on-3 situation, 25 seconds left. Of course, has that shotgun, has the SMG. It's a good kit to try and close out this round with. And 18 seconds on the clock, he tries to rotate back up, but the track Stingers will catch him off, and Rips gets that kill. The gap has been bridged. We're back in a 4-on-4 now, and Rogue, they're bringing the game to FaZe here. They're letting them know that it's not over yet. FaZe, you might know how to attack, but so does Rogue.
Well, this is, I guess, for a lot of people, a surprise based on the performances yesterday. It's 4-4. It's a great lead in here from Rogue. They've come in with the confidence and bravado of a team that knows what they're up against and knows what it's like to play on a huge stage. And I think that is always going to be a factor. Okay, obviously OXG is the fourth entity of this, have a lot of experience, but when they went up against FaZe and throughout all of this tournament, they are missing their best player, their key, a player with all that history and all that knowledge. They're still putting in fights, but it's tougher. Now, obviously, from the case of the Chiefs, only one of them has international experience, and that sort of brings it round to a fresh squad. So, meeting these opponents from other regions is a learning experience for sure. Rogue, by and large, have earned a fearlessness. They have had ups and downs. They've had some of the worst downs any team has had. An entire split of losses. Yeah, it sort of gives you...
It went 0-11 at some point, right?
And it's like, and if they go up a team that's 14-0'd, for Rogue, that's like, oh yeah, we've suffered that before.
It's like Rogue last year. They had 11 losses in a row, which is also a record, I think, for a professional player, one that you do not want to have. The first game they won was the one where they played for the relegation matchup, so that was, I think, the streak in time, I would dare say.
There wouldn't be a more perfect game to end a loss streak than the one that keeps you in the league.
And then, during the next year, they started as strong during Stage 1. Stage 2, again, the same issue starts to happen. And now they avoid relegations and they find themselves here at the Major. They said to themselves they want to go back to their old ways, and we jokingly said, does that mean get first rounded? But of course that is not what they meant. They want to go back to those old performances where they were able to consistently make it to the Major, consistently make it and put up some good pressure upon themselves. And well, Rogue for sure seems to be doing that right now. They're bringing the fight here to FaZe, and if they get this win, oh man, they're looking good for it as Aces gets a very important entry frag grenade there. That is going to be removing Souls from a very important position, and Cyber taking quite a bit of damage himself as well.
That grenade must have just rolled onto the front. Astro and Cameraman bite back with the sprays over the smoke. Pick up the diffuser, and it's one more for DWG, who has been that consistency, biting and battling back. Bullet with the lockdown on the bar, and DWG shuts the door. They go back into the lead, 5-4. One more to secure themselves at least OT. One more chance to make sure they don't go to their third OT this tournament.
Rogue wanted to go for a bit of a quick push there. They got the smokes out, they got the track stingers out, they got the air jabs through. However, the fire from FaZe through the smoke was just too accurate. Managed to pick up 2 kills as a result, and suddenly everything starts to fall apart. You might have that entry, but you will need more than that. And now Rogue, well, they're still focused for it. They know they can take this. They know they can win it. And the reading room and fireplace will be attempted yet once again by FaZe. Rogue, they need to make sure they win this one, though, if they do not want to bring this to OT. Leon said it before. They were kind of upset about the fact that they went to OT, because that was not really what they wanted. They think they could have locked it out before. Well, this is an opportunity to try lock it out before.
FaZe have been able to find one on their defense so far. They've broken at least the thread of rounds that Rogue might have been able to put together. And to be fair, if we look at how the game opened, it was 2 Rogue rounds and then FaZe came back. Here, the second half, 2 Rogue rounds, and FaZe have at least gone back to 1. Can they now try and thread that and match some of the work they did in the first half to lock this out and find the full 3 points, securing pretty much their growth out of groups with how there's been a lot of half points. I would have to run the maths, but it might also relay on the results happening on the other stream, the Chiefs versus OXG that is currently in progress. However, we still find ourselves closing in on the potential end of this game, and it's been very back and forth. There is still momentum and possibility for Rogue. They are still sharp. Can they just jab it home?
There's the thing, can they try and at least get a point out of this one? I already said before, that is already considered a good result, given how the rest of the group went. That's a point that neither of the other 2 teams have managed to get. There's one more. They have the opportunity to win here. Maybe OT, continue that streak, or maybe something else as a run out there actually tags up Leon Gitz just slightly. Aces, he responded to it, but never had the opportunity to actually go for a kill.
And that's it. He saw it at the last second. He's waiting cautiously. He doesn't want to give the game away that he's there because it's a dangerous place to be, and there's a lot of different angles and windows that you can be dropped from. It's a cautious hold as you wait for some of the work and pressure to be done elsewhere, which is the steady approach here from Rogue. Obviously, Leon has suffered a bit. There is a big drop on a huge amount of utility, and there is obviously still Aces playing on the far side. Gonna look towards that Christmas door potentially now, and with the bodies still above, Leon is the first, followed by a second and a third, and the Rogue players fall across the top of the red stairs.
Yeah, this top floor, this cocktail lounge, that's what they need to get. There's 3 members inside of it, and if they manage to pick up one, surely they will start falling back right afterwards. It's a grenade, yeah, once again from Aces that opens up the scoreline here. It's the kill onto Cyber that will lend them a bit of an opening, but last time it all went wrong very quickly after this one. Bullet, however, gets found this time by a triple man peek to come through. A bit of team damage, but that is going to be okay, as cameraman, however, finds a response into Aces.
Now they utilize the stun to know that a player was down there. There is the take. Leon gets revenge, and suddenly it's just Astro left. A 3 versus 1 does not go their way, and Rogue keep themselves in this game 5-5. 1 round back and forth. 1 round separates each team from OT, 2 from taking the full 3 points. There's only 2 rounds left of regular play. This is anyone's game.
I can only imagine how the Twitch points went as well, considering how the socials went through. There's a bunch of Rogue fans right now. They're cheering super hard for them because they know they're about to be making a big profit there. But Rogue, they're about to be, or have the opportunity potentially to make a big profit themselves as well, because if they pick up these 3 points, suddenly they find themselves first in the group. And who would have expected that one after how Rogue performed during EUL? It was like they barely made it in to the Sweden Major. It was a close call. And now they will be topping out their groups. Potentially, we will see.
They gotta take the full 3.
They gotta take the full 3 in that case to have that opportunity. For now, they're equal, 5-on-5. Whoever wins this next round has the match point and gets to put up the pressure towards the other team. And surely, whoever loses this round will be calling a tactical timeout right after this, because that next round needs to go well. Neither team has called it yet.
I think that's one of the big things about this game is, okay, sure, FaZe threaded 4 rounds in a row before the split. They had a chance to have a conversation then, if at any point, but that was part of Rogue's expected play based on how they probably thought it would go versus FaZe exceptional attacks and how they like to play. Yep. Hopped up on there, it's tricky. It gives you such a filthy angle, and if unchecked, it can be a disaster for players on the approach here. And Rogue, well, to be fair, their drone game has seemed pretty precise in terms of intel gathering.
But a bit of verticality, though, will instantly pick him up. So that is something you have to be careful of. Of course, it's not someone that just repels up into that room straight away and opens up on him. Unless they do get a drone inside and figure out where he is. No, instead, it's Leon gets that tries to go quick. It's Rogue that goes for another quick push right here like they have done before. This quick shot gives it away. Nobody entries there. Leon gets in the middle of the site right now. They have the site control. They need to get the echo as well as he goes down. But a plant in the meantime will be attempted.
It's a 5 versus 3 at this moment in time. He's technically not down and out. The fight goes 5 versus 2. They saw a door and took it, and as they get Leon back up, the plant is going to be stuck this time round. A rotation either side, one on the bottom of the white, one on the bakery with all the pings in the world. The intel comes through, scratched and dropped crying, but Rips is there for revenge, and Rogue find themselves just 30 seconds away from confirming OT and some points on the board.
Oh,
the spray over the top, they're going for the pickup. Never leave a man behind. And the air jab comes through. Rogue, 1 round away. And they are handing FaZe a game on this attack that FaZe have handed to so many others.
Honestly, the moment when Rogue gets that pressure upon themselves, the moment they have the opportunity to make a difference, that's when they go quick. And they do this every single time. And every single time they completely catch the opposing team off guard. The setup completely ripped apart due to Leon entering early. He missed his first opportunity. He gave the alarm away, but it wasn't enough for FaZe to make it happen. And as I said, whoever loses this round calls that tactical pause because there is so much on the line.
It's FaZe as well. It's always worth considering that they are a team that can turn it up when they need to. It is still far from over, and that's the best thing about this showdown, is it's not that FaZe haven't really shown up. It's that Rogue have shown up so confidently that FaZe are being pushed for, I would say, the first time really this tournament. Okay, it's been 14-0s, but it's been them outclassing people on the server. And it's good to see FaZe sweat a little bit. They're more than able to put the fire back into this game. It's still very likely that we'll go to an OT, but you need to see a team stressed. You've got to have that courage to be able to bring it onto a game where things aren't quite going to your plan.
Well, at this moment, only 3 rounds were won by the defense. 8 of them were won by the attack. Rogue, they are currently holding the favorite papers. They're in a good position right here. They have the opportunity to lock it off, and Kitchen will yet again be attempted here by FaZe. Up to the bottom floor they go. And surely this time around, a push or a rush like that will not work. You would expect them to be ready for it. You will expect someone to be watching the side of prep. But it's not the only way they can push from. It's not the only way they can rush from.
And I think one of the things as well, if I'm going to highlight it, is just the spread of the players that have been able to dig into the gunfight of this game. FaZe were one of those teams that came in where every single player was positive, was dangerous. Here, they haven't quite been able to have that same 5-handed slap back against Rogue, who have been multifunctional. You're never quite sure which player is going to be the one that leads in, but with 4 of them on what is an even a positive KD, it's a danger because that angle of fight, it just takes 2 drops on FaZe or Bullet, and suddenly the gun game is statistically favored towards Rogue.
You know, they said it before, they needed an IGL on the side of Rogue that was suiting their aggressive playstyle. I think Prano is really nailing it with the call of these rushes every single time, because there's just a single one I've seen fail so far. And as Souls, while he wanted to get back on top of the shelf there, he decides that it's time to give up. There's not really enough time as the pressure is already coming down, and he lost one of his yokais early on. They knew where it was, they did take it out, and they force him to go into a different position and put up a shield somewhere because he still has that one in pocket.
Leon puts pressure as well. Did you see the brief by that intel that Rogue has on FaZe is so locked in? And it's a consistency that has come across this entire attacking half. They seem to know where FaZe likes to hold and hide out, and they are leaning in to those positions. The pressure and that prep is really coming through for them here. Now, as they take the drop onto the top of the floor, it's up to FaZe to see if they can shake the woodwork and the mantle. There is an angle, and Bullet is great at these bullet hole holds. Can they go for a bit of a stretch here? Astro's on the favor. I'm not sure. The hatch is open. They have the rotation capabilities if they want to take it, and they're more than ready to go for the drop if need be, but, well, there's this drop on the drone, and there's the 2 players pulling back.
The sound being made to at least let them know, hey, we were here. That means the extra droning now has to be done by the side of Rogue, but 1 minute 30 left on that clock. They need to start opening up some verticalities here, as Prano is looking to enter in from the backside. That's, I believe, either a Mozzie drone or a yokai taken care of. Not quite sure which of the 2 it was, but he's about to be swung on himself right there, as one of the FaZe members was quickly trying to well, pay some attention to him.
Yeah, the pings come through. They have an idea that somebody's close, and who gets the read? It's a scrappy fight. Mozzie pulls back. Look at Aces making a move. The spray over the top doesn't quite connect, and there's Aces trying to get the back of a player that is isolated. You expect FaZe are going to offer some support. The grenade forces a movement. Can't get the catch. There it is!
Free fire!
And that is a big gun that goes bird. Has a huge magazine for just those occasions. The premonition comes through, forced by a grenade. Leon and Cyber hit each other's heads, and Cyber's the one that locks it off. In the meantime, Astro gets one more. Aces is gone. A huge blow on the backside as Rips now has to try and creep between Cameraman and Astro at the bottom of the red stairs. They're looking for a connection from above, but with 30 seconds, they've really got to start thinking of how they can push themselves into the site.
FO12 still in play as well for the Ella. That might be the difference maker here as Rips gets a kill. Cyber, you are the big man now. You need to come in big with the Titan killer, but he fails. It's Grind to pick up that kill. The plant will be attempted yet once more. That's the Echo that falls. It's Cameraman, the last man standing. He is taken out. Rogue defeat FaZe, and they are the ones to end that reign for now. It was 14-0 before this. It's Rogue to take their first full win here. That's 3 points. That's them in the lead of their group.
An absolutely huge game from a very happy team there. Seeing them smiling in good spirits, the energy was high. They knew the pressure was there. And FaZe do bleed. That has been proven. It's far from the end. And you can see the good spirits are across Rogue. GG's for FaZe, and we'll break this down after a very quick ad break. See you very soon.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back to the 6th Sweden Major, to what was, according to Rogue, at least not a 7-0. They've managed to win it here. They managed to take 3 points home, and after their 2 OT wins, they now top the groups themselves, and that is something they will be super happy with.
You couldn't be sadder than that performance here. It was pushing a tournament favorite to the brink and then taking it as a lockdown. Their first win. It was almost another OT game. It was almost the 3rd in a row. That last round went away from them for a split second, but their knowledge of where the FaZe players were, their prep was on full display. It's the first game of the day. It's the 3rd game of the group stage. Now they've played all of each other, and FaZe couldn't quite lock this one out. 14-0-40, it's gotta start to slip somewhere. They'll be more than back, but it was such a good attacking game.
It was such a good attacking game indeed. I think only 3 rounds were won in defense overall, and Rogue managed to get 2 of those, and that's what eventually led them to their win, because we played all 12 rounds, mind you. And I think one of the crucial moments actually was final round, let's say the FO12 right around the corner on the bomb chassis. If that would have gone the other way around, it would have been FaZe bringing it to OT, but due to the pre-fire, I don't know if it was a drone that was there, I don't know if it was the information or just game knowledge that led them to go for that pre-fire. It in the end opened up the side, allowed them to go for the plan straight away and just close it off on the back of it.
The expectation, the knowledge of each other's play, and how they are able to apply it in this game. It was a double down from Cafe. There was always going to be more knowledge there, but you still got to show up on the game day. You got to show up in a lobby, and for the side of Rogue, all of them did. All of them put in a great 4 and a force, and as you see across this highlight package, it was just all over for them. They kept on having a player step up and step into a round. It was big early games by players like Cryan and Rips, and then you see aces, you see Leon lighting up, and Prana, the consistent IGL throughout all of it. FaZe, they had huge rounds, they had CyberZero, they had Bullet that were going big, but they couldn't quite warm up to that same 5-sided aggression that this game demanded. And because of that, those little moments, that FO12 on a corner, those swings, it just couldn't quite hit them up.
Now there is of course still more matches for them, so there's no need to worry, but they need to quickly figure out what exactly went wrong here against Rogue, because after that they have their rerun, and if they manage to win that one again, that at least means they will not be overtaken. I mean, it's hard to be overtaken by them in a head-to-head considering you've beaten both the other teams with a 7-0. But yeah, as we pull up that scoreboard, you said it before, it looked quite even on the side of Rogue up until round 10. You had 8 kills, 9 kills, 9 kills, 9 kills, and in 2 rounds, Happen and Crying picked up 5 overall on that one, really carrying Rogue across the finish line there. But also we have to say, what a beautiful call from Prano to go for that rush on round number 11, because that suddenly put the pressure onto FaZe.
It's trust, it's bravado, and it's an experience that we've talked about. These are 2 teams that, sure, FaZe has been more of a staple across the years in terms of the major performances, but it's a list of names where most people outside of the EUL region will recognize them. You've only really got Prano as a sort of a new force, and Rips has always had this partnership, but a lot of people know these names. They know the game on this stage, the toughest, the grandest, the most sparkly, and they made sure that they shined.
It definitely made sure that they shined. But you know what? Let's pull it up to the group standings, because we want to know where this puts these teams, because there was a match going on the other side as well. I believe it has finished. I'm not quite sure. Yes, it has. It's the Chiefs that took the win against Oxygen, so they will now be putting up the chase towards FaZe and Rogue, as Rogue is currently leading with a singular point over FaZe, who are on 6, and the Chiefs, who, due to that OT loss against Rogue, will be on 4 total.
Top of the group, Rogue, and we're at the halfway point. Yes, that's right, it is a double play. You will do a game against the team and another game against the team. I was going to say home and away, like you home and away game, but it's you still playing against each other, and that's it. And now they're at this split, so it's still anyone's to play for in this group. No one is locked in. There's nothing that is entirely secured as of this moment in time. It's still a fight. Every team's aware of that, and now, well, it's about to go back to square one.
It's about to go back indeed. The reruns are coming in, not just yet, because we still have 3 other groups that need to be covered before their reruns or returns begin. So, do not go anywhere. Grab some drinks, grab some snacks. Come back to us, because we have more matches up in just a couple of seconds.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
begin. There was never need for us to pretend. When there was nothing beyond the confines of our skin. I know the fallow won't die in the end. There was nothing but time in our hands for our life to begin. We always were ourselves, there was no need for us to pretend. There was no need for reaching beyond the confines of our skin. What's left is memories, but the rest will die in
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream here live from the 6th Major Sweden in Gävle. We are getting ready to jump into our second match of the day. I've got Des with me here, of course, and this match is bound to be quite the interesting one. Not for the reasons that people would have expected initially, but after what we saw yesterday, now it's getting a lot more interesting. Isn't that right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, coming into the tournament, I was like, oh, SANDBOX against DarkZero. Very static, chess-based team in DarkZero. SANDBOX a little more aggressive and fluid. I thought it'd be a really interesting clash of styles, but after DarkZero's start yesterday, 0-2 by the way, I'm suddenly coming into this very, very nervous for DarkZero. I really hope we'd see something special out of them. It's yet to happen. Hopefully this is the game. Fingers crossed.
Meanwhile, things have looked awesome for the SANDBOX roster as they have taken down two opponents, two of the strongest opponents inside of their group so far, and have not had an issue with either one of them. As we're going to see here, the roster that's brought to the table here for SANDBOX speaks for itself and the contributions that they were able to provide yesterday.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, looking down the line, you'll recognize a lot of these players. For those who look at it today, only just tuning in and like, who the bloody Nora are SANDBOX? They used to be known as Cloud9, then as Mantis, and of course now SANDBOX Gaming. Envy Taylor and Shile, the duo that we know in APAC North, can do so much damage together. Nova, the hard support player who's been really stepping up. And Static, who has been admittedly struggling a little bit on the entry, formerly known as Sweet Black. There's some work to be doing there, and Harper then also fills in sometimes around playing entry. It's quite a fluid team in terms of the roles that they can play, but Nova really is the backbone when you look at how they tend to play.
Absolutely the case. Once again, it's already been shown over the past couple of days of play. Definitive scorelines across the board for this team, and in a lot of ways starting to come out ahead in their group. This is one of the strongest performers from APAC so far at this tournament. To be fair, though, that's not saying much because all of APAC, for the most part, is performing very well at this tournament. One of the strongest regions we've seen so far, possibly a new dynasty being set up alongside Latin America, who has already shown this to be their year here, winning 2 out of 3 of the tournaments so far, and of course looking to claim a 3rd title with a great performance from FaZe, at least up until the beginning of today, as we just saw that previous match. So things are getting very, very interesting. But on the other side of the coin, we have DarkZero as well, and things have been rough, to say the least, here so far for DZ.
Yeah, very big question mark next to Eclipse there. Not sure why, because it's been a question mark applied to all 5 members of the team so far. 0 and 2, it has not been their strongest start to a competition. It's to be expected sometimes, right? These guys are still settling in with Canadian, moving over only just a few months ago before Stage 3. And in my opinion, a little bit of a clash of who's playing what role, right? NJR and Hyper kind of playing this second entry flex role. They're not quite sure who really holds that spot just yet. They're still figuring things out. But you know that give them a little bit of time, this roster could build to be something special. The big question on everyone's mind, is it a little bit too soon for them? Are we going to have to wait for SI or the Major after to really see this team come into its own? Because for many, it feels like this Major is just a little bit too soon for them.
Unfortunately, those role as well as responsibility issues that you were just talking about as well really translate into problems on the attacking side for DZ that has been shown to be a big problem inside of their first 2 games. Specifically, in the early and mid-round scenarios, the team is oftentimes finding themselves lost, unable to deal with or put enough appropriate pressure onto extended setups, leaving them grasping at straws for a last-second execute, which, again, credit to them, those last-minute executes, despite how haphazardly they're often put together, tends to go fairly well. So it's just about improving the early and mid-rounds, and then we'll see a very good picture come together. We've got our map up on screen, and it's going to be an interesting one as we'll go down a coastline.
That's down as DarkZero's worst map as well, and I don't know if this is
stubbornly their worst map, because I think they like to play it a lot as well.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, Chief. Now, looking at it yesterday, SANDBOX played in this map, right? They played well, no complaints there. If you're looking at how it's going to fare off against for DarkZero today, there's a little bit of study they could have done on how SANDBOX played that game and bring some lessons from that game into today. But what I'm most nervous about is where DarkZero have struggled against teams in the NAL is getting hit hard on the flank in the mid to late round and stalling out, as you said. Now, a smaller map like Coastline, it's great. Very easy access to the sites, not a whole lot of map to clear. I'm just worried about the potential for flanks coming in from SANDBOX. So the big word for DarkZero in this game is discipline, especially in the mid-round.
Let's go ahead and see which team will come out on top of those. We're going live into the map now. It's Coastline between SANDBOX Gaming and DarkZero to see who can continue to excel inside of the group. First ban will be SANDBOX's. That'll mean the last ban as well. No surprises with the first ban as Thatcher. It's yeeted right out of this park yet again.
I'm curious to know if Thatcher is... In fact, there was one game yesterday where we saw a Decabian Lion ban. It was in DWG KIA's second game, so we haven't seen a 100% ban rate for Thatcher, but I would wager it's definitely up there above 90. Jackal being taken away by DarkZero probably gives a lean towards some of their ideas for when they're on the defensive side. Wanting to get out there, be problematic on the roam, which would be a nice change in playstyle for sure. The next ban to come through, so two very different bans, dare I say, coming in, because now a choice remains for SANDBOX. Is it Valkyrie? Is it Mirror that you ban away? I imagine it would be the Mirror, which would leave Valkyrie on board. Okay, no. Valkyrie going off means that with the Mirror now available, you'll see the kitchen defense likely be a little bit stronger. Penthouse and Theatre becomes a lot more defendable as well. Likelihood is we see all four sites come into the rotation for these teams.
We are going to see a slight reduction, of course, in utility mitigation because of the removal of Omai. But keep in mind, we still have both the Jaeger and a Rooney to fulfill those roles, which shouldn't be too much of a problem for either DarkZero or SANDBOX to slot those in. The Jackal choice, I think, is fairly interesting. Normally, it's Nomad getting banned out if you try to pick an anti-roamer to eliminate, but Jackal can be just as proficient, if not more, inside of this map. So I can completely understand the reasons why you'd want to get rid of him, especially considering how prevalent roaming tends to be on this map, or even required in quite a few of the sites.
It's more prevention rather than the cure if you're bringing something like a Nomad, which has been taken away. They're not actively looking to push too hard into the roamers, I imagine, here, and direct to site is going to be the play. Get control of what you need, and don't worry otherwise. That KIA 6 pick, by the way, likely a bait to say, hey, we're going Penthouse and Theatre, by the way, because yesterday when we saw it was Maverick and Thatcher banned away, I believe, what happened was Hyde was brought every single round for Penthouse and Theatre by at least one of the teams and used to lock down VIP. Here, of course, a different story as we are starting off on hookah and billiards, and indeed that Mirror being brought along, that's going to be a problem potentially for DarkZero. It's another issue for them to work their way through.
Well, the first problem for DarkZero is that they're on the attacking sides. They're going to get thrown right into the deep end of the issues that they've already been faced with in previous games here. We'll see again how their potential research as well as VOD watching and whatever type of prep they've done last night is going to help to improve things here as they look to try and find their first victory today against SANDBOX here. Lots of drone presence just going to be stabilized early on here outside of hookah as they look to put the early pressure onto there. We've got the spawns out now for DZ, so let's take a look where their opening gambit is going to shift towards here. We've got quite a few players working their way over towards hookah here. Might be seeing a little bit of early pressure as they try to stack up towards it, but more than likely just that opening bit of aggression as they try to open up some of these barricades and put that additional pressure on the utility more than anything at this early point.
I'd be really keen to see if later in the round DarkZero rotate over towards Aquaside, because we saw a couple of teams do this yesterday. I cast it twice yesterday. Trying to get C4s onto the default plant spot inside billiards was impossible every single time. I don't know why, but I swear you and I spoke about this, right?
We had one happen, yeah.
Yeah, and it looks horrific when you're trying to C4 the default planter and it's been missed every time we've seen a team try to do it. It's either landed on the bomb, it's overshot and gone too far, it's been shot out, it has just been miserable. Nova almost being taken out. This is something that SANDBOX almost got punished for yesterday as well, was constantly running through this map and being cut up by, I believe, I want to say it was FURIA, I forget which team it was against. Too many for me to remember. It wasn't FURIA because they're in a different group, but there was a team, I think it was Team 1 actually, that kept on cutting them every time they ran across, and we kept saying they're dying here without any kind of response and being caught running through. Speaking of being caught running through, 2 or 3 players falling down. Pambazoo on the aggressive swing cannot stop Harper, who still finds himself behind bar. Static with yet another, and NJR is left alone down in Sunrise, facing off against the onslaught of 4 SANDBOX members, and they've been run out of coastline nice and quick. Time for you to check out of this one, my friends.
Yeah, DZ just kind of throwing themselves at the site in a lot of ways. They were even at the hookah doorway, as we saw, and that led to an early kill for Nova. Yeah, he got traded back out, but we saw another player immediately take his place behind the mirror window, and just as much presence being able to stop the push from DarkZero, especially in areas like hookah as well, where once again DarkZero forced the issue. While we did see a slight amount of success out of Eclipse's own push, the rest of the team not so much. A great flick there from NJR, but ultimately will be for naught on the overall round, as SANDBOX has no problem shutting him down on a quick exchange after that.
Yeah, 3 people leaping out there into crossfires at the very end as well. Good composure being shown by SANDBOX in the 1v4, as you'd hopefully come to expect. But that round overall, DarkZero, they get a bit of control of Sunrise. They lose 2-3 members in very quick succession. And Pambazoo with this kind of Hail Mary solo play. You know, we spoke about this a bit yesterday for a few teams, saying, you know, they're pushing in one at a time. They're not pushing as a team and playing for trades. That was an example of taking a high-risk play coming out from the side of DarkZero, something we don't normally associate them with. They are arguably one of the more calculating teams in North America that won't just swing you like someone like Oxygen might do. So that surprised me. But if it had worked, they break the bar control, suddenly the players around bars are isolated, and an Aqua Plant doesn't seem so crazy.
Stylistically, you're right, that was a very, very different round for overall what we've come to expect out of DZ. I'm actually kind of excited that we got that, even though ultimately it was a complete failure, because it does mean that DarkZero are aware of the issues inside of the early and mid-round. They're trying to change things up to try and fix that, or at minimum, change it up to throw their opponents off here. Curious to see what else is going to be thrown into the mix here throughout the rest of this game. Also, I'm sure that's not the only thing they were willing to try after a night of deliberation from the games yesterday.
Look at how much of a roam setup SANDBOX have got here, by the way. You're looking towards the Alibi, potential Roma, Thunderbird, Roma, Legion, Roma, Oryx, Roma. Even the Iruni wants those laser gator down. Roma. They could play all 5 off-site if they wanted to here, which isn't a uncommon occurrence for the kitchen site. Very commonly, the attackers, especially when you've got a lot of vertical destruction, looking towards the buck and the sledge in this way, their aim is to get control above the site, flush the players out, force the defenders away from being on site, and then you play for a retake once the plant attempt will come in from the attackers. So it's a good plan they've got where they are very happy playing off-site because of the lineup they've got on side. Now the question is, can DarkZero get that top floor control, start to open up those verticals without being shut down by SANDBOX in the first case? Of course, another alternative is, forget about the top floor, just go straight to site.
And if you are SANDBOX, of course, here, why wouldn't you play so aggressively after how well the last round went here, catching every single opportunity from DarkZero, and more importantly, winning about 90+% of the gunfights that went on the inside of that round there. So SANDBOX are certainly going to be feeling confident about their own capability to play things out. Nova, though, might not be so much anymore after being spotted out by this drone, but he does have the support coming in from Akona, and as well, the drone bleed coming in right now from SANDBOX is a massive. DarkZero have 40% of their drone count remaining, only 2 of them actually active on the board at this point. Nova's going to be spotted out once again, but that's a second drone thrown for virtually 0 additional info, except for maybe spotting the player back towards kitchen they didn't get on the first drone.
John, they're 50 seconds in and they've gone through 8 drones. They're down to 2 remaining, and I like looking at drone counts at about 60 seconds left because that's normally when you can see how much info is left for the execute. Here they're left with nothing. They do get a nade through, but they have 1 drone to their name. It's currently going through sight and will likely get shot out soon. 90 seconds in the round, they may as well have no information. It's going to be a raw push in to see what they can achieve, and it's a 4 versus 4.
Nova ready to fend off the challenge here as he shuts down Eclipse after taking a few hits himself. Shael as well as HXD picking up massive numbers themselves, and just like the last round, DarkZero, get maybe 1 exchange over the course of this brute force push. NJR's going to be left alone. Was the hero of quite a few of the rounds yesterday for DC. He's got to do it again here in a 1v4 clutch. Only found that first kill, and now no easy way to get into this kitchen window as the laser gates are going to be blocking his way. Can't afford to just eat the 40 HP that he'd lose by going into there, and of course, no frag grenades left to try and burn it out either, so has to force the issue back over towards the case, work his way in and immediately be shut down by Nova as SANDBOX quickly get themselves a second round.
That was abysmal. There's no other way of putting it. That was abysmal from DarkZero. All drones being committed in towards service side, one after the other, like lambs to the slaughter, jumping in and just losing them for seemingly no reason. And I reasoned back to yesterday, I thought for a second, okay, it's SANDBOX. I don't know why I went to it, but I was like, SANDBOX are attacking here, it's okay, they lose drones quite a lot. Because what I've seen from the NA teams in the last 12 hours, or the last 24 hours or so, despite not getting wins, is they are very, very precious about their drones. They'll get a quick peek, instantly rotate 90 degrees, and jump back to safety. They are so serious about keeping their drones alive. For DarkZero to just throw them in one after the other there, have no information, and be forced to push into bathroom and service with 0 information is a massive slip up on their side. That cannot be allowed to happen again.
We're going to see a slight change up in the operator lineup here. The Flores is going to be brought in a little bit more soft breach capability, especially from ranged as well, as Canadian will be taking up the mantle on that operator. Hopefully this is going to allow DarkZero to either clear out the site a bit more efficiently with regards to utility or force players out of position before they make that aggressive push. If this is going to be the way forward for the rest of the half from DarkZero, which honestly might not be the case anymore because the first 2 rounds went so poorly, I could see them shifting back into a more traditional state where they're going to focus heavily on droning for the first 2 minutes, like pretty much every other team does, and then work on the execute in that final minute, 30 seconds, or whatever it happens to be remaining for them at that point. Let's see what exactly that will be, though, as SANDBOX is busy setting up their own default here, the double fly.
Yeah, generally you get a round broken down into 3 phases, right? Each taking approximately a minute, maybe a little bit more towards the second. You kind of have the get to the building, get everyone safe on the roof, or at least close to the building so you're safe and not going to get yourself spawn peaked. About that 2-minute mark, everyone tends to get back on drones, or at least 3 players will, whilst 1 or 2 entry their way in, or will join on that drone game to find out what the next play is. Then you enter that kind of execution setup phase, and of course the execute then follows not too long after. That is...
That's so unlucky for sure.
Yes. Very, very unlucky for NJR, though. It goes to show, sometimes just running in a building and spraying a couple of windows, you never know what you're going to find on the other side. A good entry, it gives DZ a starting advantage. I imagine now you'll see them, not get excited off that and try and go charging in. There will be that 1 minute or so of let's drone things out, let's get ourselves ready, and then start working our way forwards.
Trial, unfortunately, yeeting himself into the spray pattern of NJR is going to lead to an early disadvantage for SANDBOX here. Not a detrimental one so much at this point, though. Once again, remember, he was off-site presence and was mainly on the role of roaming anyway. So while, again, it's going to give DarkZero an extra amount of time to play around with the map control that they've now gained for themselves, as well as the fact that they'll have the 5v4 advantage, the site setup is still very well and secured. We'll have to see, though, what else SANDBOX can work towards, as they're now going to be restricted primarily, as far as I can see from our silhouettes, to the first floor hold here, which means DarkZero will have all the time in the world for NJR to open up these top-down angles with the sledge, as well as for the team to prime for their eventual execute.
It's really interesting because sometimes you see teams, or most of the time, hold very close to the pool entrance wall where you'd stick, say, a shield behind it, you get a jammer there, you get ADSs stacked in. What SANDBOX have done is actually opt not to play on the site all that aggressively. They've pulled the shield back to be against the actual bar inside of Sunrise itself and are looking to play around the 90 corridor that runs outside of Kitchen. So almost saying to DarkZero, if you want to try and take control of Sunrise, please do. They're almost baiting them into it whilst making Office harder to take. They've got a shield in there. They've got a player sat there like you'd normally come to expect. It is trying to encourage them up towards this north side, and I think with the sledge now doing work, dare I say DarkZero are kind of taking the bait and doing what SANDBOX want them to do.
Nova continuing to hold, waiting for an opportunity to catch NJR, another member of DarkZero that will try to peek through these top-down angles. That opportunity is going to be possibly coming up in a second, but NV Taylor gets the first strike back as he's able to take down Hyper here as we go under 1 minute for DarkZero to get themselves onto this site. They have indeed shifted back to a more traditional playstyle here, but time is going to begin to work against them. Good drone insertion has given them intel onto the position of NV Taylor, and he doesn't seem to have an easy way out of this spot either. Forced into a corner, but NJR is not ready for the movement. NV dashes over towards the kitchen, where he'll find relative safety, but an aid bounce could still lead to his death. It's going to fall a little short, however, as NJR also takes a few hits through the floor, but here comes the rest of the squad, working their way in, already having the window access, and now pushing in through pool door. Static has fended off the first player, but Canadian and NJR fend off the next two. It's left just HXD and Static to bring it back under their control. Case was down temporarily for DZ, but they've already retrieved it, and in a second here, should be able to get an uninterrupted plant off as Pan, but will commit to it.
Absolutely will. Two of them coming back in from the hallway, stepping back in. They've got the red pings coming through. Know that one's on the above, and one cannot get off sight. Tucked in. Pamba finds the one that he needs. All they've got to try and take here is a couple of easy fights. One, can they find the second? No, they can't. Harper has got it all to try and do. Smokes his way out here, which may deter NJR or Canadian from jumping in. But they've got to make the move. In through Smoke he goes. It's an easy pre-fire for Canadian. DarkZero find the round after a flurry of kills in the mid-round. Give them the map control they need.
Losing the Oryx right at the beginning of the round. A huge detrimental loss to the members of SANDBOX Gaming. Actually bigger than I initially realized. Also, used to seeing a lot more presence up on the second floor from teams on the defense there. Thought we would actually have some more, especially reinforcements and whatnot, supporting a position over by Hookah. Yeah, here it is again. But unfortunately, that was not the case. So losing the Oryx pretty much gave DarkZero a free pass to have that first 2 minutes to set up whatever the heck they wanted. And for SANDBOX, had far too little presence on the actual site to fend off that execute when it boiled in.
I like the idea that was coming out from Nova as well, right? Playing on the Ella, sat around the pink sofa, was just waiting for NJR to peek the wrong angle, to blast him away with the Ella Titan Killer, as the shotgun was so well coined by Demo over in the UK. It's just one of those that I look at and think, okay, if you've been a bit more aggressive or pushed for an angle a little bit differently, he shuts down NJR, he stops the mid-round kill coming through. He turns that post plant into a 1 versus 1 instead of a 1 versus 2. Lots of little things that could have been amended ever so slightly, but also nervous about the fact those verticals existed and they weren't 100% sure of where the pressure was coming in. Now we get Hookah and Billiards, and rather than playing on site this time, we've got a mirror going in around Vars. So I'm glad to see that mirror being brought along. And for DarkZero, it's going to be the question of where the attack comes from. Do we see them go towards Hookah again? Do they start off towards Aqua? Do they mix things up and keep SANDBOX asking questions?
Let's find out here over the next few moments, as once again SANDBOX is going to be looking to take control for themselves. Had no problem on the first 2 rounds with that aggressive style being brought up from DarkZero. Now they've honed it in, taking things back to a more standard style of play. DarkZero takes immediate control of the first round there. Boosted, of course, by an initial early kill, which is kind of gifted to them, but even away from that, very solid play built up by DZ throughout the rest of that round also. We're going to see NJR try to take some early control over here towards Sunrise. They do have the drone up on top of the bar to make sure there's no one hard holding the safe position behind it either. But there's also other concerns, as we can see Nova getting spotted out in the corner and nearly losing his life in the opening seconds of the round yet again.
Back to the mirror window. I was going to say, it's almost interesting how seeing seeing is happening all over again. The deja vu, NJR pushing into Sunrise. Last time he was left in a 1 versus 4 after the rest of his team had been picked off. This time round on DarkZero, no one being taken out too early on. Looking much better, getting the information game on the go as we spoke about earlier on, and looking for the next move. Canadian and Eclipse both sat on drones here to collect the information they need, and thankfully, we do have a fair few more drones left alive as well.
So seeing here, Shael continuing to maintain his position. He's going to notice the frag grenade working his way in. It's a very good thing that he'll end up moving, as he would have been a dead player for sure from that position if he tried to maintain it. DZ, however, is going to use this pressure to start working their way in. The X-Cairo is going on it, but it's going to be stopped. Beautiful fend off there from the SANDBOX members to keep that power position alive as the utility gets drained from DZ, as will the health with Envy Taylor nearly ripping off the head of NJR. Just misses it as he goes down to still very low HP at about 20 or less.
That Finker juice might have just saved his life. I'm not sure if that was like 21, 22 HP, but it definitely looks towards that 20 side of things. Good cover coming in so far from SANDBOX to make sure that Mira lived for a good amount of time, and a lot of the utility consumed by DarkZero. They've still got 2-3 more nades to play through, as well as the 4 flashbangs. They're getting this wall opened up, so Vaz is no longer safe to play behind. That's when you should see action start to come in. But SANDBOX are playing this so patiently. DarkZero slowly whittling away at the defense, mind you, could make this a very explosive ending.
DarkZero still has to hold off through the toxic bays, but the good news is there's only one remaining after this, and we still have plenty of time left on the clock. It's one of the benefits of the way that DarkZero is currently playing things. It's a high-pressure environment where they're oftentimes left with a good amount of excess time. Usually, however, not really excess drones, as just pointed out to me here. Things have brought down to a very low point yet again. Only 2 active drones and 1 in the pocket of the members of DZ, so they'll be very, very limited on intel here for this remaining 45 seconds.
I can't stress how well SANDBOX have played this defense so far as well. Again, not taking any crazy engagements, not being caught out. The challenge onto NGR, reminding him that he's never quite safe or comfortable down there, but not yet losing a member. Hyper striking first. It's static to fall down. The 5 versus 4 should now be that point of inflection for DarkZero to say, okay, that's the opening kill, let's make a move. Envy rotating up, finds 1, finds 2, pushing his way up through luggage. They had no idea he was there. Again, the drone's low. They don't have this information on the flanks, and it's coming back to bite them. 10 seconds set in, 4 versus 3.
Hyper focus on the push here for the members of DZ has left the roam game completely undealt with here, meaning SANDBOX have complete freedom to play their own game. Hyper's alone. That doesn't mean he's out of the round, though, forcing the issue. The gun 6 things off as he tries every move he can to get those kills, but it's just not enough. SANDBOX closes out the round on the timer, and even they're laughing a little bit about that situation there as we get a bit of a loopy end of the round.
We've seen this in the EU. For those who don't watch, we had a hilarious play back when Uno was still on G2, where he was defusing and Corey had no ammo left. He gets out his gun 6 and shoots. Uno panics and comes off the disable, even though there was no way Corey could kill him. It was hilarious. That one there's a little bit different. That, I think, is him just expecting that he has got a pistol in the back pocket. Didn't want to reload, of course. Was kind of stuck with, well, what can I pull out here? A gun 6, as we know, not really lethal. Not going to do the work for you. But another round, again, I'll really commend SANDBOX for their time wasting, their drone killing, their defensive maneuvering there. Always kind of poking at the sides and reminding DarkZero, hey, we are here, we will happily challenge you, but not doing enough to get themselves taken down too early in the round to see things fall by the wayside. Very good from them. DarkZero are the ones who need to do a bit of work here, because this attacking half, as we all know, a map that is very, very, attacker-leaning, is slowly starting to slip away from them.
Right, so for SANDBOX, a 3-1 lead after that little bit of a bump in the road on the previous round, 2 back. Things are once again back under their control. DarkZero as well continuing to evolve their own operator lineup as they try to find a winning formula. Second player is now taken on Finka, where Canadian was rocking with it before. The Canadian himself has moved over here towards the Ying, as we're going to see the Candelas come in to possibly increase the execute potential for DZ here. They've been focusing a lot on that, which I agree with to a certain extent, because that's been the brightest part of their attacking side so far. But again, still need to gather control on the extended game and other aspects of SANDBOX's game style that unfortunately is coming back to bite DZ inside of those executes.
I don't know if you remember more, and that's what I wanted to ask you about. Do you remember any more grenade kills than the one that Eclipse got from service entrance in towards site when they were on kitchen? Can you think of any more?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Because we haven't seen Jaeger being brought along by SANDBOX. In fact, we've seen him a couple of rounds, sorry. In this round, we're not going to see it. But what we've seen is DarkZero consistently bring at least 4 frags. More often than not, it's been 6. They banned away the Wamai for this style of play, yet to only find 1 frag grenade across 4 rounds so far, 1 nade kill. is abysmal. Like, that's your game plan. You're playing behind the frags and not getting kills from them. There's questions to start asking. This is why I think they've now defaulted to saying, right, we need a bunker bus. We need a big execute. We need the Ying on side. And already, as John's just pointed out to me, they've lost 4 drones inside the first 60 seconds. It's not as bad as it was previously, but they need to keep these alive. They're down to 5, John. It just keeps on bleeding away from them.
Just constantly throwing.
Watch this one die as well now. Ready?
Yeah,
Ready? It's gone. What is that? Why?
I was going to say Nova or someone else should still be holding the barrels position as they were in the previous rounds, so that is once again just going to be one thrown in there. I can somewhat understand why they're willing to constantly throw it in, because that is an evolving defense that at SANDBOX have positioned back there. Here comes the execute though as the Candelas are getting ready to throw it in. Envy Taylor is going to have one thrown right into his face. He has to fall back into the depths of the bathroom and hope he can remain safe, but it's not going to be the case. HXD, he's ready to move out, but no, Panba has the position behind the Lambo, and he takes out HXD instead. DarkZero are maintaining, and now they're bringing out the smokes and the rest of these Candelas to push onto the site. Nova as well can't maintain as he overpeaks the window, and NJR takes him out from there as well. This is a beautiful execute from DZ, in fact a flawless one, as they take a second round.
Finally, we see it come together. And I was going to say before it all kicked off, this round, I don't actually hate them losing drones as much as the prior, because their win condition was the Ying. Those Candelas, those smokes to get a plant down, that was the go-to game plan. So if you need all that extra information that you don't mind losing drones for through service, okay, you'll take it. You'd still rather have those drones alive, but if your single point of push is service entrance, that's not a problem. But I like how the Candelas forced these members of SANDBOX to kind of panic and move a little bit. The lobby player was sort of skittish and had to get moving. The kitchen player ran straight into the line of sight from the kitchen window out of panic of being Candela'd. It was very, very smart, and I thought it was a really good shout coming out from DarkZero to bring that. The problem is it doesn't normally work more than once. Teams start to figure it out, and it feels here with the changeover to Blue Bar and Sunrise, that's exactly what SANDBOX are anticipating. The Pulse being brought along as a 6th pick could be explosive.
The good news is DZ's not going to become over-reliant on this Ying execute. It's already been swapped back out as Canadian's gone to another new operator here. I think he's been...
I mean, what could... if 4 nades won't do it, you bring 6. If 6 won't do it, you bring 8.
So he's going to jump onto the Yana now and see if he can make the difference from there. I think for him, that's like the 4th up, if not 5th, that he's tried to play for himself this half here. I've been keeping the closest track on it, but he's definitely been moving around the rotation on that. As there's been quite a bit of flex being played out by him so far inside of this half as DZ continue to look for opportunities to take the lead away. They just may do it as well. They can pull off this one final attack here in the double bars. They'll tie us up at 3-3 at halftime.
Again, those 8 nades, they need to get kills with them. You cannot keep on bringing along this many explosives and not finding kills. There are 3 ADSs on side. There are 3 flashbangs. It's almost like they've done the math and calculated, hey, we can burn through these, and then you've got to worry about the Gon 6s coming in too. Like, there is no excuse to not be finding kills with these nade kills. I'm aware that at the minute, trying to nade people through the floor puts them down to a... Oh, are you kidding me? Welcome to APAC, friends.
I knew he had the shotgun for a reason, and I was like, what's this going to lead to? Well, we got our answer very quickly as he's able to hold a tight angle on the corner right next to the window, obviously spots the immobile NJR and makes a quick assumption. He's probably on cams. He's right, leaps out, 2 pumps from the shotty, and he's got him down. 1 more pump to get him back in the building, and he's safe as well. So that's actually a really smart move coming out there from Static to make that opening kill happen.
I can't remember if it was SANDBOX, obviously formerly known as Cloud9, or if it was a different APAC team. I want to say it was FaZe, who brought along 3 shotguns on this map to do stuff just like that. That window's been jumped out on so much in APAC North, and I'm amazed they've tried to pull it out at a major, and it's actually worked. I mean, admittedly, when is an NA team ever going to expect someone to come flying out of that window? They're only C4 on Static, connects onto the right man, brings down Hyper. They are matched on frag grenade or explosive kills so far in terms of what the frag grenades have done versus what C4s have done. That's crazy. Shild, surely dead to rights. How does he get out with 2 grenades dancing around him and a man on the window? I will never know.
The cross is just not there at the moment for DZ, unfortunately. He's Canadian, the only one putting pressure on this spot and still focused on throwing out that second nade when the cross is made, so not able to finish off Shael when he goes for that dash as he made a massive gamble and assuming there wouldn't be a second player with Overwatch. And thankfully for him, he was correct. SANDBOX continue to maintain a very strong advantage in this round with over a minute remaining for DarkZero to play, and that's really the only benefit DZ has to play at this point, is away from that, they are locked into a 2v5 with just Canadian and Eclipse left in the fight. Eclipse starts us off well, though, from this 2v5 by finding the clean kill against Nova. Barely any damage being reciprocated onto him, and as well, still quite a few drones to be thrown out here for the two remaining players to get intel onto what the site setup looks like, such as that bar player being spotted out right there. Canadian as well, with a slight top-down angle. You're going to see a yellow ping going on towards the bar player. Just can't necessarily find it, and in fact, he nearly gets some pellets shot back at him, so has to back away and reset things once again.
Static can see everything. He can pull out that cardiac sensor, he can tell them exactly where these players are pushing from, and all they need to know is when he makes the call, you go for the swing. You can see how passive they're being right now. He's expecting one to come in. Eclipse taking a pump full to the face, but not yet going down. About 20 HP to his name. One more blast will be all it takes for this man to be taken out. Shyle trying to contest his way up. Cool vibes. They've got the right idea. Eclipse goes down to the pump. It's a 2-pump coming in for the Pulse, and Envy to close things out. It's another victorious round coming in for SANDBOX. 4-2 at the half, and DarkZero, they've got some work to do, John.
Also some great adjustment there coming in from SANDBOX, previously adjusting from the hold they did back on their first defense over at the double bar, where they tried to do it somewhat more horizontally, had the Oryx upstairs that was picked initially, and then from that point forward, there was way too little. Yeah, great play once again. Look how smoothly it's done as well. No problems hopping back in. Even as a player inside of the pool door, watching in case there was another one up by hookah stairs that tried to take him out on the rotate in through the window. So pretty much every facet of that aggressive play was covered by SANDBOX. Really great stuff for them.
It's a small thing where if you know a player is sat there as well, like stick someone on the hookah door and it's still closed up, get them on the right side and just have them open it out as the player goes to run. He either dies to nades or he dies to you holding the angle. Like SANDBOX yesterday, Team 1 proved that they can be punished on this map. When they go for these rotates back to site, when they're forced to run out of positions, they had some beautiful crossfires. I explained to you the one when Shyle was sat against the single reinforced wall in kitchen. They had one on service entrance door, one on the kitchen window, and as soon as he was forced to move by a buck from above, he ran into 2 crossfires and died immediately. I'm just not seeing DarkZero pull out that same style of play where the teamship is there. It's almost like the right ideas exist, but the execution is just not followed by DarkZero. And this is the kind of things that you guys have seen in NAL over the last few weeks, is good ideas, just needs a lot of refinement and time to really get them right and capture the little nitty-gritty details.
As we saw with those more aggressive executes where they're willing to kind of throw drones away, and to explain a reason why DarkZero was perfectly comfortable doing that, it's because a lot of those attacks they would lead into when they were being so haphazard with their drones, these were like all-in pushes, where if something went wrong, it would have led to the loss of the round, so it wasn't a big deal for them to potentially waste out the drones there because they weren't going to find much use out of them should the push fail anyway. Great positioning from Shyle here. Gets the door open, knew there was going to be a player behind the bar. You could see the preset drone here to get that intel, and immediately shuts him down on the peak. Canadian wants revenge, but will he be able to get it as Static is coming in for a fight?
Static taking a bit of damage, but look how aggressive he's going here as well. Gets the down onto Canadian. Drones are blinking red everywhere as information is shared for both teams here. One down on either side. It's basically a 4 versus 2. Nova being brought back to his feet. Canadian might not have much the same joy. NJR from above, able to provide a little bit of cover. Has got smoke canisters on side also to cover himself if so required. One on the downstairs, one pushing the way up onto the hookah balcony. As it stands, this feels like another SANDBOX round.
See Shyle keeping close eyes on Canadian to make sure no one was able to sneak up and revive him. Certainly not going to be the case, especially with Static being as close as he was. Static, feeling this situation's a little bit too hot, is going to back outside just to be safe, and a safe move indeed that will be, as only NJR and Hyper will be left alive, and it's really only going to be NJR positioned on the site itself. Hyper still needing to rotate back over as he's trying to cover off a potential Aqua push, should we see the members of SANDBOX try to overcomplicate this play and work themselves over towards that. They're actually probably going to do that as well. That shouldn't be the immediate loss for them, however, as once again, they've been very good at watching their side flanks, so they just have to try and catch Hyper in the process.
That's it. I mean, they've got a minute and a half to play with. You've got so many drones out in the field, 6 feet precise, 2 still in back pocket. Use this time to collect the information that you need, and they were just ready. Again, APAC know this play style. It is all they've known for the last 2 or 3 years. You are not going to surprise them. Pop a pump out the ready, finds MB Taylor. It's at least one coming back in, but NGR has been in a 1vx a few too many times this game. He hasn't won one yet, and I don't see this being being the one that starts it out. Finds himself with his second smoke canister coming out, connecting onto a wall, challenging from big window, and the members of SANDBOX have scattered to the high winds. They want nothing to do with this. They're happy to let him run around and try and pull this round back, but it's going to be 5-2 to the APAC team.
The air jab just reconfirms that he's still on the inside of Hookah and hasn't tried the transition yet, so still keeping good pacing on it here for SANDBOX. You can see SANDBOX not worried about this position at all, as they've got the cutoff. Static moving from the rappel over towards the ruins to make sure things wouldn't go awry if he was able to sneak forward and take out the players on site. It's a swift shutdown from SANDBOX as they push ever further towards victory here, just a few rounds away from getting it done now.
They are very, very close at this point, and you don't really see the momentum working anywhere in DarkZero's favor. Look at the difference that you saw in that round compared to some of DarkZero's attacks, where we were constantly stressing about the droning issues they had. The SANDBOX pausing, staying on drones, having 8 of them still alive later in the round is just again to show that they are being a lot more careful with how they're approaching this, a lot more steady. And I think I touched on this yesterday for Dan Wonkia in their game against FURIA as the last one that ended the day. I said the thing that makes these APAC teams so hard to deal with is they can go from a crawl to a sprint at the click of a finger. It's unbelievable how fast they can change their pace, whereas other teams are then still stuck in first gear and trying to get started, and the round is basically then done. They can just deal and adapt so well because of the craziness they've gotten used to, and although it hasn't yet resulted in a big top 4 finish at a major, for example, you just know it's slowly starting to bubble underneath the surface.
Absolutely the case here as APAC continues to get further and further, or closer and closer, I should say, towards that international title that they've looked for so long. And I'll be honest, this may be the event where we finally get it or get very close to it at a minimum. But there's another region as well that's been competing quite closely with them and already excelling so far this year, and that's LATAM. It's probably going to be the biggest challenge for them as we start to see some of these APAC teams qualify out from the group stage. For NA, however, we're just looking for one team to make it through at this point. It's not looking like it's going to be DC with the way that the play has gone from the first day and this first match. This is the better side expectedly for DZ as well here on the defense. So we would hope for them to be able to rebound with such a closer scoreline at 5-2. It's certainly palatable, but that first round does not give me the best confidence about what we're going to see. However, now they'll go back to Hookah Billiards, try things again by switching out over towards Elysian to see if the trap operator will potentially boost the proficiency here for DZ.
Absolutely, there is... I mean, the thing is, the issue in that last round wasn't like slowing SANDBOX down, it was just not taking aggressive challenges onto them early in the round. Again, you're against a region or a team from the region that knows how to deal with this style of play. You are not going to be able to surprise them with this level of aggression. It might work once or twice, it's definitely not going to stick. So I'd like to see DarkZero kind of go back to what makes them stronger, what makes, you know, almost NA as a style as a region of being quite calculated in their play, very strategic, set up your crossfires, dig in deep, really make SANDBOX sweat to get control in the same way SANDBOX did in the earlier round. Think back to the one where it took DarkZero 2 minutes to get any control of Vars or inside a Hookah, for example. That's the sort of stuff I'd really like to see DZ do, because where some APAC teams do fall down is when it comes to the more coordinated, structured play, finishing a checklist, for example, they can get tripped up, and that's where I think DarkZero will find success.
So DarkZero starting to get pushed towards the end of this match here now. SANDBOX get one more round. They'll be on the brink of match point to try and shut things down for themselves here and secure another 3-point boost for themselves in the overall group rankings. SANDBOX will be once again sitting in a very comfortable position, already in second at this point, looking to move themselves up from there if they get the additional points from this match. HXD, though, going to be moving in with a few of these teammates. We did see the wall left soft in VIP, so it'll be very easy for them to move in and take that control initially, supported, of course, by teammates such as the Lion, being played by Shael. They'll hop in here once again. Focus on the drone work for these first few moments. They don't know exactly what DarkZero has to work with, but they're going to spot at least one of them, the Legion, roaming around downstairs towards security. So someone from SANDBOX more than likely will put Overwatch on the main stairs to make sure that doesn't become a problem for them.
Absolutely, starting the way out nice and slow here. I spoke about that adaptation in pace they're very happy to employ, and Eclipse for the second round as well, both defensives, is bringing along the Warden. I think out of fear of smoke-based play, maybe some flashes coming flying in, we have yet to, of course, see the Ying coming out of SANDBOX, so I can't imagine it's anticipation of that being a thing. It's more just not wanting to get yourself spammed out by flashes, given there are so many on the side of SANDBOX. I believe 9 is what they brought along here, so lots to worry about a potential flash spam coming through. I understand it, and hopefully it works out.
Alright, so SANDBOX again with that initial control to work off of here, still trying to move it forward, and the next thing they'll be taking control of is going to be Aqua. So trying to be cautious, of course, of any aggressive swings that we could get from the DZ side of things as they work their way in here. And Nitro is deployed, I think, just under the Lion at this point, played by Shael. So that's going going to be dangerous for him if he's not trying to move away from this at some point soon. Eclipse does take some heat towards the site, however, as SANDBOX is already in position to execute towards as that Nitro's going to go off, it looks like, but way too far away. And we're focused on the site execute anyway, as these members of SANDBOX are now, for the time being, worried about trying to bleed out the extra time remaining on the Toxic Bait. They actually find a spot where Nova can sneak through and not be affected by it. Beautiful work from him, but no! We are going to see a headshot snuck in, less than a second remaining on that plant timer as well. That's a huge loss for SANDBOX, and someone needs to move in quickly to try and make up for it.
They've got time. There's 45 seconds to play with here. It was a very early plant in a slightly alternative spot as well that almost worked out wonderfully for them. Hyper holding the tight angle here, daring the man to come pushing in. I hope to God they know he's here. They should know about this. And Static finds another. One comes through and he swings it. How on earth has he got away with that? Pamba in a 1 versus 3, but they've got more than enough time to play with here. No C4 on side, no denial coming in onto the default plant spot. Flashed out, trapped inside VIP. SANDBOX are looking set for match point. What a round from SANDBOX.
Great stuff, taking that immediate control over towards the VIP area and extending that once again towards Theater as well, immediately fending off any of the aggressive rotates we could have gotten from DZ, forcing them into just a standard hold against an Aqua execute as SANDBOX would transition their control over to that part of the map as well. This is done so early that, as we mentioned, despite the initial attempt to plant failing, they have no problem whatsoever sending a second player in there to reattempt it and to clean up the rest of the resistance that was present for DZ. SANDBOX are in full control of this matchup right now. And it's going to take a heroic effort out of all of DZ to try and bring this back with 4 rounds in a row needed just to trigger OT and guarantee at least 1 point for DZ out of this match.
That's the 1 round. They take away the Warden. In comes the Ying. This is what they were fearful of very clearly. And it's the same site in which DarkZero employed it on in their attacks. So maybe you're going to see the same sort of thing from SANDBOX. They'll commit quite heavily towards the service side of things. Again, a small thing I really want to highlight and keep a close eye on is the drone count as this progresses. DarkZero on both of their attacks inside 60 seconds have been down to 2 or 3 drones remaining. Now, SANDBOX have already lost 1. I'm keeping a very close eye on it, and I mean it when I say that. I'm just keen to see how big their information game sits when they come round to executing with that Ying, because that could be the big difference maker that really shows you the stark contrast right now between the form of these two teams.
It's going to be one of the more wild sites when it comes to how DZ will more than likely spread their players out across the map, so a lot of things for SANDBOX to try and control over before they can feel confident enough to sneak into the site. This will be a nice preset drone, though, if it's not noticed. And I'm going to be honest, I doubt that'll get noticed by DZ hiding up inside of the bar there, so should get a great amount of intel about the aggression that could be swung out from the hookah side if that is going to be in the control play here for SANDBOX.
So you're starting off on this east side here again. Early peaks always being shown out here by the side of DarkZero. They are very keen to match the aggression, and I will commend them for that as well, to be fair. Yesterday we criticised a few teams who were very scared of getting out in the map and looking to meet the attackers. They'd sit back on site and go, okay, we poke a little bit of drones coming towards us, but we don't go much further than that. At least here DarkZero are willing to commit and get out and stay confident. We said the same thing about Down 1 Kia yesterday. Even though they lost a few rounds, they were being very confident, and at least that is still kind of there for DarkZero. Again, it's just the actual execution doesn't go the way they need.
So slow start here for SANDBOX as they're taking their time to build up intel. NV Taylor as well as Nova committed onto drones right now to try to drip feed that intel over. While once again, they take full theater control for themselves. Shael being the leading player, leading that charge forward and transitioning it towards 90 as well. Quick work on the default cam that he shoots out there. As well, we'll have no problem following this through. This drone actually not going to be able to spot out Hyper, but keep in mind, I believe they still have that preset sitting up in the bar, which is not active at that point, but they'll still be aware of the presence from Cool Vibes rotating back down, meaning they've got less to deal with as they transition over towards that area if they're going to try to push into it.
Absolutely. Slow and steady wins the race, it feels like, for SANDBOX in some cases. We're down to that 90-second mark in the round, and to be fair, they have chewed through pretty much all their drones here. Only 4 remaining, which makes me feel nervous for them. Now down to 3. So DarkZero doing a great job in holding this kind of line that you can see working diagonally left up the map, where Hyper's inside a kitchen, Eclipse in the hallway, 1 inside of lobby. They're just setting up a defensive line here to keep them at bay constantly, and it's given SANDBOX no ability to control any part of the map. Really good by DarkZero so far, with Canadian starting with an opening kill outside in towards the Ferrari area. Great first starting point, and in comes SANDBOX. This could go horribly wrong.
Nova's going to be leading it as well here, trying to force the issue on the planet. It just does not work out in any aspect. Canadian still has the cutoff. Panda as well, starting to punish these players as they begin to move in as HXD falls next. Envy was ready to make a push from the window, but is no longer going to be the case. He needs to support the main play now, as Shael has successfully snuck in through the service door, but has pretty much no real estate to actually play with at this point, which is why he needs the support from Envy Taylor, who's going to move in, assist with this play here. Shael will focus on watching the flank that could come in from the service door as well. We're going to see an E1D used to get these players out of here and allow them to rotate over towards the front door. Well, they'll try to make a reinsertion, but again, DarkZero has this covered. At least 2 players in the neighborhood, Panda being one of them, and oh no! Shael accidentally knocking out Envy while he had an angle onto Eclipse, leaving just him in this fight now. Sub 15 seconds as well, so DarkZero really in full control and looking safe to pick up a 3rd round.
Yes, much better round out of DarkZero. Great defense coming in and remaining stalwart. The confidence is there. Canadian doing the work. And for the first time, I feel it's fair to say against SANDBOX, that wasn't a great round. To attack into service and entrance these days, you really need to make sure you have control of lobby. Throughout EUL, the one thing I've really celebrated is with the changes to that site, where you can't plant just inside the doorway, you actually have to move into service to get the plant off. You can hold these long angles from towards security or lobby and just shoot through the triple wall that's reinforced on the south side of service. That's what Canadian was playing, that's what Eclipse was playing, and there was one attempt from SANDBOX to clear that area out, and as soon as Canadian got the kill outside the front door, it was like, we don't need it. And it's like, no, you do need it. You can't just Hail Mary this and hope for the best unless your smokes are perfectly placed. But that was just kind of a panic round for me for SANDBOX. A good round by DarkZero, held their ground, took the gunfights, and have finally got themselves on the board, at least in this half.
SANDBOX not paying nearly enough respect to those off-site presence players such as Canadian hiding out back and towards the lobby, and a few others that were supporting him as well. So SANDBOX, I do appreciate, though, the immediate tactical pause. It's more than likely the coach notices that lack of respect, is coming in here to chime in with his thoughts to try and quickly correct that. Because other than that round, like you said, things have been looking pretty flawless for SANDBOX throughout the course of this game here. We've been playing it out very, very well, and the rounds that have been lost have mainly been due to the successes of DarkZero.
It's just like one round, right? And I think in their mind, again, the coach, like you say, is probably stepping in and going, right, boys, look, we've got 3 rounds to get this right. We know that means 3 potential site rotations. We know we can make one work. Remember the fundamentals, the things that got us to where we are. Let's get this next one right. Let's not drag this out and start letting nerves creep up on us, because for them, this would be an incredible win if they can get this out over DarkZero and, again, further elevate themselves up through this group and start pushing for that 1st and 2nd position.
Pretty much going to be able to attain at least the 2nd position. As you can see from our live ranking there at the top right, things will be looking good for them if they end up coming out on top. And keep in mind, teams want to try and close these maps out inside of regulation, because they'll get an additional point by doing so. If they allow their opponents to chase the scoreline up into OT, they'll lose that extra point and only be able to gain 2 from the win, and their opponents will get 1. That's kind of a commiseration prize for at least making it to OT.
I was looking down the group standings just now, actually, and also on the other stream. I know you're not a fan of spoilers, but I'm going to say it. So you've got 3 seconds to mute the stream if you don't want to hear the scores of the other game. At the minute, it's currently sat at 5-3, I believe it is, or maybe 5-4. I think it's 5-3 to Team Vitality. They are starting to fight their way back in after being down 5-1 to Team 1 on Chalet. So there's a little bit of a scrap going on there. For SANDBOX in this game, if they win this one and Vitality go on to win theirs in regulation, both of them would be on 6 points. Team 1 potentially then pulled into a scrap where you've got 3 teams on 6 points. DarkZero naturally still stay at the bottom on 0, and it becomes a 3-horse race to who gets those top 2 spots. And it will come down to the next 3 games in this group that will take place, of course, over the next couple of days.
So for DarkZero here, it's do or die time as they look to try and maintain their presence once again against SANDBOX here. SANDBOX taking a very slow start to this round, as well as you would generally expect, given the way that that last round broke down here. Much different site being played this time by DarkZero as well, as they're going to be up inside of Theater, more than likely with that extended hold going out into the hallway that has become the mainstay for most North American teams and quite a few teams globally as well. SANDBOX realize this, and they're going to try to put the early pressure onto Hookah Billiards and work their way down that hallway to possibly directly pressure it. That could extend also into VIP, but for the time being, the wall is safe and secure, meaning that DarkZero are going to be able to continue using that spot.
I do love this hold. The one thing I'm slightly nervous of is that that single wall going into VIP hasn't been reinforced off, because when you lose control of this room, they can just start pacing down kind of past the shield, and the shield that's on 90 isn't as effective. So the wall currently between NGR and Pamba is the one that I'm thinking should really look to be reinforced off. Great shot by Canadian on the Echo as well. Not normally the operator you look at taking entry fights, but in this case, getting a crucial kill. And what a game for Canadian, by the way. 7 kills, the highest on the team. I can't think of a time I've said that before.
Overall, this has been a massive overall contribution from Canadian. since he joined up through DZ. There's been quite a few games, actually, where he's been kind of the shining star in the individual stats department, and the rest of the team has fallen a little bit short. It's kind of a weird thing we've seen happening from time to time. I do want to call NJR as well, as he's been having a very consistent performance throughout this tournament. And while, again, DarkZero has struggled quite a bit, when clutches happen, it's almost always been NJR here that's brought it to the table, as once again, he's continuing to form his own legacy. Started things out last year, and now looking to continue building that once again as he's joined up with DZ. And see Static in the meanwhile here, continuing to look for a path to get himself up to the second floor, begin putting pressure on the other side. His opponents know he's here though, and Static doesn't seem to be ready for the challenge as Eclipse just walks right out and takes the duel. Gets a bit too greedy though, as HXD will be able to refrag him, taking Eclipse out of this picture, but still an advantage for DarkZero as things go down to a 4v3.
There's no way that Harper or Static there expected him to come pushing, but it's good that Harper was nearby to go for the fight back. Hyper finding yet another, and Shyle has got some work to do along with Harper. They know that one's inside VIP. No, they're not able to find his man. Sees the head and finds him first. A 2 versus 3. Sees the third, but can't quite find Bambazoo, who tucks in tight. Now wants to try and run this clock down. Shyle, what a shot to come into a 2K. It's a 2 versus 2. Hyper and Nadian, all that keeps DarkZero in this game as another EE1D rings out. Great side angle being held by Canadian, and now it's a 1 versus 2 for Shyle. Should be able to get the closeout. Nadian with a massive 3K. Keeps DarkZero alive. 2 more rounds, boys.
1.5 times sight, I swear, it gives people a huge buff here as Canadian is able to work it beautifully inside of Echo. Once again, shutting down this situation first with that aggressive kill over towards the big window repel, and those final 2 at the end to seal the deal as well. Great cutoff established by him. Great round played out once more by DZ, and they are holding on here. They've made themselves to the halfway point. Need to pick up 2 more rounds here to try and trigger OT. They'll at minimum guarantee the 1 point from this match, 2 of course, if they can outright get the victory with those 2 additional rounds that'll be needed. For SANDBOX, things are starting to slip away, but they as well only lost half the round. There's still these 2 additional opportunities to shut things down. And in addition to that, we've started to unlock the sites they've already won for themselves as they can now go back into hookah and billiards. Things are going to get a bit more dangerous for DZ as a result of that.
Yeah, this is that full rotation being finished now, essentially, right? They've gone through 2 rounds, which DarkZero have come out on top. And this is what the coach would have said. Look, they've got to play through 3 sites here. They've got to do a full rotation if they can take us through to OT. We've only got to get 1 right. And the last round was much closer than the prior one. This is where you feel if there is going to be a win for SANDBOX that gets them over the finish line and ends this game, it's going to be this site. Eclipse back on the Warden as per that 1 round that he didn't bring. It was when we saw the Ying come out. Clearly DarkZero a little bit nervous that SANDBOX might just go for a Hail Mary, bring the Ying and go for a full-on execute. So I like that patience and kind of control is being shown by the side of DZ, not being too aggressive in their picks. Hopefully this works out well for them, and I'm confident with how this site has played out previously, they could do pretty well here.
So let's see if indeed that will be the case for our SANDBOX roster as they try to breach through the DarkZero setup yet again. DarkZero, though, has been finding their footing, specifically on different sites, though, such as over towards Service and inside of Theater, where we saw those last 2 rounds get picked up for themselves. SANDBOX going to put the early pressure once again just onto some of these barricades that are set up here, as they do have a couple presets to work off of themselves. I'm not sure if they're going to be actual as of yet, but it's Canadian that goes for the wild swing again at the beginning of the round towards the kitchen window, and will be caught this time by Static.
Saw him on the drone as well. That's all they need. A little bit of information goes a long way. It is invaluable. That's why I stress about drones so much. Static charging his way in, almost dying out to the hatch. I spoke about information. It almost didn't matter, but Static finding Eclipse at the bottom of Cool Vibe. So much control being lost by DarkZero here so early on. This ground floor is now clear, and SANDBOX can take all the ground they need. Grenades from below surely won't find the man above, but the shield can surely be taken away. Absolutely not. Both player and shield still intact.
The amount of pressure coming from just Static alone right now is impressive, to say the least here. The 2 kills he's picked up for themselves. NV Taylor with a great cutoff by the Lambo doorway. Finishes off Panbu as well, taking him out of this fight and leaving DZ with only 2 players standing to try and clutch things out and keep their chances of picking up points from this game alive. NJR also taking lots of heat from the inside of Aqua here, as he's going down to about 1/3 of his overall health pool.
Aqua's going to be their focus. Aqua and Luggage is the play. There's 1 on the rappel. They have no idea as to what's going on. They saw the drone come up and hoped to try and go for a bait, but it simply wasn't to be the play. Let's see what we can do here then. 1 scattering out slightly more, dropping down into the courtyard. The other 1 pushing back in towards site. Hookah could be the play. They're just not quite aware at this time of exactly where it's coming from. Interesting smoke on the outside to try and stop the retreat coming through. Will give away NGR's position. And this is where SANDBOX, they pull the trigger in a 4 versus 2. This could be done.
Hyper, a good first response here. He's able to take out Shael, makes the numbers a lot more palatable to play with here. Talks Toxic Babe as well blocks off the hookah access here. That's going to bleed out more time. Not nearly enough, however, is the big problem. We still have over a minute remaining, under now, of course, and NJR only with one of those gas grenades remaining to block off another access point.
I'm kind of confused as to why they've got this information here. They've got a drone in the back pocket of Envy, and he's still got a drone left alive, yet he isn't on the drone. Like, your team need this information. They're not quite sure of where to push. Static finds himself another kill. There's one more remaining, and 40 seconds to play. NJR, is it time to finally clutch one of these? 1v3, sees the man at long angle, but can't quite find him. Both down to a slither of HP. Takes the angle, but no! Nova wins it out. SANDBOX hand DarkZero their third defeat and move themselves to tied first place.
NJR coming so close to that clutch. We talked about him earlier being the hero for this team, but they're just asking too much of him at this point. DarkZero drop another game. SANDBOX and APAC continue to excel here at the Rainbow Six Sweden Major as they take another victory, pushing them upwards into a guaranteed second place at a minimum for the time being here, as that will move them out of the groups if they can maintain it going towards the end, as they still have their games both tomorrow as well as today. That'll do it for us for right now. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll break this game down.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this fourth episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the desk to break down that riveting match we just saw there between SANDBOX Gaming and DarkZero. NA, unfortunately, continuing to fail here at the Major as DarkZero has handed their third loss. Meanwhile, APAC continuing to excel, specifically SANDBOX as well as Damwon Gaming, really kicking some butt here inside of the first day and a half that they played out.
It's crazy to say that NA has won 1 in 10 games so far. 1 in 10! That's crazy, and no one could have predicted that coming into this competition, but that's the way the stakes have fell. We'll focus, of course, on the game that we have just seen come through. It looked for a couple of rounds like DarkZero were fighting back in the second half. They got those 2 rounds rolling. It was like, okay, Canadians popping off. And then it's just the small things. For me, Intel, again, was the big thing in this game. We saw the lack of drones on attacks for DarkZero in several cases. Canadian in that final round being the opening death thanks to information. You cannot stress how important and how valuable drones are, and this game really showed that.
Also important to note here, DarkZero showing us some interesting things on their attack, almost a completely different style than what we have seen in the past. But the big question that I would ask after seeing that is this really the place you want to be testing that out at? Unfortunately, they don't really have a choice, because as I've talked about many times here on the desk and in DZ's other games, is that the attack is easily the weakest part of DZ's game right now, especially in early and mid-round aspects. They're trying to add more aggression to try and push themselves to that late round state where where they do often take control a little bit more quickly. Unfortunately, it's leading to them ignoring extended plays, as you're saying as well. The drones are being wasted far too quickly in quite a few scenarios, and it's leading to issues. I think it's very interesting. I think we're definitely going to see more out of it later on in the tournament, but again, this is not really the place you want to be trying to experiment like that.
It's incomplete. I said it during the game as well, right? Right idea, you can see what they're trying to do, but it's just missing a few things, like crossfires being held. And again, you compare that to how SANDBOX faced off against Team 1 yesterday. Team 1 had them on lockdown. They were trying to get away with these cheeky, run away from I'm trapped, I run, and I get away alive. In this game, against Team 1, they died doing exactly that. And it was more seen from SANDBOX on their side how many kills they were capturing as DarkZero were trying to move around, that I was like, this is totally different to yesterday. And I can't stress enough again, grenades. When I was banned away by DarkZero, they wanted to play this nade-based game. One round they even brought 8 grenades. Yeah, I'm sure we only saw 1 or 2 frag grenade kills. I know definitely of 1. I don't know if there was a second. It's unbelievable that we bring in probably a total across the rounds, assume 6 per round, 36 to 40 nades, and you get 1 nade kill. That can't be allowed. That cannot be allowed when you're banning away with my.
Definitely not the case here. Another issue that we saw coming out from DarkZero as well, from an individual basis. Who was there to perform inside of the clutch scenarios? We saw Canadian in a couple instances. NJR for sure. NJR, especially that final round there, we saw him stepping up. But who else besides that? Where's the performance coming in from Hyper and some of the other members that we're used to seeing step up in a big way? They're just not present right now. And I think in a moment when we get the stats up on screen, hey, thank you, production. That's perfectly timed here. We're going to see that. Even though, again, we've got Canadian as well as NJR leading. And we've got, to be fair, Hyper, Panbo, and Eclipse relatively close on stats. For me personally, I'm just not seeing the impact from those other 3 players right now.
This is it, right? A number can tell you only so much. If you go and look at a game where someone dropped 15 kills, is that 5 aces, or is it 1 or 2 kills per round scattered throughout the game, right? You don't always get the full picture, so although the kills don't look terrible there, you look across towards, say, cost, and suddenly things don't look so rosy. On the other side, MV Taylor getting up there, but the player I really have to celebrate is Static. I said at the start of this game when the rosters came up, he's one of their entry players playing a lot of Iana, and he's struggling to make an impact. In this game, he was felt so often. 2Ks and 3Ks galore, it felt like. 12 and 6, a brilliant way to get yourself on the board.
You can even see there as well, on the entry power, on the aggressive game, it wasn't totally a terrible match for DZ as they actually matched the entry statistics on their top player. Both Static and Canadian having a 3-2 record there. So DZ has the game understood here on the attacking side in quite a few aspects. It's just getting that full picture together where they're still lacking. That's leading to so many losses here at the major. As you were saying, it's probably going to take a few more months for this team to try and get themselves together as they lead towards SI as well, as it's just not looking like a good tournament for them. Keep in mind, though, again, only about halfway through the group, so depending on how the remainder of their games go, as well as how their opponents continue to play, there is still that chance for them to hopefully try and rebound here towards the tail end of the groups. They're not fully eliminated just as of yet here. With that said, though, in a moment here, we're going to go ahead and get the groups up on the screen, see where exactly DarkZero, as well as SANDBOX, now sit on the inside of this group. And it is going to actually leave SANDBOX in 3rd place in a 3-way tie with Team 1 and Vitality. DarkZero far at the bottom.
Head-to-heads are going to be everything, and we spoke about this outcome. We said if Vitality can come back, then it would be a 3-way tie. That's exactly what we've got with 3 games still to play, which is when I think about it for DarkZero, I think their major's already done and dusted here. They've played half their games. They have not got a single point. For them to be able to fight back and get top 2 here, well, Vitality and Team 1, for example, have to beat SANDBOX to stay in those first 2 spots. That means DarkZero need to win all 3 games, have round advantage, and have the head-to-heads. I simply do not see that happening at this point. It is not like mathematically impossible, but it is very close to being that.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. It's certainly looking rough, to say the least, and like you said, while it's not a mathematical impossibility, it's somewhat of a logical one. So we'll have to hope, for DarkZero's sake, that some of these other teams, such as Team 1 and Vitality, maybe even SANDBOX, falter off in the final play here today, as well as tomorrow, as they try to look for a chance to rebound. We can see over there in Group A as well, just a quick update on that. Still a leading position for Rogue now after their recent victory. FaZe Clan still in a good position with 6 points, 2 ahead of the Chiefs, who gained 3 for their victory over Oxygen, who still sits with 1 at this point.
As we said, it's not a good time to be an NA fan, an NA player, an NA caster at this point, John. Things are looking miserable. 1 in 10 games, there is work to do. We are now at that stage where after the next 2 games, we are officially halfway through the group stage. If you're still sat at the bottom with no wins, there's a fair chance you're not going to find a win in the second half of today. That only leaves tomorrow to recover things, and by then it's too late. Teams have got too many points. They're in that 1st and 2nd place secure. We need to see NA teams win in these next 2 games. Otherwise, It's miserable.
Well, we're going to be finding out soon as Space Station is up next. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll have that game coming up in just a few minutes.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
our days are getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending is not in our cards at all. Make a change, forget I wait for nothing, till death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me, so I'll say what you want me to make you believe, mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Yeah. never need for us to pretend when there was nothing beyond the confines of our skin. I know the fallow won't die in the end. There was nothing but time in us for our life to begin. We always were ourselves, there was no need for us to pretend. There was no need for reaching beyond the confines of our skin. What's left is memories, and the rest will die in the end. Can you feel in your heart
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream here live from the Rainbow Six Major in Sweden, Gävle specifically. It's a beautiful day here in Gävle. A bit rainy now, but we had some very nice snow to start the day off. A nice little winter wonderland, I guess you could say, here in Sweden. But it's turning into a battleground very quickly here with the way some of these matches are going. A really nice one we just saw there was SANDBOX able to take another victory here, this time against DarkZero. And now we move to another group and another matchup with APAC versus NA, as we are going to have DWG Gaming KIA going up against Spacestation Gaming. Hap, how you feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling excited because DWG KIA, of course, you know, they had a bit of a struggle during stage 3, but now they're coming in quite hot, 2-0. But they're going up against Spacestation Gaming, a favorite, one of the three, FaZe, BDS, Spacestation Gaming. I think you could say they have dropped a map, FaZe have dropped a map, BDS haven't yet. Is Spacestation going to be able to bring it back, though? That is the big question.
We'll have to see, as things got off to a bit of a bumpy start against FURIA, going all the way to the final round of OT to settle that map, and unfortunately with a loss going their way. Still in a point from that, though, and then rebounded at the end of yesterday with a victory and the very end of regulation against Empire. Inside of regulation, though, so again, netted them those full 3 points with a 7-5 win. It's looking much, much better. It was Rampy and Bosco that brought the huge performances to the table to facilitate that victory as well, so we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to do the same here today. As there's also some superstars on the side of DWG KIA, specifically Coded, had a really impressive performance to end yesterday's game. The man was a sniper sitting on the far back lines and picking off those players left and right.
Yeah, definitely so. There's more star players on the side of DWG KIA. Just look at Yas, for example. He has been, for the last 2 years, been on top of the table in terms of rating, in terms of kills, in terms of entry. Literally, the man does everything. And with that, of course, he's also always one to watch. During Mexico, maybe not really shined as much as he could because of someone like Rin, actually, who stole the spotlight there. Rin actually not really, you know, on that same level as during Mexico. Said that basically restores the balance of the team a little bit like it's supposed to be.
Yeah, Rin, I think a lot of people were kind of surprised by his playstyle initially in Mexico, again, because this team came in as a bit of an underdog, so maybe teams weren't necessarily expecting such great performance out of it, but it seems since then people have locked onto Rin's playstyle and been able to restrict the more crazy nature of what he's able to bring out from time to time, so we're not seeing as much impact made here in Sweden today. We can go ahead and get those maps up on the screen as well, see where this game is going to be headed towards, as of course we need to decipher that before we can actually start the match. Let's go ahead and see where these two teams will be playing it towards, then we'll just be a couple more seconds away, folks, from getting things started. The pressure is on for both of these teams here, as DWG Gaming as well as Space Station have established good presence inside of this map. We're going to be going back to Clubhouse to decide this one.
Yeah, the thing is, when you hear Clubhouse, many people think of the SSG roam. Of course, it's a couple of iterations ago. It's no longer the same roster, but, you know, they've made their mark on the map, and that's always a little bit, you know, anxious if you then go up there. You're like, okay, they've basically shaped the biggest part of the map, and we're going to take them there right now because they had the final ban. They removed Oregon from the lineup. So DWG KIA, they know what they're doing. I hope so. They have an idea on how to counter Space Station on this map, on SAT map. That's going to be a good game for sure because so far, APAC, they've had a really good day today.
The good news is, as you said, though, the dynasty that was set up on Clubhouse for Space Station, that was the old Space Station. That was Canadian Space Station. While, yes, the core players in a lot of ways are remaining the same, the leadership and the experience coming in from Skies as well is now very, very different in how this team is playing things. It's brought a lot of power to North America, but here on international soil, it's been shaky at best. Time to see if they can prove themselves once again against APAC, or if APAC will continue to reign supreme here in the groups. It's SSG versus DWG Gaming KIA as we go live into the bands for Clubhouse.
And there's often a couple of ways to go about it. Often we do see some hard breach denial to come through in these bans. For example, a Hibana due to the amount of hatches, or a Thatcher indeed to make sure that, you know, whatever you bring to stop these walls and the hatches from being opened up, well, it isn't just a single EMP that gets rid of it. It forces a little bit more of the coordination to come through. And the Hibana does get removed by Space Station. It's a pretty default ban, really, on this map due to the amount of hatch play, but also due to the garage, for example, the angle that gets made towards the window. So basically every single site is hurted because of it.
You have the choice between kind of him and Maverick in a lot of situations. Yeah. Most teams seem to be falling to Hibana in most situations, though, due to the change that was made to her that allows you to customize the X-Cairo. She's become very powerful as a result of that. The defensive bans aren't going to be too surprising. We have got a Valkyrie as well as a Mira pick getting knocked out there, so those fall in line pretty well. What we've been seeing in the meta as of late, and, well, as of a long time. time as well, as those have been trending bans for quite some time. With those out of the way, we'll get into the first round here. It's DWG Gaming starting out on the fence, SSG on the attack in the first site they're going to go to. We'll see in just a moment here. It's going to be a basement start for DWG Gaming.
Especially, Thatcher band, no K band. That means... Yes, exactly. No K band. That means that the Cade will be coming out to defend these hatches. It suddenly becomes a lot harder to get through them. It forces Space Station on their attacks as well right now to bring that Maverick. You really cannot go without a Maverick right now because you literally be handicapping yourself throughout this round. So that's exactly what they're doing. Bosco will bring it. You have a secondary hub breach, of course, in terms of Thermite. Basically primary, but in terms of like the hatches, that will most likely focus on opening up dirt for this site and maybe even a triple wall or maybe one of the hatches that is not blocked.
And then away from that, it's all soft breach being brought to the table here. 3 soft breach operators between Fultz, Hot and Cold, and Rampy. So focusing very heavily on opening up those top-down angles as quickly as possible once they clear out any possible roam game that DWG Gaming may bring to the table. And then, of course, getting to the descent with enough time to properly investigate the setup and properly execute as well. So that's the oftentimes failing point for a lot of attacking teams trying to work their way into the basement. They fail to make the transition from the first floor down to the basement and actually get onto the site.
That's it, right? You need to figure out where the heavy setup is. Is it towards church or is it towards the arsenal? Like, where are most pieces of utility placed? On a map like this, often a lot of the drones get lost on trying to clear out, especially that first floor. As Fultz taking a bit of damage right here. I'm not quite sure. Oh, that's the punch hole that worked out wonders there, but there's still a player inside of Secret Blue or New Blue, however you want to call it. Rin, ready to go for a jump out here, just waiting for a repel set.
This is going to be from the inside of garage storage as well here. Nicely done. Catches up, but no, he gets around the corner and a chance to respond, but it won't happen. Rin escapes with the double punch, hops himself out there to finish off the damage onto Fultz and take the Zofia out of play. The utility missing is not going to be the end of the world here for SSG. Like I said, they bring plenty of additional soft breach operators. The rule is the stuns for a potential execute in the late round. Rin as well, not even done with this fight just yet. He's looking for more challengers outside of the front door, and he may very well get it, as SSG has a couple players in the area.
Yeah, I was here waiting for some help, requesting assistance. There needed to be a rotation so he could safely get out. But look at that, Hot and Cold already inside pool, is trying to sneak through, has just realized that indeed they might have just snuck down. And as the drone is coming in too late, they will not have the visual confirmation of it. So they need to clear out the kitchen. They need to clear out the potential bathroom. And as they do that now, they realize that they have been struck and now need to work with a man down.
You see those Rotero drones be used quite heavily here for SSG once again to clear out any setup, specifically things like barbed wire and what is what's looking for right now. There's actually not going to be a whole lot of that on the inside of the site. Katsang trying to chase this one down, and he does successfully catch it. That's 1 out of 4, to be fair, so not a huge loss for Hot in that situation, as more than anything, didn't really have much to take care of on that path anyway, and was running low on time. We're going to see Skies finish off the work here on the Moto Hatch, just quickly pop that open. Time is starting to get a little bit low for SSG, as they want to speed things up a tad here, as they just use that to get that open. You really only need the 1 Exo to try and get open the church wall for the default on what we normally get out of SSG on this attack anyway.
I'm going to say, though, like, it seems like they're a bit scared of DWG KIA trying to challenge them as they went for the exothermic instead of trying to get it with a complete canister there, because you have the opportunity of opening up 2 hatches if you do it well with that fuel. You see, that one has already been opened up. There's still 2 canisters left for Bosco, so there's some more work he can do. Rampy starts opening up, though. Exothermic will most likely be placed on top of the kitchen hatch as well, so that triple wall, that stays closed. That is quite dangerous, though. That can be shot out easily, but no one in a position to do so.
Was an attempt for impact, I believe, if I heard that correctly. One player did try to chuck one out there, yet it was Woogieman that tried to stop it, but unfortunately was off the mark, so we are going to see that hatch get opened up. Time is getting low, however, SSG need to move in position, and like you said, they are not going to have time here to have Bosco open up that church wall. A frag grenade, however, will handle Coded deeper into the site. That removes the toxic gas grenades from the defense, and what would have been the winning delay that could have stopped this. Case goes down, though, as Skies is spotted through the top-down angle. And where is this push? When is this push going to come out from SSG? At the moment, we're just not seeing it. Finally, Bosco sweeps his way in from blue to try and take control, but immediately him, as well as Hotten, are traded out, closing down the round for DWG KIA.
Good challenge there as well. That hatch, you saw 2 players from DWG. They open up the kitchen hatch. They do not back off. They're like, we know how to gun, because that is a strength of APAC. Their gun skill is incredible, and they decided to know, you know what? The only way you remove us is with those grenades. Otherwise, you're going to have to try and take the gunfights towards us. And they managed to win most of them here. So that is their first round under control. That is their first defensive one as well. And up to round 2 we head. Now, the Cade will become a little bit less effective now, considering there's multiple ways, multiple angles to start dealing with it. A lot more soft flooring, and we're heading towards the CCTV and cash room. The Cade still stays for now, however, but there's a way to counter it from below. Sophia could go from, for example, the main door, and just open up a nice little bit of line of sight and just take it out like that.
Obviously, Maverick again can make an easy work of that as well if they do want to have the Thermite do the actual opening of the hatch. And well, they brought 3 hard breaches now, so really they can open anything up here as they have an abundance of utility. That's going to be potentially like 7 or 8 walls they can open up. Almost everything that DWG Gaming try to reinforce, it's very possible for SSG to take that down. So shouldn't be struggling much in that avenue. Away from that, though, once again, we are going to see soft breach be the main priority. So not a whole lot else, but thankfully there's not a whole lot else to deal with on this approach here. Things like anti-roam and whatnot is generally not going to be required in a situation like this. The setup should work perfectly fine for SSG, as we've been seeing this be the trend for a couple of months now.
Electric Claw used there to make sure that one of those walls will stay closed. Newcomer are being used in that exact same wall though, so they might be trying to reposition 1 or 2 of them. No, it doesn't seem to be the case. You also quickly saw Boogeyman, he didn't do it, but he wanted to place some Newcomer on the actual rafters because the thing is, it didn't used to do that. It didn't used to go downwards. It used to just be a cone upwards, but now it is a sphere that also gets below it. So if you place it in the right position, the default Hibana, for example, that gets used, which you can also do with a Selma, that covers off the window could be mute gemmed as a result. Of course, doesn't happen now. It's Rin, however, to already go down due to a very early opening. Not quite sure how that happened. I thought everything was reinforced off, but Soniqs already opening up with that Selma, so it might have been better if they placed actually that mute gemmer down.
Now Rin unfortunately getting caught there while still expecting to see this pressure come a bit later on in the round. Bosco in the meanwhile making quick work, well, quick as he can work of trying to open up this hatch. You can see DWG Gaming did not want to give him an easy time, so they did Swiss cheese the wall a little bit, which makes it a tad awkward trying to open this bit by bit. It has become the meta here if you have the time to be able to do that to the wall before you reinforce it. Still, just slows things down, just adds 5 to 10 seconds of extra time here to Bosco's clearing routine. It's not going to stop him overall from doing it, but you'll see he did mess this up a little bit, and now has to go back in and risk his own life if someone's watching the angle to try and pop this back open. I'm actually surprised no one's caught him yet, as this is going to be a very dirty opening if he can even get towards it here. They're actually just going to end up throwing a Selma onto it to get the job done, as they can't seem to figure out where that final point is. Rin, however, has found revenge, taking down Rampy after he was down at the beginning of the round.
I like how they just decided to, you know what, never mind. We're just going to use that Selma now. It's taking too much time. It's getting too dangerous. We do not want to lose you. Bosco, you need to stay alive. Boogeyman, however, starting to punch that window, letting himself be known. He's trying to draw the attention of Boltz, who is well aware now that the player is close and around that position. Drones are coming out as Yas picks up a clean headshot onto Hot and Cold. That means that it's a 2-man advantage now for DK.
Rin gonna look to try and get aggressive once again. Messed up the opening a little bit. He's trying to make sure he has his primes that he can hop out without too much problems. Boltz, meanwhile, taking a lot of heat himself from his position as he goes down to around 20 HP. Another player near Rin also going to try to line up another jump out here. So DWG really trying to pile fully in on the aggression. Katsang even taking the kill. A double peek from both of them as Katsang takes it easily. But Boltz and Skies exchange just as fast. They're still going to be behind here, but it's much more palatable now as it's brought to a 2v3. Unfortunately for Boltz, he was already at low HP, so he's now finished off by Yas, and that just leaves Skies inside of this situation. It's going to be the 5-5-6 versus the world here. Trying to clutch it out, and he won't even come close as Yas has the push out to finish things off himself.
The information on them is just, it's going so... The punch you saw actually from Rin, it was if in case someone was on highway trying to put some pressure down, but Bosco actually punched the window twice towards the bedroom as well to create an opening because they had a pre-placed drone. If Rin would be rotating back through, could just easily swing through, get that kill. But little did he know that Rin was listening. He's like, all right, that means one is out there. Let's go for the double peek. One swing CCTV window, the other one jumps out. You're guaranteed to pick up that kill. And like that, DWG KIA able to lead with 0-2 now. No worries yet, though, if you are a NA fan. Maybe for the overall tournament, but not for this game. It's still not over. It's just the first half. It's a defense side of map as well. So, you know, DWG KIA is expected to get 3, maybe 4 rounds at the end of this half.
Let's see from our live rankings as well how these will affect our overall standings. Should we see DWG KIA go all the way and take a regulation victory here, that will push Spacestation down into a 3rd place finish for the time being, of course, and DWG will remain safely in 1st place in this group. I think will be a surprise to many, but not for the APAC fans. They've been seeing these teams rise over the past few months, and this may be the start once again of their rise to success, just as we saw from LATAM back at the beginning of this year with SI.
There could be a rise of success, and we've been waiting for 6 years now to see APAC on the top. They've gotten close before, but never really were able to win the whole thing.
5 seconds
And that
to insertion.
might change this tournament. You do not know it. SANDBOX going quite well. DWG Gaming, KIA so far doing quite well as well. So let's see if they're going to be able to continue the streak here against Spacestation Gaming.
Ultimately, even Chiefs as well here, coming fairly close to competing in their group due to the unfortunate outset of Oxygen has made things a lot more competitive there for them. DWG Gaming get a good start going on this round as well, as they're able to figure out Rampy and remove that very pivotal soft breach member from the squad.
Expecting a drone there, yes, he's able to take out one. He's getting some more aimed at his direction though, but as long as he's allowed to stay alive and there's no active trading coming through from Space Station, it's just a threat that keeps renewing itself wherever they go. Openings will be created though. They're starting to head into CCTV and well, we are of course playing bar stage. That does mean that CCTV cache is not a direct site that needs to be contested. Instead, they have closed off construction. That will be the first hard breach point they will meet, and the Space Station will want to take that top floor control.
Important to know this is not a site that is played very often in any sense of the word inside of North America, so SSG is not going to have the most experience in terms of attacking this one. There's a lot of things they may not expect to come out here, such as the aggression from Rin right now. They're going to have to be careful of. Rin, though, as well, might have something thrown at him that he's not expecting. Fultz already on the inside of Garage, but Fultz gives away his position here. The shot's not landing where they need to. The Rotero drone moving forward, though, will take out the soft breach defending cache, and that means once again, we need to see a fallback from Rin as he goes all the way towards construction now.
It's the right choice though. You do not want to stick around too long, especially not if the site is not this top floor. It is one below. In the meantime though, Bosco has managed to make the wall soft. There is still a bit of soft breaching though that needs to be done if they want to be pushing in from the jacuzzi. Flashbangs, however, will be used to try and dislocate Yas. He's trying to hold on with his life. In the meantime though, pressure will be coming in from the construction site as well. It is Fultz, of course, to come through, but he gets picked up. It's a double kill, and now he puts himself into a position to stop any jumping from the window potentially from happening, or maybe even goes for a jump out. I'm not sure. It's Yas we're speaking about. He gets the spots. He's just not quite sure on whether or not his angle is being watched or not.
Hot Ping going to come out there once again, assisting his position here. That's from the Alibi clone. Leaving DWG still in a very strong position on the defense. SSG have barely even gotten into the building at this point in the round. Rin still hightailing it nearly everywhere on the map as Katsang is able to steal another kill away deeper into the map here. Good work being done by him. Sky's, meanwhile, one of the only two players left, is going to insert himself into the building through Strip, trying to make this push here. There was a member of DWG nearby towards Billiards, but for safety, and again, this is important to note here, DWG Gaming still playing a very safe position for the most part in the site, despite the fact that it's gone down to a 2v5, preventing Skies from having an opportunity to get that early pick and start to turn this round back on its heels. Bosco as well will still get the first kills. Coded is caught trying to move himself up through the main stairs to flank out against these players. Rin as well as Woogieman, though, have the cutoff. If more members of SSG are going to try to move out from that bathroom position, there you go. A quick shutdown from DWG KIA yet again as they continue to excel on this defensive half.
They're doing so great here, and also important to mention, of course, to those of you who haven't seen Clubhouse in a while, you can no longer plant on the pool table, so even if you would have taken that controlled space station, it was not going to be enough. The tactical timeout, however, has been called, mind you. Space Station is feeling the need to discuss what's currently going wrong, and rightfully so. 3 rounds in a row, they have not even gotten close to being able to pick it up here. So Lycan, he's taking control. He's taking in the reins right here. Needs to speak to his man to see if there's an easy fix for this, or if there's something that stands out to him that could stop this from happening. And, I mean, it should be quite easy. To some extent, it's not easy at all, of course, but the thing is, the game of DWG KIA relies a lot on their mobility. They flank, they rotate, they run out, they are super aggressive. Cut down these high traffic areas, cut them down as they start going for rotates. Watch the main door from the start of the round. There's no way they will get out with kills or more than 1 kill after that. And that's exactly what's happening right now, or not happening right now, which is why Yas and Rin are able to freely roam the whole map, pick up kills, go to the other side of it, and do it yet once more.
Here again, Mike giving his contributions right now. Here seems to have a good idea about what exactly needs to change on this second run through the sites. That's why the pause is being done now at the 0-3 mark instead of at a later or earlier point here. They wanted to see what the full breadth of the site rotations would look like from DWG Gaming. Problem is, though, we're not going back to the originals just yet. Damwon Gaming Kia are going to give us that fourth and final site here up inside of gym and bedroom. The good news for SSG, though, they won't get baited in any mispicks or anything here. Their operator lineup for this attacking side has been fairly universal, so that won't be a problem, but they may have to adjust playstyle slightly after the round begins here and they realize.
That's it, right? And we've seen it before as well in the tournament when I believe it was Vitality and DarkZero. The timeout came after 0-3. They're like, all right, they're going back down to the top floor now. Vitality land, nah, we're just gonna go for a different one. Managed to actually catch them off there before the game got a bit closer in terms of like round scores. But who knows, maybe what Lycan has just said was, of course, a certain way to counter the 3 sides we have just seen. We just quickly discussed those, like, hey, on round 1, you do this, on round 2, you hold this angle, etc., etc., which would mean that that doesn't apply to any of this. But of course, the generals might still count. It really depends on what they've said. Unfortunately, we can't hear. I would really like, I mean, I know why we won't, but it'd be great if we could listen in during these tactical timeouts. Just listen what they talk about.
Like we could.
We could, or maybe everybody could. But I guess that's strategy issues if we would do that.
For especially it's kind of language advantage
that as well
there too, because if we have a team that speaks non-English, then obviously it's going to be much harder for teams to try and extrapolate info for themselves from that.
Hire translators to get those tactical timeouts.
That was happening, I think, at a certain point when we were doing that for a bit in some other games. That's why I think we stopped doing that for a while. But either way here, Damwon still in dominating position, looking to make the full site. I usually call it a site triangle. I call it a site square now here for Damwon Gaming. They're going to go for all 4 points and try to control every single site here before rounding themselves back over towards either a basement or a CCTV cache hold, which they'll have both of those options after this here. Cody's going to force himself back after losing control of the construction wall. It's actually a pretty big cut in the overall setup on the defense here for Damwon Kia, so let's be careful about how they proceed from this point forward. They are still going to leave Rin in this position, however, as he can get fairly aggressive and get in the way of quite a few members of SSG that are more than likely going to want to clear him out because he'll have a fairly easy pinch against that construction push if he's not going to be pushed out of here. Yas does try to get some damage onto that player on the stairwell, but quickly has to back away now because the pressure from Hot and Cold. Yas still gets the better of the race car peak to take out Hot and Cold, but it's a quick exchange from Bosco as well elsewhere on the map to manage Rin's position here in cash.
Honestly, I'm so confused how SSG there's a run out, gets it down into Fultz, and that is going to be putting him down to 20 HP as well. Bosco, Rampy, and Fultz all on low HP now, just Skies up on the full HP. And I was going to say, I'm confused though. Yas just shot at Fultz from below, from the oil pit, starts running, and somehow Honecourt was not aware of the fact that they were coming in, so it seems like they had no clue. Either way, Space Station is pretty low on HP. They need to be very careful in the remaining minute because the aggression that DK keeps on bringing, just they don't find a way to deal with it yet.
Space Station losing the plot a little bit there on their opponent's positioning, nearly losing grasp on the round overall, but able to contain it a bit more now with the elimination of Rin. They've got a staging ground at a minimum to work with from this point forward on the inside of Cash. Fultz a little bit quick on the reaction there, ends up shooting at the Outback Blow once again, but he's in safe harbor right now, so doesn't worry about those pings too much. Is also going to throw in some of the lifeline charge to deal with the additional reinforcements sitting in the site, as well as stun out anyone that might have been in line of sight for that initial peak. SSG, though, still does not feel the confidence necessary to continue pushing onto that site. Even with that, as you can see here, Rampy, Fultz, Bosco, all at about 25 HP or less here. Skies is the only one that's near full, but he's also the planter, so he cannot risk himself for the sake of the entry. These 3 very low HP players need to get something done, and over the next few moments, we're going to see Skies be forced into this fight.
Oh my god,
anyway.
yes!
Yes, shutting it all down, though, from the Logi side. He gets 2, Coded gets the final one, and that's going to be another round go right into the pocket of Damwon Kia.
Honestly, how do you deal with an MX4 Storm? It's like one of the highest fire rates in the game, if not the highest. I'm not quite sure, but just so accurately coming around the corner, going for these pre-fires. There's nothing you can do but wait until he runs out of ammo. Well, that just wasn't there. DK, this is what I mean. Like, he just took a fight on with Fultz from the oil pit. I don't think they might have known. They might have think it was a bit of a wall bang through launch, for example, because otherwise Hot and Cold should have been able to just pick up that kill as Rin walked by. But not the case. Lost his life. And 0-4 is the current score. And now there's 2 sides DK could go to. We could go to the bottom floor, or we could go to CCTV, because the site rotation is a bit messed up now in terms of it because they went to all 4 sides. Like, what side will they go?
They are going to, if memory serves me correctly, break the original rotation, as I believe they did go to... Actually, never mind. No, they went defend this
first floor.
Yeah, so they are going to keep the rotation the same. Apologies for that, as they'll continue to go back towards this one now that they've run the full square and working their way back down into the basement. SSG as well, still bringing that Jackal to try and watch out for any off-site presence that may be there, and indeed, it looks like we're going to get a little bit of it from judging from the positions of Coded and Rin right now. Certainly the case, as we'll be setting up rotates to support this hold inside of gym and bedroom, with the hatches being there to fall back. Important to note, though, no castle to support this fallback, so it will be a little bit risky if SSG already has the cutoffs on the first floor when those members of DWG KIA finally get challenged up here inside of whether it's Cash, Logi, or whatever. They're going to try and play this roam game.
But that's basically it, right? I've said this as well. The way to stop them is to cut off these rotations. But that is something that Spacestation just hasn't done at all yet. They're allowed to freely run around and take fights wherever they want on the side of DK, and that is really what is hurting Spacestation right now. They should not be. It seemed like they should not be really struggling that much with cutting down the rotations, I would assume. So, well, DK, they really got it all sorted out, at least for now. The question is, will Spacestation start cutting down these rotations? Because if they do, suddenly these last 2 rounds can very easily go their way.
Very much the case here as DWG Gaming is looking to make a huge run against Spacestation and punish them back down into a lower rated position inside of this group here. SSG needs to fight back, and they need to do so now. Going to try to again fight things off over here at the jacuzzi balcony. Sky just firing off some shots, looking for a way to try and get this wall open, but it's going to be Coded actually. That'll be caught out over here towards the oil pit as he takes some aggression. I believe against Fultz, will leave him in a down state here. Woogieman is nearby, possibly able to res out Coded, but now Fultz will commit himself towards the inside. No resistance from any members of DWG KIA to try and trade over to Fultz from the looks of it, so it'll be an easy job for him to finish off Coded and secure the 5v4 advantage for SSG.
You saw there that Woogieman wanted to get into a position to help as Yas goes for a bit of a quick team fire, team damage onto Rin, who goes back towards his side. They, of course, lost one of those players, and they tried to bait it out a little bit in that oil pit. It was reinforced from the inside as Yas gets his head taken off, but Skies that gets that kill. Spacestation so far dealing well with the roam, with the cheeky plays that have been pulled up by DK so far, and as this long angle down the main stairs is being watched as well, Skies could just as well pick up another kill very soon.
A lot of that expertise coming in now from Lycan. Remember, we had the pause here right after the first 3 sites have been completed by DWG KIA, so that SSG could hone in on the things that their coach should notice and, of course, start to apply those as well on the next attempt. We've only just got that now here in round 5, but it seems it's already coming into effect for SSG as they find those early kills here to set up a 5v3 advantage. But note, they still have not made this transition yet. This is the most difficult part about winning out this round, is being able to successfully move down to the basement floor without losing the large majority of your teammates. You still see the presence in blue here from DWG KIA. Additional presence is more than likely going to be there in areas such as the church wall as well, and over towards Moto. The impact here is going to allow Woogieman to reascend back upstairs. They heard that though, and you can see Fultz already having Overwatch on this position to make sure they don't try any trickery. He even reads the upstairs rotate too. Oh, and quickly catches Woogieman. Beautiful work from Fultz.
The work from him there. Ring gets picked up as well. It's a flawless round from Spacestation Gaming. And that's what I said, like, cut down the rotations, cut them being this aggressive, this mobile, and suddenly these rounds go their way very easily. And a flawless round even, not a single gunfight won here by DK. And that is something they need to continue doing. However, now this time is 3 sites available to DWG KIA. Which one will they go? It seems to be CCTV Cash for now. Does he have it? Yes, just shut down. The angle was being watched. Fultz aware of the fact that he went upstairs and Rin was being pushed from 2 different angles. There's nothing you can do with that case anymore. And that final push as well. You come in from 2 angles. You can do that because you have the extra manpower. You can go for these trade situations. And CCTV Cash will be brought. 6 picks are coming in. The Alibi turns into a Wamai, and the Capital will make its way in as well. The Magnets, one of the only gadgets, of course, now with the FURIA gates, that are going to be able to catch out these bolts.
So that'll be end up more than likely a fairly proficient 6 pick for the defense here, as it's a nice bait, and also again adds that extra level of security. DWG KIA possibly realizing here that for the final round, SSG had a good read on things for the basement attack, but now going to possibly have the same being built up going into this final defense on CCTV and Cash as well. You'll see the correction made by DWG KIA as well for the earlier mistake, as they now have that other garage panel reinforced this time to disallow the Selma to open things up quickly, which led to the early elimination on Rin on that last attempt.
So they have now changed it with a Mew Gemmer, so that means that they can still put it on. However, they will have to get rid of the Mew Gemmer first, so that is going to potentially bait out a Selma or two, which can then be taken care of by an extra Electroclaw if Katsang has one in pocket, or maybe he juggles them around quickly to get rid of them before, of course, the destroying. Oh, actually, that Heartbreak Charge is still going to be able to get rid of it there. It's not in the right position, and Rin, well, he has a hole in the back right now. Needs to be very careful or he gets picked up by it.
Good news is, again, the can opener is not going to give you the best POV into a site, just barely big enough for a hop over into it. And it's going to allow the drones towards the inside, whoever hot and cold, primarily on that intel duty right now, spots out the member of DWG KIA out in the open towards the site, once again being Rin. And Rin, unfortunately, has no choice after being spotted out by that drone to fall back. Still playing aggressively, though, over here towards the blue window, but again, another drone sending him reeling back towards the red stairs, where he'll only really have safe harbor at this point. Skies as well, I think, going to try and put the exothermic onto the construction wall to open that up, but is going to have it work, thankfully, due to the changes to the Mew Gemmer that you were talking about. Having it placed at the top of the wall will allow him through, and Rin will actually find success from his new position somewhere around either red stairs or the front lobby, as he's able to take down Fultz and eliminate the Zofia, and indeed challenging Blue over there from earlier.
Oh, this could be very dangerous here. Yas just laying down right next to it. They don't seem to be aware as he rotates out. They've definitely spotted it now as magnets are being used as well. They have a feeling that the main push will be coming in from the plateau. Of course, a C4 does a little bit of damage onto Bosco, but nothing too major. As the wall will proceed to be opened up, I believe. I can't quite see it from this angle. Either way, he's fallen off, and there it is indeed. A small opening created by that Nitro Cell. Nothing big enough yet, though. Rampy needs to come in and make that happen, and that is going to be quite a risky deal, especially with that small opening that's already there.
Now, Rampy getting riskier to get himself up towards the top, trying to see if once again he can make any sort of impact. He knows Rin's outside here. Oh, this is such a delicate dance, though. Rin knows he's got Rampy up on top, but oh, what a catch from Rampy there. Able to follow the silhouette out to finish off Rin, but Woogieman's there just as quickly for another exchange to eliminate Bosco as he tries to move into the building as well. Rampy finally gets the real estate needed to sledge out the remaining bits of the panel on the balcony and can begin to push in himself. This is on top of Yes being pressured quite heavily, just under Katsang, I believe, to bring him quite low as well. Nitro chucked down, but it's going to be a miss, unfortunately, as the damage isn't there, and as well, more boils out. Yes, despite the low HP, is able to find another pickup for himself, this time translating onto Hot and Cold. That's also going to take down the Capital and remove quite a few of the bolts that still would have been in play. Pressure onto Woogieman, but it won't matter as Yes and Katsang leap out to finish off those final 2 kills and secure one more round to end the half.
I still can't believe that Rin is just outside there for a solid 20 seconds, knowing that he's about to be peeked from the plateau, but he's also like, if I start running now, I will be shot at. So if I stay out here and start challenging back, I'm going to be wasting some extra time, so really doing the best. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the best thing Rin could have done. Just stay here for as long as possible, waste as much time as possible as well. And with that, of course, in the end, it turns into that 2v4. It is the Capitao that gets killed, which is the unfortunate one, because if he would have been able to get the second asphyxiating bolt out into the corner, that would have been Raptors open up. That would have been an opening into that round and potentially the further game. And now it's a 1-5 half from DWG KIA. It's a very good one. It's a solid lead they have, but it's been twice already today that I've seen this one being turned around.
All right, well, we're going to see if they can pull it off once again. Things certainly looking dominant for DWG KIA, but important to note, as usual, Clubhouse is a fairly defender-sided map, so we're used to seeing leads like this be established. Not necessarily to this degree, though, when it comes to an overall average, so DWG still ahead of the curve to some extent there. We look at the map's overall expectations. Just 2 more rounds out of these 6 is all they will need to try and shut down this map and take 3 more points, which is really going to get them close to locking in that first-place finish from the group and start the ascension of APAC into the playoffs.
I think I could tell you that if they manage to get this one with a full 3-pointer, they will only need a single or 2 points in the next 3 games to secure themselves for the playoffs. That is
looking pretty good.
That's looking pretty good indeed. Like, you have so many opportunities to try and lock it off, especially if you've already swept the floor with most of your opponents in the group. It would be very weird if that suddenly turns all the way around again. But it's going to be DK going with some quick pace. They're starting to open up in CCTV. They know they have 2 floors to clear before they are going to be able to actually hit that site. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Katsang starting at the top, taking out default cams and opening up some verticals as well to put up the pressure against potential roamers.
Katsang has got this down to a science with how he clears this out as well. You can see even the pre-fires onto the camera that was actually already dealt with, but still goes through the motions anyway because he's run this so many times and knows exactly how to follow this through. So once again, just prepping everything for his teammates more than anything else, as he'll probably have 1 to 2 individuals following through behind him here. This is also, of course, to make sure there's not going to be any trickery from the SSG side of things if they have established presence. But SSG, like we said, the SSG Rome, it's an old SSG, the one that was led by Canadian. This is the new age of this team here, now led by Hot and Cold with some great support coming in on the experience side of things with Skies as well. They've gone the bunker route this time, including Goyo shields and all of that. So it's all going to come down to this last minute and 45 seconds to truly decide who picks up this round.
The clearance from DK was just so effective. You've seen it within a minute and 15 seconds. They've drawn out 2 floors. They're already starting to open up the hatches. That is some incredible pace that we normally do not see on a very first round onto an attack itself. Yes, using these RCEs to start and take care of some of the utility that is placed around the blue side. Extra ones are coming about to get rid of the ADSs. Rampy just delayed to take it out, taking some damage as well on the way out as the hatch is being watched, and now Rampy doesn't quite exactly have a way back in.
This pressure does not seem to stop here, as you were talking about, as I was talking about as well. The clear is so quick right now. Whether it's Katsang, whether it's Yas knowing exactly where to throw out these explosive drones here, things are going so quickly for Demo and Kia, and SSG to some extent can't keep up with the pace as we saw there for Rampy. He's still going to maintain positioning on the inside of blue. The good news is as well, with all this utility that's been used, they don't have a lot in terms of frag grenades. Woogieman still has both of his, but they would need to get him into position to try and force Rampy out, and I don't believe he's in the neighborhood. Indeed, he's on the other side towards main stairs. So SSG, with the good intel gathering that they have, Rampy probably knows that he's going to be relatively safe. The first nade goes in, but it is going to get eaten up by a magnet. Yeah, still tries to peek out into the open, but SSG seem ready for that challenge. This is, again, the tough part of the round here, as DWG Gaming going to look to try and open things up on the church wall, but won't be able to do it. And Nitro will go out and prevent that.
Nitro indeed stopping that first exothermic to go through. They don't have any left now, and that means they're forced to go through these choke points. It's Phil to get in with the first. It's a diffuser drop with about 10 seconds left. That is going to be detrimental here as he picks up yet another one, but Katsang and DK are hoping to fight back, but cannot get further than a singular kill before the shutout by Space Station Gaming. And with that, they are going and starting to close the gap. It's 5-2. They need to find 3 more if they want to be fighting for that match point themselves.
Basement holds in a nutshell right there, pretty much, as once again, we see the members of SSG keeping their entire hold centered around those final 30 to 40 seconds, trying to force out Damwon with any sort of power they would have had here. And they do that quite well here, specifically the play from Fultz and Rampy. Excellent on the inside of Arsenal there to fend off the pressure both from the main stairs and the blue side, as everything up until that point was looking great for Damwon in terms of how they were dealing with the utility setup in the basement, and how they were clearing out the possible extended game on the second and first floor. Unfortunately for them, not much to clear out there, so that ultimately was wasted time. They did not leave themselves enough to be able to get into the site, as SSG's setup was far too ready for the challenge.
Montaigne is being brought here by Katsang, something that DK loves to bring every now and then, and it could be working out quite well. It is a top floor hold. You do not necessarily have to clear out the 2 floors below. Probably less so with this one than you would have with the other one, with CCTV cache that is. So it's gonna be good to see how that will be used. We could either see Katsang go in from the garage and push all the way up to the rafters and go through CCTV cache construction and have everything cleared out as a walking drone, so to say, or maybe just go in from construction, take the control in gym, and maybe even go for a bit of a reverse plant whilst the windows are being covered. There's multiple opportunities to use this Montaigne, and the question is, how are they going to? At least a very heavy bottom floor hold you see here from Space Station. You see the castle barricades are being used. You see them reinforcing off the pool towards the strip. So really wanting to use some verticalities here.
It's going to be an interesting sight to see played out here from SSG with the setup specifically on the first floor. They're curious to see how this is going to evolve into a late round play for them. Damwon Kia, of course, have to try and figure this out themselves. It's going to take them quite some time to decipher the mystery, so they'll take it nice, slow, and steady. We're just sending in the drone right there to get a quick hot ping onto the default to take care of that and prevent any issues for Damwon if they use that later in the round. It's not the priority right now, though, as you folks can see. They're very quickly shifting over to try and open things up towards that jacuzzi balcony, I believe, and begin putting pressure in that direction.
And it's just a systematic clearing. They have a step-by-step list on what jobs need to be done by each and every single individual before they start heading towards that site. And we're heading into a bit of a noir film here for this 8th round. these boogeymen that will start to open up. There is a mute jammer on position. He knows that he needs to be quite careful, as a player could be always close, so drone is certainly what they want to try and get in, but instead, it's just taking care of that mute jammer and then make sure you get the exothermic in. But that does open up the opportunity for a impact grenade. It's something DK has done themselves in the past in APAC North.
So for Coded here, as we fix our monochrome color scale there that we had for a second and come back to the world of color itself, we'll see how Katzing is going to try and use this Montaigne position to try and force the members of SSG into a corner. Katzing marking his way forward, trying to analyze what is inside of construction specifically, as he has to be careful here. The setup through logic could very easily lead to his death if he's pressured from either side, as obviously the pressure comes from both directions, and he can't defend his back necessarily, so he needs teammate support here to make sure they can move in. Rampy as well with the Nitro. It's going to be heard, it seems, by the members of SSG, or by the members of Damwon, or they just back away with the appropriate time here. So we won't find much success out of that being deployed. And never mind, yeah, it's going to go out there, but won't lead to too much success when it's finally blown up, and members of Damwon KIA will find safe harbor now to move into construction.
Shield right next to Matters as well. He's being guarded off by a nice metal sheet, making sure that that is a safe position to play in. Is DK looking currently to find a way into the site, to find a way to start exploding onto the members of Spacestation Gaming. A head is being spotted out there, but the kill doesn't quite come in yet. Yas opens up the gunfight. The grenade will be tossed over. The question is there any ADS? Yes, there is, but a second grenade will be tossed in. Will maybe deal a small bit of damage towards Frolt, but actually does not get the shield. In the meantime, they are starting to fight right around the office side of things.
Let's try to push their way forward here. Katzing is going to take a huge chunk of damage. The exchange will go 1-for-1, however, here, as Katzing tries to take the fight right into Bosco's face. It won't work out, but Bosco maintains here, up to a triple kill. Sky's getting the fourth, and Hutton secures the fifth. SSG hold on against the rush coming in from Damwon KIA in those final moments of the round, and keep themselves held on for another round in this game as well.
Now, this is where it starts to get interesting, because we could either see CCTV cache being brought out or these stage sides. For now, it seems to be CCTV.
It's an NA team, so it's not going to be staged.
No, of course, you know, but there's always the opportunity of it being staged. Didn't expect it to be, but the thing is, I believe it's a tactical timeout. Yeah, they have a tactical timeout was being called. I spotted the hands doing the T signal towards Lycan, allowing him to speak as well, as Damwon called it. It's only, you know, their third round into this half. Nothing too major is gone yet, but they also know if this is where they put up the pressure, if this is where they manage to get the site, they are going to be on match point, and that allows them to play with a little bit less pressure, really, because they have that 1 point against Space Station, which is going to be more crucial in, of course, that fight to get out of the groups. They probably know where they're going. So that is probably, you know, trying to fine-tune the last amount of the strategy here.
Absolutely the case here. And again, you can see the coach very emotional about this right now, giving out orders left and right, giving out information the best he can. As you said, have to be aware of where they're going. NA teams, unless it's going to be something that they bring out as a surprise here, usually do not go to that bar site here. It is very, very rarely played. I only see it maybe once or twice a stage, if that. So once again, Damwon should have that Gary info about where they're going. It's about how they attack the site in the final moments of the round, though. That's where things have been breaking down for Damwon KIA on this attack, where they haven't been able to grasp the wild peaks we're seeing from SSG and the great holds we're getting out of some of the stars from this team, like Rampy, Foltz, and Bosco, that also showed up yesterday in their match for Empire as well, struggling in a lot of the same ways. Could become their downfall here if they're not able to get a grasp on it. But keep in mind, again, still started this off with the 5-1 lead. Not going to be too worried just yet, as they still just need those 2 rounds to shut this down.
Exactly, 2 extra rounds, and suddenly it's a 5-5, and they would have a bit of an advantage, considering that DK hasn't really been close yet in any of the previous rounds. That can, of course, change. We are headed towards the probably most known site by any given Siege player if you are talking about Clubhouse. Everybody has played this site. Everybody knows that you start with opening up the plateau wall towards CCTV, then you put pressure onto the garage, hopefully clear out the mezzanines, and that allows you to go for a safe plant right behind the server stack if you have the bottom floor control, or you decide to push on towards the cache there if you know that the flank is coming back from below. So multiple ways to go at it, but normally we do see that kind of push that is focused around the garage and the CCTV wall.
Right, so let's see here for Damwon KIA. They are going to be slowed down a little bit in terms of trying to open up that balcony wall for themselves here, because it gets Swiss cheesed out by the members of SSG. Not too much for them to worry about, though. Just adds a little bit of extra time to the clearance. Hot and cold definitely putting some early pressure over here towards Blue, but falling himself back there due to the huge presence we currently have from Damwon KIA in that area. He doesn't want to risk himself too heavily if Damwon KIA come in with a big storm of a push here. And actually, they're going to bypass trying to use the Maverick to try and open this here in this situation. It's going to take too much additional time, so instead, they'll try to work it here with the Exothermic, but realize pretty quickly that it's been muted out. I'm not even sure if they're going to be able to sneak this here with the first one, but there we go. They finally pivotal point to be able to sneak their way through it, and Coded will be able to open that wall. You still have to deal with the laser gates, though, as that'll be standing in your way as well.
If it's high enough, you're always going to be able to bypass that mute gemmer and, well, it opened up the complete wall at all, so there's not even going to be a jump in they will have to worry about. It's just the laser gates they need to get rid of. Now, next step will be putting that pressure up onto the garage. They do have the Capitão, they do have the Maverick. Holes can be opened up quite easily, and if they figure out what corners exactly they are playing, all you need to do is get those asphyxiating bolts out there, watch them run out, and as a result, pick up those kills, or at least dislocate them from their current positions. If you do that successfully, well, that could suddenly be a 5-on-3 situation that you're currently in.
Yas continuing to watch over the windows and may very well get a challenge here in just a second. You can see we've got a member. I believe it's Fultz waiting to challenge it. Caught by Yas, but unfortunately Yas not able to fully confirm the kill from that position here. So he's going to have to go on a little bit of an adventure to catch him. And unfortunately, without the full confirmation, it's a quick reminder here to any of our newer Siege players or those that don't actually play Siege. Those numbers you might see in other gameplay videos that confirm downs and whatnot, those do not apply here to pro play. We'll get back to that in a second, though, as we've got the push coming in here. Rampy swinging himself forward, but as does Damwon KIA. Rampy seems to have held on here with his own play. Fult's still down on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, probably not going to be revived into this here as the pressure on the site is boiling in just too quickly here from Damwon KIA.
Grenades are attempted there, but there is not going to be a way. Or actually, he has been picked up. Hudson Colt just quickly ran over, and it turns it back into a 3-on-3 situation here. He's holding off to the highway now as the rest of DK is looking to get back into a position where they can put up some extra challenges from the side of the garage. From the side of the
Nice!
Oh, what a shot that was from Moogieman. He now has control of the garage. He just took care of one of the players inside of the cash room as well, and grenades are starting to bounce in. All they need to do now is get that man in, actually, with that diffuser as they successfully do. Fultz almost dies, and Rampy, well, he tries to go aggressive, goes for the Pokeballs, but doesn't quite hit it yet, goes aggressive and gets picked up. It's DK that put themselves up onto match point here, and they still have 3 potential, well, rounds here to lock it out.
Pause, making up the difference here for Damwon KIA as they find the winning strategy, as well as, again, probably talking about what was going to come up after this. Is more than likely, with the results of that round fairly one-sidedly, we already have this confirmed, by the way, SSG are not going to reattempt that second floor hold. They're going to go right back to where they know they've already found success inside of these basement holds. And again, Damwon KIA had a great build-up to their actual attack onto the basement the last time this was played. It was just in the execute where things unfortunately fell apart. So if they're able to clean that up, this could very well be our final round if Damwon KIA wants to end it here at 7-3 if they take it.
Mind you, I think you can purely put that one down to the player deep inside of the armory that had the long angle towards church, but also the nitro cell that was used to get rid of the exothermic charge. Change that? How, you might ask? Open it up yourself. Get that grenade through it the moment the exothermic starts popping through. And if they get it, well, at least you've got the trade. At least you've managed to pick up one and open up the church area yourself to push through. So, 3-on-6. Current scoreline, 3 opportunities for DK to lock this off. And Space Station, well, they probably need to change things up a bit here. They do not want to be turtled down yet again like they just were.
It's not looking like that's going to be the case, though. No castle to be seen here, so usually doesn't indicate an extension out from that. Probably going to see a couple of players maintain positions by the stairwells, like that usual blue push you would get inside of the early round, but that's all it's going to be, really, is contained in the early rounds here. It does seem, though, that SSG might try to fight back a little bit more aggressively against the main stairs push. They have left 1 out of 3 of those panels in church soft, and it's probably going to stay that way.
It is going to stay that way because there's no more reinforcements left. They've used all 10 so far, and well, this does open up some opportunities, of course, for DK to go for a completely different push as well. Blue, completely soft. I'm not quite sure. Oh, they're already inside, actually. Katsang and Woogie.
They're just going to go for it.
They're going to go for it. It's the first kill to come through, and surely Space Station is all falling back now.
Sky's here, ready for the additional challenge. He knows there's going to be more working his way. Doesn't move an inch here and already shuts down the case carrier as Coded is dropped next. The rest of the team should surely be in this position here. Damwon Gaming have made a serious misstep as not only have they lost the case, they can't even send anyone in to retrieve it here, and they've been completely blocked off well. Hot and Cold shuts down another player trying to push in from a different avenue, and Woogieman forced out of the site entirely from a frag grenade that he throws out there, but unfortunately just used to allow him to retreat in this situation here. It's just these two now contained into blue, as DWG Gaming have apparently made a serious misstep trying to force the issue here, assuming that SSG would be focused on the roam, focused on containing the initial entries. Not the case here. Skies was ready to shut all this down. Certainly. Oh my goodness, Woogieman with a double nade kill. Fights it right back. We're right into a 2v3 all of a sudden. But Rampy has a beautiful cross from the inside of Church to regain the control for SSG. Rin's now alone inside of this fight. And as well, top-down flanks have been established by SSG, specifically for Hot and Cold, looking down through the hatch. If Rin missteps here, he's a dead man, and that's going to leave DWG Gaming with another round less to build up towards the win here. He knows he's got that player on top of him, though. Sends out the stun. Still challenges, however, from the top side as Houghton tries to finish this off nice and easily. Rin trying to fire back against Rampy and nearly kills him, but is not ready for Bosco inside of Arsenal. A valiant attempt in the 1v3, but unfortunately, the missteps in the early round are just too much to bring to bear.
They tried to bring the quick game, something that has been working out for European teams so far today. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them at this moment yet. Of course, they tried to go for a quickly lately. That worked out until the execute. So they said, you know what, let's just forget the whole clear. Let's just execute at the start. But I mean, if Skies would have been to fall straight away, if that would have been the first kill, suddenly it would have been a 5-on-1 on site, because there was no other member right then, because the rest was offside. So that could have just as well been the DK close-up there, if just that first gunfight would have gone their way.
We're going to see another rotation here from SSG as they'll go back into gym and bedroom. This is where DWG Gaming KIA previously controlled an attacking ground. So SSG has to be a little bit nervous about this position here, but they feel more confident in that hold than they do about the CCTV and cash rules. That is also still an option available to them. Like I said, they are not going to consider a bar. That is usually not either in the playbook, or at minimum, it is reserved for a much later point in this tournament if the team has a built-up strat for it. Because NA, we don't really play it, so we usually don't end up going towards it. No problem rotating amongst those other three sites, though, as we continue to play into that. Let's see if DWG KIA can find as much success on this attack as they did on the last attempt here, and still close out the game in what would be the 7-4 scoreline.
Maybe a bit more of a normal take here would be successful for them. Of course, there is going to be that, you know, bottom floor play that is very present on the side of Space Station Gaming. But what if? What if they just open Jacuzzi, they go in from construction or logistics at the same time, they come together like that? There's no verticals that will be able to help them in that case, because that means they need to retake those stairs. If they then manage to find themselves with complete side control on the side of DK, there's only one way back up for Space Station, and they need to make sure that they do not have to use that one. They need to make sure that it doesn't get that far.
So, continuing to see the build-up here over the first couple seconds. We'll see what DWG Gaming will try and bring to the table. Probably not going to be anything near as aggressive as what we got in the last round here. Have been a little bit too forward, unfortunately, on those basement attacks. So SSG has been excelling in bringing their own performance back on those sites. Rin here as well, trying to make sure there's not really anything messing with them from the gym window before he opens that up. Does put the Claymore down in the event. He was immediately taken down trying to contest that window. We'll move away from that fairly quickly, though, as he also needs to try and see what's going on towards construction. Fultz will be the one in the way of that, but more so aimed towards CCTV and Cash. Rin, no, just a second or two behind the rotate of Fultz right there, nearly able to catch him out in the opening seconds of this round, but Fultz will safely make the transition back over here towards the inside of construction.
Sure, there's going to be some pressure from DK now towards the CCTV and cash room, just to try and figure out whether or not it's safe. As in the meantime, the Jacuzzi wall has already opened up here. That gives them a bit of pressure to work with. Again, there is a heavy hold on that bottom floor. 2 members, a lot of castle barricades, some reinforcements as well. And the question is, are those going to be coming into play? That is the big question. It's just a single nitro cell, I believe, that will really be the thing that they can try and use as Rin here. Takes a lot of damage as he takes a fight. But I believe that was going to be Fultz inside of construction.
Drone is ready to go.
Let's see here for Rin. Once again, still trying to put pressure wherever he can, but unfortunately at such low HP, it's going to be tough to do so. The utility from the lifeline still need to be deployed here as well. So doesn't want to make sure that those are wasted away. As the stun specifically will be incredibly useful for the final execute, as it'll be very, very contained. The defense this is to a single room or two here. Woogieman now with full control over Cash. He's going to move in and indicate that towards his teammates here. They open up a sight line through the wall into construction as well, but going back also for some reason here. Fultz still remaining very mobile as he finally gives up his position in construction, but takes up a new mantle. We'll have the deployable shield here, guarded by the mattress, of course, watching out for the window push. Hot and Cold way over in garage in the meanwhile there. Catches Rin, finally finishing off the damage onto him, and setting up an advantage here for SSG, as quite a few other members actually in the basement at this point, still trying to rotate through.
Still, of course, a 4-on-2 situation then currently on the actual site, as two of them are completely outside. DK now, however, need to make a play happen, and that's exactly going to be going through here inside of the logistics. It's the first kill to come through, but a Nitro Cell will respond together with Bosco. It's a 4-on-2 now. Woogie and Yas, the last two remaining. A bit of damage is done to either right here, but they still manage to get the kills through. It's only up to Yas, though. The diffuser is dropped, and he doesn't get much further than that. Fultz gets the very final one. I believe it might have been a trade as well. In the end, indeed it was. And that leaves it only up to round number 12.
Gotta respect the, once again, aggressive style that SSG is bringing to the table as we have a quick administrative correction to pull off here while we're paused for a sec. Just have to make sure that he has his hood off, as that is a rule we have. You're not allowed to breach the white noise and noise canceling capabilities of those headphones by having either, whether it's a hat or a hood over that. So
yeah.
Had to pause that real quick there and get ourselves back into it. We should be resuming fairly quickly and getting ourselves back into the match.
15 seconds.
Yes, trying his best here on 15 kills so far. Really a driving force of DK. And now we're heading to CCTV Cash. Previously decides that was one. Let's see if they can do it yet once again. It was a very, very well orchestrated attack from DK, but also a bit of chaos sprinkled in where, you know, not everything was ready yet, but they just decided to run into CCTV, take the fight to Cash, take the fight to the mezzanines. Lost 2 members as a result, but managed to pick up 3 kills as well, so it's a net profit of 1. Not sure if they think about it like that as well, if they don't get the diffuser down at the start, but they bring the Monty now. And there's only one way that Monty will be used. That will be moving up the mezzanines, the catwalk. There's no other way. Yeah. That is just going to force anybody out. Probably a small opening will be created as well in the wall, just to hold the window, because lately we do not see rotations being made in that catwalk wall.
Very true indeed, and oftentimes the player that sits in that position very much plays a do-or-die spot here, where that player is able to find massive contributions through multi-frags or just a massive waste of time, and then ultimately will go down regardless of if they are successful or not there, as they try to maintain that position for as long as humanly possible. I actually like the Monty pick here, because the success of SSG has been coming from how quickly they are responding to aggression from Damwon Kia, and how in the face of Damwon Kia they are using to respond to that with here. They're not giving Damwon Kia the capability to think, they're not giving them any room to find safe harbor and correct any potential mistakes they're running into on their attack. So hopefully they're thinking the Montane is going to increase that space, give them that extra safety barrier that they might need here to close out on the round and possibly distance themselves from the members of SSG, as they're getting very aggressive, very much in the face of Damwon Kia's own attack.
Opening has been made. The Monty is being pushed into a position. There you go. Starting to move up into the catwalk, giving away the position exactly of where this player will be. The first smoke canister will be deployed, but not detonated yet, so needs to take care of it himself. Oh, that's actually going to be quite a lot of damage done. A bit of an aggressive peek from Hot and Cold as the Monty went outside. Could have ended this strategy very quickly here.
Should it be noted, of course, this is the last chance for Damwon Kia to try and close things out in regulation. The last chance for 3 points from this game. If they lose this round, the most they're going to get is 2, and that's if they still win it, as SSG is on the warpath for a comeback here. Now, Katsang will reinsert himself on the inside of this one, and Woogieman is also opening up a garage angle. This is on top, of course, of members of Damwon Kia quickly dealing with some of the insight utilities, such as the Goyo shield, just being knocked out there on the rotation into Cash. Still with half the round to go as well, so plenty of time remaining for Damwon Kia to continue clearing things out here, but you're going to have other problems to deal with. The Oil Pit player now getting in the face of possibly this Monty and anyone else that's going to follow through with him and try to support this push. They haven't found an easy way to knock out Bosco, and now the Montane's going to be trapped inside here. Can't really go through that toxic gas grenade at the moment. He would take far too much damage. They're going to trap him in. This may allow for the aggressive capability to come out from the Goyo down below. There's another member here trying to peek into the door, but they have to be careful as well. That's going to be Yas supporting from the drone on the outside while they wait for the toxic bait to fade away. In the meanwhile, he'll make the transition upstairs. Bosco will take a little bit of damage elsewhere on the map here, as he'll be brought down lower and now finished off by Woogieman, who can successfully finally make the entry into the garage here, having finished up his hole. Katsang also now in position to push the site here as he's reached the breach.
Fultz still from below though in the oil pit. That is going to be the crucial member for the side of Space Station, because they're ready to go for the plants. All they need to do is just cross the one man on the red stairs, and there is going to be smoke canisters for it. They will be used. Katsang is deploying them right now. Coated will have to go for a bit of a run, but the question is he going deep or is he staying at the back? As Yes in the meantime is trying to go for a flank. He isn't even going up to the top there, and that means Fultz might have a bit of a free play here as Katsang taking some damage. Is Coated in now to go for a plant. Is there a Nitro Cell left? Yes, Skies has one. Throws it over, but that's too far. far, that's too wide, and the Monty is blocking everything up right here.
Here comes Fultz, as he's going to try to push himself forward here, shut this down. He's on the sidearm to do it as he picks up a kill there. Damwater falling apart. Woogieman's going to do it all now as Katsang's too low to contribute here, but he gets himself outside. Woogieman as well with a bottom angle on this one. He could potentially fire through quite a bit of this real estate. Nitro comes out, the counter defuse is started. Katsang tries to stop it, but is unsuccessful as he goes down. They did interrupt the counter defuse, however, but Woogieman looks away at the wrong moment. He's not going to be able to catch the run out from Fultz. And SSG trigger overtime, keep themselves alive here as they're looking to surge forward in the group.
What a round that was. They managed to sneak in, they managed to get the plan down, but Fultz from the back was able to clean up, really making sure that the garage control was yet once again his, and that is just a small bit of misdroning going on. But I mean, who expects someone to be inside of that oil pit sitting quiet like a mouse,
He was there for so long.
He's there for the entire round, not moving at all. And as they're starting to move and everything is going their way until Fultz comes around, they had no clue as he picks up that kill onto the thermite, and then the run out as well from the garage, really coming in clutch.
So the fact that SSG have made it to overtime, they're also going to get a slight advantage here, because obviously just the 3 rounds that are getting played out, we keep the extended overtime format usually reserved for a best-of-5 grand final, so it won't come into play here just yet. SSG now gets 2 of these rounds on the defense, on an offensive-sided map. So DWG KIA going to have to start getting a little nervous here about their chances still to close this out. On a basement hold as well here. DWG KIA has come close a few times, but it's always on that assault where it falls apart. Did the full clear the first time, directly pushed it the second time. Both times it fell to pieces. So let's see what the third time is going to bring, and if it will truly be a charm or a failure for them once again.
Rampy now bringing that Legion to goo mines to potentially stop the Monty from coming in, because it is definitely something tough to work with, and I think he can really, note it down to Hot and Cold running out from the breach, getting a lot of damage down to him on that last round that enabled them to put that much pressure onto that Monty as they did. So, round number 13. This is the opportunity for Space Station to take the lead, to take the charge. Because that is a situation they haven't quite found themselves in yet.
Going to see a nice little preset drone there that's kept alive for the members of DWG KIA. They will actually be able to get some great intel into what Hot and Cold and a few of the other members are doing. Hot and Cold actually got to be a little careful he's not too exposed to this window. I can see Yas going to possibly get into that position right now, so we'll see if they get lucky. Indeed tries to look for that kill opportunity, and Woogieman tries to open things up on the other side. But won't be catching anyone from SSG here as you see them go back onto the drone to reconfirm that now. Woogieman will open up this jacuzzi, or rather the normal balcony over here on the east side of the map. They'll try to work their way in and start the push towards the site from here, as well as clearing out those extended holds from SSG.
Just wanted to make sure at the anchor point there, that's why you saw him struggle a little bit at the last very couple. Well, moments of it as Hutton will open up. It's Rin that has been taken care of. It's the Sophia that drops. Suddenly, less soft reach rather, because there's still some left, but the stuns are truly what hurts. They know a player is upstairs. That is the one they need to try and clear out. Now flashbangs are being tossed in, and Yaswal will find Fultz. He was one of the pain points in the previous round. However, Hutton still sitting deep inside of Logi. Rampy still inside of the gym, and he has been misdroned. Coda didn't check him out. Now instead he's checking out Hot and Cold, but as he's trying to rotate through, he could have been caught. No, actually could not have been caught there. Went through the vault. That's my bad. Rampy deciding to go for a drop actually relieves a bit of pressure onto DK.
Hot, Cold, and Rampy, and pretty much all of the remaining members of SSG going to give up any sort of extended holds they have away from the site here now. It's gone down to a 4v4. Well over half the time has been bled away. There's not much of a reason to keep those extended holds out for such a long time here, so it'll only make that eventual turtle on the basement floor that much weaker here, as DWG Gaming needs to focus all of their utility on using it for that push here now, including things like opening up hatches, but I don't believe they've had the appropriate amount of time to work towards just yet. Certainly having the hard breach capable of doing so between Woogieman and Coded, but let's wait and see exactly how they're going to proceed from this point forward, as Katsang, of course, finally finishing off the clear on the second floor, moves down to the first and gets prepared for the final descent, as they've already got blue open. In fact, he realizes that as he approaches it there. So he'll more than likely start to push himself down the blue staircase, and interestingly enough, we've got DWG KIA inserting themselves in a completely different avenue this time. They're still going to try to go for early arsenal control. That actually might be a little bit of a red herring as well, the fact that we see the Rotero drone working its way forward, but Coded finds an issue here now, and then he works his way forward, but the good news is it's going to be open fairly quickly, and as he works himself back out. Not going to find any opponents initially, but the shot more than likely heard by the members of SSG. Still sitting on the inside of Arsenal here. Coded has to work himself out. Oh, that Nitro so close. Thought it would have been a dead Coded for sure, but he gets lucky here and survives it. Now as the rest of the push is working its way in, we come down to the final 15 seconds. There's a pinch coming in. Cat saying he's going to get burned out by the Toxic Babe, and Hot and Cold supporting it from the other end. Rampy with 2 for himself as well. Just leaves Woogieman alive on the main stairs, and Skies is ready for him as well. It's a solid first round defense in OT from SSG, and for the first time in this map, they will take the lead.
They have the lead indeed. This is their opportunity to try and close it out this time around. DK has had their shot before. I'm kind of still confused though how the RC managed to get the ADS, managed to get the bulletproof cam, but did no damage to the barricade that was right next to it. I'm like, okay, that should have been opened up. Either way, didn't matter, of course, in the end. They were ready for that push to come through as soon as the RC started to tick down. Now, it is DK that needs to fight back. It's DK that needs to close the gap to have another opportunity on the attack. Now, of course, if they go to another attack, there is a better opportunity for them to win it compared to the side they have just been at, because it has been closer overall. And they decide to go for Church Arsenal themselves. They want to push this to round 15 OT. The Space Station, I think they had enough of it. I think they want to start closing it out now. Do not want to lose to APAC as well.
Certainly not the case here. SSG, like we said, with the overarching advantage going in OT because they get the defensive start, but still need to close things down here. 8-6 would certainly be a statement to be made here if they can bring the second attacking round to bear. But mind you, back inside of regulation, both DWG KIA and SSG were only able to translate a single round on this side. So we'll need to improve their state of play massively if SSG is going to end it here. If not, we'll have to wait this one out for the final round of OT. But try and get it done at a 7-7 tie.
5 seconds to go.
There we have it. 7-6. DK looked like they could make it 5-1. I said it. It has been turned around twice before today. It could just as well be turned around here, and exactly what happened. However, it did not close in regulation. We are in OT. We're trying to figure out which of these two teams will be taking a win, as Yas is looking to go for a bit of a spawn peek. Something they did very often in their defensive side. Something that was quite effective as well, as Yas just doesn't care about the E1D and continues to rotate down, makes his position known. And with that, actually almost catching some shots as well.
Some shots from back outside of the backdoor connectors here. Once again, though, thankfully he's going to be able to avoid that, and it's not the only one that's going to retreat back down to the basement fully either. It's looking like Rin will also give an advanced position out from Blue. Folks actually watching for that position at this moment here. We'll have a drone coming in to confirm that that player has fallen back, and more than likely, we'll see Fultz continue to move forward after that drone has worked its way in. Rin has new duties to worry about, though, back downstairs inside of the Blue room itself. So we continue to hold behind that big generator there and wait for the push to come in from SSG. That's all it is right now here for DWG KIA, is a waiting game, since they've given up any semblance of their aggressive pressure. Of course, can still try to fend things off when it comes to impact tricks and whatnot. That's going to be on Woogieman when it comes to the kitchen hatch being over. We're still about another 30 or 40 seconds away from SSG being at the point where they're going to feel comfortable doing that.
That's it, right? Both of these have been electroclawed off, and actually Bosco now, as he starts to open it up with the Maverick, the electroclaw gets picked up. They're aware of the fact that, well, they're going to be opening it up, so let's just recycle that, get it down elsewhere, as it might be more useful in that situation. Bosco here opening up the second hatch as well. That leads into Blue. As he does so, there is a minute 20 left on the clock. It's plenty of time here for Space Station to work with. The question, however, is what kind of a push do they want to go for? Do they want to push Blue and, of course, the motorcycle at the same time? Or is Kitchen going to be their priority point? Don't quite see it yet, as we're all still rotating around.
Rotating around indeed and trying to make final decisions here. As again, still with a minute remaining, that's plenty of time for SSG to make a choice here. In regards to an actual attack avenue, though, that's what the comes. And Rampy, he wants the head. He doesn't want this foot. He knows if he shoots him in the foot, he's just going to back up and move away from this angle. If he waits, there's a chance he might take a step forward, but unfortunately, I don't think he'll get lucky this time, as that player from Damwon is going to end up backing away from a potential headshot angle for a member of SSG up on top here. Sounds like they were able to get the hatch open there as well, still working on, once again, getting themselves control over dirt and the kitchen hatch, but kitchen hatch is going to elude them as they instead can't access the dirt tunnel and a push that could come in from there. Fultz apparently missing the magnet that sits right behind him, I think, but Rampy finding success, and Fultz, what a flick on the Rin to shut him down. Yas with the first response to come in from DWG KIA. Yas as well, finishing off the case. A second from the sidearm as well. They might be holding on here, but it's still a 2v2. SSG has got a few players in fighting.
Yas!
Not anymore, though, as Yas shuts it down. It's a quad from him, and Coded seals the deal with the 5th. They're going all the way to the final round to settle this.
I see Yas there, Sire Leaf, as he raises his hands with the Karatas there, finishes him off, wanted to make sure there was no information given, but spots the second one. It does a lot of damage, but it's not the most ideal gun to take a gunfight with in such a hectic situation. Either way, he managed to make it work. Got a 4th one as well for the effort, and with that, it all comes down to this round. Round number 15.
User has been dropped.
Will be Space Station on the defense. It will be DWG KIA on the attack. If there is any moment where you need to win an attack now, then this is it for DWG KIA, as they are heading towards the gym and bedroom yet once again.
That's going to fall specifically as well, yeah, as you said, towards the gym and bedroom. Defense Castle is obviously going to come into the fold here now for SSG, so they can reinforce some of these windows, as well as just force more use out of DWG KIA's soft breach utility, and hopefully disallow things like the Rotero drones, the Ash Chargers, even the Sledge as well, from being used later on in the round to deal with other forms of utility. You can see, though, an abundance of soft breach has been brought, 3 of them, in fact, by the DWG KIA roster, so they shouldn't have too much of an issue dealing with the castle barricades, as well as the eventual site utility that's going to be set up, things like mute jammers and whatnot, the electric claws, as well as plenty of other things too.
Now, the rush attempts haven't really worked out from DWG KIA. I just hope that they're not going to be playing too scared now, knowing what's in the line. It's their final attempt on the attack, but so far nothing really has worked out. Try and get a bit creative here, actually, on that very final round. Imagine if they would have just gone for a very quick pace push right through the windows, whereas the rest is still setting up right now. That could be a tournament play. You don't know. It could literally be a play that basically confirms you, because we've seen it. You could be secure in second, you could be secure in first, at least secure between brackets, and then Team 1, for example, comes around and pulls the incredible miracle run right there. So you need to make sure that you're winning this one, and a good way to do it.
Well, Yas is certainly putting in the effort.
He's definitely putting in the effort, for sure.
Yeah, 22 kills right now, and only 8 deaths. That last round specifically giving him 4 more on the overall counter. A massive increase compared to the highest players on SSG, which is currently Rampy and Fultz. No surprises there from what we've been seeing. And Bosco as well, close behind at 10 kills. But that contribution being made by those 3 players, outwitting what we are seeing so far from DWG KIA, and mainly getting that fragging effort out of Yas, Woogieman in some instances, but the rest of the team falling short from time to time here and starting to cause problems as we get into this final round here. DWG KIA want to get access once again towards this jacuzzi balcony and work their way in. They do have the Maverick to make quick work of that, but they're going to need to get him over here first. Thankfully, Woogieman is on the way. It will be the primary goal for the next 30 seconds or so.
Trying to go for the exothermic there, but the Electroclaw managed to pick that one up just in time before it detonated. Woogieman with a very good drone, though. This is something we have seen before as well. The drones are so incredibly important here. As the wall will finally be opened up. It's the second exothermic to be used. There is this time around no opportunity to go for the Electroclaw, and that means there is an opportunity here. There is a possibility to just push through. Look at how heavily they're set up towards the jacuzzi wall. They will open up potentially. Yes, that castle barricade, so a gym plant might be on the way, but they want to get rid of Skies first, who's playing inside of that bathroom.
Not to mention you saw Rampy down below as well, playing for these top-down angles. There is quite a few sight lines for him to work off of. His priority is more than likely going to be main stairs, though, as once again the pressure shifts generally towards that direction. Doesn't mean, of course, he can shift if the gym execute should potentially arise towards it. We've got a lot of these players building up towards a potential push-in right now. As you said, those Skies is going to be the priorities. He still maintains that powerful position on the inside of bathroom, and until he's dealt with, he can continue to delay things here by using those toxic babes to hold him back. Woogieman as well, trying to push forward all the way towards main stairs, all on his lonesome here, and he gets it as well. He's going to be allowed forward. Might even get the free pick, as indeed he does. Rampy doing the double take, but not catching the moves from Woogieman. He even gets some nice damage off onto Hot, still down below also. So Woogieman just going to hold this stairwell while the rest of his teammates get ready to push forward onto the site. So with 30 seconds left to go as well, this is a lot of pressure barreling down on SSG, and this might be what Damwon need to get in, but that's a big push from Fultz. However, going to be exchanged out, even though he gets the kill against Coded. He does have case control. That's the big thing, but Woogieman is dominating it all right now. Woogieman single-handedly shutting it down as he gets himself a quad at the end of the game here. It's going to go to DWG KIA in overtime. 8-7 victory towards them.
What a game. You see the relief here on DK, but also a bit of, you can almost say a bit of disappointment, because they wanted to close it out with a full 3 points. The stress is definitely there. Just look at them. They're absolutely tired from that game. It was such a stressful one, because for them, it's the second big event. They're coming up against a team that has won the 6th Invitational before, of course, in a different iteration. But what a game that was for them. I am impressed by DWG KIA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, quick break, and then we will be back to break down this absolutely amazing match between these teams.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream here live from the Rainbow Six Sweden Major in Gävle. We just finished watching probably one of the best games of this tournament yet, at least for me personally, what I've been able to cast here between DWG Gaming and Space Station. Space Station falling short in the first half. They're going down 1-5, rebounding in the second half to trigger OT, but then in the very final round where they had an offensive side as well, is not able to fend off the aggression from DWG Gaming. Kia's Woogieman gives us that amazing play to finish off the game.
Definitely. First, you had Yas clutching it out on the defense. Don't forget, round 14 it was. He managed to get a quad kill as well when it seemed like Space Station had their attack under lock and key. And after that, it is Woogieman that just loops in, gets a quad kill, sneaks through the stairs, gets the first, goes back up, managed to get one on side, then the one that's back outside, and then one more on the stairs. It's absolutely insane. The game just went from quad kill to quad kill, and comeback as well. So I have no clue what to say about it. It's like, it looked like SSG was going to be winning it after it went to OT. But Damwon really said, no, not today.
Yeah, Damwon coming back in there. And I was talking about it as well. We started to see Yas really outpace the large majority of his opponents, sitting at 22-8 at one point. Probably ended up a little bit further ahead than that, as well as the stats in a moment here, of course. But once again, I was wondering, when are we going to see someone else step up here? When are we going to see big plays for their player? Because we had them earlier on in the game, but it had gone away a little bit. Thankfully, that player was Woogieman in the final round there to bring that incredible performance to the table. And I believe he had quite a bit of success there on the 14th round as well. They're helping out quite a bit there to make sure that things still went their way, and making sure that the team ended up coming out on top of that matchup there. So that has once again secured a very, very strong position for DWG KIA inside of this group. Top 1 for APAC yet again, as they still cannot be beaten here, it seems, today.
Yeah, definitely so. And with that, very important point. I think that is more important to mention as well. They have the head-to-head now over SSG, just temporarily, just by singular rounds. So if they lose it any worse than they won it here today, then suddenly their head-to-head goes back to Space Station. But they're in a pole position to make it all the way up to the playoffs for this group. They're definitely in a very good position here. So I'm excited to see how that one will evolve later today. But yeah, as the highlights, honestly, like
here comes the good ones right
round,
here.
It should have been DWG KIA as well that should have locked it off, but Fultz, that was hiding literally the entire round in the oil pit, sneaks up and ends it all. That brought it to overtime. It could have been 7-5, and that's probably why they were disappointed.
Yeah, certainly the case. And again, had a great performance up until that point as well. Really just struggled. Remember the massive lead they had that I just mentioned there. 5-1 at the halftime. Just needed those 2 rounds, and they were so close to getting the second one. As they got the first one, they got their 6th round relatively early on. I think they had 3 or 4 opportunities as Space Station was trying to climb back from a deficit there, but just couldn't make it happen. And unfortunately, will lose that additional point as a result of that, as well as the loss in the massive head-to-head advantage they will have in any tiebreaker scenario. Here's the stats from the match, folks. And again, you can see it. Yas domination at 22-8 there with a 1.7 run rating and an 80% cost. As well, a 2-0 entry rating split between him and Wookie Man, and those are not even the main entries. That responsibility fell to Rin, who, well, yes, didn't have as many impressive stats in the KD and cost department, still had a 4-2 record there and succeeded in his personal role. Not so much the case when it came to SSG, however. We can see they struggled quite a bit in that avenue with everyone except for Hutton. And again, while there was great performances out of Rampy, Fultz, and Bosco, it wasn't enough in those final rounds, although it was a very, very close match.
Especially Hutton as well, not being able to really perform during this game. He was the big player on Space Station throughout the entirety of the NAL, and now just unfortunately will not be able to perform as well during this game. There is still 3 games to play. There is still plenty of time for them to get back into it, so there's no need to worry yet.
And we did actually see as well one game where he had a fairly decent performance. We know that capability is there, but unfortunately it's not consistent at this point here in the event. We can take a look at our group standings though and see where things stand. Once again, we already talked about it. DWG Gaming topping out Group D here as they hold 8 points, topping out their first place position. Space Station Gaming still maintaining second as of this point here with 5. Team Empire down in 3rd place with 3, and FURIA unfortunately now in last, only with 2 points in their name. Meanwhile, as well, over in Group C, BDS and NIP are tied in a 2-way tie there, 6 points each, and for Invictus and the Soniqs, they have yet to gain a win there, so they're sitting at 0.
Yeah, interesting indeed. And I'm not quite sure Empire Fury, I believe they have played or are currently playing.
Yes, so we're still waiting on results for that one.
There's still going to be a bit of change there because essentially Empire has 2 losses already. And it's 3 games, and Furia has 2 losses and a win as well. So I'm not quite sure which way that one went. Either way, it is going to be an interesting one for sure. But don't go anywhere yet. There is still going to be more matches. We're not even... Are we halfway through yet?
Nope, we got one more game.
Not one more game, and now we're halfway through even. So plenty of Siege to go. Do not go anywhere. We will be back soon.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
with the stolen mind and a clear sign to carry out the sign. Yes, thank God for a human life to make peace and destructive frame of mind. Let's bring it at the end of the line. I came towards the end of mankind. Yes, thank God for a human life to make peace and destructive frame of mind. Let's bring it at the end of the line. I came towards the end of mankind. Hiding behind the academy gap while the white collar criminals are calling the shots. We're covering the profit, not power. Drain the money out, drop it from the top. Beating up the
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the B stream, where we are about to head into a banger of a matchup. BDS versus NIP. 6 months ago, this would have been a grand final at the Six Invitational, or at least very close to it if BDS hadn't fell ever so slightly short. Fast forward 6 months, things could not be different, Ace. NIP struggling to get out of groups at Mexico, struggling through stage 3, and BDS looking better than ever.
Slightly different landscape, as you say, especially for NIP. They've come through, I think they only won 2 of their stage 3 games, but obviously with the LATAM system, still got themselves through to the Copper Elite 6, beat Liquid, and managed to qualify. Now, they had a good performance yesterday against Soniqs, but they're coming up against a BDS team, Des, that they don't need any introduction. We see these guys week in, week out in the EUL, and we know just how good they are.
A bit of a Cinderella story for BDS in a way. The famous saying that I've put behind them so many times is always the stage, never the spotlight. They make it into that final 8, that top 4 time and time and time again, but are yet at a major event to claim a first place finish. They added a new coach in Bios, joining them about 3 months ago, and since then their upward trajectory has been terrifying. Undefeated in stage 3. Lights out so far here at the major. One of 2 teams on 6 points. The other team on 6 points and undefeated is their opponent. Worth breaking down, of course, how the current group sits as well. 2 teams, these 2 on 6 points. IG and Soniqs both on 0. So both of these games really, really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody here is going to take what you'd have to call a commanding lead here. Whoever gets the win and goes to the top of the table, clear of points on all the rest, really does a big job for themselves. Obviously, between that IG and Soniqs game that's going on at the minute, that's really going to determine who the chaser is. That's going to be whoever gets the points out of that game is going to be the ones that are hunting down the losers here. Now then, NIP, they don't need much of an introduction either, Des. They might have had a quiet back end to the year, but they are still our reigning SI champions. Kamikaze, Psycho, Julio, Musit and Pino. We've seen a little bit of mixed performances from them so far. IG gave them a bit of a scare in game 1. That much is fair to say.
NIP were down 5-1.
Exactly that. IG really did give them a bit of a scare, but then NIP just activated, came back. Not only did they win that game, they had a very convincing 7-2 win against the Soniqs as well. So they're going to be coming in here probably feeling pretty confident. But for me, I look at NIP in this tournament and I can't put them up into that top tier just because of the performances so far through the back end of the year, Mexico and obviously stage 3. I can't say that they're at the same level of sort of contender as BDS is coming into this. They've got to earn that again for me. As much as we know they're a solid team, we know what they're capable of, they've got to deliver in the big matchups. And guess what they're heading into, Des? They're heading into one of the biggest matchups that they are going to have in Sweden.
I think it's telling. This game is it's the best way I can summarize it. It's going to be a telling fixture. We know that NIP tend to warm up the longer a competition goes on. They lose out here to BDS. BDS sit in first place on 9 points. It is very unlikely either of the other 2 teams then catch them and knock them off the top spot. If NIP lose here, they're drawn back into a bit of a battle where their next game against the winner of the IG Soniqs match happening right now on the A stream, that will be the real war for second place. And my God, will it get a bit shaky if that's the way it goes out. But it could be the same as BDS who lose this game. There's still a lot to play for with 3 games in this group to go. Of course, this being the 3rd game they're playing. There's the 4th, 5th and 6th to take place as the day begins to wear on. But I feel like as we get towards the end of the day today, we will know at least in most groups which teams are going through in first place, and then the war for second place really begins.
Absolutely. I mean, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again now. I absolutely love group stages, and I love it because of games like this. I woke up this morning, and this was one of the first thoughts on my mind was, right, I've got the BDS NIP game today. It's going to be big. We knew that in advance. The fact that they both sat there up at the top of the table, this is one of, for me, the real grandstand games of the group stages. These are one of the 2 fixtures that you look towards when you've seen those groups drawn and you think, right, BDS and NIP, they're going to be playing each other in the groups, much like it was for Space Station Empire as well in Group D. You just look at those matchups, you look at those fixtures and you just think, right, when are they playing? Where are we going to see that?
Absolutely. Shall we take a look at the maps in just a moment? Because I'm very keen to see where these 2 teams are shaking down as well. I mean, at this point, it feels like for BDS especially, we know them very well because of their play in EUL. there isn't really a map they're extremely weak on at the minute. Maybe you look towards Villa as a map they've permabanned for the longest time. We know their tendency to just play it out every now and then. They can play it. And no doubt that's something they've been working on behind the scenes as well. And here we go as the maps come up. It's going to be a game of going to Cafe. That's a good throwdown. For BDS back in the old days especially, used to play this map a metric ton. Not so much lately, but still a very competent and confident team there.
Absolutely. You know, we know that BDS know their way around Cafe. We've seen some great performances from them on there over the year. But I tell you what, NIP won't be scared of it either. You know, this is a region that doesn't mind playing Cafe at all. And they're going to be really bringing it here. I think this is a good map. It's a really good map for these two to face down on.
I agree, yeah. All the players are into the server, so we'll be getting underway with an incredible game to really whet your appetite for what the rest of the group stages and, of course, the playoffs, once they commence on Friday, are going to bring to you. We were already talking on the way over here, our walk over from our little hidey hole where we sit away when the games aren't on. We were talking about, God, imagine already what some of these quarterfinals can be. We've just seen on this stream what teams like DWG KIA can do. We've seen BDS steamroll through the opposition so far. FaZe, who were 14-0 before their loss came through to Rogue. There are some very sharp teams in this competition. And here, we're about to see the best two of them arguably throw down to see who comes out as the king of this group. 71% of you with BDS? I think a fair assumption based on the performances that we've seen so far.
I'm not actually sat down at the moment, Des.
When are you ever?
Do you know where I am mentally?
You're on the edge of your seat,
I am on the edge of my seat, Des, and I'm sure that everybody else at home is going to be throughout this game. I am sort of praying that neither of these teams run away with it. I don't want a stomp here. I want to see 12 rounds. I want to see 15 rounds, Des. I want to see this one go all the way, tooth and nail. Let's really go at each other. Flores and Nomad, talk to me.
Where's Thatcher? Thatcher's had like a 90% ban rate throughout the entirety of this competition. One of the only games I've seen where Thatcher wasn't banned away was in one of DWG KIA's games, I believe against FURIA last night, where Lion and Decabi were banned away. But the Flores is a target ban against BDS. Alems has gone on public record and said that he believes Flores is the best operator in the game and massively undervalued, so much so that it's taken away. The Nomad coming through to help, you know, remove the strength of the flank watch. You can't put down those 3 air jabs that are there to prevent roamers doing their job so effectively later into the round. This is a great way of really upsetting the apple cart and letting NIP move more fluidly throughout the map. The last 2 bans, they don't need much introduction. Valkyrie we see a lot on this map because of the outside potential of cameras, and Mira, in the wise old words of Demo, makes good sights great and great sights impenetrable.
Well, NIP, if you want us to believe that you are back, if you want us to believe that you never really left, now is the time to send that message. Coming in so far, 2 wins, 1 convincing, 1 not as much so.
Defenders
This is the time to really send that statement.
I like this as well, because normally Rafal would be the Maverick player coming in for BDS, because Maverick, as we know, can ignore electrified hatches, walls, you name it, and just burn straight through them. What do you do in the spot where you need to bring a Thatcher is you put your Maverick player instead onto playing Thatcher. It does remove some of the nades away from the BDS lineup where they'd normally have 6 frag grenades on side. Here there are just 4. But it means the rest of the team hasn't got to change around it. It's one player that gives still a very valuable piece of information and utility. Can of course deal with the ADSs, can deal with things like the Kite Electro Claws if they're stopping a wall, and enables Brede to get those opened up. I like, by the way, it's a real sign of the change for BDS, where Shaiko is not playing Hibana on this map. That has gone firmly over to Brede, and Shaiko is sticking on that tried and tested and proven to be successful entry role in the Iana.
This is, you know, this is a problem. You look at target bans towards BDS and you think, yeah, Iana is actually a bit of a viable target ban. You're going to impact on Shaiko, but you don't impact on Shaiko. No. Because he's just going to pick up
Shaiko impacts on you.
He's going to pick up Sophia, he's going to pick up Hibana, he's going to come in on Ashe. He doesn't really care. He's just going to come in on Finker. You know, any alternative to Iana, Shaiko will pick them up and do the business. So there's just no point trying to sort of stop him in terms of taking operators away from him. So coming in on the Iana, and look at this, they're straight into top floor Shaiko, and this is something that we've seen him do before, so confidently moving through there, and it really tells you the faith he's got in his droning team that are raining those ahead ahead of him. Look, he's just jumping over balustrades. He's just trying to get to them, Des.
Look how fast they've done it, right? 45 seconds has taken them for what most teams would take 90 seconds to do. My metric is always 1 minute 30 is the mark by which the sledge needs to be swinging his hammer on the second floor to start opening up the kitchen. But inside 60 seconds, they're there. Shaiko starting to work his way down these white stairs, looking to cause a little bit of early trouble. Needs to be wary of what is going on inside of VIP, sees the man, and now wants to start taking the challenge. He's got to burn through the ADS. The first one's removed. Flash comes through. A second nade piled in, which will remove not the shield. It was just narrowly off on the angle, blocked slightly by the wall, gets rid of the ADS, and of course, being Iana, has her own little bit of information she can use here to see that Muzi is still dug in behind the shield and may start trying to think about a push.
Definitely unfortunate for Shaiko there. If he clears out that shield, he can move and make a challenge onto Muzi, but right now, it's a problem for BDS, and it's something they're going to have to solve, Des, if they want to push in through the kitchen. It looks like he might have a little challenge coming in from half stairs as well, so need to be careful. NIP certainly not being scared here. There goes the Gon 6, there goes the deployable shield. So Muzi, he's going to have to drop back and probably just play this a little bit less aggressively now.
Shield coming down. I know he put a lot of focus onto what Shaiko's up to, but of course the rest of BDS are keeping themselves busy around the map. Bit of pressure from Malem starting to be set up on restaurant side, which will put the pinch in onto Muzi. They've identified that getting Muzi out of VIP is their #1 focus, but Brede, he finds the swing inside of white. 3 players converging on one, and Brede watching the cut that Shaiko has watched most of this round. They won't yet find another as Julio strikes back, and finally it comes through. Brede the second coming in onto Pino in the round. 4 versus 3, 35 seconds to play.
Julio could be a real thorn in the side on the flank here, just playing inside a main door, looking for the bottom of half stairs. Does he get his man? No, he misses. He shots, but he comes round the second time. Psycho manages to drop Shaiko at the same time, and BDS are in a sticky spot here, Des. They've got NIP on both sides of them, and the clock is running down. They've got to get in and do something here. We still have Brede with Diffuser in hand. He's going to try to get it down, but Psycho is on the Echo. Do they know it's going down? He's not going to get there in time, Des, and that is successful. That's a little bit of a slip from NIP there in round #1. They've allowed that Diffuser to go down, and Renshiro's up above Des. He can watch this vertically. He's on the sledge. He's got the perfect tools to do the job, but he's going to have to win out a 1 versus 3.
They've got to push him and frag him as well. I'm surprised no one went charging up red stairs any sooner to give the challenge so they can try and go for the defuse. Oh, Renshiro, he's found 2! Where's that double kill came from, buddy? Julio flanking in. Renshiro can't see him. Has he got time? Yes, he will, but only very narrowly. If he knows where the diffuser is, we'll just about stick it with 4 seconds to spare. My word, that is one way to start a round.
Well, who else had this one down for an absolute banger, Des? Because we've come out of the gates at 100 miles per hour there. What a round, back and forth, 3 versus 3 at a point. NIP looked like they were in control of it, Des, but for some reason, they allowed that diffuser to go down. Psycho was just late to the party with the Yokai drone, and for a second there, for a split second, you really thought that Renshiro was going to lock it down, but Julio, the master himself, cool as ever, goes in there and gets that final kill with seconds to spare, disables the activated diffuser. NIP take round 1, but there is a lot more action to come here.
Late to the party, but bought a bottle of wine and a spare clutch to boot as well. NIP with the first round on the board. It comes down to a 1v1. It comes down to a disable. That shows you exactly what to expect in this game. Bar Cocktail going to be round #2 for NIP. I'm seeing the castle, I'm seeing the Aruni, and that screams to me, Ace, that lovely favourite strat that I've come to adore, the setup inside a piano with laser gates and castle barricades to lock everything down and deny and, well, drain as much utility from the attackers as possible. It's going to be very time for BDS on how quick they can get this cleared out, how fast they can deal with the extended hold that will go, not from the site, but straight in towards Cigar Shop and look to slow BDS down. Because like we saw in the previous round, they aren't the ones who respect the clock. The clock respects them because they move rapid.
An attacker to keep an eye on here is going to be Lems on the Zofia. You know, we've commented on this countless times. There's how well we saw Bolo deal with this setup at SI21. It might as well not have been in place against him because he would get up on that window rappel at piano, top of your screen now. He'd use that single window on the Zofia and just absolutely remove everything in his path very, very quickly. There's a couple of things that you need to be careful of. ADS is obviously kamikaze on the Jaeger, but there are no Wamai magnets to support, so their ability to deal with projectiles is limited. Not you know, there is an ability there, but it's limited. They don't have enough to deal with a lot of them. They've also got to be careful of that white stairs door. Immediately, as I suggested, Elem's on the Zephyr. He's going to deal with that utility, but he's being super cautious over white stairs.
Very, very cautious. And of course, if you haven't watched too many games so far in this major or weren't too aware, Castle has been given 4 armor panels, which is why every single window in Piano, plus the double doorway that leads into Cigar itself, has been blocked off by the Castle. Laser gates then doubling things up. Elem's being reminded there is someone there. You saw the bullet trails. You knew that he was present, and you said how important the Zofia was. It can't be any more important than this. And Shaiko did not respect the call from Elems as to where Pino was. Or sorry, Psycho finds 2 kills. Unbelievable start for NIP and an uncharacteristic slip up by BDS.
Absolutely, that does. There's no other way we can put it. As you say, the bullet tracers flew out of that window, but Alem still revealed his head and Psycho was able to remove it. That Piano and Cigar defense is almost certainly going to remain largely in place. They've got Renshiro, he doesn't have any nades left. They've got Breeder on the Hibana, but it's going to be difficult from that window to start getting through Castle barricades, Goyo shield, and everything else that is in there.
No.
Oh, he's getting hit hard as he tries to move inside a Piano. Very difficult now for them to do that.
He backed into the laser gate that was on the window. That's a free 30 hit points of damage being taken if ever I've seen it as well. A small kicker, but things are going from bad to worse for BDS here. They might have themselves the control inside a Cigar, but you've still got 5 members of NIP ready. NIP, a team who looked a little bit shaky against IG yesterday, couldn't deal with the coordination and togetherness of the APAC team on Bank. But here against BDS, they've woken up and they've got that World Championship mentality breathing through everything they're doing.
Great example of what NIP do here as a team, Des. They've got themselves the first couple of kills, and then what have they done? They've just retired back deeper into site, and that's what NIP will do. They'll bring the early aggression, and then they will try to sit back. Now, against a team like BDS, they might just fall foul there, Des. 2 deaths coming quickly, and we find ourselves now 3 versus 2. 25 seconds left to go, but lots of information on the side of NIP. They've got the bulletproof cameras up there, feeding in the positions. Pino takes full advantage of that, finds Breeder. It's all up to Rafal now. He's low health on the Thatcher. He's going to get found out by the bar. He's going to get put in the trash along with the bags that are there, and that's going to be round 2 going to NIP.
A good closeout to the round. Sure, 2 kills come the way of BDS in the mid-round, which I think, if nothing else, just reinforces to NIP. Right, guys, tighten up now. We've tried to take a couple of gunfights to close this round out, but let's play together. They dig in deep, sit inside a storage, play around Pixel. Just enough to fire a few bullets out to keep BDS interested, but not enough to make sure that they were going to sacrifice their lives in the process. 2 big rounds to start for NIP on the defensive side. Next, we head into Reading and Fireplace, completing our full 3 rotation of sites. And for a second, I thought we were going to see the Mute Mozzie Vigil combination coming out of NIP, looking to deny away the info game, or at least hinder the info game coming out of BDS. But they've swapped away last second. Instead, it's going to be a pulse coming in for Psycho, which means a lot of C4s, a lot of boom time that you've got to be careful of if you're BDS.
Absolutely that. Like you say, going to be in Reading this time around, so a fairly similar setup to last time, but it's not going to be as heavily focused to the far left-hand side of your screen. It's going to be more onto the right-hand side. Barback storage is going to be shored up, so it looks like NIP might play quite a high line here, up towards Pixel, up towards Washroom, Barback storage, and then they'll try and just dip back as time goes on. I mean, we saw a perfect example of it last round. They'll try and get themselves some kills, and then they'll try and dip back deeper and just force BDS to play into them.
It's really interesting how they've reinforced off both of those walls inside of storage looking towards bathroom. Normally, the right-hand side one is left soft, and you open up a rotation hole there, so the player, often a Rooney or a Jaeger, standing on Pixel or one Mai, if you bring one along, will play on Pixel and be able to dart back in towards site if required. But this just says to me, whoever's playing on white here is committing their life. The big worry you've got is if they start pushing in and challenging from Piano side and also have someone on the white stairs window repel, you are trapped. You cannot get out, which is what made me a little bit nervous seeing that being reinforced off. But just screams, we want to make this hard for BDS. We don't want to give them the freedom to use those rotates for themselves. We'll give a little bit of ground, we'll force them to use a bit of half breach, and then we'll back away. So for NIP, with the composure they've shown so far, this might just prove to be the right play.
Certainly could. BDS really need to be picking up around here, in all honesty. 2-0 to NIP. They certainly don't want to suffer that complete defensive rotation. Now, we've got the Gemini clone from Iana going in and just doing a little bit of drone work, looking to see exactly what the setup is. And the drone from Ranshiro, he's going to pick up on the Rooney that's playing right underneath that skyline. Kamikaze just nearly getting himself caught out as he rotates back to site there. Lem's not able to find the kill. Does do a little bit of damage through the barricade, but he's going to hold his angle for the time being, and again just trying to cut off any rotates for the defenders. So they're trying to force them to just play within a small area here on the top floor. You want to be forcing them to play in Cocktail, White Stairs, and then literally the site itself.
I mean, they're doing a great job because look at how slow we're seeing. Shiko just knew. We've seen that C4 so much. But look at the high line being held. Yeah, 2 in Cocktail, 1 playing below with the C4. We're 90 seconds in, and BDS barely have control of red. Again, let's not forget, we aren't attacking Bar and Cocktail here, we're attacking downstairs. But like attacking upstairs, you need the majority of the top floor control before you can make anything happen. They are struggling at step 1 here, Ace, and that again is very uncharacteristic for BDS.
It is overexposing themselves to the lines of sight where you know players are going to be. Muzi, he's going to drop back down and rotate along with Pino as well, so it's taken BDS 2 minutes, but they've got control of the top floor. They can start to work with some verticality if Ranshiro gets in there on the sledge. And it's time now for NIP to scramble a little bit, to reposition and to take up those new spots, those new lines of sight inside of sight. Now then, Alems, he knows that there's a man just on the right-hand side of the pillar there, but he's not going to be able to find him. He continues just trying to seek his way out. He pushes into sight, just misses the pulse of Psycho as well. Can he get his first? Yes, he can. Finds the head of Julio. 30 seconds left to go. BDS need to get moving, and that's certainly what they're doing.
They've got the vertical control. They've got the exposure into the rotate hole. They can play this perfectly. Pino can try and go for the flank, but he's on a pretty noisy, chunky boy in the Maestro. They'll know that he's coming from a mile away. Plant's gone down. 4 versus 3. And for BDS, they are in a great position here. Everything on the back, for my mind, on that bookcase being opened up by the Zofia. No one can use the rotate. That is such a critical drop angle for defenders as well who want to fall away from the top floor. Really smart play. And we don't see Zofia all that much lately. But that, for me, is a great example of where she isn't used that much. She has the ability to have a massive impact where teams don't expect it.
What was terrifying there from BDS to me was the speed from the point of taking top floor control, which was 2 minutes in. I commented on it. We saw Muzi and Pino dropping away through the hatch. That was BDS gaining top floor control. And the speed with which the round finished from there. 10 seconds later, you've got Alems pushing into sight, gets himself an important opener, and it's all over from there. Brede comes in, gets the diffuser down. Such quick, decisive play from BDS.
It was crazy, yeah. I mean, you basically had Alems pushing solo from Snowdoor and start doing work in sight, and no one was there to contest or stop him. It was just very comfortable. Well played by BDS, and finally get that elusive first round on the board, albeit on the off-site. We begin the rotation all over again, back inside of Kitchen. Now, recall round number 1, Ace, it was ridiculously close. BDS did kind of snag a plant under the noses of NIP that we both said, well, NIP should have been able to stop that. They should have had the knowledge and awareness to be able to stop Brede getting down that freebie plant, and they almost lost the round as a result. 4 seconds, all that gave, or the only space they had for Psycho to get the defuse off in the end. Otherwise, it's a similar setup. You're going to see BDS likely go for the same attack, top floor downwards. One thing I do want to raise, and I know it's still early on, we've only seen 3 rounds. Shiko, top fragger of the year. 326 kills across our 3 stages. One of only 2 players, Alamal being the other, who have over 100 kills in every single stage this year, has yet to get himself on the board in this game.
This is it, you know, you look at it and you think, he can't necessarily always do that every single game, every
Absolutely
time.
not.
But at the same time, Des, you got to have a reliance on him to do it as well, because, you know, it is a big factor of this BDS team, and there are others who will step up and get those kills in his place, but Shiko is a difference maker. That is what he does. He's a talismanic player. When he starts stepping up and the kills start raining in, guess what? Everybody else starts getting them as well. He drives the forward. He's like the engine room of the team that brings that energy, and so I think that's a big, big part of this here. If he can start finding some kills, finding his shots, it will really help BDS today.
Maybe he's just a diesel engine, takes a bit of time to get going. Give him a few rounds and I imagine you'll see him warm in, especially on the defensive side. He can be an absolute terror. But again, going by that metric of 1 minute 30, BDS, nice and quick here, have got themselves going. Again, I think I've repeated this before, but the slowest team for me I recall at getting that vertical control onto the second floor and opening things up was Norengo back in the old day. I think 1 minute and 5 was their average when they get control of second floor. BDS have done it here by the 2-minute mark. They are 55 seconds faster than what we saw out of teams like Norengo previously. And again, most teams sit around that 1 minute 30 average. They are well ahead of pace already.
Just sending an EMP in there. The first one gets burnt out by an ADS, but the second will do its job. We see the shield disappear, and this is something that BDS do very well. It's the teamwork. There's just one piece of utility coming in after another, but there are fractions of seconds in between them, and they're just perfectly ordered to clear out all the utility ahead of them. Now, Muzi was in this position last time, didn't have any success. Once that utility was cleared out,
Here we go,
BDS
Lems
were able to get in and get the kill. Lems did exactly the same as you say. He's going to move on to VIP window. They're going to create a crossfire onto him.
I was going to talk about this as well. Pino is sat at front desk, so LMs is really wary about a run out coming through. He's got himself in the spot he needs to be in, but if Pino runs out and kills him here, that completely removes the threat that sits behind this style of play. They've got to be so wary, but again, it's a 3-person pinch push coming in towards VIP. They don't know where he is. Now Shaiko knows, can he win? No, he can't. Muzi finds one. Is there going to be a trade coming in? Yes, there is. Bredo gets one. LMs gets the run out onto Pino. 2 big kills, and the trap that NIP set that was sprung, but sadly unsuccessful.
Julio just looking at those vertical angles there. He knows that Renshiro is doing that reconstruction work above them, and he's just going to hold those tight pixels to see if he can find his man. He picked him up in round 1. He'll be looking to do it again now then. How can you go in there completely unaware of Julio Des, but Kamikaze with a team kill, Toxic Babe. It's all going wrong on every side, Des.
If you listen closely, you can hear the clown music. Not the end to the round that anyone wanted there. 2 players going down to the smoke eventually, and Rafal, the last second, stepping into it. Not the outcome BDS wanted. NIP likely thankful there was that little slip up on BDS's side. Before that, it looked good, but the actual site execute itself, a little bit shaky.
It was late.
BDS.
It was late, is the reality.
Late and shaky.
Late and shaky.
Thank you.
Absolutely no problem. I knew that you were looking for it, Des.
I was.
Knew that you'd enjoy that one. That was the reality. Breede comes in there. He's absolutely no idea that Julio is led prone in behind that counter. Absolutely no idea whatsoever. It's the freest kill of Julio's life. And there's like 5 seconds left on the clock. The diffuser's down. It doesn't really matter at that point that Kamikaze kills Julio. That's potentially even an active decision. He's, I'm going to smoke it out because the diffuser's down. They can't then go in, pick it up and plant it. So, sorry, Julio. You're caught up in the middle of it, but that's what needs to happen. And it was well played by NIP. Nice defense. I like the way that Pino and Muzi worked to get that opening kill onto Shaiko. Yes, they both lost their lives shortly after, but again, it just burnt so much time.
A lot of time indeed. Now we get this top floor setup coming in once again. Bit of a contrast to what you saw when they were defending Reading and Fireplace. If you recall, both of those walls that now have a rotate in were reinforced off. Both of the walls from storage into piano, reinforced off. So small changes being brought in, and the main reason why you see these rotates being left open, some walls being left soft, is because they want players to actually play inside there. They've got ADSs, they've got shields facing off in towards piano. If nothing else doesn't say, we want to play here and we want to contest inside of piano, nothing else will. And I like how probably in the last year or so, this has become very normalized. More and more teams will hold inside a bathroom and storage, because why give piano for free? Some teams would say, hey, you can get piano. It's a step forward from there where you'll struggle. Once Wamai came in and started giving teams the idea of, hey, we can lock down Pixel here with shields. To reinforce that, we need someone in bathroom, and why not play someone in storage to give them also more side support? It's now at a point where for the attackers, I think Cafe is really hard to get started in an attack. You're often sat on the windows for a good minute or so. You're trying to get the red drop safely with still being able to have somewhere to go. Often you don't have that, and here you're being stinted back by more and more utility. Laser gates, bulletproofs, shields, ADSs, reinforcements, banshees, you name it, there is something there to slow you down. So for BDS, it's all about the pace and discipline to get this start of the attack underway.
Lem's just desperately trying to find the angle onto that bulletproof camera there, just continually checking his drone to see if he's managed to take the utility out before he proceeds into the room. Now then, drone shot out underneath will signify that there is somebody playing down there, likely with a nitro in hand. Got Julio on the Goyo, and I believe it is him that is going to be playing down underneath. So 5 versus 5, still 1 minute 35 left to go. Muzi just holding down this angle from Washroom still, and BDS, whilst clearing out a lot of utility, they don't have any boots on the ground as they're not quite established inside of the map yet. As you say, burning a lot of time on the repels, trying to get in there, but Shaiko, big opener onto Pino, gets a good nade there, and his first kill of the game.
Alems has had support to get a laser gate open twice. He's had 2 impacts to try and get rid of the shield and can't do it. Shaiko with a wonderful shot will shut down the man that Alems has struggled with for 90 seconds in this round. 2 massive kills, and what a round to start making an appearance. They've got cigar shot control. Kamikaze sees Alems on the window. He's having a torrid time this round, Ace, that's for sure. And now it's about what BDS can do in a 4 versus 3.
Julio on red stairs.
Oh!
He gets 2, Des! Gets 2 before Rafal is able to trade out. He's an actual direct trade as they kill each other, but it leaves us now 2 versus 2, and another round that is just completely up in the air, Des. The diffuser is down cold. Nobody from the side of BDS that has that in hand at the minute. It's Shaiko and Renshiro are left. Renshiro has been able to get in and collect that diffuser. Now then, 30 seconds left to go, and the Aruni gate gets re-engaged. What a time for NIP to be able to get that utility back up and available with limited opportunity for BDS to do anything about it, but Shaiko's woken up, Des. He finds a shot onto Kamikaze, down but not out. It's Saiko, it's 1v1 effectively here, and he finds the kill onto Shaiko, and that is going to be another round for NIP on the defense.
Psycho and Shaiko in the same game hurts my brain for a number of reasons. The pronunciation and the work they've both just done in that round. Unbelievable. Julio on the flank, I think, made that round for NIP. Otherwise, it's a 4 versus 3. They're in full control.
On a lurk like that, he's a nightmare. He'll hit nitros, he's great with vertical nitros from underneath. His success rate is fantastic. Moving up red stairs there, again, something we've seen him do countless times where he doesn't get picked up on his lurk. It's not an active roam as such. He will play it in a very limited area, waiting for his vertical opportunity. If it doesn't come along, he's going to strike like that. Rafal was kind of ready for it, still got the kill, but it was too late. 2 of them were dead.
It's one of those I look at, and I said it in the round, Alems had a torrid time. You know, both drones dead early, fired off, both of his concussions, both gone. Impacts on side. One, I believe he just completely whiffs. The second one goes into a my magnet. And from there, they're very safe to just sit. NIP, this is still inside a bathroom behind the shield. That was his sole job in that round and couldn't quite pull it off. Admittedly, very well challenged by the player inside a bathroom, making sure he could peek for a couple of milliseconds before he was being blasted. It was really well defended, and ultimately it came down to Shaiko to start working the magic. As you can see on your screen, a quick pause here for BDS. A couple of conversations from Coach Bias stood behind them who can see the things that are going wrong here, giving the team a little bit of wisdom and guidance, something that we haven't seen before, if you remember. They never had a coach behind them before. It was always a player-led team. But since just before Mexico, Bias has been with them, been working hard, and we're still waiting yet to see the results, at least in this game, of that work.
Some very serious faces across the team of BDS, which isn't necessarily always unusual, Des. They're, not always one of those teams that are sort of laughing, joking. We commented on Rogue the other day how they, seem to be sort of very positive with it. Vitality are another team where they're going to be smiles and laughing, but very, very stern faces at the minute from BDS. They know they've got the work cut out ahead of them. 4-1 to NIP, and this for me is a must-win round for BDS now. They need to find this attack as they've got to come in, they've got to get the win here and just at least limit this to a 4-2 half. They're going to be attacking onto Reading Room. They won it previously, back in round 3. Breed able to get the plant down. It took them 2 minutes to get control over top floor, but as soon as they did, it was just like a firework going off. You'd had that long fuse fizzling away, and then as soon as that control hit, bang, they lit up the sky, they lit up the round, got the diffuser down, got the kills, and closed it out quickly. More of the same required for BDS.
I would be really curious to know why Muzi's opted in this round for the Warden as well. Clearly a team decision. It's not just he's selfishly gone, I want to play Warden this round. They brought it for a purpose, and one of those most definitely is a shield. But then I'm thinking, well, why not just bring a smoke? Smoke in that spot, FMG, lots of players running around with it these days. We haven't seen Ying ever really be a thing for BDS, the sort of execution-based operator with the Candelas delivering a lot of flashes, for example. Just seems a little bit murky to me, but we'll see what the game plan is for it and whether or not it has an impact. BDS already getting started on the top floor.
As you say, you've got flashes on the part of Hibana there, but they'll at most probably be used to clear out utility. You know, they'll be looking to clear out those ADSs, if anything. We'll see as the round progresses, just whether that functionality of Muzi's sort of secret agent glasses that allow him to clear off flash effects or to see through smoke, we'll see whether that has any impact now then. That is a position that was played last time around.
Oh,
but they've
no!
picked up on Psycho, Des! They don't know that he's a piano, and he's played them a tune. He's played them like a fiddle with that kill. Drops himself away. Julio doubles down and finds one. 5 versus 3. I asked if NIP were back. Well, it certainly looks that way at the minute.
He's done the same before, though. Remember back a couple of rounds ago when he was sat inside here and killed 2 members of BDS? Remember, like, guys, how have you let that happen? Again, I keep on saying it, but it's uncharacteristically small mistakes from BDS that we normally see non-existent in their gameplay are reigning through time and time again. And there'll be questions being asked about this. Sure, it's one game that looks off, but it's been one game before. I think back to BDS against TSM on Oregon, back at SI. That was the game for me where I was like, these boys haven't got it in them to go on and win. And I thought BIOS might have helped them work out a lot of those kinks. And it is far from over. This is only one game, let's not forget. But we said the loser of this game is pulled back into a war with the winner of the other game. Kamikaze finding Brede. Rafal pushing his way in through snow, a spot that we used to see 11s push in from. At least that's how it worked out last round. C4 on side is shot out, but it's a 2 versus 4 in 45 seconds. Not optimistic about BDS's chances.
Absolutely not. It's going to be very difficult, but Rafal, he manages to get the kill onto Julio. Muzi, however, trades it out. 1 versus 3, all up to Renshiro. He is full health. He is a player that we know has the capability for this, but it's going to be very difficult. Muzi, just little shots raining through as he takes backward steps down the white stairs to adjust his angle of attack, finds his kill, finds the round. 5-1 half for NIP, but Des, don't you dare write BDS off yet. Switching sides, getting themselves onto the defense. That is hopefully going to be the motivator that they need. That's hopefully going to be the change that they need, is to get themselves onto the defense. Because for me, BDS, they've been struggling with information. We've said it a couple of times. They've just been hit on the flanks with no awareness that Psycho is led down on piano stage, for example. Just didn't know he was there. It was an absolute freebie, and at least that element goes away a little bit when you play on defense.
I've got to pull us back to the conversation we had before a bullet was fired. We spoke about the Nomad ban. We saw Julio come up red stairs and destroy BDS from behind in that 1 round on the attack. And whilst a Nomad wouldn't strictly help you against a sneaky little rat hiding inside a piano, it gives more control to BDS. An excellent ban coming out here that's really starting to have a significant impact. Let's see then how things work through. And to be fair, the ban was by BDS. It wasn't banned by NIP, but it's definitely starting to sting on the side of BDS. Now they move over to the defensive side. Brede, you're going to see him, I would imagine, rotating between what would normally be a Tachanka or a Smoke. Renshiro is bringing up those duties in this round. A little bit uncharacteristic because we're used to BDS bringing one or the other. They're not really a team that play both the Tachanka and the Smoke at the same time, both filling a similar function of space denial inside the site, normally later into the round. But at least here, that's part of their game plans, in their wheelhouse.
Certainly is. We're going to head into round number 7 then. It's going to be the first defensive round for Team BDS, and they are going to be going all the way down to Kitchen to try and hold on to this. NIP moving quickly towards the map. They're not going to meet too much resistance off in the map. There is one roamer that we can see ahead of us, I think just playing on the middle floor.
Wait, where's the skin? Where's the skin?
Where is the skin?
Where is the wild card skin? It is the best skin in the game, Psycho. And instead of running around with like default stock skin, are all players doing that?
It feels like sort of like them footballers. You know, occasionally you'll get a footballer who's really good, but they just don't wear flashy boots. Like some of the players all wear like the flashy colours, and then you'll get someone just turning up in plain black boots. Like, I really mean business, and I feel like Psycho really means business today.
All I'm saying is I'm wearing dark shoes and you're wearing very light shoes, and what you've said there is that colourful or bright shoes are quite showy for those that have got
I mean, Des,
a lot of flash but no substance.
Look at the shirt that I'm wearing. Come on, Des, I don't think you need to look at my white shoes to be calling me flashy.
Very true. Muzi Crouch walking down white, going to find his man. Surely, should be winning that every single day of the week, but it's a Lems with the entry. Now charging back down to site, happy with the loot that he has snagged around the map, and returns back victorious to the camp of BDS.
Losing Ash, not the end of the world for NIP. They've still got a lot of the utility they need. Julio with the soft breach. They've got Pino on the sledge, so they can get that job done, start working those vertical angles.
I raise to you, it is relatively significant as well, because they've lost 3 breaching charges, they've lost 2 breaching rounds. That was their range destroyer for things like the Banshees coming out from Chaika, which now they're going to have to deal with a little more head-on or rely on the sledge to be able to nade out, and that's not going to be so simple. Let's see how things go though as they now turn their attention in towards Fireplace to get the hatch open, ready for this drop. The rest of the team building up around Kamikaze, but remember again that it's a 5 versus 4.
And IP working pretty quickly here, but I'm just interested. I think that BDS have got one off. Yes, Breeder is playing inside of VIP, and if they're going to use that hatch drop and try and get themselves inside a freezer, they really do need to deal with Breeder in there, because he's going to be able to come in and make a challenge in the late round if needs be.
And look at it, not a single player from BDS is on site right now. They're all playing these perimeter rooms, admittedly all on the ground floor, but all scattered around. 2 inside a bakery, 1 in coat check, 1 in VIP. Everyone's just playing it not so much aggressively, but they're ready to have another space to fall back to when the push comes through.
Trying to entice them in.
Yeah, what makes me nervous about that slightly is if they do get a drop down here and manage to get into freezer, that's why smokes are being piled in there, why Renjiro is chucking in the Soniqs, for example. They need to stop that drop coming through. Julio on the march, sees one at red, brings him down, traded out a second later, but swings and gets the kill for the trade. Beautiful. Kamikaze getting the plant off, Pina looking in for the drop as well. It's the same spot as Brede, and no one is there to stop him.
Really cannot allow the plant to go down like that, as you said, Des. They were just sort of banking on being able to manage inside of sight from externally, but they were unable.
Oh, what?
And in the way, Lems, he manages to find himself 2. The last man is up above. It's Psycho. He's in a 1 versus 2 now. Is there going to be an opportunity? He's got the angle that he needs, Des, and there's nobody on the mid floor to challenge him.
Got to push him.
It's not going to be easy for BDS here. Somebody needs to get themselves up those white stairs, but that's not going to happen. Rafal, he's looking for it. They tried to cover the angle.
No!
And Psycho gets both from above and just closes out another great round for NIP.
I was just readying a line for a Lems auditory with the 3K drop. It would have been biblical if he pulled it off and won the round from there. But Psycho, man, playing huge. Spoiler, we spoke about it back when it was NIP on the defense and saying, why is no one pushing upstairs? Why aren't they contesting on the verticals? They did eventually. It was Julio to come and pull that off. But for the side of BDS, they commit to staying on site. A bit of a scramble at the last second there and can't quite complete it. Psycho with an incredible 1 versus 2 shuts down the round. They are 6-1 against BDS, and I did not expect to be saying that line today.
Absolutely not at all. They really are running rampant over them here. NIP have turned up for this, but by contrast, Des, I just don't feel that we're seeing the best out of BDS here. They're not necessarily winning the fights. Lems, getting that opener there, he was kind of fortunate that shots were missed.
I'll give it all to NIP. They have abused every gap in the plans coming out of BDS. Whether it's a lack of droning somewhere, whether it's always having a fallback plan, whether it's flanking onto them, there is always something in mind. The fact that they got control of the vertical there was what really played spoiler to the end of the round and didn't give any time for BDS to be able to swing back in. This was always my concern with BDS historically, is they're a team that do very much the same thing. They love their turtle strats. You watch them defending Clubhouse Basement, most teams will roam, they will stay on site in 90% of situations, and teams are able to abuse that. I honestly thought that they were just that good that it would be hard to break it open, but my god, NIP is showing you can destroy any setup they bring along, and it's working wonders.
Certainly is. We're going to be going up to the top floor this time around for a BDS defense. They decided not to try into kitchen again, not after the last time. Now then, no mistakes possible for BDS from here. They've got to win every single remaining round if they want any chances here. That will get them into overtime, but NIP, they've already been playing pretty comfortably, I think it's fair to say, Des, and now the pressure's off almost. You've got to that point where you've guaranteed yourself overtime as a minimum, you've got the match point, and you're looking at sailing towards the top of the league table.
That's just it, Tim. They've got 5 rounds to play with here, and I'm not saying, sure, let's just throw 3 up the wall and not worry about them. No, you want to end things out as soon as you can, because round difference and head-to-head does matter. Let's go through to overtime, you drop at least 1 point to the loser. That's not going to be ideal at all. Here at least getting themselves started and trying to figure out how to deal with the setup coming out of BDS. They've got bandit charges down there, the batteries have been deployed, they're taking out the drones really well so far. This second shock drone will be the difference maker, I think. If they cannot get rid of the gadgets they need with this shock drone after the first one failed, it's going to be the old classic, just really have to try and brute force your way in. And that doesn't really work out the way you want it to.
Not necessarily. I mean, they've got Thatcher on side as well, so, you know, it's going to be a potential opportunity there, like you say. If
just trick though, wouldn't you, these days?
Yeah, that's it.
Bandit you bring along when you want to trick more actively, Kide when you just want to leave something electrified permanently and step away.
Exactly that. But obviously the changes to Bandit, you know, they're a little bit more tricky because his batteries are no longer destroyed by Thatcher, so he's got to sort of shoot them off, and it was essentially a alteration to Thatcher's gadget more than anything, so that he wasn't permanently destroying things, but it has changed that mechanic. Now then, Kamikaze goes in, gets kill onto Breeder. Psycho tries to get aggressive and push into sight here. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to find himself by the bomb chassis, but he gets shut down. 2 kills from Rathal coming quickly. Alems was in there on the mix as well. 3 versus 2, and all of a sudden, this NIP attack has started to crumble, Des.
Expecting someone to come up behind them as well, which I don't quite think is the play. BDS again are just going to dig in and say, if you really want to come try and get this diffuser, then by all means do so. 2 playing out towards the east, 1 still inside a bathroom, watching the rotate, daring someone to step across. If he watches intently enough, he might find someone, but look at how many shields are scattered around this top floor and still not dealt with. One might get taken out there, I think, or it might have been eaten up by an ADS, I'm not sure. They find one, Pino bringing it down to a 1 versus 2, but Shaiko doesn't lose those, takes the closing 2, and BDS win round 8.
Very important. I mean, it's going to be very important for BDS to win every single round from here on out if they want to get anything out of this one. But it was a nice little solid defense from them. NIP were cut down as they tried to get aggressive, and I think really it's sort of like a little bit of a warning shot. Psycho, he's just walking into sight. He's just walking on in, playing under Skylight. He can't be allowed to get away with that, and he's not allowed to get away with that.
When was the last time you saw yokais being used to actively disrupt a gunfight like that, by the way? They're very commonly used as information or to interrupt plants, not really to be used aggressively and to, you know, blast players as they're stepping in for a gunfight, because I honestly think if he hadn't been blasted at that moment, his aim was spot on to get himself a headshot, but because of what came through, the recoil went up, he completely missed his shots, and we saw what happened from then on out. Really good stuff coming out from the supportive Echo. Let's see how round number 9 goes. The Monty being brought in by Psycho. Now, we talk about the kind of big Monty players around the world. I think we said Mint from NA, we had Luna Metal coming in from APAC, we had Psycho coming in for LATAM, and of course Pengu from EU. This is one of the old classics in a way, and what everyone always used to say about Psycho's Monty is he is very happy to walk up to you and be aggressive on the Monty. He isn't worried about, oh, I might get shot from behind. No, he believes in the team, has the aggression to really use and get up in your face and make you nervous. This could just completely catch BDS off guard.
That's it, it could just bully them around the map, essentially. But we'll see whether they've got a plan in place, whether they've got any idea of how they're going to deal with that. I mean, they do have a couple of bits of utility on side that should help them. They don't want to waste too many of the Shumiker launcher charges. They're looking to try and deny a plant with that. But you've got the Shumiker launcher, you've got smokes on the side of Breeder, you've even got the Malusi Banshees that will slow down and make that Monty's life miserable. So if he plays into that utility, it could be a problem for Psycho. If not, he may well have, as you say, the opportunity to bully BDS a little bit here. Now, they've gone back down to Kitchen. Des, we saw them in round 7 try to defend Kitchen. It was a little bit chaotic, but they played completely hands-off site. They tried to defend it from outside of the site instead. And all it really did was created a space for NIP to play into and get the diffuser down. So BDS need to be very aware of that this time. They need to be able to impact on any potential plant, and it just felt like NIP chose a spot that they couldn't get anywhere near.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how this round steps through now. Quite quick on the top floor is Muzi with an active drone in front of him. 3 members of NIP on drones. I spoke about this in the cast earlier on with Blue, that you do get these kind of multi-phase points of the game. The first one where it's about getting to the building safely, then it's getting on drones to start setting up for the execute and making sure that setup is safe to do. Then it's about droning for the execute, then actually executing. So 2 droning phases and 3 actual action phases essentially for the attackers to work through inside 3 minutes. Cafe is one of those maps that you have to get up onto the roof to really start out any round, unless you're going direct to site through, say, the basement, but it's very rare that teams do that these days.
Pino upstairs on the sledge, looking for those vertical angles. Didn't really sort of use them to huge effect last time around. It did support them to get in. I mean, most importantly of all was Psycho using those in the post plant. So, you know, this is always being done thinking ahead as well. It's not just about disrupting the defenders on site, it's about setting up for those potential late round situations. Shaiko somehow has taken Psycho out, and that is the monster.
Oh, was he on the rappel? I think he was on the rappel towards top roof and he's fell down and died after being shot out from the window. They had a player there to cover him. The cover wasn't being given, and that's a loss of your Monty. That's a real kicker. Shaiko, speaking of which, kicking into action these last couple of rounds. Gone from, what, 0-4 to 6-7. He's starting to turn on Ace, and this is where I start to feel nervous. A 3K coming in as well, shutting down NIP's attacks single-handedly.
It's what BDS need. As I said, he's sort of at the end of the room. Shaiko, unfortunately,
yes!
Shaiko with an ace out of absolutely nowhere. And look at the reaction of Elems in the middle. That is what BDS need, and that is what Shaiko brings. He is the spark in the powder keg. And right now, he might have just set off a chain reaction. They got to feed on it, Des. There's a long way to go yet, but they've got to feed off of that.
If we were asking questions a few rounds ago on where Shaiko is, here is your answer.
Here he is.
Here he is. He's popped his head up and popped a few heads on the way through, making it look easy for himself. This is a naughty little shot here. And to then step out when the trade attempt was coming in and get the closing connecting 5th kill. No member of BDS died. Shaiko 1v5. Welcome to Sweden, boys.
It's becoming one of those LAN experiences, isn't it? To get
I love it. I love it. The thing is, we've been saying, me and you, all week long, like, we're getting really excited now. Every day, that excitement is just building to a fever pitch. And now it's in the way I'm like, I knew why I was excited now.
Moments
Wonderful.
like that. Moments like that. I mean, we've had some, just to sort of zoom out from this specific game a little bit to, think about the tournament in general. We've had some absolutely unreal.
Fultz is 1v4 yesterday.
I was going to say, Fultz is 1v4. Fultz, for me, MVP so far. Fultz has had some huge moments. Don't forget, he had the ace on Cafe as well. He had an ace. Fantasy then comes back and returns with an ace. Back-to-back aces in those rounds. Rampy's had some big moments as well. It's been a tournament of grandstand moments so far, and you just know that it's going to continue.
I think it's one of those that you look at and you can just point to most teams and say that's a superstar in the making.
Yep.
Look at like Yas, for example, on DWG KIA. Lights out so far this tournament.
It makes it so difficult to predict because coming in here, I'll be honest, hands up, I was a little bit concerned about NIP. I wouldn't have put them in sort of the bottom tier of teams, but I thought they were sort of middle of the pack, realistically, given the results recently, and you look at it and think, well, they're sort of struggling, they've been losing the gunfights, and we saw that against Invictus, but then all of a sudden they just come in and switch it on. But right now, BDS, they're doing the best to switch it off, and they are doing pretty well over the last couple of rounds. They've got themselves 2 back. They find themselves at 3-6 now. They've got 3 more to win. They need a complete defensive rotation, and that is going to start in Reading Room.
You missed the golden shot at BDS doing their BD best there. That would have been the one to lead this round in with, because I
left it for you.
They're giving it their all to fight. Yeah, but I kind of done it in the meta way where I break the 4th wall and don't roll it into a cast. It's not as impactful then.
Of course it is. It impacted me, Des.
You felt it deep inside the soul.
Absolutely. As I always do. As I always do when casting with
Edge of my seat, Des, as he'd say. Let's see how things get shaped up then. Psycho starting off inside Piano again, working top down, always the way that these rounds are going to start, and Piano is always going to be the point of entry. There are 2 or 3 members of BDS holding out towards Cocktail side here, just looking to impede these members of NIP, and interestingly, no reinforcements being committed out to these walls. Remember earlier on for NIP, they reinforced off all of that. Reinforced storage, bathroom, the 2 walls in between. That wasn't a thing for them here. And Alems is daring someone to get a little bit comfortable and start pushing down wide, but he crouches under his crosshair. What is that?
I was just waiting for that, Des. It was going to be an absolutely beautiful one-tap.
There's still time. There it is.
There you go, Alems, finding that vertical angle. And NIP, Des, falling foul of something they took advantage of, and that is not knowing where those defenders were. You can't play around that hatch like that if you know you've got a Mozzie underneath you, because he doesn't have it here, but there is the potential for him to have a Nitro as well. There's many risk factors there that they've not picked up on, and as it is, Alems punishes them with a nice opener onto Muzi.
I did wonder where all these reinforcements have gone. They had 2 on the east storage wall, so their line, this is BDS's line compared to NIP's, which was quite far west, has been pulled quite a way back. S-Kyra is being used to open up the floor. You don't commonly see that, but of course the big question is, what else are you going to use them for in this round? You might wager, looking at, say, the reading wall, BDS's comms right now, I guarantee you, are on fire with all X-Kairos down. They can't open reading wall. They now know that is a safe spot and no one can open it up from the other side. That's, although it didn't really look important, I didn't think it was at first, that could have a pretty significant impact on this round.
Just have Pino trying to tickle the shoes of Rafal there, but he decides instead to go route one, finds himself a headshot, but there's only 7 seconds left. There's Kamikaze has got to stick this plant. The important kill comes in from Pino.
Oh my
it
God.
looks like BDS can't do anything about it, but Renshiro does. He finds the only kill that counts, and he keeps BDS alive. They were so close to losing that one.
That was almost a perfect example of why vertical control is so valuable in this game. They get 3 kills with only 1 player being on the same floor as the site itself. Of course, Kamikaze going in for the plant. They got 3 kills from the vertical. The last one though, Renshiro managing to somehow act like Neo from the Matrix, dodging every bullet that came his way and get the kill that he needed. You'll see it here. This one onto Rafal started things off, and the next 2 that came through, very, very comfortable, but just 1 rat got through the trap. It was Renshiro, and he stops that plant and wins them the round.
It's happening, Des. Des, it's happening.
Of course it's happening. It's me and you casting it, Ace.
4-6, BDS have fought their way back from 6-1 down. 3 consecutive rounds, 2 to go. They're heading back up to the top floor. Now then, I think we might see NIP play this a little bit differently to how they did last time. They've thrown in the tactical pause. They need to have a chat and just see exactly where they go from here. They're very conscious that these rounds are starting to slip away from them. Now, last time around, it was back in round number 8 that we saw them play on bar. They got aggressive. If you remember, Psycho just pushed in and tried to play from underneath Skylight, and there was just 1 kill after another rained in from BDS. So for me, that was a little bit over-aggressive from NIP. I understand at that point in time, they had themselves a nice lead. Yep, let's go in there, try and surprise them, try and get a couple of kills. This time, I think NIP need to go back to basics on this attack. They need to get control of Piano, clear out Washroom, clear out barback storage, and then start thinking about pushing into site. They can't just send Psycho in on the Twitch to try and get some kills. That's not going to win them the round.
Compared to the first half, it does feel a little less clear-cut in these rounds as well, in terms of, you know, decisively NIP on the defense, playing massive spoiler to BDS in several instances. Although BDS are getting the occasional, like, surprise kill or unexpected outcome in a round, it doesn't feel as solid as NIP. So I do think NIP are closer to winning an attacking round than BDS were back in their first half. I would not be surprised if either after that tactical timeout or in the round after we see them walk through. And Ace, I've got to touch on this because this will shock you. Kamikaze, not on the Thermite, he's on the Maverick.
I don't know what's going on there. Kamikaze, as we know, serious Thermite main, but we've not really seen too much of it. But Cafe's not really.
No, you need the range normally.
Need for Thermite, as you say, you need that range. That's why we've seen him bringing the Hibana along. That's why we've seen those other operators coming in.
Interestingly, you've got Julio and Muzi going onto the Zofia and the Ash. The good old school combo, the long-range destruction, the soft destruction coming through from those operators. What I'm surprised by is, one, there's no Thatcher to come through, so Mute Jammers, ADSs, the Bandits, for example, are going to be just fine. And you've got the Maverick that is a very obviously near-field sort of hard breacher. You need to be up against the wall. That always makes me nervous when you're pushing in on this top floor, because say for Hibana, you can be on rappel on the windows and get these walls opened up from afar. As a Maverick, you need to be right up against them. The main thing it does give them is another pair of frag grenades, which of course Hibana doesn't have. She has the flashes instead. So maybe that's part of it. But I'm just a little bit nervous and thinking, well, how are you guys getting these walls open without being shot?
Right, Des, we're underway. This could be leading us into round 12. A round 12 that, if I'm honest, I didn't think we'd have any chance of seeing when NIP was 6-1 up and really dominating things.
Just give us 15. Just do
it now. Let's just take us to round 15 now. But we don't want to miss the fun along the way of getting there, of course. Now, Pino just using the jump function of that drone to try and spot out exactly what's going in barback storage without losing it to the Mute Jammer. Ultimately, he does lose it, but the nade is going to go in. Will it be successful? It clears out the shield, yes. Mute Jammer, no. So won't be any more access for the drones going in there, but it will allow NIP to challenge a little bit easier. And as I suggested, Des, NIP more going back to basics here, not rushing in, not trying to get those kills. They're trying to clear out that utility. They're trying to do what they should. They're not jumping to point 3 or 4 on the checklist. They're trying to make sure that they've got through the first steps.
Still obviously more to do, and it does feel like the drones and Nile game coming out of BDS has been pretty good. We've seen a couple of rounds now where shock drones have come through, for example, and NIP haven't got rid of what they want. I mean, that's just cheeky. That's just BM at this point.
Well, using that Yokai drone, we've seen it done before. You send it up through the hatch and it just drops back down to safety. Really does keep it out of the way. It's feeding information. It's stunning players. It's wasting time. We've got an hour 15. I wish there was an hour 15 left on the clock, but there's 1 minute 15 left on the clock. Muzi opens things up at that point with a kill onto Elems. That's going to leave us now in a 5 versus 4 for NIP, and they are doing this much better than they did back in round 8, Des. It's patient. It's progressive. They're moving through and they're picking up one after another and trying now to clear the man out of White Stairs. BDS, I feel like they're teetering here, Des.
Oh, the shot as well. Shaiko charging up, but will get traded out. Forced to move forward, can't sit on White Stairs because of the grenade. Rafal, a great swing coming onto Muzi. It's trade for trade in this round so far. A 3 versus 3, 30 seconds to play with NIP. They've got to get a wiggle on. Starting to move their way up towards White. Pino once again on the Rafal. Sees a man for free there. No trade coming in, but does he know about the man in deep storage? There's 2 of them hanging out on the near side here. Pino on this window could do quite a bit of damage if he's holding on to the right window. Doesn't see the man. There we go. Steps round for free. There's 1 left in deep storage. Can Prede clutch out? We know what he can do. Plant's going down. Sees the man but can't do it. Pino gets it. NIP take the game. They go first in Group C.
Much closer than maybe it should have been, Des. 6-1 finishes 7-4, but NIP get a good job. Well done there. BDS, they really tried their hardest to fight their way back into it, but they were just unable to keep that momentum going to get the 5 rounds in a row that they needed, and NIP have done a great job to take the top of the table.
In the UK, it's what we would call Fergie time. NIP not necessarily playing the best, but getting the results even in the dying moments when they sorely need them. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be back to break down all the juicy action from this game.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. 1 more to go.
Welcome back to Stream B with the Brits, where we just bore witness to BDS versus NIP. And spoilers, if you're an EU fan, you might be a bit upset. NIP took the win 7-4 after a very conclusive 5-1 half. They look fantastic. BDS, a few uncharacteristic errors is the best way I can describe it, but at the end of the day, it's LATAM that rises to the top above the rest and takes the top spot in the group for now.
Certainly is. I think there's an element of map choice maybe coming into it. LATAM have been really enjoying Cafe recently. NIP coming out and showing that that's still the case, playing a good game on it. There was a glimmer there, Des. There was a hope that we might just see that over time. BDS really made a play of it towards the end. You know, it came down, we saw 11 rounds. That didn't really look like it was going to be the case at the half when it was 5-1, but BDS showing that they've still got, you know, a bit of bite there. They're still fighting, but it was an uncharacteristic performance in the first half from them. I think there was the reason that I say that it was an uncharacteristic, it's not to say that BDS can't be beaten, because of course they can.
Of course they can.
The point that was uncharacteristic about it was the deaths that they were taking.
Yes.
They were just the information wasn't there. They were just running in and getting shot in the back, getting shot in the flank, it was a bit of a nightmare for them, I think, on the attack, and the droning just wasn't up to par today.
It's where you start banging them up and going, boys, basics, basics,
absolutely.
basics. Check your corners. You're told it all the time in Siege, whether you're playing ranked or competitive play. But a couple of times being stung on the flank, being hit by a player they hadn't droned out, little small things like that.
Well, Psycho, I keep coming back to it. I don't want to keep banging on about it, but Psycho got an absolute freebie. He's led down on piano stage, and he pops up and gets Shaiko, who's stood in Cigar, shoots him in the side. Shaiko can't even contest it. I'd love it, and I will watch that back, because I want to see what droning has happened in piano there. Is it sort of quote-unquote lazy droning? Has the drone just rolled through and not checked piano stage? Or has there been no drone passed through there at all? Because they need to be aware that Psycho is there. They have to.
It's a classic. Piano's clear. Oh, it's not clear. Who called it was clear?
And you're the one who's called it clear, and you're thinking, oh God, he's just died from piano.
You want to hide it away. But enough about BDS. For NIP, I mentioned it as well.
They look good.
Fergie time. Through and through, they are on 3 regulation wins. Despite going down, for example, 5-1 against Invictus Gaming on Bank yesterday, they find themselves top of the group. We said coming into this, they've looked a bit shaky. Stage 3 wasn't very particularly hot for them. Not at all. They were, what, 9th out of 10?
Like I said, I think it was 2 wins that they picked up out of all the games.
It didn't look good, no matter which way you want to look at it. But at least here at the Major, where it really starts to count, they find themselves top of the group. And we've already said coming in towards the end of the day, you'll start to see then who's going to finish in first place and who's going to start then fighting for second and third, and likely who's going home.
This is something I was going to touch on. I look at the performances from IG and Soniqs over the last sort of day and a half. I don't know what's happened in the other game. We'll find out as and when we see the standings. But I think at this point in time, I look at it and I think BDS come away from that game. Are they overly worried about it? Are they overly bothered? Not really. Because, they're probably going to go through from this group anyway.
Yeah, we need to see, of course, the results otherwise. If there is an upset later and BDS lose again, Soniqs
then it's
or
panic
IG,
stations, then you start worrying about it. But
this is one of those, panic.
Yeah.
Oh, can't remembering that you're near the top, and then panic, they've won the game, they've lost later as well.
Exactly that. But at this moment, I think, BDS... I'm sure there's going to be elements they're not happy with, that they know they need to go away and iron out, but at the same time, they're going to sort of be like, it's okay, we'll have another pop at them later.
Exactly, you're not beating yourself up too much, and I believe they play against NIP tomorrow again,
yes.
Right? So that'll be another very, very exciting game to look at. We'll take a look at a minute, of course, at the scoreboard as well to see how things have panned out before we take a look at the groups to break down exactly what has happened, because as you said, there was another game going on the other stream at the same time, which we aren't too aware of, so I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like, because again, that really starts to paint a picture of what Day 3 happens. And don't forget, we've still got one more game for this group later on tonight as well. So there's still more to come. We are officially halfway through for this group, and I think for all games now. This is game 4 of the day. Yep. So we are officially halfway through the competition. Well, halfway through the group stage.
Not the competition.
Not the competition. There's still plenty more of that to come.
Serious spice to come over the weekend, given the performances that we've seen so far. Space Station, everybody came in thinking they were going to be one of the dominant teams. They're looking beatable. They've shown that they're beatable, along with a lot of NA, unfortunately. But we've also got other teams that are stepping up. DWG KIA, particularly at this moment in time. I'm not going to say necessarily. Well, they are looking like one of the strongest teams in the tournament because they're winning games.
They are.
Simple as that.
Between, like we saw Woogie Man with an incredible clutch.
It makes me happy. I love DWG KIA.
I did jump in and check the stats. Yas is currently second, and you can imagine who it's to. Think about FaZe. Cyber's like number 1 at the minute because he's fragging his pants off. But Yas has got the highest KD in the whole competition right now.
Yeah. I mean,
that'll happen when you're going like 22-4, mind you, which you did against SSG.
Remember in our discussions coming in, Des, FaZe were one that I picked out and said they are definitely one to watch. They're very underrated, but they've been beaten by Rogue, and this is what I love. It's all starting to get into the mix now.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have stats for this game, but let's take a look at our groups as well so we can have a talk through how those have shaped up so far. That one for me, again, is going to be the big teller, because now we are, again, officially halfway through the groups. We'll have a good talk about all of them. Let's talk about A. Rogue, FaZe, they are quite clearly near the top, with Chiefs starting to prevent a bit of a threat. But Oxygen, I think at this point, we've seen how they've played. It hasn't been the prettiest picture for the NA team. And Group B.
Look, it is what it is for Oxygen. I sympathise with them. It's one of them situations. It was always going to be difficult. Their backs to the wall. They're doing what they can.
Yeah.
It is, that's not going to change. Group B, as you say, we've got Team 1 up at the top. Team Vitality and SANDBOX all level on 6 points, Des.
Oh, boy.
Wow, what a group we've got going on in B. It couldn't be more different. You look at A, you've got 2 teams there. You think, Rogue and FaZe are likely going to go through there. B, who knows?
Group B is having a game of Monopoly, and they're passing DarkZero and say, go back to start, collect your $200, collect your 3 points, and carry on round the board. It's all about those three at this point. I don't really see DarkZero fighting their way back in. Let's take a look as well at Group C and D. Of course, we've just seen C play things out. NIP, the cream of the crop, rising to the top. 9 points. BDS on 6. Soniqs with a win over IG on the other stream puts them on 3. So now Soniqs is the credible threat to BDS. The thing is, BDS have beat them once. All BDS need to do is beat Soniqs. They'll have the 2 head-to-heads, and this group is then entirely locked up. I don't know if they play later on today, but if they do, that's the big game.
I'm going to say that are the Soniqs capable of getting through this group? Yes, I think they are. Do they have one of the hardest jobs in this tournament to get through this group? Yes, they do.
Guess who BDS play later?
Soniqs?
Yes, they do.
It's going to be very, very tough, and that game is key, Des. If BDS win that Soniqs game later on tonight, it's pretty much done inside of Group C. Soniqs are not then going to fight back and be able to get themselves through just because they'll lose their head-to-head. There'll be so many things stacking up against them. And so, for me, it's make or break. We're going to have answers almost on Group C by the end of the day. Group D, looking spicy.
Down one, Kia, straight up there, but no team on 0 points. Even FURIA, who we've watched play a fantastic game.
They're unfortunate to have lost 2.
They are. They're in a spot where they're in a position where they can still push forward and do a bit of fighting. That second spot is most definitely not locked in yet. Again, the games later on today will be the real big tellers for us as to how open this group can be. Taking a little quick look at those, we've got SSG against FURIA and Empire against Dan1 Kia.
Yeah, it's again
SSG FURIA. Oh, the thing is, if FURIA win that game,
rematch.
Both teams are on 5 points. If FURIA win that game,
Yep.
That's a game you want to be watching later on, and there are, of course, plenty more to come. 8 more games to play across streams A and B throughout the day. Don't go anywhere, we'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, the cycle starts all over again, and this is where it gets saucy. See you in a few.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back to the major here in Sweden, Gävle. As well, the first set of games are done, and that means that the returns, the reruns, are about to get started. Some teams from this moment on forward have the opportunity to lock themselves in for the playoffs already. That is what we will be talking about for the rest of the day, as the first team will be FaZe here today. And they're going up against Oxygen, but FaZe, well, they were 14-0 up until they met Rogue. So let's see if they want to continue their old streak or if they continue like they started off the day.
Yes, they had their first loss earlier today. It was pretty much all the way. You could tell they were a bit frustrated with how it went, but now is their opportunity to double down on the start that made them so terrifying. It was the opening game, and it was a 7-0 in their favor. It was FaZe living up to an expectation of being a tournament favorite in the most dangerous method. A showdown that happened on Bank that just went with 6 attacks, a drive that they were able to replicate on their second game. But here, the split and the balance as they go against OXG, kind of. It's a star, it's an asterisk, and it's an unfortunate situation for a team that also came into this tournament with a lot of expectation. But if you've somehow been unaware, the roster is missing Fox A, that sort of hold role. One of the top players in NA, one of the top players for this team, is stepped out, unfortunately, recovering from home with Hopes stepping in. But it doesn't just end there, unfortunately, because of the situation. 2 of the players have to play in isolation in the hotel as well. So the stage is one of those rougher situations. It's 3 bodies trying to bring a bit of heat and a bit of passion. A talented team in an unfortunate situation. Can they pull a point?
Let's say, can they pull a point? Or, well, let's start with a round here against FaZe, because that is something they weren't able to do the last time around. They will be looking to improve because they want to try and stay, within the tournament. They want to go towards the playoffs if they have the opportunity to. It's going to be very hard, very difficult now. And I believe if they lose this game, it might even become impossible. Either way, there is still an opportunity. There is still that fight that is going on. And as we're getting on the way soon, the map will be Chalet.
And that's it, Chalet. So, where have we seen this? From OXG versus Rogue. Their closest game to a result. Sorry if you hear the other stream in your background. It's Tim and Ace. They are the sound of a jet taking off at times because the game is about to. But as I was saying, this was the closest OXG got to being able to pull a point against Rogue, 6-8. And, well, they might lock it off here and maybe solidify a full 3. Maybe it could be the start of a potential bit of growth after the slow game against Chiefs earlier in the day. You've got a bit of hope for Oxygen.
Got a bit of hope for Oxygen, indeed, who's playing with Hopes, their player manager. Unfortunate circumstances, but, yeah, he's been showing up here and there, not really to the extent, of course, Fox A would, but it is a very tough situation for Oxygen. You can only feel for them. It was their event where they had the opportunity to improve onto their last results as well, but well, that quickly flew out of the window.
Now,
Ban's coming through.
Yeah, I think what we've seen as well is a lot of Chalet today.
Lion ban.
A lion ban removed there, so the control of the space is going to be a little bit more in their favor. But as I was saying, we've seen a lot of Chalet. We've seen more Chalet today than we did yesterday, but yesterday was a lot of Bank. It's sort of become the second stretch game of the period of 3 on these group days. Mirror, it's a fair removal and a standard one to limit some of the extensions. You're looking at power positions like at the top behind the pillar towards the library, or playing out of box sometimes, or if you're on a kitchen hold looking towards dining, Mirror has a stretch here. She has options, and it's a fair removal.
It's definitely fair removal. It makes a lot of sites suddenly a lot more viable, and now that is taken out of the account. Oxygen will go for that Valkyrie ban, a bit of information removal really on the defensive side. They might not really want to be going up against a FaZe who know exactly where you are due to the Black Eyes being the positions, because they're Chalet is also a big map, right? There's tons of places where you can hide it. You can throw it up onto the ceiling. No one is going to be looking at the ceiling when you're walking in, for example, Fireplace, because there's no enemy going to be there, right? That's not a gunfight you're going to take. If you move into Fireplace, there's literally 6-7 angles that you could be fired upon. So you're not going to be taking your time to look at the ceiling. for example.
You shouldn't.
You shouldn't. That's a place, for example, where cameras can be hidden, where they are often very valuable as well. Either way, let's get underway. Let's see if Oxygen can improve onto their previous result. There's that 7-0. Well, that hurt. And they don't want to have that one again.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Starting off in the kitchen, the side I talked about, with some extension, and that shield is kind of filling that mantle of the role of being able to put the pressure that a mirror might have been able to. It's a swing towards a default plant spot. You'll generally keep that little core red carpet corridor under your cool control to make sure that they don't get that swing and a chance at a hit. You want to turn that into a miss, and also what you'll see is it almost tread like one of those long arm extensions. A couple of smoke canisters if that's what's in your pocket. Otherwise, the couple of C4s that they've brought might be that bit of debonair devilry that drops the diffuser cold for someone that tries to get it behind the dining table.
5 seconds left.
Also something to still mention as we're still in that prep phase. This matchup is quite important for Rogue. If FaZe managed to pick up a singular point here and they managed to win their game against the Chiefs, Rogue is the first team to be confirmed for the playoffs of the 6th major in Sweden. So that is what's on the line for Rogue, a team that is currently not playing inside this matchup. But on the other stream against the Chiefs, as Kino gets absolutely destroyed by Cyber there, who quickly wants to counter his spawn peak.
Now, Cyber has been having a fantastic day so far. Even amongst the loss that happened earlier, he was the standout tour de force and pulled a couple rounds into their favor just to keep them in the game at once. Bullet almost suffers in the close quarters engagement against Vertical, who's drifting close to a window that otherwise he's decided to pull away from around the big stacked boxes. And under that default camera, it's actually the catcher DWG round. Found laxing on a bit of a rep play rotation, but the trade comes back through from Yoga Astro. Battles back and finds another fight over the library, reading each other's movements as quick as anything. And now Hopes is going to go for a rotate off with a bit of a split hold on Astro stairs.
Well, he's the last one left now, and that means he needs to return to the side because FaZe is literally about to strike. And as he's slowly coming across the corner here, he picks up the first. That's Bullet taking care of still 3 members of FaZe left out. He needs to find them one by one if he wants to have an opportunity, but surely FaZe is not going to be giving him the opportunity to, because they know as well that a win here is important for them to start locking themselves in, because if, for example, Rogue lose their game, they retake that first spot, but also Chiefs will be to come closer, and well, you don't really want him to take it there as Hope spots out the player. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to pick up the kills. However, though, goes aggressive and somehow still wins that gunfight, but cameraman on the long angle is locking it off.
FaZe opens up with a good attack. They built themselves a good pressure and amount of mantle. They love attacking. It is such a strong opener, and what is a strong meta for attackers and aggressive teams at this moment in time? And as they've demonstrated across the board, well, they're pretty good at it. I think the total that they've been able to take, it was a flat 6 they got, it was a flat 6 they got, and then I think it was 4 versus Rogue earlier today. It was 4 or 5. No, 5 was the Vitality game.
Yeah.
It was 4. It was a lockdown there. So generally, only 2 attack rounds of the 21 they've played have gone away from them. Now the 22 that they've played.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Well,
bombs.
let's see if they keep it up. It was a good round from FaZe, though. I still don't get why Hibana was running as aggressively through the side as she was, considering it was a 1v3, because if that would have been a kill going Hope's way, suddenly it's a 1v2. You know, one is outside, it's 2 1v1s he can force. That would have been a potential round there for Oxygen. But maybe FaZe, you know, they feel confident going into this matchup. They've beaten a team 7-0 beforehand. There's only 3 people on the stage right now. The other 2 are in the hotel. That doesn't quite give the same environment off as well. So, who knows, maybe FaZe is, could be underestimating Oxygen just a little bit. So, some rounds might get such a cheeky spot for a drone.
It's this map. It's so frustrating.
So many cheeks
for drones. It's so many plants everywhere. There's so many beams everywhere. And for Hopes' case, there's so many players everywhere. Suffers on an attempt on an early pick and peek there, but they do have at least some medical assistance and can get themselves picked up just a little, or maybe.
Why is there a Kona station next to the frost mat on the window? Oh, there's a mute jump. Never mind. I thought it was a Kona station from up high.
I was looking like, where you were looking for. I was like, where are the Kona stations?
I thought it was a Kona station because it was up high. It was not. That's my mistake. I was like, it's a creative way. Like, force them to pick themselves back up.
It's not often, I will say, that you see this sort of hold without a shield at the top of the staircase with ADSs buried behind it. It is the standard. It is a default for a lot of teams. Instead, the shield is playing in the position onto the window, which sometimes you see with another shield. Instead, they've gone very aggressive directly above the site. They're not sitting around the top of this room littered with rewards, but they're finding themselves inside directly instead. That doesn't catch anybody, unfortunately. Laxing went for a bit of a Hail Mary, and he's going to trust that the ADSs come back to life, and FaZe go back to the board.
Now 2 of these air jabs have been put up for the player that is currently inside of that library. Laxing waiting in the corner here, cannot really move out too much or he's going to be losing his life as Bullet. He's going to be the first one to take one. Cameraman looking to put up some pressure on the actual site here as Bullet is inside, cooks a grenade. That might be just in time as well to pick up a kill. There is no ADSs elsewhere, forces him outside. It's an air jet to pop off as well. The kill will finally rain in, and now it's a 3-on-2 rather, in favor of FaZe.
But it's a 3-on-2 where FaZe has just taken the site. They drove themselves in. They now have a player on that pantry backline who's trying to offer the support they need, but at the same time, they don't need it. Cameraman locks off the final above, and well, if we can't get out Laxing of the corner, let's get out every other player first.
That's it. They knew exactly that he was still there, so at the moment it was just the last man standing. They decided to just go for the jump in there. So cameraman able to pick up that kill. As Bullet, of course, starting it all off the air jab, pushing the Frost out, then trying to move back into the pantry. Of course, this shot very important as well from Astro, or Super Astro, as he calls himself in here. It's new, like it's his hero name, Super Astro.
Super Astro.
Yeah.
Showing up. Well, yeah, I know. Well, first of all, before I make that point, you can change your name on this build to do anything.
Yeah, you open the game and it asks you what do you want your name to be.
I'm fine with names that are understandable.
I get that.
But I think once you choose one, stay with it for the tournament. For the sake of us, for the sake of viewers, please. Players that love to change their names a lot, stop it. This isn't to anyone in this
I guess, you know, for me it's fine if your name is clearly there and you add like 1 or 2 things to it.
Unless you're a new viewer. Then that gets confusing. What if you're on a name and you pull off the greatest play of your life, and then you...
That's what you're forever known as.
And then that forever... that. Think about it.
I like to speak easy.
That's a side thing. That's a side thing. That isn't... That's just general... Because it used to be a big thing. Like, players would change their name every single game, and it's like, come on. Guys, come on. Stop adding letters.
Same as Vertical calling himself Horizontal out of nowhere, you know? So.
Attacker's objective is to locate
it would be kind of a fun joke. But
it would be a fun joke. Anyway, that's an entirely different story. I've forgotten what my original point is, so instead we're going to look towards the point of what Yoga's trying to do here, which is draw some attention and waste some time. FaZe are great attacks, there's no denying it. There's now 21 of 20
beautiful
3 rounds, but this entry does not go their way because they got a little bit bold and brash. Yoga was playing on a hold, he had the gadget enabled, they weren't able to find him on the drone, and now he's able to creep away. That's going to force a bit of attention.
It's going to force some attention indeed, and now FaZe are a man down. It's not something they, you know, necessarily will have to struggle with, especially not by the way they have been playing. And I mean, the pings are already coming through. They know exactly where he is. 2 members of FaZe, 3 members even are going to go on that hunt. So it's a matter of time really before the trade will be coming through. As the rotation already has happened, it's Yoga going down towards the bar. Might live just a little bit longer here, using that ERC-7 to try and stay hidden.
Now, as Vertical is also trying to make some maneuvers happen around the rest of the map, they're going to see if they can stretch the drone game, and Souls is the next one stretched. Swung on, and he's trying to keep himself close. He's a bit concerned as to where that came from, but it was Yoga dropping the drone and going for a hop out, causing so much destruction. He's trying to find this. The attention, and he finds it. Super Astro gets one, gets dropped. Vertical on the trade. Offers some stretch, but look at the timer. A minute 30's gone, and FaZe has entirely diverted their focus towards what was otherwise going wrong, and now they've got to see if they can use the remaining time and the remaining players to bring some modicum of success. The attention is paid all the way to the bottom of the snowmobile stairs, but there's still a lot of OXG sitting pretty in Vertical, living up to his name, 2 stories above, ready for a fight.
Just hiding for now, looking for the perfect moment to strike. It seems like there is some form of awareness on the side of FaZe as a grenade bounces back, and well, unfortunately for them, there's a little bit of team damage. Flank watch is still there. Cyber is the one who is tasked with the job, but at some point he will have to start moving in because there is still going to be 3 members on that side. Laxing gets some spots. He's just hiding patiently in the corner. Picks up 1, picks up 2, cleans them up and drops the diffuser. As Cyber will pick up the kill, however, onto Vertical. His patience has paid off, but the rest of his team has been completely wiped out now.
Lax locked down in the close corner was a play that he is famous for, and it's pressuring that time and that lack of drone and intel that otherwise would stretch this round by OXG. Cyber's error, it wouldn't be his first 3 versus 1 clutch today, but can he make it his second as he's trying to find a big rotation? 20 seconds, he doesn't quite have the time to go for anything other than the fight itself. The first is the shield that's going to get dropped, the player pulls away, the crossfire's there. Lax gets his 3rd for the round, and OXG finds their first round in 2 showdowns against FaZe.
He did his best there. Tried, of course, take out the shield first, and after that push on to the actual player. But that really didn't work out for Cyber. And as you said, Oxygen able to pick up their first round of the 2 games they've played against FaZe so far. It's improvement, but there is definitely a lot more to go. It's only round 3 that has just passed. Round 4 is about to get going. FaZe, they still look strong. It was just due to the fact that they were a man down from the get-go. And then the flank, of course, the trait that came through before they were finally able to hunt down one of these roamers, hurt them yet once again. It's especially what Oxygen need to do. They kind of need to play like this. You need to catch FaZe off guard. We saw how effective it was with Rogue, with the aggression they were bringing together with the jump outs and some of those spawn peaks. Don't really see that much of it yet with Oxygen. However, the one entry that we did see was into bullet by a spawn peak, or at least watching the outside, hoping that he would run past, and exactly that happened.
Okay, FaZe, your drone game didn't quite come to fruition there, and Oxygen was able to put the pressure on and stress it to a level where they were able to put some bodies down. And I think that was the big cause there. A lot of the deaths, a lot of that pressure came from, hey, look at us, come pay attention to us. FaZe were drawn out of their game. And the compliment that you often pay FaZe's attack the most is that never really happens. They play FaZe's pace, they play FaZe's game, they know when to heat it up or slow it down depending on what the recipe they dictate is the one that they think will make the most delicious broth by the end. And this time Oxygen were able to tear that away, sort of force them into an uncomfortable situation on attack, which is a rarity. And you want to see if it turns from a rarity into something a little bit more common here.
If you want to see that, but quickly checking out the west main entrance room here. Spots out one. Ooh, that is the default game. I was going to say, is he going to be trying to go for a verticality playing right here? Maybe even throw up a grenade near that bathroom. That is not the case, of course. Cyber is just waiting slowly and steadily below the west main stairs. He's ready to move up any second now. Get rid of that, of course, the Prisma. That moment they can start moving in with 2 of them, but it's vertical. That tries to go for an aggressive peek and takes a lot of damage as a result.
Bullets preparing the grenade to go down to the back line of the stairs, hops through, and Vertical suffers, but survives. Not that, though. The second grenade underneath, utilizing the soft destruction, and Vertical is once again taken out of this round, unfortunately able to have a big impact possible. Now is kind of still has it locked down from the Astro and Solarium stairs. Even he's going to see if he can knock them into the sun itself. They are looking to pass right by him. The first slips on by, the second does too. And unfortunately, that is them opening the door. Cyber's error with a triple for the round. Yoga tries to lock it down as Laxing is above 2 with a bit of above idea. But unfortunately, it's all coming out below the bar right now. They cannot quite get the connection to what FaZe are putting on this attack. They've slipped on by, and it's a flawless as a response to a loss.
Missed the shot there, missed the opportunity, gave away his position, which of course led the FaZe players to move back towards the Solarium stairs. Make sure they would be picking up those kills, exactly what they did as well. And from there on, oh, it is easy cleanups. There's another member on those stairs. You just need to hold it. They're not allowed to move in. And in that case, when that happens, you can put that diffuser down. With that, it is going to be 3-1 for Oxygen here. A very quick technical pause here as we've lost one of the FaZe players temporarily. We'll be in back shortly. And that gives us time to quickly talk. However, the coach is not allowed to talk, if I'm correct.
Well, I
Not
mean,
that it matters.
I was going to say, in the case of OXG, he's allowed. Although Redeemer, well, Redeemer can be here because he's at his sister's wedding, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an
Congratulations.
Indeed,
I hope you're having a wonderful time.
definitely hope so too. Get a thumbs up there from the player. This, also, we're back with 10 people in the server now, so it seems like everything has been resolved, and we are getting underway. There you have it. The timer starts ticking down, and the technical pause will come to an end as round 5 will be underway soon. Master bedroom and the office is the site that has been chosen by Oxygen to defend. We do see the echo coming out on the side of Laxing. It's an operator that has a bit of clutch potential if you keep your yokais alive, but you need to make sure that you really stall these attackers down to the last 20 seconds if you want to make the best use out of it. If that's not the case, then, well, you know, you're often on your camera not really being super useful if FaZe decide to just rush in. Like, you might get a stun out, but if everybody's dying around you,
what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? You know, try and slow them down. I think that's the game, really, with this side of FaZe, but also be unpredictable.
So they've had a moment to talk. OXG as well, and amongst the technical pause, they can try and put a bit of pace into maybe how they want to excel into this attack, how they want to go for the approach in terms of slowing down FaZe's play. The ideas from FaZe are consistent, and that's the danger. As I've said, they're so good at dictating the pace in their attacks. They really just know where they want to be and when they want to be there, and because of that, it becomes this idea of, okay, well, how do we structure onto this? Sorry, I have to keep turning my headset up as the others, they're loud.
This way you can just follow 2 streams at the Bravo stream.
Des and Ace are trying their hardest to make that a dream.
They're definitely trying to make it happen. Either way, it is FaZe, of course, on the attack still. 2 more rounds they have to clean up or clear out. And as Cyber is about to be coming onto the balcony here, there is a player inside of the bathroom. The window does get opened up. There should be a bit of sound as a challenge comes through from the hallway opposite as well. Summer, however, of course, playing around these pillars does not really get challenged or can be challenged from there.
Well, the grenade is just going to go for it there on the drop, forces them away from the window. It wasn't cooked all the way because that becomes the bigger risk. The longer you hear silence after a pin pull, the more likely you are to try and swing into it, because at that point you're thinking, well, if I sit here, I'm dead anyway. Vertical has pulled himself back to a slightly safer position, but they have taken over Solarium. They're eyeing up this approach here around the back side of this bathroom hole. They've forced themselves into Piano, and as a wide disc gets haphazardly thrown into the middle of the room as an attempt to catch that grenade, hoping it would go that way. Instead, it does not. It bounced into a place where nobody was either way. There's another one that goes round, doesn't quite get the connection with the shield. They still have that as a reverse that they can play onto the opening into the very small little box core of the site itself as FaZe steadily take more and more ground, and the first body goes, I believe, around the split on Piano.
Yeah, trying to open up now a way to get inside to go for the plans. It's Yoga that went aggressive into the small cubby, gets picked up as a result, and Nitro gets shot out as well. It's Cyber to try and go aggressive, but the trade is there in the end. Bullet from the window on the Piano, hoping to cut down the rotation, successfully does so. Hopes gets taken down, and Astro gets the final kill. It is FaZe that will be winning yet another round here, and are looking to close up this half at a 5-1, something we have seen quite often before today.
It's just tough, I think, is the fairest way of putting it. It's tough for any team to go up against FaZe on their attacks. FaZe are blindingly good on their attacks, but also piecing together holds and defenses in the situation that OXG is in. It's a couple of days in Sweden and trying your best to do it in what is a situation where they had literally 0 time to bring all of this together. It was... on the day of the flight, if I am correct in that, of when they found out, and then you've got to go play against some of the best teams in the world. Here you're always going to see that, I think, stretch the most into their defense. It becomes this pressure mantle because we're in a great attacking meta. It's something we've talked about a fair few times. We're in a great time for teams to drive fun attack strategies and new attack strategies. Where we used to be in a guessing game of the defenders ask the questions, now it's can the defenders withstand the quiz that's being thrown at them? Here's a hot quiz, Pop Shot.
And that is the big question. The meta starts to shift just ever so slightly with every single patch, of course, that comes through. If you look at the changes as well, you know, Valkyrie, for example, no longer really being able to get those cameras outside consistently for a long time. Might actually remove it from being banned that often on some of the sites, even though I don't think outside cams are really an issue.
In pro play, internal cams are the powerful thing. But Consulate's not going to be so much of a nightmare in rank.
That is true. Consulate suddenly becomes a lot more doable with lesser amount of jumps with information, I would assume.
People jump out for information, but without information? No.
It doesn't happen either way. Well, FaZe already in sight though from the big garage, moving through towards the west main, but it seems like there might be some players present, and Yoga just swings on him. Gets that kill, goes back up to that top floor as Vertical here dealing a lot of damage down into Cameraman as well. Oxygen really putting up the pressure here towards FaZe.
And Cameraman is going to pull away. Not going to throw away their life in an engagement that they didn't quite have the confidence locked down, because that's not really FaZe's MO. They still have players that want to apply the pressure to the site itself. They have themselves locked around, trench around this little red corner, and they're droning to the back of the shield to see if they can go for an alternate take on a site that otherwise they're able to take pretty cleanly before. Here, Bullet's going to just get some drone intel on the flank, and Vertical's going to get his second. As Souls gets dropped and that Goyo gets popped, they pull back and find some semblance of safety. It is Thunderbird, and they might be able to get their way towards a still standing station, but otherwise, as grenades start to bounce through, just a scratch would be the end of Vertical.
Grenades being tossed in deep there, unfortunately for them, not able to find anybody, but that's going to be the rotation card off though. His hope's gone, 3 on 4. There is still a man advantage here for the side of Oxygen, but Astro manages to find himself inside. All they need to do now is cover off and make sure that this plant won't happen, as a fully blind man is currently on that plant. They need to keep them back, but the Nitro comes through and gets the kill. The C4, it could be coming in clutch there. The diffuser will not be activated.
Well, Cameraman and Bullet find themselves in a tricky situation, because what they have to go up against as a power play is 2 strong positions, the sturdy shield that's just on the wall of blue entrance there, and then obviously the connector with the rotation to the other side. Sure, they have angles to look towards them, but without the kills they can't do much more. And it gets forced back a little as the Gun 6 pops it open, not quite sure what side of the door now they are, as they spray towards it and down him with the pre-fire. It's suddenly becoming doable. The swing and the pop, they get one more! Bullet 1 for the quad kill. One more player left. They're going to use this 30 seconds to go for the stick, and Vertical, who's been able to put a couple of bodies down and stop the diffuser before, now has to put 2 more bodies down and stop the diffuser again. The first one is the man on the ace, but he has other ideas.
Manages to find it there. It is the ace of Bullet. And with that, somehow a round that seemed like it would have been going Oxygen's way, especially after they dropped the diffuser, is being turned around by a single man there. Just decided to, you know what, let's just go in, you know? Like, they couldn't get the plan down other way. They needed to make sure that the blue area was going to be cleared out. The blue hallway needed to be cleared. And Bullet decided to do just that on his lonesome. His cameraman was getting ready to go for a plant. And that leaves us with 5-1. Locked out that first half. And moving over to the second now. FaZe. A singular point, or singular round that they have that point. And that would mean that if Rogue win within regulation against the Chiefs, they are confirmed for playoffs. Maths.
Now is the time. Now is the time for maths. Somewhere out there, your compatriots of our other wonderful regions, Def Marta and Jesse Chick, are running numbers and maths.
They definitely are. And Sprabuni, of course, who's been the...
I have all your little, contacts for this stuff.
I do have my contacts. But have now made it publicly available to all casters who want to have the information just with the click of a Discord link.
5 seconds to go.
I feel like that's a very nerdy Discord.
It is a very heading out to defuse a bomb.
It's like a high school thing. Like,
just us, can they qualify? And it's like, type. No. It's like,
I love
or,
it.
yes, and this needs to happen. So it's, yeah, it makes my life a lot easier. I certainly don't have to work out every single scenario anymore.
You just have a team.
Got people doing it.
An elite squad.
An elite squad
Talking of
statisticians.
FaZe Clan are an elite squad of Siege players. Although, it's still worth sort of looking at how this game is shaping compared to the spread of the play that they had yesterday. Okay, they're 5-1. They're having a good game, but it's a different start to how it was yesterday, and that one, I guess, isn't. The opening kill goes into their favor. Vertical gets taken off here, but the point I was trying to make is the lead is coming from a couple of players that are having huge kill games. Bullet, obviously, 10-2 is terrifying, but 7-3 Astro is not that far behind. It's massive step up from a couple of players as they get a bit sharper, a bit more aggressive, and lean into just taking territory.
I was going to say, where did Vertical die? But he's very far inside already at the moment he got shot, so need to be very careful here. They're starting to open up the box, though. It's not the objective, however, as Kino is about to be sneaking right around the corner here on the double piano door. Give away his position there. The gun of the R4C quickly shown, and 3 fires are happening, whereas in the meantime, though, the FaZe members are starting to fall back. They're heading towards that bathroom, so Bullet isn't quite a safe spot here as he spots a shoulder yet once more, but will not be able to hit any of the shots yet.
CyberZero has decided he doesn't want to give up the ground as of yet. A few pings are coming through, but behind that reverse play placed shield and Bullet on the shoulder, it's going to be Hopes that steps into a fight immediately. That's the man with the diffuser and the Selmas. It's Kina that offers a little bit of support on the wings there, and that leaves Bullet in a place where he can retreat if he wants to, but the verticality is still something you want to have some modicum of pressure on. Yoga keeps them driving, keeps the pressure hot, and the spray starts to come through either side of the split. Hello, Ash, get out of here is the instant response that comes through, and Super Astro steps up for a double of his own before being dropped from above. The top to the bottom rocks the show, and the grenade is going to be the one that ends the blow. Now, 30 seconds, and they got to see if they can bring a 2 versus 2 into something that keeps them off of map point. Laxing is trying to go for the recollection of the diffuser. They can hear the air jab, keeping some bit of safety on the close quarters here, and tucked in behind a shield, hoping they have an angle and an idea. Bullet is quite injured, but with where they're playing and with the knowledge of the diffuser, well, it just takes Cameraman to swing wide and get one more. Yoga is all that is left. He's looking for the first fight, but they're not looking to find it. They know the timer is on their side. They see the player. The pre-fire is there. It doesn't need to be spot on because their play before was.
I mean, the second member already it's long gone.
He's off.
He ran all the way to the base.
On that snowmobile.
I get on the snowmobile, running out of chalet there. He's like, time is running out, so I'm getting out. There was no opportunity there to plant anymore. The pre-fire was just to waste some extra time and potentially get that kill as well. And with that, FaZe have managed to do what was necessary for Rogue to be confirmed, and now they're looking to do a little bit more. If they are going to be able to pick up the next one of the next 5 rounds, they are setting themselves up for a potential spot in the playoffs soon as well, because they were only 1 point behind Rogue, mind you. So there is still going to be 2 more games after this. Not today for them. That will be tomorrow, where they will have their opportunity to be confirmed. But it's definitely going to be there. And as it's currently 6-1, I'm wondering if I just heard Jess say anything. If that's the case, that means the game is over.
I think the other game is over.
I think so too. And considering the live standings, I do think that Rogue is confirmed in that case. I'm quickly giving a nudge to production to see if I'm right.
I mean, we'll find out soon enough.
That's
because,
true.
Well, FaZe, they might be close to sending us into the post-match report at this point. They've taken their first defense here. They led him with the opener. It was a good fight back from OXG across the top. It was those little bites, the sharp plays and positioning that was coming through for some of them. But at the same time, if you're looking at, and it's always, if you're pointing fingers towards things that didn't go right, the ace leading around and just sort of walking into a firefight against an angle that you know that FaZe generally like to hold. They like to sit there a little bit back, find the sliver of a pixel and say, yeah, this is where I'm going to fight.
This is the fight they want to bring, as FaZe need a singular round extra to be the next team to be on the list here to try and confirm themselves. looked like they would have been the clear-cut winners of the group until they met Rogue. They still have an opportunity, of course, to bring it back around after tomorrow. Try and pick up points that Rogue do not. By the way, they first need to clean out this game. They first need to confirm this one as Oxygen. Well, that does mean they will be locked out. Grenades are being tossed in, hoping to get rid of some of that utility. We are on that bottom floor, of course, and the breaches are starting to happen. Oxygen is trying to be very quick around this. A minute has only passed now, but there's still members of FaZe are in a position that could try and go for a flank if they want to, and maybe even come in the back of that big garage.
A breath and a moment here. As FaZe, well, earlier we described their play as being very fluid. They like to keep moving and keep their opponents guessing. And here it's sort of what OXG are trying to find out. The hot drones are moving ahead of a couple of gunners to see if they can just pull a body away, pull some of that piece of FaZe's hold out of position and try and apply the pressure elsewhere. The spray over the top as the man behind the bar is not serving up drinks but an attempt at punishment as Astro, he pulls himself a little bit further away. He's hesitant to entirely leave that player isolated because, to be fair, one of their favorite things is to offer trades and support structures. But Sand, don't worry about it. I've got it locked down as a minute on and they're putting pressure onto Trench, locking the site. There's that player gone. There's one more as OXG get the follow-up with a frag grenade over the top of the shoulder.
Now they need to start striking back. That's exactly what Bullet tries to do. Hit one hard. As Zugana takes a bit of damage here. Astro now finds out that it has been opened up deep and that is inside the border. That means there's an opportunity to go for the plant on this Bullet. He wants to get into a position where he can stop it from happening. It's vertical to get one more kill. The Nitro Cell somehow detonates and kills Lexin, whilst Hopes is getting that diffuser down. 45 seconds are on the clock now and the post plant is upon us. Bullet needs to have an incredible impact here as he swings around the corner, but instead loses his life. He knows one is above, and that is going to be picked up by Vertical. It's Oxygen that fights back, and they get their second round. They're not too happy about it yet, of course, but it's a very difficult game for them, a very difficult event for them so far.
I think, yeah, it's one of those points where you understand their frustrations. Because they are at full strength, an exceptional team. It was going to be some amazing showdowns, and it's sort of that, you know, losses that are being handed to them, it's not entirely in their control. Everybody wanted to see every team at this event full strength. It's exactly the same conversations we always have when this pops up. It's the same with Invictus. It's the same at the recent events where we couldn't get every single team there because, unfortunately, the Australian teams weren't allowed to travel. It takes a bit of a dampener out of the sails. You can understand their frustration, but they're still here to play the best Siege that they can given the conditions. They're still here to enjoy a couple of days of Swedish food. And they're still here to see if they can at least put on a bit of a show before they potentially head back, depending on the results. It's not over yet, but it's not in any regards been made easy for them for things, unfortunately, entirely out of their hands.
See, it's not over yet, but it kind of is. They're unable to make it anymore to the playoffs. There's still, of course, a day to play. If Rogue is confirmed, that means Oxygen is out. That's how it works in that case. They wouldn't be able to bring it out anymore. I'm making karate moves.
You are making karate moves and no one else saw that.
They won't know, by the way, Oxygen. They don't get the heads up that, hey, Rogue just probably wondered. We still don't know. We just assume so, as live rankings is what we're currently trusting upon. Either way, they don't get to see those either. FaZe, they have 4 more rounds to try and lock this up, to try and put themselves up with 3 extra points to make sure that they are the ones to go to playoffs as well. It would be great to see them try and lock themselves in as well. After the season they've had, after the hopes or at least the praises that have been sent their way, I really want to see them go up in these best of 3s against the best teams of the other groups as well.
The pressure towards the pillar on the backside of the fireplace. Did it explode, or was it caught by a disc at the end there? I didn't hear either sound really pop off. No, oh, it's electrified, is it? There it is. Stuck in limbo, mute jammed, so nothing has popped off there, and well, now Bullet has hopped off there, droned out, doesn't want to stick around as the discs do start to get burnt by everything else that was otherwise in that play and place and location. Still, with that drone dead, they're going to need another way to get that intel.
Do need a new way indeed, and they still wanted to get rid of that shield, which unfortunately failed. Grenades are being tossed in, however, to for them try and get rid of the pantry player. We're seeing before how effective that could be with Vitality, who as soon as they got that kill, everybody was suddenly on top of the site, and that is currently what they're trying to prepare for. The hatch is being opened up ever so slightly, not really an angle they can work with, but Sledge is definitely making that one work. They have to be very careful though. FaZe members are still on that top floor trying to take challenges here as the Nitro start blowing up. And it is going to be Cyber that wants to push in and gets the kill as well. FaZe are having the opportunity here to lock it out.
Again, this is the positioning thing I talked about where Hopes is off there with the diffuser trying to take these fights on these wings, but just getting clipped. It's a 4 versus 2 out of nowhere, and there's a creep down the stairs that makes it even tougher. Yoga, who has been the performer for OXG in this game so far, cannot perform to the end, but you don't blame him because FaZe is still FaZe. Tournament favorites flying that flag after the loss earlier today, and a 7-2 that potentially is going to start locking things in and confirming some of these numbers in this entire tournament.
Yeah, that's it. We'll get to that soon, of course, as soon as we do start to break down the groups. We get the updated rankings down there, and we can still see who could make it and who has made it. But before we do that, we are going to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Of a game. There I am. There's the music gone. Though that was probably better than me.
There was an epic entry to be.
Yeah. Okay. Hi. Hi. We're here after that epic entry for the post-showdown breakdown matchup of FaZe versus OXG, and we do have some things confirmed from what was a 7-2 victory.
Yeah, was it 7-2? Yeah, 7-2 victory. Okay, yeah, so we win this one. I thought you were talking about the other game that we've had.
Sorry, I was thrown by the rock.
No. This one was a 7-2 indeed. And as we're pulling up these replays to quickly discuss yet once again, we all know it's been a difficult tournament for Oxygen, so it's not really fair to harp down too much on the mistakes that come through. One thing that does come to mind, though, is the diffuser that gets lost time and time again. Yeah. Whilst they were on the attack, definitely does not help, mind you. But we all understand why that, they are going through these rough patches. It is definitely not easy when you're missing one of your star players and 2 others are confined to their hotel rooms to play from there.
You couldn't be more unfortunately handicapped in this play that they are. it was little mistakes and moments like that that cost them. They put up a good fight, and they've been having good games and good gunning moments, but the scores belie what is the fact of they are playing weakened. They are playing in a race. FaZe, on the other hand, they came back to some of their strength. It was some of their sharp play that we've seen so far. It was obviously a full stretch game for them, and their only loss was earlier today in this group stages against Rogue, and they bounced back. They bounced back into more of their groove. They still locked off their attacks. It is such a good attacking team, but from there on, you know, there's other bits that I think that they're still going to step into now. Today's been a day of bleeding for them, which you needed.
Yeah, it's fine, but at least, you know, they're looking really good to go to playoffs as well. We'll touch more upon that in just a little bit as the replays, you know, they start to finish. This round that you saw just there, still won by Oxygen, but it was going to be the last, as Yoga in a 1v4 clutch was not successful, mind you. So, with that, it was that 7-2 victory. So, if it's ready, let's pull up the scorecard straight away as well to see exactly who the big hitters were.
I don't know why you're looking at me. I don't.
I'm just looking at you because I can look through the camera. Hey.
Yeah, we'll have a scorecard in just a moment. But we can sort of regale you with the result because the result's not going to be in the scorecard anyway. It was a clubhouse showdown between Chiefs and Rogue. If you don't want to know it, well, cover your ears and your eyes because we're about to show you a scoreboard anyway. Oh, no, we'll talk about this first, then I'll get to it. I've built up the suspense. This is how this game broke down. Bullet stepping up
now
massively.
People have their
again.
eyes and their ears closed and have absolutely
Oh no! Open your eyes
so.
again, everybody. Bullet got a 1.69. Nice rating. And Astro and Cyber obviously led into that. As I said, it wasn't quite the strength we saw from them yesterday, but if you go into your playoffs games untouched and untethered, and suddenly it's big games where it's a knockout possibility, you do want to have days where you're tested. You do want to have days where at least there's some pressure. And although it's a 7-2 score, RXG did pressure them. They were being active and mobile, and obviously they were pressured earlier today as well. But still, it was a team that was looking it out. Yoga was able to step up. Unfortunately, the others couldn't quite find the same level of groove, and the game went the way it did.
The game indeed went the way of FaZe, and with that they have put themselves up even higher on the scoreboard, 9 points in total. So as we're heading to the group standings just very soon, we will tell you exactly what that means, because one of these teams has been locked in due to the result of FaZe, and that is going to be Rogue, the team that just barely made it to Sweden from Europe. Is the first team to be locked in for the playoffs here. 10 points is all they needed, and unfortunately with that, Oxygen is going to be eliminated. Of course, they will play tomorrow, don't worry, they will be still here, but they cannot go to playoffs anymore.
Can I go to playoffs? Chiefs still have a chance, and how that could come together is if FaZe lose both of their games in hand tomorrow, and Chiefs win both of theirs, including their showdown against FaZe. The OT points that they have could be and would be the difference maker, would put them onto 10 over FaZe's 9. If FaZe had been able to get one more round earlier today, they would have been the team that was secured against Rogue, even with a loss, and Rogue would have been the team still in that position fighting. So it is a very delicate balance. FaZe just need 1 point tomorrow, and that will guarantee them the head-to-head versus Chiefs, even if they got 1 point, Chiefs wouldn't get 6 points. So that is a doesn't matter point.
It doesn't matter.
Ignore me.
It won't happen that way.
I don't.
Indeed.
I can't count.
Yes, Rogue confirmed. FaZe can soon be confirmed, but tomorrow, don't forget that. Tomorrow they have the opportunity to lock themselves out and make sure that they will be here playing on the Friday.
Wonderful. Magical. Amazing. We knew we were going to get some teams locked in today, but I don't think anyone expected it to be Rogue at the start of the day from this group. Now we obviously have 3 more groups, 3 more games across 2 more streams, but 1 more moment. We're going to have a quick break, and then we will see you back very soon.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back to the B stream, only because it's the second stream, not because we're any lower.
Of course,
Because we're on it.
we are, Parker.
A stream is whatever stream you and I are on. If I can quote the great Gotcha when he said, Group D is the group of death because we're in it. And then they got smoked. So I don't think that was exactly accurate. Anyway, we have a very exciting matchup for you, and one with a lot on the line for us. SANDBOX is going to be going up against Team 1, and SANDBOX and both Team 1 have had quite a surprising day, frankly.
Yeah.
Let's start with SANDBOX. Well, they won earlier today, but
Parker, they won against DarkZero. It was 7-4 in their favor on Coastline, but then again, beating DarkZero doesn't have a whole lot of value these days, so unfortunately, that one doesn't fully count.
it's the brutal honesty that you come to us for as experts, as we are presently analysts. Team 1 is at the moment still the top of this group. They are still the team to beat, but the win earlier today by SANDBOX, and if you are new and you are wondering who is SANDBOX Gaming, you might know them as Mantis FPS / Cloud9. They come from Korea. They are one of the 2 Korean teams here, and yeah, they have a very realistic shot of making it out of this group, but it's not going to be easy. Frankly, it's going to be a challenge. I mean, you have that gimme with DarkZero in last place. A victory here for SANDBOX really complicates things for DarkZero, and it gives SANDBOX an excellent chance of making it out of this group.
It does, Parker, and to put something into perspective, the last time around when these 2 teams played each other yesterday, it was a 2-7 on Coastline in favor of Team 1. So Team 1 took the victory. It was pretty one-sided in terms of round score, so they will not get away with that. However, SANDBOX Gaming did beat Vitality on Cafe, going 7-3, which is honestly quite impressive.
Absolutely. Of course, Cafe is the worst map for Team 1. You can see their best statistical map right now is Villa, KDS, Alimau, Neskin, Levy, and Lagonis. They don't need any introduction whatsoever. They might come in as second in LATAM, but they are the defending major champions. They won the Mexico Major in stunning fashion. After the first day, Team 1 looked dead in the water. It looked like they had no chance of making it out of groups whatsoever. They got beaten by the Soniqs. They got beaten by Cyclops. They were done, toasted, fried, anything you can think of that goes along with that, any synonyms you want. And then you know what happened? They started winning, and they won every game. They ended up in that fabled tiebreaker, which we've never seen before.
Incredible tiebreaker.
Absolutely monumental. They needed a 7-2 to get into the tiebreaker. They got it against Cyclops, and now they are major champions, defending major champions.
They are, and what an incredible storyline that is. As you said, Parker, we have not had a quote-unquote back-to-back multi-major winner. We had D2 into Empire, then into Team 1. Of course, they're one of the teams to watch. They are the team to beat, and actually, the map watch, they are the team to beat, and actually, the map draft just came out. We're going to Coastline again.
Okay.
That is where these 2 exact teams had their previous matchup, and as I said, it was a 2-7 for Team 1. So a one-sided victory for the LATAM team. And you know what? Despite that, SANDBOX Gaming said, we'll go again.
Yeah, and SANDBOX Gaming have played this map a number of times here, so it's a map that they are very familiar with. It was the one that they defeated DarkZero on, and now they're going to play it again. So 3 of the 4 times that SANDBOX have played a map here in Sweden, it's been on Coastline, so that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, both teams are okay with this, I suppose. Team 1, they have the confidence in the previous confrontation, but SANDBOX Gaming, the confidence of beating DarkZero there, which, in my words, doesn't mean a lot, but SANDBOX Gaming has the opportunity to prove us wrong in this moment. I'm curious what the Arbiter bands will look like once we get there, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still need to wait for the players to ready up, to get into their seats, and say, let's go.
Well, so far, SANDBOX has been favoring a Thatcher and Valkyrie ban on Coastline. In their matchup against Team 1 and their matchup against DarkZero, they banned the exact same thing, Thatcher and Valk. So we'll see if there's any difference here, any tonal shift that we could possibly talk about. But before we get into that speculation, let's get into the actual matchup for you. 73% of you deem Team 1 to be the better team, or at least the team that will win, because the better team, Nick, doesn't always emerge victorious. SANDBOX is going to be starting on defense. That is the common trend with them on this map. Thatcher and Valkyrie were their 2 band operators both times they played this, and they've actually chosen a different operator. They take care of the Lion.
Yeah, so I mentioned that the operator bands might be very interesting. I was actually going to talk about the Lion because it's an operator that many teams have been pushing out on Coastline specifically because it really helps capitalize on the attacking rounds to capture the defenders as they're moving on the map. Thatcher coming out as a ban? Wow! Who would have thought that coming, Parker? It's almost like it's every map of every game, which I do believe is not the case. There's been like 1 or 2 cases, but it's mostly like that.
Thatcher's ban rate is almost 100% so far in this entire event. Mira will join. I wonder if SANDBOX will stick with that Valkyrie ban that they've been favoring on this map.
I would against Team 1.
Let's be honest. I think it's a very valuable ban against every team, but no region runs Valkyrie as effectively as Latin America does, especially on a map like Coastline. So getting rid of the Valkyrie is great. As you might have seen on the high caliber reveal yesterday, Valkyrie is getting a bit of a nerf. Yeah. Her cameras don't last outside longer than 8 seconds. At this current case, they last as long as they want outside. So if you're not bringing an IQ or a very keen set of eyes, for both you and I who wear a pair of glasses, maybe we are not the best to hunt down those Valkyrie cameras, but she can be quite strong. Needless to say, she's removed. Lion, Thatcher, Mira, and Valkyrie, the operator bands. First defense from SANDBOX coming out is going to be up in Hookah.
Very true, Parker. And as you said, Latsam are very good at playing the Valkyrie. And I would also say, watching them play in the past, they're also very good at finding those Valkyrie cameras. And I think it's a mindset thing. If you're good with the Valkyrie, you understand what the cameras might be, and you understand the value of them. Which means when you're on the attacking side, you will look for them even more so than a regular attacking team. But that won't matter in this case. The Valkyrie's not on the board, but the Aruni is this time around. So of course, SANDBOX brings that out into the open. The kite being brought here is pretty interesting. This is not typically a wall deny bomb site, but this is the thing, Parker. The map did get changed. We have the wall inside of VIP that kite is reinforcing, and this is exactly the reason as to why you want to pick up this operator. This wall you can deny, with the Thatcher being banned, it's a lot more difficult to get rid of this claw, as you can hide it in a couple of places, and thus you will force the attackers to either go down below, say, you know what, we're not going to go here at all, or figure out a third way of dealing with the claw.
For those of you that might not have tuned in semi-recently, Coastline has undergone a couple stylistic changes, and the biggest one obviously is in that VIP room, Circle Couch, as a lot of you will call it in your various regional play. A double panel now replacing the big window provides an extra obstacle and another step needed before your execute can be done.
Look at the aggression, Parker.
Oh my goodness, Ali Mao is just in, by the way. How do you out-aggress an APAC team? Well, you get a Brazilian team that for the longest period of time was known as one of the more aggressive, if not the most aggressive region. Ali Mao walks in, takes out Envy Taylor. Envy Taylor has been a standout performer for this team and this core since way back in the day, playing on, for what now? He's been on this roster for 4 years at this point, I believe. Quite a long
Very long time indeed. Yes. I honestly thought for a moment that that was a defender inside a pink bar until he started shooting a defender in the back. I thought, oh, you know what? That is probably an attacker. So, if you give a ground up, you will be sure that Team 1 will be there to take it away from you. It's very important on coastline defense that you spread out thin, you cover the areas, especially pink bar. But speaking of covering, KDS covers the ground with a grenade, and upon that ground, Zyle's body falls. 5 versus 3 now in favor of Team 1 as they're looking really good on this round. SANDBOX Gaming has pulled back. They still have VIP control, they still have cocktail control, but that's about all they have. Neskin finds another. Static strikes back to Neskin. That finds one as well, and now it's not the final fight as Static wins it, but in 1 versus 3, there's a lot to go on here, Parker.
Oh, putting that TCSG to good use. Static at the moment, 3 big kills. Static not historically been the strongest player for SANDBOX, but showing up big in this particular round. The clock will start to work against them inside of Hookah. For a moment sees the head of the Ibana, but Lagonis is a better shot, and the first round goes to Team 1.
Honestly, Parker, that is a nice try, especially given the position that he was in, given the weapon that he had equipped. I will say that does not get any closer than that, of course, unless he found that 4th kill. And then, would have been up for the ace if he were to clutch it out and a defuse, but A nice try from him. Team 1 with a really good early game aggression. Alemo getting the opening kill. Storming through the pink bar, or the sunrise bar as you might refer to it as. And this is again, we need to control the map as a defender, because otherwise it will disappear beneath you really, really quickly. Get one defender in pink bar, get one defender out into office, get a defender into lobby. Yes, the bomb site will be weak, but it is so rare to see attacking teams go straight for the bomb site, because most often than not, you can easily hold that down with 2 players as long as those guns are held up and pointed in the right direction. We're going to kitchen instead. They're not gonna try that again, and to be honest, Hookah is a hit or miss bomb site. It's one of those where, yes, the map got reworked, it got a touch up, and it feels a lot better now, to be fair, than in the past, but you don't have a lot of mobility to work with as a defender, especially when it comes to Hookah, when it comes to Cocktail, when it comes to FaZe. Once you're stuck in a corner, it can be really, really hard to get out again.
It was one of the problems with VIP way back in the day, was if you wanted to play behind that white shelf and you had somebody played up at the window, there was no soft wall for you to rotate out of. You had to go through the wall that led to the courtyard, which then left you susceptible to somebody playing inside of billiards or watching courtyard as well. And just simply being confined. Now, as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of that room, they have completely changed it. So you are very capable of getting out of VIP now in comparison to where it was. All that said, it's going to be a kitchen defense on that first floor. Team 1 were quick to the punch on the previous round. Will they be able to get back in again with that same vigor? I don't think that's the case. Maybe a little bit slower pace for them this time as they hunt down SANDBOX's players.
Yeah, not just that, but this time around, SANDBOX actually has bunkered up inside the sunrise bar, reinforced the walls towards blue, and even put a claw layer to stop any heart breach from going out. And we see Sile inside the sunrise bar itself on the Oryx. He'll make sure that that ground will be theirs, and you also see now Team 1 not going for anything, but Alemo is waiting outside with information actively on Sile, so if he walks away, Alemo will be sure to sneak in and take this area.
They've droned out that portion of Sunrise. They have one player still in there patiently waiting on the side of SANDBOX. I don't know if Team 1 will be able to conquer that yet or not. Ali Mao, with the calls being made, will be able to move the team forward. Drones aplenty for Team 1 as they do their due diligence, but now most of them are off and guiding their way in based on that information. The old adage that a drone is only good for 5 seconds or so, and then the information is very outdated, especially if they saw your drone, because they know to move.
Very true indeed, Parker. Alemo doing a great job here, taking it slow as he needs to, and he's now gotten a little bit of the ground, but Sile is kind of right next to him. And Alemo has to either walk down this staircase deep into his side area that is not Team 1's ground, or he's gonna walk back up and face a gunfight.
Oh, Ali Mao still on this position, but I don't think he understands the Oryx of Shile is nearby. Telltale signs of that. T5, very loud and very clear. Envy Taylor, first to die both times. Big difference. This is a completely different timeline, but Team 1 have barged their way on in through service, by the way. Neskin manages to refrag on the shot that he was on. Fetching that diffuser, they have firm control. Static still above. Where is Shile? That's the real question. There he is, taking the engagement against Ali Mao, but you know nothing beats the FAMAS on land. Diffuser planted by Neskin. It's a 1v4. Static in a very similar position to where he was for his efforts. Previous round ultimately died for his efforts, but they've given this position away from above. And there's Ali Mao to pick up his second kill, watching the hatch, eagerly anticipating the player from SANDBOX. And it's 2-0 now for Team 1.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Parker. The FAMAS on land shreds people into pieces, and it is in great hands on Alemo. Of course, a great duelist that he is. He played that map quite beautifully. He somehow got himself into the cooler stairs, being boxed in by multiple defenders, and just chilled out there. And when Sile came for the gunfight, he makes sure to win it. And while that was happening, of course, Team 1, they started just executing side. Neskin with a drive-by kill entry in towards kitchen, and that was that. Diffuser got down, we saw the rest. Kind of above, couldn't find much, even with that C4. So, 2 to null and a tactical pause, Parker. We don't see them typically this early, but we wish that we do. I think this is great.
Very, very early, though.
Yeah, the thing is, if it's going out of your hands, and you want to bring it back, I think it's better to do it early rather than later, especially because these teams have a history, not just against one another, but on this exact same map. So maybe the coach has seen something that happened in the past that he wants to point out and say, guys, we are better than this, we need to change this area because we cannot fall into the same mistakes as in the past, otherwise the result will not change.
It is a funny thing to go back to this map. Best of ones tend to distill a team's map pool down to 1 or 2, right?
Yep.
Especially if you come from a best of 3 league where, okay, you play best of 3s often, or you play best of 2s often, or you make international lands so much so that your map pool is very large. Teams know what to ban against you. Most of the time, you've got 3, maybe 4 maps that teams do not want to play you on. Now, do those maps align with the maps that you are not particularly proficient on? That's a question that needs to be, re-answered every single time you see a new matchup. Here, in a best-of-1 situation, the fact that SANDBOX has gone to Coastline 3 times leads me to believe that this is not exactly their most comfortable map. They come here because it is an even ground between the teams that they play on. Now, 2 of those teams, or 2 of the times, that team has been Team 1.
Yep.
So if you're coming back here against the same team, you would assume in the 24 hours that followed your first match yesterday, you have done some work, you have prepped for it, and most coaches are not usually bamboozled in the ban phase. You know typically which 1 or 2 maps you're going to go to. So if you expect Coastline, you should be prepared for it. Ideally in the rematch, you are not just prepared, but you have counter-stratted them effectively, and a lot of teams, surprisingly, win the rematch because of that. In this particular instance, Team 1 on attack on a map like Coastline is doing what we expect and meeting those expectations. I like that SANDBOX took that timeout, but I don't know how effective it's going to be so early on.
I mean, you're right, Parker, and they have changed their operator bans, banning out that line, so of course they have done their due diligence, or giving it rather, and they have done their studies as well. The thing about Coastline though is that it's not a clubhouse. You don't have the 1, 2, 3, the strats, the setup, the execute. I believe that Coastline played the best. It's all about dynamic adaptation. You put in your Jones as an attacker, 1 in office, 1 in pink bar, 1 in lobby, 1 top floor. You see what's clear, then you take what's clear. And as you saw Alemo has done the last 2 rounds, he's had a Jones somewhere and just waited around to see when and how SANDBOX is moving around that and then taking that ground for free, because as a defender, you simply cannot hold everything. You gotta pick your fights and you gotta make sure that you pick the right ones, which Neskin picks the right fight time and time again, finds the opening kill for Team 1.
Down goes Shyle, and Envy Taylor manages to escape being the first casualty. Let this be a reminder that nobody kills Envy Taylor 3 rounds in a row. Only twice will do, but unfortunately SANDBOX does forfeit that very first kill. And in this case, the death goes in their direction, not where you want to be. Team 1 with some breathing room as there's no refrag, and Shyle in particular has not been able to find the scoreboard. Another will join him, it's Envy Taylor. If he can't be first, at least he'll take 2nd place. SANDBOX getting hunted for sport right now by Team 1, and they are firmly in control with just a little over a minute to go.
Yeah, I'm curious about this Nova shotgun pick on Ella. It's not typically a close quarter combat bomb site. Of course, if you're playing in its default position on the sunrise bar, you can somewhat make it a close quarter, but now we got the window. He's so far away. Shotgun barely does any damage, and KD is practically gets a free kill. I'm not sure about that shotgun pick, but now in a 2 versus 5, we'll have to strike back as a trade, making that a 1 versus 4, but a full sprint into the hands of Levi shuts that down real quick. It's a 3 for Noel.
And everything is breaking in favor of Team 1 right now. Not just the first 3 rounds, but all 3 opening kills. 2 objectives as well between those 3 rounds. And that one was nearly a flawless to boot. So this is utter domination from Team 1. I question this Ella pick. In North America, we've seen teams play this quite often. I know in other regions you've seen it as well, but obviously my primary focus in the region that I come from, when we see it, teams will try to waste time inside a mudroom, by the windows, even entering over to kitchen. You'll throw those Guzmat mines out. They work not just as a means of slowing you down and disorienting you, but it's also an audio cue. When a Guzmat mine goes off, you know somebody is coming from that direction. But you usually keep the Scorpion, because as strong as Ella's shotgun is, the FO12 is a behemoth. You still need to be able to engage at slightly longer ranges. You saw it with the way that the Ella was playing on the window. If you have the Scorpion, you can potentially get lucky. Even though the recoil is kind of unmanageable, you can still get lucky from that distance. All you need to do is hit the head once, and it allows you a bit more flexibility.
It does, Parker. If you're playing Oregon, picking up the shotgun makes perfect sense to me. You can play on the staircases, play close quarter, and you know the attackers will have to come for you eventually. But playing Coastline, this is a map where you spawn peek, you counter spawn peek, you take really long gunfights, and if you are on a shotgun, you're just limiting yourself so much more. It's the same reason why we don't typically see the smoke and the mute, and if we do, one of those players will typically pick up either the FMG or the MP5K, that's the word, so that you get that 1.5x scope so that you can take those long combat gunfights.
Long range sometimes is a little bit more important, and even though it does tend to shoot Nerf bullets, you can still get a little bit lucky here. I mean, recoil has changed on a number of operators and does continue to evolve. The Roni's recoil being changed, Zolfia's carbine, or rather her AR being changed.
R4C, Ash, I mean, so many Ash mains. Where are they at these days, Parker? We never see her anymore. The gadget got nerfed, the gun got nerfed.
Alibi's Storm got nerfed as well in terms of recoil. And we say that recoil got nerfed. What we mean is that the recoil was made worse. I know that sometimes it can be a little bit strange. You say, oh, it got nerfed. How is that? Recoil got harder to control. Anywho, we are now 1 minute into this round, and it's another attempt at hookah. Unfortunately for SANDBOX fans, they have gone through a complete rotation, but they have not been on the winning side of any of it. We talked in the previous round about how SANDBOX are losing almost every single major point. Right now, Team 1 are very firmly in control. Halfway mark of the round, and an execute looking to set up on the default spot right next to Billiards, and they're going to try to push back the SANDBOX players as deep into that hookah bomb site as possible. Nova's first one to fall, another first blood on behalf of Team 1. They have all 4 thus far, and Lagonis has the diffuser almost planted. The bullets not being able to hit, just nicking the side of that bomb chassis, and there are 8 players still alive as that bomb goes down and starts to run. Harper down for the count. Shile with a kill. A big double kill from Shile, in fact, on the balcony of Hookah. Trying to retake with Static, but this is going to be a tough proposition. Unsure of the locations, there's an Adrenal Surge that goes off, and Neskin uses it to great effect. Shile had a tiny bit of HP. Well, now it's gone. Static, next one in line. Neskin picks up kill number 2, and he's going to find 3 for his trouble. Team 1 up 4-0.
That is such an odd round, Parker. There's no one from SANDBOX Gaming below. No C4 comes out. There's Toxic Babes. They go wide. They miss. And Team 1, almost with... It seems like it's effortless. They're not getting challenged. They're not getting contested. And it almost just looks like it's way too easy. I want to see SANDBOX Gaming get out on the map with confidence. When the plant starts going down, drop down below. They even had the holes made preemptively in from the blue bar floor up to that default plant spot, but no one was there and even tried to make a play around it. So they'll just slowly get strangled out, and that's exactly what happened. Once that bump goes down, you're in a lot of trouble. Long angles, and the post-plant positions from Team 1 were just... They were great, Parker, and there's just no way back in for SANDBOX Gaming on that round.
Would you classify this as Team 1 simply being a superior team, or are there amateur mistakes being made by SANDBOX that you think they just shouldn't be falling for?
I hate using the word amateur because we are in a professional league and every single player is super capable, every single team is oh so good, but I will say that big, crucial blunders are happening here. The first round, it was a lack of map presence for SANDBOX, not holding ping bar. Massive blunder. You need to always have a guy ping bar. Fair enough, Parker. The next round, they had a guy inside a ping bar. But then what happened? Well, all of a sudden, Team 1 starts planting. No one's below. So, same blunder. Lack of map control, lack of reaction, lack of adaptation. The dynamic play from Team 1 is nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Team 1, they're playing around it beautifully. They have the information, and with that information, might make the right decision time and time again, and that's all they gotta do.
Well put. You could say that professionals act like amateurs, by the way. You're allowed to do that.
I mean, I was once, and arguably still am, a professional amateur myself with my takes and terrible tweets and the things I say on stream, but at this event, I gotta wear a different hat. I have the coaching hat, now I have a casting hat apparently, and I think I need a new set of pants eventually because you can only wear so many hats at once. Flores being brought out from Lagonis, doing great work. That shield had great value, but it is no more. I would say again, SANDBOX Gaming not defending the shield, fair play. The Flores is new, it hadn't been seen before, but it just seems like SANDBOX needs to get punished by something before they realize what the problem is.
SANDBOX as well, really struggling in the offensive department. 7 kills over 4 rounds of action. We'll see how many more are added to that number with the remaining 2 minutes here in round number 5. Team 1 have done what most teams aim to do on attack on Coastline, which is emerge with a 4-2 lead. It's possible that SANDBOX can pick up these last 2 rounds, salvage it, and then maybe try to build some momentum. But we want to remind you that there is no timeout remaining for SANDBOX. They have taken that timeout. But Ali Mao guns down NV Taylor. NV Taylor has been the first to die 3 rounds
He's on
of
site.
the 5.
What?
And Ali Mao's just in the site. Okay, well, this is an astonishing thing. We are in Hookah. The bomb chassis is within his view. Diffuser just needs to be brought on in. But in the fields of killing is where they will reap. And Team 1 take down 1. They lose Neskin and KDS. Back and forth they go to a 3v3. So winnable. But Ali Mao is still standing there, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
he's still there.
You can almost see Alemo is confused. It's like, no one's coming for me. I can't find any opponents. I say that he finds one, almost gets straight back, but no, it goes where I win.
Nova cannot hit the shots, tries to vault over, take the engagement, but a 3rd kill for Ali Mao. It's all on Static. Static last alive again and again and again. Finds 1 kill, but these are impactless frags, at least until he can find 2 more. With Ali Mao still upright and watching over top of that Diffuser, Lagonis is successful in the objective. Ali Mao knows where he is, and how about a 4K for his trouble? The Brazilian Pengu switching between every single operator. Cut from the same cloth as you, Nick, and it's 5-0 Team 1.
I am extremely confused as to, first of all, how did Alemo get into sight out of nowhere? And second of all, how is he allowed to stand in that corner for as long as he did? He was like flicking left and right thinking, oh, they're coming for me, but they never did. Eventually, the person instead of Hookah, it was Nova, he figured out the position, whiffed a little bit, went for the vault, got killed by Alemo, of course, but... It almost seems like that was Team 1's bomb side and not SANDBOX Gaming's, because there was just a lack of presence on it. And that's the thing about Team 1, is that they play the game dynamically and they're playing the map adaptively. They realized weak side defense. They got the forest, they destroyed that shield early on, and once that shield was gone, they started working on Hookah. But while they did that, I'm gonna presume that Alemo walked in from Akkar. He must have been. There is no chance he rappelled in the big window. There is no way he came from Penthouse or VIP. So I'm gonna put my money on the Akkar take. The flank came through, the kill on site was found, and just with that, full site control was hand-delivered from one team to the other.
Well, this is the do-or-die moment for SANDBOX. They took their timeout after the 2nd round and it has paid 0 dividends. Not the spot that you want to find yourself in, as Team 1 are, at the moment, they're attending a burial for SANDBOX. And this has not been a particularly close match. Almost none of these rounds have been really close. Team 1 very much in control, cool, calm, collected. They want to repeat, by the way. Oh, never mind if they want to repeat as major champions, and this is the type of match you want to put in. But I guess at this point, SANDBOX realized we have to get aggressive. Levy is dead. Ali Mao is down for the count as he falters to that FO12 inside a mudroom, and Team 1 in a precarious position with the first 30 seconds burned off the clock.
APAC finally doing what APAC does best. It's the aggression in the early round. They get the spawn peek from the smoke with the FMG. The shotgun Ella practically runs out the sauna door, injures Alemo, doesn't finish the job, which I think is a wise choice here. He will be put on 20 health, but look at that all of a sudden. Injure kill comes out and they're in the lead, and despite the Ella shotgun, I think everything else has gone perfectly so far for SANDBOX Gaming for the first time this match.
Seeing a smoke with the FMG in hand, Harper gets that very first kill onto Levy. You talked about how we don't see a lot of Ashe players. Well, we're not going to see much this round, as they were killed off relatively quickly. So the 30 seconds that have passed have been Team 1 trying to figure out what the hell do we do next. They've got one body from SANDBOX playing inside of Office. Down below, next to the bomb site. It's a double bar bomb site, by the way, for those of you that aren't capable of having a visual reference.
Yeah, I mean, SANDBOX Gaming did a good job. They found the initial kills, then they stacked back up down together on the side, and now extending a bit into kitchen. So they know what they want, and they know how they want to do it. Now the question is, will the discipline be there from them so that they won't seek out those 50-50 gunfights? They need to take advantage of the fact that they have the man advantage. If they can swing 2 guys against 1, the odds of them winning that outcome is much, much higher.
Well, still putting some pressure on this A-bomb site now. Throwables and more utility to expend. 2 nades, 2 flashes, 2 smokes still on the board for Team 1. Looking at that utility from SANDBOX, well, they're 1 less now. That's a nitro cell tossed out, but it works quite effectively to take out the final set of nades that were available for Team 1. But instead, Lagonis is just in. Every member of SANDBOX is still alive, by the way. And here's the plant going down. KDS, no coverage whatsoever. But Shilo's taken out by Ali Mao, who jumps in. Can't connect at all, so Lagonis will have to fall off the plant, but they'll swarm him, and they find him. A huge 3-piece for Harper on that round as SANDBOX gets on the board in the dying seconds of their defense.
Poor Lagonis, he got the diffuser down but gets swarmed by basically every single member of SANDBOX Gaming. Nowhere to go, not enough bullets to kill them all and gets shut down. Very nice try from Team 1. They recognized that they didn't have much left. Sledge died to a C4, vertical play is gone, nobody's upstairs. They just walk in for the plant, and I don't even think SANDBOX Gaming realized it until the second person took the gunfight. And it all started off Harper's spawn peek, of course, followed by Nova's shotgun. So, valiant efforts, but now we get the side swap. SANDBOX Gaming will have to put in the same incredible effort as Team 1 did on their attacks if they want to see this go the distance. Now, 6 picking off the Maverick makes a lot of sense, and onto the Dokkaebi we go. That combined with the Jackal we saw earlier in the previous game as well, and I think this combination makes a lot of sense. It allows that aggression, the early game, you can really hunt down the roamers and play for the man advantage, and I think that's exactly what they should do. Try and find an isolated player, shut him down, play that 5 versus 4, hack the cameras, get comfortable, and then you can start working your way around the map.
All right, well, what are your predictions here for the side swap in terms of numbers? Do you think there's a potential for a comeback brewing? No timeout available for SANDBOX. On attack, a favorable side. But Team 1 have looked very good most of these rounds.
Team 1 has looked really good, and to be honest, I'm expecting a couple of rounds to go in favor of SANDBOX Gaming, but I don't expect the match to go that way entirely. I like their operator lineup, the buck as well. They can do vertical play from below, they can do vertical play from above. The downside is, without the Sledge, without the Maverick that got 6 picked away, they only have 1 set of grenades. They do not have a Heartbreach, so in one way, they have a lot of dynamics, they can do a lot of things. On the other side of that spectrum, they are a bit limited, as this grenade from Static will be half their grenades gone. It gets caught by the disc, and the head of Static does as well from Levi.
Unfortunate first pick for SANDBOX when you desperately need to make a statement in this round. You don't have much room for error at this point. Team 1 only needs 2 rounds. That's it, 2 rounds. And it seems at this point it's quite likely. Phone calls come out now, and Nova's going to try to take up space with the logic bomb there, but downed, and all of Team 1 finding their marks. Envy Taylor, first one to die so many rounds, last one alive, and he is miles away from the objective. This is a hookah take, by the way, for the attackers, and he's all the way over by delivery / service, whatever you'd like to call it, outside.
Yeah, it's a bit odd, and for a second I thought the Diana was the clone. He just kind of walked in carelessly, then he cooked the grenade, of course, and I realized. But it seemed like they thought the ground was clear, but then they kind of just walked in empty-handed. And once the first guy got taken out from SANDBOX, they stopped. They stopped the push entirely. Then they waited 10 seconds. Then they went again. They got shut down a second time. And now the last man standing is Envy Taylor, who's being bullied by Alemo. He runs out the VIP balcony. That is just pure disrespect. It's a flawless round. Team 1. And it's a good night as well. There is just nothing left to give for SANDBOX Gaming here. Team 1 wants to take it.
And you can't see it, by the way, but Ali Mao ran outside, and then after that he typed GN in chat. Now, this is where the audience participation comes in. If you could do us a favor and also type GN.
GN.
He did get some praise, though. 2 separate members of SANDBOX both typing nice shot in the chat, and then a thank you. We have to translate this to you, by the way, because you can't physically see what's going on. I would imagine SANDBOX are not currently digging this result so much, but hey, that's okay, because if you look at the live ranking at the top right of your screen, they've actually bumped up at the moment into 2nd place. And why is that? It's because, spoiler alert,
attackers need to locate and
DarkZero is actually winning their game against Vitality right now.
Really?
So because DarkZero is winning their game against Vitality, because of the round differential, DarkZero, at last time I checked, was up 3-0. SANDBOX are still in 2nd, despite this absolute pummeling that Team 1 is giving them. they are still in second place. So if Vitality and DarkZero beat the ever-living hell out of each other, and either DarkZero wins hugely or they keep it close and Vitality wins a nail-biter, this benefits SANDBOX. And we are now at this stage, Nick, where losing games isn't the end of your run as long as the right teams lose and the wrong teams win. And when I say wrong teams, I mean DarkZero's chances of making it out of the groups right now, especially this group, very low.
Yeah, so what you're saying is there are only winners in this game that we're watching. However, of course, two different kinds of winners. Ultimately, you want to put that 7 on your side of the scoreboard first, something that Team 1 is very close to, and SANDBOX Gaming are quite far away, to put it bluntly. Levy roaming upstairs, pretty solo bowler, but he's looking good doing so, and SANDBOX Gaming playing it really slow on the early hand of this round. They're kind of all the way out in spawn on both areas of the map, maybe looking for a freebie. White Repel goes to the roof, Penthouse window goes to the roof, heads cannot quite get open until the buck rotates over, but it seems like they will try and go for a good old Penthouse VIP map clear. This is a super safe choice. It basically puts them together in the same area of the map. You could argue that it minimizes the possibility of casualties that happened in the previous round where they kind of split the map and they somehow rushed pink, somehow didn't rush pink, and it was a big mess. So much more of a classic take this time around, and I think it's good for them.
Oh no.
Do you have the same one I have?
We absolutely do. So we need to spectate somebody who has a drone and then watch the drone get shot. That's essentially what needs to happen at this point, and hope that they lose access to the gadget. So if you can put some fingers crossed emojis in the chat for us, because we need all of the good luck we can get. And Nova, you need to sacrifice this Twitch drone. That works too!
Nice.
Yay! So that's all that matters.
Yeah, that is. We got audio again in our ears. That is beautiful. And speaking of beautiful, we were just walking up this hallway, but I don't think Team 1 is around any longer. I think they fell back to side and said, "Psych, you now got this ground." But ultimately, we don't care. You gotta do something with this now. And the buck has gotta come into play, and there it is. Vertical starts getting made. Holes will be destroyed. And, well, we gotta try and look for some players now.
Well, they're going down to the double bars. This bomb site has been played so frequently. I'm actually amazed that Kitchen has shown up but one time, and in fact, Penthouse hasn't emerged either. A lot of teams seem to think that Penthouse is eminently more defendable, over the fact that that double panel upstairs in VIP allows defenders to hold that map control. But let's talk about that should we end up seeing that bomb site, because there's only 30 seconds left. This is where the rubber hits the proverbial road. Everybody's still alive. Envy Taylor's the only one who's taken any real damage, and oh no, down goes Nova. They trade out, Shile falls, and the kill feed is just back and forth. The seesaw between them, leaving Envy Taylor last alive again. And guess what? He is miles away, because his job wasn't to be in the cut and thrust of the action. His job right now, kill a couple people, and then try your best. But you know, this one is over. No diffuser planted, not needed. That was a swift beating. It was what? The scoreline before. It was a 7-1, did you say?
Previous scoreline was a 7-2.
7-2. So, in record time, Team 1 speed running these matchups against SANDBOX. And LATAM does have some victories today. Very well played by Team 1, the defending major champions. I don't want to call that a statement match, because I feel like there's already been a couple statement matches today, but Team 1, look, in fine form.
Yeah, Team 1 playing a bit better Siege, but also being that much more lethal in the gunfight, so the difference couldn't be found from SANDBOX. And to be honest, I don't blame them, but I do question the map choice. And as you said, maybe it's a weak map pool, they don't have the most to work with, but honestly, I don't think going back to the previous map where you lost 2-7 is a good idea, unless you truly believe that everything was against you, they read you like a book, and that you think you can come back stronger, because 2-7 is a long way to go.
Well, that's it for this matchup. We've got some things to dissect. Once we come back from a break, there's still plenty more matches to be played. A reminder that if you don't want to sit through the break or you're interested in what's going on in the other match, twitch.tv/Rainbow6. The main stream currently has DarkZero playing against Team Vitality. Hugely important match for Team Vitality. Hugely important for DarkZero as well. DZ loses. That just about ends their chances of making it out of groups. Vitality have a great shot of making it if they win that matchup because of the fact that SANDBOX just lost. But you can stick around here. We'll be back in just a moment. What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Everybody, we're back to dissect what we just watched between SANDBOX and Team 1, and I gotta say, I don't really envy your job right now, because you have to go through a drubbing.
I mean, there's two ways to go about this, Parker. There's a short version, which is oof. Leave it at that. Damage has been done. The long version is a few blunders. Anything from map control, of course, superior gunplay coming out from Team 1, and essentially just the lack of adaptation from SANDBOX Gaming. They had to get punched in the face to realize a fist was coming. Whereas Team 1, however, they saw that from a mile away and adapted it beautifully time and time again.
A literal punch or a metaphorical punch?
Both in this case, I think Parker had heard.
You think they were going to fight between them?
I mean, there was the good night in chat. That's a bit of a fight, if anything, to be honest.
Do you think there was some confidence that SANDBOX had coming into Coastline after the match that they had just prevailed against DarkZero over? Do you think there's any potential that that played into why they opted to go to this map?
I mean, it had to, but we spoke about the previous result. They beat DarkZero. That can give you some confidence on Coastline, of course, but we also gotta take into consideration the standings currently, and beating DarkZero does not mean you've beaten BDS, it does not mean you've beaten FaZe, it does not really mean much in the grand scheme of things, so false confidence, perhaps.
I mean, it is also a DarkZero team that has struggled against all of their group opponents. So, I mean, irrespective of what's happening right now on the mainstream, by the way, we'd like to remind you that Vitality and DarkZero are currently tussling over on twitch.tv/Rainbow6 if you're just tuning in. You can watch that action live, being guided by both Fluke as well as Hap. But, yeah, I mean, what do you really break down here? I mean, you look at the numbers on your screen right now, Ali Mao in particular, absolutely astonishing. 100% cost along with Lagonis. That is as high as it gets. No, you cannot go over 100%. NV Taylor was long considered one of the best players in the region and one of the best players in Korea. Formidable, fragged really well, did just about everything you asked of him.
Absolutely.
But he was a straight-up liability in this game, and I hate to say that, but when the rest of your team is dying and you're nowhere near the beat, or you're playing flank watch, or you're playing flex support, or you're even playing a roamer, and you are only capable of getting 2 kills, and you are involved in the opening death 3 of the rounds that were played out of 8, almost half of the rounds. And on top of that, you were last alive in the middle of nowhere. I mean, mind you, that's because the role he's playing. What kind of knock-on effect, what kind of ripple effect does that have on the team?
Yeah, I mean, you had to question a little bit the IGLing from them. I feel like this is something that should not be overlooked. It should be seen, captured, spoken about, and then fixed. It can't occur for that many rounds in a row, because if that's the case, then S1 and 7 is what you're gonna get.
Oh, it's a rough go for them, but if I'm SANDBOX, I'm actually decently happy about what happened today. You got the win over DarkZero that allowed you to sit tied for a brief moment with both Vitality as well as Team 1, and most importantly, you did not let DarkZero into the conversation about leaving the groups. We should have the groups ready for you, by the way, so that we can visualize exactly what is going on in both these groups on your screen. But in just a moment, we'll get to that. Right now, SANDBOX picking this up. The best case scenario for them moving forward is that Vitality loses to DarkZero. Vitality loses to DarkZero, and then when SANDBOX plays DZ again tomorrow, they win. That actually puts SANDBOX in a great position to make it out of the groups, because right now, it seems almost certain that Team 1 is going to advance. They've picked up 3 victories. They did have that loss earlier today to Vitality, but realistically, Team 1 are looking like a team that is going to make it to the next step. So then the question becomes, who else in the group leaves? And that's where the real questions begin.
That is true, Parker, and it's interesting because playstyle, they play a big part in these games. Because SANDBOX Gaming, they found a 7-3 victory over Vitality on Cafe. And that's a different painting than the one we just saw made for us on Coastline. So playstyles and maps, they play a huge factor, and playing LATAM on Coastline is very hard. So if they do a bit more care around the proposition of what playstyle we're playing against, where should we take them, perhaps they'll look better.
There is a spoiler on your screen, by the way. DarkZero just defeated Team Vitality, so there is still a potential that DarkZero could actually make it out of this group. A win against SANDBOX in the follow-up match tomorrow will keep them tied up with SANDBOX, and depending on the round differential, they could even have that tiebreaker. If Vitality loses again, Vitality lose their next 2 matches, there is a potential here for DZ to move out of the bracket. Now, this is obviously a long shot, a very, very, very far long shot. At this point, when you look at the mathematics of Group A, Rogue has, if not officially secured their spot, they have all but officially secured their spot. As far as I'm aware, they have done so, and they will be going into the playoffs. As for FaZe Clan, they are as close as they're going to get. Oxygen, even if they win out the remainder of their games, are not able to make it, and they should be done, but I mean, OXG knew this coming in. They had issues with FaZe not being able to attend the event, and the team has been playing in what you'd expect them to be playing.
I was gonna say they've been playing for fun. Laxing tweeted out, take this with a grain of salt. This is not the final thing you'll see from us, and of course, they're already guaranteed for SI, so they're saving their strength.
Exactly. And you, of all people coming from G2, know a thing or two about saving strats. That's it for us, though. We've got another exciting matchup lined up for you. Spacestation versus FURIA. That first match that they played against each other on Villa yesterday might still be the best match that we've seen at this event. Is the follow-up, is the rematch going to live up to the billing? We'll find out in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned. What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
All right, everybody, it's time for Space Station versus FURIA, one of our rematches that we're going to see today. We've already seen a couple of them, and there's some more to come before we finish off the rest of the day. My name is Intero. I'm joined by Pengu, and yeah, Space Station and FURIA are both competing to see who can break out of this group at the top. These teams have a storied history together. They played each other in Mexico. Now they're playing each other yet again. And while things didn't really go the way of Space Station the first time they met,
To be fair, it was as close as it gets, 8-7. Yes,
True.
FURIA got the win, sure, SSG lost, whatever, but to be honest, Parker, there is no better game than a max overtime game full of clutch scenarios, and that game was full of all of those things.
absolutely. And if you pull up the stats for what we're looking at with these teams here and where they currently sit, well, Space Station comes in first in North America. They have been absolutely indomitable, but in Group D, they actually trail, and I don't think I've ever said this before, the APAC team of DWG KIA. And DWG KIA has 2 wins and 1 overtime win. Space Station are currently second. This is widely considered to be one of the groups of death. This would be my group of death if it were up to me and only me, because you've got DWG, you've got Space Station, you've got Empire, and you've got FURIA. All of these teams are not just capable of advancing to the groups, they're all capable of winning the group.
Yes, they are. So I'm very excited to see not just the result of this match, but this group in general, because when this event first started, I thought, obvious answer is going to be Empire and SSG. They're going to advance to playoffs. Now, I'm not so sure. I mean, DWG KIA is my personal favorite, and it's like tied between FURIA and SSG. So this match in particular is going to define the final time between these two teams in particular, which one does indeed come out on top. So if FURIA takes it, it's a 2-0, and if FSG brings it back convincingly, I'll hand it to them.
FURIA, what is there to say about FURIA here? Space Station, very much a known quantity to the English-speaking fans. FURIA, maybe less so. Latin America can seem isolated because they do communicate in Portuguese, and it can be hard to keep track of them, but every single LATAM team that is at this event is formidable. FURIA might only be third in their region. They might actually enter in last in the group, but a victory here could actually vault them into first place or second place overall over Space Station Gaming. DWG still has another match to play today, so they are going to potentially stretch their lead as they are the only undefeated team in this group, but FURIA come in with some pretty compelling stats. In terms of the actual group, though, they have been the weakest team, and I think we do need to speak to that.
Yeah.
But LATAM hasn't had a very good day today, but the tides have seemingly turned over the last couple hours. Will FURIA be the beneficiary of that?
I was gonna say, Team 1 kind of showed that LATAM can make things happen on day 2, and honestly, Parker, I wouldn't count FURIA out just yet. I think they're great at taking advantage of the space if they're given that space, but at the same time, I think SSG's biggest power potential is the clutch. The entire team, every single player, we see it time and time again. Bosco on the smoke, Bosco using the shotgun, Foltz had a phenomenal day yesterday as well, Ramby too, and would you look at that, Parker?
Oh,
we
no.
have a thing where our teams go back to the place of defeat. We're going back to Cafe, which I will remind you, last time with 8-7, where FURIA got the win.
An absolutely outstanding matchup, and like I said, and I've said many times, I would argue the standout match of this entire event so far has been Space Station versus FURIA. So are they going to repeat that same thing? FURIA started off the day with a bit of a downfall to Team Empire. That was a hell of a match. You and I actually casted that. FURIA took the first 4 rounds. They were excellent on First Bloods, and the first 2 rounds in particular were flawless. But then after that 4th round, they did not win another. Empire came back real hard. And I mean, you don't even know who's going to win. We don't know who's going to win. You certainly don't know who's going to win. 53% of you say Space Station. 47% of you say FURIA. Which one will come out ahead? We're going to go back to the scene of the crime, back to Cafe, with Space Station starting on defense.
I like those numbers, Parker, because just like us, no one truly has a favor here. It's very much 50-50 down the middle. A Finka ban comes out from SSG, which of course speaks into the nature of FURIA and LATAM. And like most aggressive teams, they love that adrenaline surge. FURIA answers back in the most boring way possible with the basic Thatcher ban, but someone has to do it. The downside of the Thatcher being left open is that you guys gotta ban it out. Will we see the Valkyrie is the question for me. No, we will not. Fun fact, FURIA actually plays IQ, so FURIA chooses they don't want to do that, they want to take it out of the map, and SSG can answer back with the last ban of this match. It'll be the Mirror, so pretty standard game besides that Finka ban.
So you get Mira and Valk and Thatcher banned. Yeah, Finka's the only thing that's really that interesting. And I mean, when you look at Finka,
yep,
she has seen quite a lot of play by a number of teams. It doesn't matter what region it is. APAC has been playing her, NA plays her, EU plays her, LATAM plays her. But her origination was in APAC. Yes. But I feel like we say this, but we forget. We forget that the old FaZe roster with Yuna, used to play Finka before almost any other region. So you can go back and trace Finka's first amount of play and her lineage to Latin America. Now, nobody on that team has any connection to one another except for the coach Twister, who was, for a brief period of time, affiliated with FaZe Clan. So it's not like it's anything really interesting outside of a talking point. But LATAM knows how to use her. They use her quite well, and she's not going to be available. Womp womp. Space Station, expect that. And with FURIA going on to attack first, will that hinder them? Well, they'll have 6 rounds to answer that question. First defense for Space Station is going to be on the middle floor of reading.
Very nice memory, Parker, something that I could not remember for the life of me, but since you took something away from APAC on the origination, I'll give the one back. The Ying shotgun meta that was short-lived but did exist at one time, I am 99.9% sure that did indeed originate in the APAC region, because we made a lot of fun of them until we started doing it ourselves, and those things happen, of course. Speaking of the current game at hand though, as you said, reading bombsite start for SSG, they're gonna go up above, and they're going for a more passive approach. Why? Well, look at the walls that are reinforced inside of Freezer towards Piano. Double reinforced both to Bathroom and to Piano. Jammer stops those walls from being opened. They got the Jaeger and they got the Wamai, and with that, they're gonna protect 3 shields, 2 on the side of Goyo and 1 on the side of Smoke. So they're gonna be happy in these corners, happy sitting down, and this is also where that Finka ban kind of plays in, because Ayana, she has the explosives, but outside of that, you don't have any more grenades, you just have the Ash charges, so much less lethal explosions coming out from FURIA because of that ban.
Curious how those explosives or lack thereof are going to impact any of the players that are playing over by Cocktail, but we'll keep our eyes on that. A flash goes in, and I don't know if Highs was actually blinded by that or not, but he drops, and that is not ideal. He doesn't want to be in that particular spot. They'll go into drone work, and they'll head towards the main bar. SSG are isolated upstairs. 3 of their players are at least over by Freezer and as well Cocktail. And the assault from FURIA will come quite quickly, but those Kairos, not a match whatsoever for the impacts thrown out by the Wamai. There's one that's jammed up, though. I don't really know how that happens.
Basically, the lower pallet gets jammed because the jam on the opposite side. The upper one was above the range, of course.
That is so odd. I would have thought that they both would have been within range of the jammer, but
the jammer range got changed very recently. It doesn't reach up as far, but it goes more wide, which means both of these walls are covered, but it's not as far up in here.
It's a sphere now, right? And it's got its height limit. I just suspected that they both would have been in there. Anyway, speaking of recent changes, the smoke propagation has also changed. Yeah, Fantasy doesn't take any damage from the smoke that goes off in front of him. The gas being breathed in, nothing. Rare's first casualty. FURIA loses a man early. They had a strong start in their match earlier today against Empire. That will not be repeated. It's a weak start.
This is looking quite dire, Part, because there's no flashbangs left on this side of FURIA, but they still have ADSs and the discs are still coming out. This shield will not be taken down, but Miracle will. Problem solving is what FURIA needs to do, and with that swing right there, a problem will be solved for them, but it was actually Fault solving it as he was the one to swing. Now SSG can fall back onto site. They will take this with 35 seconds left, and FURIA can't do much here besides walking down this staircase.
And that's a 2v4 for FURIA, as you talked about. A hopeless round. Bosco, though, he's playing on white stairs, and they didn't drone him out. They had no time to. FaZe is going to drop inside a laundry, and, well, he gets cleaned up by Rampy. Fultz, a huge round in particular, and there was a Nitro Cell kill as well, I believe, from Skies. So almost every single person, except for Hot and Cold, involved in the fun. Hot and Cold has actually had a bit of a sluggish performance here so far at Sweden in comparison to what we expect from North America, but those are high expectations that we hold for him. And here in particular was what Fultz was capable of doing. He ended up dying to that opening that was created by Fantasy, but still took about 60% of his HP away in the process.
Yeah, and to be fair, he wasted out all the flashbangs, they found the kill off it, Fultz found his own, the shield was still alive. I would argue he could have sat there for forever if that's what he wanted, but at the same time, there really was no big loss in him swinging. They had a big advantage, they had so little time left on the side of FURIA, so SSG could just run away to side, and FURIA doesn't have the resources, nor the time, or the amount of guns to actually do anything about that. From one first floor defense to another, we see mining. I believe this is like a North American special because it's not seen that commonly in Europe as far as I'm aware of this, Parker.
No, I mean, North America, we do see these two teams cycled between. It'll either be a reading defense or it'll be that mining defense because they tend to stay the same with the dining hall. In a lot of ways, the sites do perform somewhat similarly, except the difference is that teams will want to aggressively take train/engine, but won't usually be able to do that right away. Whereas if you're taking reading, well, you don't want to walk in through that reading doorway, whereas if you're taking mining, you're not necessarily going to walk in through that window. But anyway.
No, that's a good point, and I mean, the one thing about the reading bomb set is that everybody has this standard way of planting in that default corner in the closet, so it's a bit more intricate when it comes to mining because you don't have a lot of safety. There's a bunch of angles, both from below and from above and from within. So, FURIA has a couple of ways to walk about this. They can either go from below, make their way up, they can go from above, make their way below, and the ultimate question comes, since they've chosen to go above, do they take full top floor control? We're talking piano, we're talking cocktail, we're talking skylight, or will they just take the red stairs, cigar, and then do a limited take and work their way into train? The only thing that they truly need is protection over this piano hatch so that no flank can come out from SSG for the retake.
Castle being used to good extent. Our analyst, who will be joining us in just a couple days, Bikini Body, actually talked about how ecstatic he was to see so much castle play showing up. And I mean, there was a period of time where that castle was a crucial part of the utility dump meta, or the 20-second meta, as we wanted to call it, because it took 20 seconds to get in anywhere. But while I'm saying this, the Nitro Cell goes out, but it's pulled a little bit too late. Lenda on this engagement. He could have taken the Goyo of Hot and Cold, but Matthew Stevens himself misses out on that opportunity, and back up top, he's going to go.
And if you see this, Parker, FURIA actually opted to change the Bach into a sledge. They wanted more grenades, more explosive destruction, and that's again the utility from SSG. The castle barricades, the shields, on top of using Momai and Jaeger. So hard to deal with. Fantasy slipped on the floor, got injured, it happens. He'll have to get picked back up, get back on 20 health, but it's gonna slow down the time for FURIA, and they're gonna find themselves under pressure once again.
They'll be able to get Fantasy back up. 20 HP, Nick, for him. Not a ton. A single bullet from most of the guns on defense are going to be enough. And there you go! It just takes the Vector, and in fact it takes a village, SSG. Multiple players involved in this one. There's more lined up too, but crossbody karate for Hot and Cold, not doable. Lenda and High is taking some damage. They'll join Miracle as well with a bit of HP done away with. Rare, the only player on FURIA at full HP. Space Station, all four of them are rocking 100% of their health. There's 40 seconds remaining, so this is that dire position you talked about that FURIA had back in the first round. Not a ton of utility for them to spare. They have one single smoke. That's it. All of their X-Kairos available as well. Jackal still has his primary gadget, so the throwable utility might be quite weak. But in terms of gadgetry, it's all still there. How are they going to use it? Where is the application? Fultz, he only gets pushed on from two separate angles, and Rare's not able to reload. So out goes the sidearm. Rampy trades right back. They weren't expecting the push on the white stairs, but there's two players from FURIA in that same spot. Rampy is there, creeping up the stairs. He doesn't know target prioritization. Down goes Bosco, 2 seconds left. Rare attempting the plant. Sky's a nice shotgun blast. He's got some marks. Line him up. 3 big kills for Skies. And SSG takes the round off of his play.
There's this saying, Parker, if you believe in the shotgun believes in you. I have no idea how Skies managed to get the first kill. That looked absolutely absurd. But he did, and he found all 3 on the back end of that. Hot and Cold, we mentioned his name. He got the opening kill for his team. Sure, died shortly after, but he got one of his own. FURIA looked like they were so low on time. It almost looked like they thought it was a reading bomb site, but it doesn't matter. Skies will go pump 1, pump 2, pump the 3rd, and pumping his way in through the 2nd round. It is 2-0 in favor of SSG.
How much pumping was he doing, Nick?
He was doing too much pumping for FURIA to handle. That's how much pumping he did, Parker.
That's a lot of pumping, Nick.
That's a lot of pumping.
All right, round number 3 now, and upstairs to Cocktail they will go. Interesting that we don't see a kitchen defense out of SSG. This was one of their more favored bomb sites for a long period of time, especially when Canadian was on that roster. Now, obviously, his absence, worth noting, has been for quite a while, almost a year that he's been off of that team. So things change.
Time goes by really fast when you think about it, to be honest, and I think the reason for why SSG is choosing not to go down to the basement is because they like to work with this setup. They can utilize the walls, the shields, the Wamai, the Aruni, and the Jaeger. They want this pixel spot to be defended out of the Wasu. If this falls, that is the first line of defense, but they will have more. But they keep giving FURIA all of these problems that they have to solve. And the thing is, Parker, I have given every single map in the current map pool a single word, or sometimes 2 words, to the name. And I have given Cafe the problem solving. That is the name of the game. That's what attackers have to take care of. And if you are a good defensive-sided team, it's all about making it very difficult to figure out how to solve the puzzle. And that is what SSG has been doing so far to great effect. And FURIA going from Bach to Sledge, back to the Bach. They want flashbangs, they want grenades, but all of a sudden, they got themselves a gridlock.
I mean, if you're going to have an anti-flank operator, a Nomad is a good option. A Zero is a good option. Gridlock is an interesting one to watch. Super Shorty is your secondary, allows you to do some soft destruction work. You've also got access to those smokes, Nick. So there's quite a lot that they can potentially do with this.
I definitely think the smokes might be a big factor while still having projectiles to burn the ADSs and the discs if that's what they want. Of course, Nomad could do the same, the flashbangs, the traps, but you would not have the option of a smoke grenade if you so needed.
FURIA's already in quite quickly on that 2nd floor. Do they have they have top control? No, they don't, obviously.
They've died to white stairs twice. Now they have 2 guys from both ends making sure that it is clear this time around. I like that.
We seem to have a blind spot.
Yeah, the white stairs are a dire position for them, but look at the blind spot here. We got Hot and Cold, I believe, hiding down and reading. I don't think he's been droned out just yet. His position could be a crucial factor to this round, but speaking of positions, look at Rambi all alone down the basement.
Oh, and he misses an opportunity onto that kill. He's got another lined up. Nice shot on the Fantasy. They'll follow up after that. There'll be multiple to come. He's still getting droned out. Cannot outduel Highs, the Ash main, former Ash main versus the Ash main. And Highs walks away with that one. Worse for wear, but wearing it well. Two players involved in that altercation, almost half of High's HP.
Now it's Hot and Cold's turn, Parker. They're sneaking in, but I don't think they know his whereabouts, and he might just get one for his troubles. Can he find a second, though, is the question, because he is yet to be dealt with.
You don't know that he's necessarily dove behind that bookcase either. We'll wait very patiently. Down goes Fultz to Rare, and oh, Hot and Cold smokes Highs, absolutely pulverizing him. Still on repel for one player of FURIA, as now you can hear those stingers go out. Another for Hot and Cold, this time on Rare, and Skies shuts him down. SSG complete the perfect rotation here on defense, reading, mining, and Cocktail. Excellently done on their end. Off of the back of, yet again, excellent roam play. FURIA has a lot of blind spots in these rounds, and they are being exploited by SSG.
They do, Parker, and the thing is, we spoke about the SSG players being so clutch, and already now we've seen a beautiful play from Skies. We've seen the lone roam of Hot and Cold and Rampy both working out, trading 1 for 1 and 2 for nothing. So I would definitely follow that trend. SSG is clutch, and it goes across the entire board of their players. And yeah, sure, maybe Hot and Cold hasn't turned up just yet, but he could just be saving that power for playoffs, because SSG, they're confident they will go there, and I think this tactical pulse from FURIA speaks to that element. Well, they gotta talk about some stuff.
I was gonna say, something's gotta happen at this point. We build this as a huge rematch, and so far it has been boring by FURIA standards. This is not the exciting teams. SSG have been exciting.
Yeah.
Furia have been boring. Furia, if you're listening to me right now, hello, Mr. or Mrs. Furia, you've been boring. Please fix it. And I think that's what the ultimate goal is here. This is the same thing that was happening to Furia against Empire earlier on. Empire were exceptionally good at finding ways into Furia's defenses and beating them. Now, the one thing about Furia is that when they ran up the score, they were on defense. So they started out so strong. Then Empire started finding those weak spots, started getting in. On attack, Furia struggled really hard with coordination. They did not look necessarily in sync with one another. The first bloods that were coming out favored Empire when they switched sides. And if you're Furia, this is not just something that gets fixed with a single timeout. This is something that has been a problem for you all day.
It is, but to be honest, Parker, if you are known to be an aggressive, frag-heavy team, as Furia has been known for and still is, and you're facing SSG playing puzzle games, putting up all these distractions, all these different elements, all this utility, the shields, the castle barricades, the wall deny, I wouldn't expect it any other way. It's almost like asking a plumber to do a math test. He can put the pipes together, Parker, but he does not necessarily have the formula on the table when he has to answer a mathematical question at hand. Unless, of course, he's a mathematical plumber, which could be the case. Plumbers don't need math a whole lot. I mean, it is some sort of math. But
Plumbers?
Yeah, plumbers.
I mean, if you're doing plumbing and you're fitting tubes,
Like,
you're laying pipe.
I just want to make sure that...
As long as you're laying pipe, you need to know math.
Alright, well, my kind of plumber that I use in my reference is not a mathematical kind of plumber. He is a physical kind of plumber, and I think Furia are physical too. They like getting their hands dirty and getting into those fist fights with SSG. But that is not the name of the game. We're playing Cafe. It is a strat-oriented map, and you need the mathematical equations, the flashbang utility, the grenade utility, and destroying those shields and positions that SSG are using so well.
Back to reading they go now, as we're 30 seconds into round number 4. All of that tied up with a bow very nicely by Yupengu.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I thought it was exceptional. Everybody likes a good plumbing reference, but...
Yeah, I just want to make sure that as a foreigner that I get my facts straight, because there are some things where my brain is like, whoa, that works one way. I'm like, no, it doesn't work that way at all. So, dotting my I's and crossing my T's and asking you for advice at times is what I would like to be doing going forward.
Oh. Fantasy now droning out as it's back down to this reading site. I'd mentioned that before. Furia looking to take control of the top floor. There's already been one of those gas canisters expended now from Bosco. 2 remain. You're going to have to work on that coverage, son, because there's still a minute and a half left in this round.
Furia being faster so far, but FaZe recognizes this, looks for an opportunity, but there's a player on this skyline that might catch him. The drone gets tossed, but does not see FaZe just yet. Creeps back inside of stock, I believe. Knowing the overstaying as well, come back on that shield he goes. A nice try from him, seeking that opportunity, but ultimately understands he can go back behind the cover.
Heise knows exactly where he is, by the way, as you can hear that G36C rattling off in the distance. Fultz shrugging off 30% of his HP in the process, while some of the wall that does give him coverage is now gone. So some protection removed, and they're going to try to burn these ADSs. In comes a grenade, and Fultz is gone. A beautiful toss by Fantasy to give Furia that opening pick. Already looking much more confident with the way that they are taking control of this top floor than in previous rounds.
Yeah, Parker, they solved the puzzle, and that was the one objective they had this round. Now they got a minute left, they got top floor control, they can start getting that vertical play in, and they are actually looking good for a plant. There are no toxic babes left on Bosco, and there is only a single C4. The Skies has found one, then they traded back onto hot and cold, and now there are no C4s on the side of SSG.
It's just bad timing from Hot and Cold in that particular position. He loses some of the safety, the roof above him torn away. Bosco before had been a difference maker on White Stairs. There's still 3 players up on Space Station, though the advantage does go to Furia. That means the final 20 seconds here where things get really tense. Rampy is well off-site. Now returning to the A-bomb. He's going to be supporting Bosco. Still playing in the same position. Over towards Laundry. He gets Diffuser down. Skies gets the kill on Terrare. It wasn't anywhere near to Rampy. Bosco down. There's Skies again, putting up huge numbers. Diffuser needs to be retrieved. It has been. Lenda has it in hands. And Rampy's shooting through the wall. Can he hit him? Is he around the other side of the banister? We don't know. We can't tell. Diffuser down, though. 40 seconds remaining for Rampy. He'll now head back up top. No. Scratch that. He makes noise, giving the assumption that he will. And around the corner, he'll try to inch. This is going to be a very, very tough shot. Giving his position away. Nice play by Rampy, expecting a rotate through the wall. Does he know that the sledge is there? He tags him. There should be some sounds on Talenda, but Rampy doesn't seem to know it just yet. This is where the gun will be aimed right directly at his head!
Rampy!
How do you walk away with that one, Rampy? What a performance. He had a great clutch to win the round against FURIA. This one's not as flashy, but it gets the job done. 4-0 for Space Station.
I am going to sound like a broken record, but clutch was the word I used, and clutch is the thing that they showed. SSG, I wrote down in my notebook, find a way to win this round because they're sitting around on the side waiting for a better day. And they were just gonna clutch it up, Parker. They didn't want to go for the flank, didn't want to retake upstairs. They found a few kills, they traded back and forth, but Rampy showed up when he was needed the most. And you said boring match from FURIA, Parker, but I would say this round was a bit different. This was not a boring one at all, and FURIA, in fact, did not look boring. This wallbang though was so close.
So close. I want to see where those bullets were going, by the way. Maybe into a stun. I have no idea how they weren't able to connect, but that's one of those fires where, that's one of those shots where Rampy peeking it has a fraction of a second over his opponent, and I mean, it ends up working out. So Space Station obviously very happy with that rotation, but too close for comfort. So what do? They go downstairs, interestingly enough, to the kitchen.
And they're keeping up the same thing with the deny and the utility, now with the Maestro. No longer the Goyo on the board. They also do go off the Wamai as they want to pick up the mute and stick with that as well. The Mossy comes out too, so maybe a bit of a roam game from SSG. I know that they love putting down their jammers and their pests around the library area, dining area. They have the dining hatch open, they can fall back to the side. SSG are always very good across multiple maps, extending out. On Oregon, they do like a big tower extension to waste time and waste drones. On Clubhouse, I mean, who doesn't know about the SSG roam, Parker? I mean, that's something that every team uses these days. And now again on Cafe, I believe they have a similar strat where they extend up above and they utilize the map, they waste the time, and there it is. Rotations across the board, jammers up on the drone holes and the walls, and it'll be very difficult for FURIA to figure out exactly where the players of SSG will be roaming. Last time they played this map, by the way, they tried to look out for the roamers on the first floor, and those jammers did so much trouble that SSG wasted half the round just to drop down the hatch to the side, and FURIA is still looking around figuring out where are these players hiding because you just can't find them.
No, and once again, FURIA really struggling on this entry, as they did against Empire. So far, for today, FURIA has not won a single round on attack.
It's a dire one.
Not one round! Not a single damn round!
0, yeah?
0 rounds!
And what was the common factor? Once they start struggling, the Monty comes out. Would you look at that? It was not successful earlier today against Empire. Will it be here? I don't know, but Hot and Cold says no. Fantasy says yes. It's a 1-for-1 trade, which is not the end of the world. Muncie is still standing with full health this time around. I say that he gets chunked a bit, but I want to see what this Muncie can do. Right now, just walking around.
Look at what operators are remaining. There are no breaches left. The only thing you have are the 2 breaching charges from Ash. That's it. Or 2 breaching rounds, if you want to call them specifically. What does a sledge do on a kitchen take? So I will take that trade if I'm hot and cold. I will take that trade any single day of the week because you have now just removed the single operator whose life can make you miserable on that bottom floor.
And it's a very good point, as well as they don't have a whole lot of hard breach. In fact, they don't have any. So they're in this position where they need to find a way into sight, but you don't have any favorable way, you don't have any vertical play. Miracle does not find the kill either, but him and Skies, they trade some rounds, and they almost both die in the process. I think Rare on the Monty will have to initiate a push, and he will have to set an example for his team leading the charge. But no, Fanny says, I can do that too, takes Rampy out. And we're now put in a decent position for FURIA. They still got time to work with.
Plenty of time for them to play off of, and as long as that Monty is upright, there is a threat looming for them. And they ping away at, hey, there's somebody right now inside of coat check. It's Fultz there. They're going to need to rely on those smokes to deal some damage to the Monty. Last canister goes out, 20 seconds remaining. Skies falls as well. Fultz picked off. Oh my god, it's a massacre. FURIA doing excellent work, but Bosco is in a clutch position, and that is always a scary person to have in that spot. He's going to have to deal with a Monty. Oh, and he pulls out the sidearm shotgun, but it doesn't matter. Highs is there to finish finish him off. Finally, today, FURIA wins their very first round on attack. They couldn't do it against Team Empire. They're going to do it against Space Station, and it looked decently convincing, I will say that much. They're going to need some more, though, if they want to try to hang in this matchup.
It looked convincing, but for all the wrong reasons. On paper, that was a lost round for FURIA. They lost the vertical play, did not bring a hard breach, and Miracle was even so low on health, but what do you know? Fantasy, just finding kills out of nowhere. Found 2, putting SSG in a poor position. Bosco left last man alive on site. SMG-11 doesn't do a whole lot of damage versus Monty. Sure, the shotgun did, but at that point it's just too late. The bomb got planted, it's 2 versus 1. You're stuck in the corner with half your body sticking out from the shield. And now Sky says, watch me 6-pick the Ella and let me have some fun. And he too is not a fan of the Scorpion because he has picked up the shotgun. This map is not coastline, which means I am not against it whatsoever. In fact, you can play inside of Cigar and do a lot of damage. You can play on the staircases, you can swing aggressively, you have a lot of options, but as long as you play in a close quarter area, you can do an absurd amount of damage.
So, very final round here for Space Station.
On this side.
On this side, yes. I was almost getting there.
Just saying, I was worried that you thought the game was over soon. It's not.
It certainly is not, and this is Cafe, by the way. Cafe finds itself in a position where you often have teams running up the score on defense. Defender side. Oh my god! Is that like every map ever almost? Every map.
Attacking is hard, and it's even harder when the map doesn't favor you, but I will also say that attacking against SSG in particular is a difficult one, but when the side swap comes around, I want to see if SSG can break FURIA apart.
I appreciate that Space Station went with all 4 of the bomb sites, though. They did not have to go back down to kitchen, or they did not have to go down to kitchen. They could have gone back to mining. They didn't. So their rotation has been roughly the same, but they'll go to cocktail this time instead. So what do you do when you're attacking that top floor? Well, for certain teams, you want to start on the bottom floor and clear up. The inverse of what happens when you're attacking on the basement.
Yeah, I think if you're FURIA here, since you don't have the bulk, you don't really want to go below, so you gotta start working on the piano, trying to make a wordplay out of that yo-yo, and that's about as far as I can go. And with that said and done, they're gonna start working on the castle barricades, and Skies will start having a confrontation soon. But if FURIA misplays their situation, it could get very deadly very quickly. It's all about the timing and utilization of your resources. Sky gets chunked down to a slither of health, runs away he goes, back to the white stairs and up onto site. And the only downside for Skies now is that his position has been compromised and left, and his weapon has not changed. He will have a hard time for the rest of this round, I imagine, but you do have a pistol with a little bit of a scope on it, so if you're one of those players, you can get a whole montage clip going with that pistol.
Yes, indeed. Halfway through round number 6 here now, Nick, and
I will say, looking decent for FURIA, given that SSG extended so far out on the map. They took on a lot of resources from SSG, but they have a second line of defense, which is in that stock freezer area.
Absolutely. All this damage being done to SSG, obviously not ideal. Still one air job as well from Miracle, and you can put it wherever you see fit. Looking for a tight angle now on the Aruni. If Fultz peeks in that direction, good as dead. Miracle still seeking his very first kill. The only player in the lobby without one. Him and Lenda both combining for one. That's not an ideal situation to find yourself in. More damage being chipped away at the HP of SSG, as now it's Fultz's turn to lose some. Oh, and lose even more, but he trades! All right, he takes down Rare. That might not actually be that bad. That's the Heart Breacher from FURIA removed.
It is. And that was a one-tap trade by the sounds of it in my ears, and that is absolutely crazy. Hot and Cold playing the Vector so well time and time again. Miracle gets his first kill onto Skies.
Wow, and down goes Bosco, though, and all of a sudden, FURIA have found their footing. Miracle traded out Hot and Cold, tossing out the C4, connects onto the down, leaving a 2v2 with Rampy trying to trace across this bar, but he's looking for someone who doesn't exist at the moment. They're in the back bar, and he needs to get there. It's Hot and Cold to do it. 3 kills to his name. He wants a 4th, but give it to Rampy just to seal the deal, why don't you? Diffuser down, and there's still some pings coming in. The Sledge of Lendo will get it, and Rampy needs to worry about a shot from the back, but Hot and Cold simply needs to live. In the first half in the books, 5-1 for Space Station.
I think you might have upset Hodden when you spoke about him earlier, because he's been showing up really well ever since. So maybe you're the problem with North America. Maybe you should hype up the players more and speak of them like, oh, they're not showing up, and blah, blah, blah. Because DarkZero won their match earlier today. SSG, Hot and Cold in particular, he's showing up now. So if you can just find one player from each team and just talk them down, make them show up. That's on you.
I will say this. I don't think I'm to blame for North America.
I don't know. I mean, you have a lot to do with it. You cast their games, you talk to their players, you give them guidance, right? Because you give me guidance, and I thank you for that.
Why on earth would I give them guidance? I don't play this game at their level.
You don't play the game at their level, but you do have a great... Okay, you have a decent understanding. Okay, I'm not gonna, talk to your ego here. I'm gonna bring it down a little bit, take it down a notch.
Understanding, come on.
Hot and Cold is a statement, just like you might have one, so we're not going to listen to it right now, but
decent knowledge.
Hot and Cold, decent knowledge. Hot and Cold has fantastic knowledge, fantastic game sense, beautiful hair, super nice guy, and a solid player in the NAL, and a great player in this match against FURIA. The Execute Operator of Yin coming out, and we're going to be keeping an eye on him because he wants to bring the terror from above.
You didn't talk about his beard, though.
I haven't seen his beard.
Also, he owns a Tesla, so he owns a nice car as well, so there you go.
Sure, we can be biased towards Tesla cars, I don't mind. No, you have one yourself, so biased casters be biased. I cannot drive for one, so I have no bias.
It's like they say, if you own a Tesla, how do you know if somebody owns a Tesla? Well, they'll tell you.
Alright. We got Remy pick up a drone, almost left without it. You gotta make sure that when you put these drones outside in safety that they go into the backpack, because if you leave them outside, they're gonna get cold, battery dies, and it will never get used. And that is not something you want to see. If you're liking, you're happy with this. There is nothing worse than seeing when you die 4 drones outside the building. You go, guys, where is our entry drones? And people are like, I think I parked it outside. You just go, why? Why did you do that? A kind reminder, the Lion gets brought out as well, so obviously SSG are playing heavily for the Execute. Got a bunch of flashbangs, but only 2 grenades.
Yeah, this lineup from Space Station is particularly nasty. You've got the Lion and the Ying working together, and Ying is something that has factored into Space Station strategies before. Obviously, you need to clear out all those ADSs. Ramai is not banned, for the record. We've actually seen him a couple times, but not being played by FURIA, so this might actually be to the detriment of FURIA if they're just simply running operators that they want and not understanding what's coming their way.
I agree. It's when you play this like utility meta, like SSG just did on their defense, you need to commit everything into it because it all plays a part. FURIA has done a mixture of things. They play the Maestro, which speaks to one playstyle, the Kite to deny the walls, they play a shield, but only the ADSs, and it's like, what exactly kind of style are you aiming for? I like the Kaid, I like the shutdown of this wall. SSG has no proper way to deal with it, but they might not need to because they have an Execute lineup of their own. They will need to destroy those Maestro bubbles before they can push, but we did just see Fantasy with a C4 below. That could become lethal later on.
Bounce a grenade into the door. Linda takes a tiny bit of damage. Droned out, missing the drone. Next engage is lined up and ready for him. Shotgun in hand. They wanted him to get particularly brazen there. Down goes Bosco, by the way. FURIA immune to this early push by Space Station. And Fultz just simply can't do enough. There you go, but he's also traded out. Skies is in. Oh my goodness, the round is over. All right, well, FURIA takes the fire right to them on what should have been a quick execute on Cocktail for Space Station, but they're a little bit too self-assured.
I mean, a quick execute it was. I mean, once that Lion charged the what is it called? EE1D? Is that the thing? Yeah. Once the EE1D came out, it was a 5 to 10 second round, but it went in the wrong direction if you're on the team of the Lion because you were the team that fell. That's the top floor bomb site of the map, and as expected, we will see them go to reading straight after because it's a very similar playstyle. They can bring the same kind of vibes. However, you guys can see this right now, but Linda is currently hovering the Goyo and not the Kaid, so it might be maybe that utility meta that we wanted to see unless a 6-pick comes out.
No 6-pick, so you're right, there's your utility meta.
Yeah, no Wamai though, whereas like Fantasy's playing Vigil, so you have to be like, yo, what about the Wamai? But we know Fantasy, we know FURIA, we like to call them the 4+1 strat where Fantasy can go crazy and do his own thing, and then FURIA can spend the last 4 players building up this plan together. I will say Cafe is not typically one of those maps where you want to take that approach, but if it works for FURIA, why not go for it? And right now, they are taking rounds and they are taking names, so let them do so. Not sure where these Goyo shields are going, but he's making his way around, and I believe that we might be seeing a rehost coming out at any moment. There it is.
Curious as to what happened there that we need this, but something is going to get sorted out. I think Bosco is having an issue. I don't know if it has been conferred to the teams or not.
I'm gonna guess the admins think he's cheating because he's that good. So they say, hold it up, check his mouse, check his keyboard, scan his ears for any sort of transmissions that might be going through before we keep going. And we have just been confirmed it is actually a keyboard issue, so Hackerman might just be at play.
I don't think he's cheating.
It has to be said, it has to be asked. He is so good. The entire lineup, pretty much every single player at these two desks are oh so good.
I hope you understand there's going to be people who don't know that you're kidding.
Okay.
And are actually going to think...
For clarity, Bosco's not cheating, but he is very good. And when someone's very good, you call them a cheater for fun, not in serious.
You need to be very careful here. You're going to get another player banned.
Okay, we're not going to go down that road. We had a podcast where we clarified all those things. And I even put Shaiko in the #1 spot for the best player at this event. The one to look out for, as everybody knows, because he is the best player, arguably, at what he does.
While we're waiting to get back in the game, what is it like being Mr. ESL?
Owning ESL and now FaZe It is great. I wanted to be a caster. I said, guys, put me on. I'll just shut it all down. And that's why I'm here today. And you know what? I'm kind of liking it. So I might just tell ESL, bring me back next time, and then maybe like a once-a-year thing, like a Christmas get-together. I see you and the rest of the crew. And a little sit-together, talk about the game, have a great time, make some memories, take some photos. And when I go back home, we can all think back to the great times that we had.
Absolutely. And I taught you how to lay pipe earlier, so that was good. As you were talking about, what was the phrase you were using to describe?
The plumber?
No, before that. You were talking...
Before that?
I can't remember it, but somebody probably clipped it because, well, there's been a number of innuendos said on this broadcast. But let's not get too far into the nitty-gritty. It appears that we are ready to get back into the matchup. Reading and Fireplace have been selected as the bomb site to go to. You talked about how Lenda was hovering the Goyo. Well, because of the way that rehost rules work, you gotta pick the same operators that you were on prior to going in.
Yep.
So everything isn't going to stay exactly the same. We didn't really get to go too far through the prep phase and then onward because of the fact that we had a rehost. So we'll see exactly what's going to happen here from the defenders and how they want to customize this. The Goyo lends me the idea that, well, they're going to be defending pretty heavily upstairs.
That's a good indication. You want to put those shields. Typically, when you play the Goyo, you put one shield inside of stock with the left hand wall reinforced, and the second shield typically goes in Pixel and Piano, and that kind of speaks to the same element of like the previous round from FURIA, where you have the first line of defense, you already see the Pixel shield, you have the second line of defense inside of stock, where you see the Goyo right now, and then you have the third line of defense, which is Cocktail. And when all those things have been cleared out, then you can start making the vertical and make your way below. So, as you see, you have a number of things they gotta get rid of, and they've gone off the Yin, they got more explosives, and they've still got those 9 flashbangs, which I think is a great choice. And Mr. Goyo himself, Lenda, puts down the shield that I so wanted, so he gets a golden star in my book.
I can see the book, actually, in fact.
I'll give him a star right now.
Put the golden star in there, please. It's very important.
How do you... Star... That's great. It's like a C star more than an actual star. It's a bit scuffed.
We're teaching them how to use a tablet to record the rounds, and let me tell you right now.
Don't tell them. Don't tell them.
It looks like somebody put regular words in a microwave because they are melting on the tablet.
In my defense, my tablet is not like straight down, so I'm kind of right at an angle. And speaking of angles, the drone gets caught from the skyline from a highs, who is now sitting back behind all these shields that they got. The one thing to note is that SSG, they put all their eggs into one basket. They stacked up all the ADSs in one position, whereas FURIA, they basically have one ADS for each shield. So they're all gonna fall relatively easy, but when you have 9 flashbangs like the side of SSG, it doesn't really matter.
It's one of the nicest skins in the game, by the way. That T1 skin on the K1A.
It's really nice.
I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Well, a body is dropped, and Fantasy just gets absolutely smoked by Hot and Cold. The stats might have reset, but Hot and Cold in particular has been having a pretty good game now after, yes, you said it. It was because I criticized him, and he was better after that.
Thank you for admitting your fault. There is no better thing as that. So we thank you, Hot and thanks you, and FURIA, they don't thank you because, to be frank, they hate you for it. C4 comes out, hits the ground, Remy doesn't shoot it back, but now SSG has to tremble their way through Piano. They did clear the Pixel shield, so the first step has been taken care of. I believe we just saw FURIA drop the hatches and cocktails, so the top floor is now in the territory of Space Station Gaming.
Ramby's got the shotgun and the skeleton key out. That thing might be used for utility work and for destroying soft walls, but also good enough to kill somebody in the pinch, and that's why he was sitting in that position he is, over by bathroom, expecting a close quarters contact. But if you're Bosco and you drone this out, you realize you just scared the Goyo off of that spot. Linda, cowering in fear, he is long gone. A Nitro Cell goes out, by the way, has not been pulled yet. Linda waiting. I don't know if they're going to get the call here or not. The Buck in a particular position where it might be an opportune time, but I fear that the moment might have passed for fans of FURIA.
We're almost in the reversed roles when SSG was on the defense, where FURIA has no good win condition, no C4s, no smoke canisters left, and SSG has all the tools to walk in and plant.
And there are all the flashbangs going, by the way. Finally, that C4 goes off. Bosco takes down Rare. A single round is needed for Space Station to sit on match point. Diffuser almost done. Skies very quickly to do it. Hot and Cold through the smoke, firing away, but Skies is in there as well. Another kill for Hot and Cold. And it's a flawless round if Lenda can't get a kill. He's very close to getting one. No, just kidding. But he does get one in the meantime. He loses a bunch of HP, but it's match point for Space Station. This rematch, the billing of an insane rematch. Not quite living up to it just yet. Space Station looking in fine form.
I mean, again, the name of the game is the problem solving, and SSD are solving problems and finding kills left and right almost for free in this game. I will say again, if we look at SSG's defensive setup, that is what you should look towards if you want to play the utility. I think FURIA, a round, maybe 2 rounds ago, should have said, screw it, we're going for a full-out aggression. We're gonna do what we do best and run at these players, hold their early points, extend into Cigar, hold the red hatch drop, play inside Piano, and make it about the gunfights instead of making it about the utility play. It's not their strength. I respect them for trying, but speaking of aggression, Hot and Cold has now picked up the Amaru. With the Lion, that's a deadly combo. We saw it on Chalet earlier today when it was Team 1 utilizing it, but it didn't really... Actually, it was Soniqs. It was Soniqs utilizing it, and they did not necessarily find success. But that does not mean that because one North American team sucks, the second one does as well. Although Soniqs did get a dub, so...
I wonder if this is going to be SSG going, we got him on the ropes, this is match point, let's just get in there, let's kill him, and let's get this thing over with. Let's get home. I mean, local time right now, it's 7:30 local time.
Dinner is up, you know.
Yeah, I mean, dinner's being served. You want to go? You want to go to Max Burgers, maybe get some food here, the local Swedish delicacy, you know.
Everyone talks about it all the time.
Have you had it yet?
I actually had it last night. I was in the WhatsApp group like, guys, I'm so hungry, what do I do? And everyone ignored me except for Blue. He offered me like a plastic card I could eat. I was like, that doesn't help me. So I went onto a food delivery app and I got my food delivered and I devoured it with great satisfaction because my stomach needed it. Just like Hot and Cold needs this rush. He finds the opening onto Lenda within 25 seconds on this final round. In the meantime, Bosco, I believe, is all the way back in spawn, droning for his team. He has not even moved a muscle.
Yeah, I think Skies also had the diffuser way, way back.
I think it is actually Skies in spawn, yeah.
That's a huge pick on Lenda, by the way. Lenda had been struggling to find the scoreboard before the rehost came out, and the stats had not changed. And now Lenda, at this point, has 1 kill, which doubled his tally before the rehost, if I remember correctly.
Stonks.
I mean, at this point, you're going to need a lot more stonks because, well, there's 2 minutes to go and FURIA trail. You talk about win conditions a lot. This is a bomb site on the middle floor right now that they need to deal with. So we'll see if they're going to be able to open this up or not. Starting in Cocktail.
Yeah, remember last round they had the smoke and they had like 1 C4. It's a similar fashion, but there's no smoke and only 1 C4. So I would say FURIA has to find some kills to make this round more fair in their balance, because they should slowly get strangled out by SSG, and the same thing that we saw last round could very well happen this one.
This is a rare mining defense, by the way, as you talked about that before.
Yeah. Well, they can just walk it down, they can stop planting and mining, and if there's no smoke going out, C4 goes out and finds Skies, and that's going to bring it back to a 4 versus 4. Heartbreacher off the board for SSG, meaning they have limited entry once they get down to the mining bomb site.
Oh, but Fantasy doesn't know what hit him, and neither does Miracle, as all of the players from FURIA are finding themselves in the crosshairs of Space Station, leaving a 2v4 for FURIA to find their way out of this one. But Space Station in the position that they're in right now, sitting on match point.
I would say that Spacestation Gaming is in the driver's seat, launching their rocket up into the sky to rain terror from above upon FURIA. But the next 45 seconds will tell us if that is the case, or if the rocket will fall down to the ground and explode itself.
Oh boy, that's a terrible image.
It's the best I could do.
Oh,
I can make it unicorns, rainbows,
that's much better.
sunshine.
Much better. You don't want this. The rocket will crash. No, Space
It's
Station.
so sad. Sub 30 seconds Rare on a mission. Wants to find the kill, does not get it. Dining Repel is being utilized by SSG. Diffuser goes down on the jump in, and now we're seeing FURIA striking, but SSG is not done.
Rare in rare form. Diffuser ahead of him. Needs to be within reach of Space Station, and they're running out of time. 10 seconds left. Does it get retrieved? Yes, it does. Rare steps up. No way! He's out dueling all of these. Bosco will go onto the Diffuser, but he accidentally gets Rampy up instead and still has time to get it down. How is this happening? But Rare is there, and he knows that he has it. What a play by Rare to keep FURIA in this. Goodness gracious, we go one more round.
You know, it looked really, really close, but I actually love the fact that he went for the revive, making that a 2 versus 1. If you start planning in that scenario, Rare will come around while you're putting down a Diffuser, and you cannot fight back. They made it work, but Rare made good work of what they were doing. Highs on side, managing to find the head of FaZe before it got taken out was a defining factor in that moment, as it meant that Rare had one less person to deal with, which ultimately led to the victory. FaZe typing nice shot, Maestro. High says thank you, as that was him on that Alda. Praise given where praise is deserved. Although I'll say, if we're talking a nice shot game, I feel like FURIA should have given us some nice shots earlier as well. But it is what it is. NA being the nice guys, seeing as they're down and bleeding as a region, and I can nothing but respect. We're going back upstairs. The cocktail may be going for a drink, maybe not, but what we will be doing for a fact is we'll bring out the Goyo, the Wamai, and the Jaeger. So it seems like FURIA has figured out what they want to do now. Fantasy, we spoke about it earlier, he was on the vigil when he actually shouldn't have been. They recognize it, they fixed it, and now they're doing it right. This is great.
Well, we have a bit of a spoiler for you, so cover your ears if you don't want to hear
Is it a
this.
good one? Please be good.
All spoilers are good if you're excited to hear about new things.
Sure. Hit me.
Empire are currently beating DWG KIA 6-3 at the moment, or it could even be 6-2, but they are on match point as of what we have heard. If Empire wins, that really, really hurts FURIA. And in fact, actually, incoming spoiler again. Empire just defeated DWG KIA. So that throws a major wrench in the gears of FURIA and the likelihood of FURIA getting out of the group. If they lose to SSG here, this still could be a very long match. There still could be 5 more rounds ahead of us at minimum.
This is crazy. This is like the group that keeps on giving.
If FURIA loses this, the chances of them moving on are slim. They exist, but they are very slim. They'll have to go perfect tomorrow and also rely on the help of some of their group mates losing.
Do you have any idea what map they played? I'm curious now.
That's a great question.
Alright, you will look into that. In the meantime, I will say that FaZe is creeping around with a drone in front of him. Coastline.
Yes.
Wow, okay. DWG KIA get taken out on Coastline. That is respectable by Empire. Maybe the Russian cyborgs are out at play nowadays. SSG doing a great job at one of the things we've been criticizing other teams for not being good at, the teamwork. They got multiple people in the same area for the roam clear, and they have drone coordination. Nade from FaZe takes out Fantasy. That is a huge pick here on match point, and Rare finds himself stuck inside of Library with no way out. Has to claw it, fight it, and get some kills, otherwise he'll become the killed.
We're building up part of that wall, but Rampy is just so good right now, tearing through them all. 2 of the best players for FURIA now dragged down out of action. Fantasy, in particular, has had a bit of a quieter day than I think we expected out of him.
It's been okay.
Okay, but the expectations for Fantasy are very, very high, and I think that is something that needs to be reminded, or people need to be reminded of. So As we said, this bomb site is upstairs in Cocktail, and there's a ping for some damage to be done from Rampy, but he's not able to execute on it at all.
Actually full health somehow. I thought all of those hit, but they're just dancing around each other. And there's a swing from up above. Rampy gets taken out. Smoke.
Oh no! The disrespect! Disgusting!
He could have just shot him, but he gets a teabag practically in the name of a toxic babe.
That's... I mean, I understand why he did that. I do wonder if it's a bit of a waste of utility, but it is a nice...
Gotta chalk them into
it's a
Come on.
It's a nice cheeky bit of mental mind games, you know? Head mind games there, so...
Mind games? FURIA's weakness earlier was the white stairs, and for a moment I thought Fold was going to make work of that, but instead he says, nah, I'll go up the red stairs instead and join my comrades up above. Drops up 30 seconds now as we see Hot and Cold wrapping the window.
Oh no, but Hot and Cold cannot outduel Miracle. Both Miracle and Highs have been exceptional for this team in lieu of everybody else unable to find their footing. Teams at a 3v3 right now, and Spacestation cannot choke this one out, but they have 15 seconds left and they have limited information as to where Furia is.
It's looking grim.
Right now inside a cigar shop, they'll push up. Highs with one on the Bosco, and now there's more as well in his line of sight. This round is effectively over as Furia have now found their footing and they're warming up. Twister keeping them in this one mentally. And over the last 4 rounds, Furia have taken 3. They are on pace right now to 5-1ing SSG, the same way that SSG did.
I had like a theory earlier when you said the thing about Hotten and he showed up. I praised SSG for teamwork and coordination and playing together around. Rampy died solo bolo. Hot and Cold rappelled in on the new balcony solo bolo. There wasn't even an EE1D scan to help him out, so I praise SSG for doing the right thing. Then they do the wrong thing. You said Hotten wasn't as hot as he should be. And all of a sudden, he gets on fire and has been a top performer, I believe, for his team across the board. Remember, we did have a rehost earlier, so there are more kills on the board than what meets the eye. Spacestation Gaming wants to close it out before the overtime. A timeout has been called from Lycan, and I think this is actually a wonderful situation because SSG were looking just fine before, but they want to make sure that the finish line gets met before OT begins.
SSG is 1 round away from putting themselves
so
in such good position to make it out of this group. This is a monumental task for them. We talked about how this might have been a snoozer of a match from Furia. They have now proved us wrong. They are doing so much better now that the sides have swapped. And well, I mean, can you blame them? Cafe does tend to have that distinction of being much more friendly to the defenders, and here is where we are with the defense doing so well. The attackers have only won 2 rounds of the 10 played up to this point. That's not exactly a high number, and it's in keeping with some of the very heavy defender-sided maps we do tend to see. Timeout is over, and I don't know what you want to do for SSG here. They got that 8th round. They looked comfortable, they looked confident, then they picked the Aruni play, and it seemed like they were okay, or a Maru play, and it looked like they were going to be a little bit better, and they were going to go in for the throat, that knockout punch, etc. Did not materialize. Furia have been able to rebuff SSG on most of their entries, and where SSG does tend to shine, that mid to final 30 seconds of a round has been very, very challenging for them at this point. And Furia have caught up. They are not tied just yet, but they are very close. I don't know what, if you're Lycan, you talk to the team about, because this first match between Furia and SSG was a hell of a comeback to push us to overtime, and now here we are, and we might be having that happen a second time.
I think that might also be why that technical timeout was spoken of. It might even have been said, guys, don't worry, if we go the distance, we go the distance, but we want to make sure that if possible, we end it before that fact. SSG didn't change that much about the lineup. They are bringing the Nomad, which might help centralize the map a little bit, take care of the flanks, maybe box Furia in, stop them from peeking and pushing out. But outside of that, pretty standard stuff. 9 flashbangs, 4 grenades, a single double vertical plate operated, so in case the buck falls or the sledge falls, you always have the other. They got a lineup for consistency that works across every single bomb site. The one thing they cannot lose, however, is guys. The only hard breach on the lineup has to stay alive, has to be utilized if SSG wants to have a good shot at winning these rounds.
Well, it's the 30 seconds of this round now have gone by, all assembled or mostly assembled on the roof. Fultz is the only one who might not be particularly close to that, droning out to see if the top floor is secure at all. They're going to first and foremost see reinforcements, some of those laser gates, as Ace likes to say. And they'll need to push at some point to take care of those, because even though they didn't drone it effectively, they know that there's going to be somebody playing behind that.
Certainly, I mean, that's a given, and keep in mind, Lenda did 6-pick the Echo. SSG has been running very low on the clock in these last couple of rounds throughout their attacks, so the Echo might just play into that. As the time ticks down, we need to keep an eye on the Echo if he is, of course, still alive.
One of those win conditions you talked about, Nick.
Yeah.
How if you have the Echo in play, you are in such a strong spot. Well, it's going to be a reading defense. Oh no, did he not?
I mean, it could have been a choice if you're one of those kind of people, but typically when we see an iron side at a LAN event, so at LAN you have your own SSD, you gotta set it up on every single operator's scope, and sometimes you forget an operator.
That seems like it's a bit of a mistake, so just keep your eye on it, and maybe if he plays Echo again, maybe add a scope to that. Who knows?
Thing is, it's not about the gun for Echo, it's about the gadget, and SSG have not been the quickest this time around. There's only a minute left and they've barely entered the first floor. I do think the Echo is gonna come into play.
Absolutely, especially if you don't have any way of knowing where those yokais are at. And with lots of teams, they will often put those Echo yokai drones way off site and make you have to essentially bring them back in at some point. But we'll see exactly where they are. Right now, SSG's focus is going to be on the wall leading into reading, and there's a bit of a struggle. That grenade actually misses its mark. That's not good. That means that those X-Kairos aren't going to be able to go in. Second grenade actually finds the target, and now safer passage. Some destruction work from above from the sledge. First kill, though, goes to Fantasy. He's starting to wake up. Bosco falters. Miracle traded off by Folds. SSG now even footing with Furia, but High says no thank you. I want that back. Down goes Fultz. Rampy now outdueled as well. Furia just waiting so patiently. Hot and Cold trying to keep this one close. Sky's in hot pursuit. Can't find his targets. There's the yokai drone to disorient. None of them have access to that diffuser because they're both dead. Rare and High's cleaning up and 1 round away from overtime.
Now we can start feeling it. The pressure is getting onto us. SSG is slowing down, and FURIA have started reading the game and the pace and the operators that they need to be playing a lot better. They started off sloppy, they started off disjointed, but now they've come together with a united plan on how to take down North America's best team once again.
Oh boy, that timeout for Space Station obviously not working the way that they want, but hey, I mean, Furia didn't start winning until after they'd taken their timeout, took them around to do it, and then the side swap really came in to help them. I imagine that there is some frustration here from Space Station, the frustration station, if you want to call it that. And Sky's trying to walk them through it, saying, what the hell are you guys doing? We are so close. The disappointment immeasurable on Lycan's face right now as he knows what's at stake here. The win from Team Empire throws this entire group into turmoil because it means that one of the teams at the bottom has now essentially vaulted towards the top. Empire is still in third, by the way. They still trail Space Station, but they are closer and a little bit too close for comfort, I would say.
Yeah, that's a good point. And honestly, SSG is like one of those teams where it's like they've gotten close many times in their career for greatness. And yes, they have lifted the hammer once in the previous roster version, but it would suck to see them fall a little bit short once again. This match is pretty important for them due to standings, and when you've been on match point for as long as they have, had a lead for as many rounds as they have, it sucks once the overtime starts creeping in.
Empire have actually jumped over top of Space Station with that victory by a single point. But SSG has also guaranteed themselves 1 point. So that's kind of the math that we have to go at right now. Technically, because SSG are guaranteed to go to overtime, they are guaranteed 6 points, at which Empire also have. But we're not at that point yet. Space Station is still perfectly capable of winning this one outright. This is the round to do it. Worst case scenario for them is, of course, going to overtime and losing. You walk away with 1 point, and then Furia grabs 2 points to be within 2 of both you and Empire, creating that log jam at the bottom. DWG KIA still at the top of the group.
Yep, what that would mean essentially is that day 3 becomes extremely exciting for this group, but I think it will for the most part, as not very many teams are confirmed for playoffs. We saw it earlier, Hot and Cold had a crazy good wallbang onto Miracle without any information. Almost took him out. I say almost. It would have been a fantastic entry on this match point round, but SSG will have to live with what they got, which is just a chip off the health. Then they're playing the Echo again playing around this slower paced SSG.
What allows Fantasy and Rare to roam if they want. Miracle can also play off-site with those anchors governing everything. I think there was a grenade tossed on in by Fultz. I don't know if they're going to be lucky enough to get more of Fantasy this time. No. Might have been underthrown, but no, Fantasy decides to walk right into this and re-peek. I don't think he
That's basically so free for SSG, and on top of that, Miracle is so low on health as well. I'm not sure what Fantasy wanted. Perhaps he wanted to just be a hero.
And that's what I said. Fantasy, we have such high expectations for him. We expect him to be one of the best players in the server, and unfortunately, he has not quite lived up to that billing so far in this match.
Had he gotten that kill though, he becomes the hero. If he dies, he is the villain. I don't think it's even worth talking about heroes and villains in this case. Just be a citizen. Do your duty. Don't do too much. Don't try too hard. Just sit tight and wait. SSG are running low on time. You have the Echo. You do not have a C4, but perhaps you still have a Meister Cam alive as well.
Well, down below now, Rare will retreat, as you talked about. Not a lot of time, Nick. Only 40 seconds remaining. Miracle very low. Unsure what he can really do, but he's going to look for the flank over on Brown Stairs. Skies is getting the diffuser down. How does nobody know that this is happening?
Does the Yokai see this though, Parker?
Do they have time to get to it? Yeah, I mean, that's in, but it's a little too late. So the information is there. But oh my, not where you want to find yourself. FURIA will now scramble, but Rampy has the cross, and still from above, he's up there. The first kill from FURIA comes out. It's Rare. They're going to need some more. Very limited HP. He and Miracle both very low.
This is so hard for you to retake because the angle's up above. SSG playing a phenomenal post-man position. Lenda has found his way in the basement, has to work his way up the red stairs, but there's no time. There is a kill, but it will not be anything worthwhile as SSG is looking to take the match and take their revenge.
And they get it. 7-5 the scoreline for Space Station as they are triumphant. It was a scare. This group is a terrifying group. DWG KIA, Team Empire, Space Station, and FURIA. Any of these teams can not just make it out of the group, but all of them could conceivably win the major. Imagine having to fight for your life against all of them. Spirited effort from FURIA. The one thing in this rematch, Space Station does it clean. They don't need overtime. They get all 3 points. FURIA gets about as close as you can get without taking anything home. And because of that, FURIA still sits in the basement of the group. A big 3 points for Space Station. We've got a match to break down, but we're going to toss to a break and then we'll come back and talk about what we just witnessed.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Well, with a lot on the line, the Space Station and FURIA rematch doesn't exactly live up to the full billing that we'd hoped, but it still came down to all 12 rounds to settle the contest. Space Station squeaking out a victory in the dying moments of that final 12th round in regulation.
Yep, you called the match boring, but exciting it got really quick.
I didn't say the match was boring. I said FURIA was being boring because they were getting destroyed.
The match is boring. That's how
they were getting destroyed.
They were
5-1 for SSG. I said FURIA, you're boring.
That is true. You also said Hot and Cold was sleeping this game, but I believe he was close to 20 kills, might even have broken it.
I said that Hot and Cold was sleeping when he had 3 kills.
Yep, and then he woke up. My point is, things changed very quickly throughout the game, and we saw that. SSG started out really strong. They played that utility meta to great effect. When the side swap came around, FURIA played this mixture of everything and nothing at the same time, but quickly realized that they need to unite on a united front and a single plan.
It ended up being a very defender-sided cafe, and that's really what it boiled down to. Space Station took 2 rounds on attack, which is usually the most you're going to get if it's a defender-sided cafe. Taking 2 of those rounds, good job, you did it. But because they rode up the score, drove up that score 5-1 on defense, that gave them that 1-round wiggle room. And we saw some really incredible plays from a variety of players. Everybody showed up for pretty much, I want to say both teams, but I really do, in the wrong way, have to single out Fantasy. So many engagements that Fantasy should have won. Was it the team not setting Fantasy up effectively? Was it Fantasy's own play? We don't really know the answers to that question. All we can do is speculate, but you, of course, being an expert, and as somebody who has played at this level, probably have better insight than just about most people.
So if we want to look about the star players, we would probably say Hot and Cold from SSG and probably Fantasy from FURIA, at least in this game. Hot and Cold usually plays around his team, or at the very least gets activated by his team. Fantasy, very much the opposite, will seek out those solo bolos, as I call them, the solo kills across the map. When you get them, you're the hero. When you don't, you're the villain. And in that last round in particular, on the white stairs, swinging up into the gunfight against Foles, he loses it. It's not even close, and he puts his team in such a terrible position. It's unnecessary at best.
Sometimes you get cocky and you have those overextensions, and it really does end up biting you. But, I mean, I think this match, both teams are going to walk away decently unhappy. I don't think Space Station, Lycan in particular, is going to be overjoyed at this result. They're going to be stoked that they won, but there's a lot to learn. And, I mean, sometimes even when you win, you still reflect on it and say, we didn't deserve that win. Or you say, well, we could have won better, and we had rounds that we threw. We had opportunities that we really should have been able to close out. I mean, there were a couple opportunities from FURIA as well, where they probably should have won it. That one round in the 2v1 against Rampy really does jump to mind when they were on attack and they allowed Rampy to retake. That probably could have been a FURIA round and probably should have been. But unfortunately, both players played in the same spot. They didn't think Rampy was going to peak, and they ended up getting punished for it.
On the other side, we have the Rare round on the mining defense where he got a 1 versus 3, I believe. We had the revive into the plant, but Rare finds both kills regardless. Timeout wasn't 0, so yes, there's going to be rounds for both teams where they coulda, woulda, shoulda won, but didn't. Ultimately, as you said, I think both teams are kind of sad about this game, but of course, if you come out the victor like SSG did, at least you'll be happier than if you were to lose.
Now, we were talking about how well Hot and Cold did. He ended up finishing and capping off that match 14-7.
I thought it was like 18.
I mean, it was still a great performance on his end, almost the same as High's. High's just a little bit behind him, but Fantasy's 8-10. Fantasy is a player who absolutely needs to do better than 8-10. That's just really what it boils down to, and I know it's not necessarily fair to single him out, but he is the hard carry on this team more often than not. His job is to get those kills, create space, do cleanup, basically do whatever they need. And today, I don't think he was good enough in that role. And, I mean, a lot of the team wasn't ultimately good enough. FURIA could have very easily won this match, and maybe even should have won this match based on previous results, but today's been a bad day for them. They had that debilitating loss to Empire, and now here against Space Station.
Seeing as I thought Hot and Cold's about to break 20, does that mean that I'm bad at math and therefore a plumber? Does that...
Have
we gone full circle? I'm the plumber now?
That's genuinely how it works, yes. I do think that is correct.
Well, I'm gonna lay down some pipes throughout this week, and we will figure out exactly where those pipes will go. But I think that's it for us for now, Parker.
We have the group standings.
Oh, we do?
Move the group
Show
standings to
Show it. Show it.
Almost done. Almost done. Here are the group standings. Sorry for spoilers. If you haven't been paying attention, Ninjas in Pyjamas needs to play the Soniqs later, and then BDS needs to play Invictus for those rematches. DWG KIA and the rest of Group D are now funzo for the day, and you can look at those point standings.
Damn.
FURIA still have 8 points on the table. Now, Spacestation has the tiebreaker against them. Does FURIA have the tiebreaker against DWG KIA? I believe FURIA has to play DWG for the second time tomorrow. FURIA does not have the tiebreaker, as far as I'm aware, against Empire or Space Station. So now the odds of FURIA making it, and we can wait on admin confirmation, the odds of FURIA making it out of this group are terribly, terribly low. Not only do they need to win both of their matchups tomorrow, but they also have to rely on some of their opponents also stumbling. So the good news is they play both Empire and DWG KIA tomorrow. So, I mean, it's entirely possible that they can walk away with 2 victories. They're as unlikely as it might seem right now, but the hopes of FURIA advancing look pretty slim.
So I'm going to break that down in a very simple format. Tomorrow is going to be exciting. Tomorrow is going to be incredible because things will be decided on the battlefield tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes. That's the deal.
Yes. I'm excited for tomorrow. There's a lot of really pivotal matchups. We only have one team, as far as I'm aware, we only have one team at this moment confirmed for playoffs, and that's Rogue of all teams.
I think that's true.
Let's be honest. Sorry, Leon Gitz. I know I shouldn't be laughing, but I honestly didn't originally think that Rogue
I don't
was
think
gonna go
anyone
through.
did, but of course the Argentine situation might have helped them. Anyway.
Rogue have been very impressive, and they absolutely earned that regard.
They
No
did.
shade thrown their way, by the way, Rogue. We do love you and your new logo. With that said, that's it for you and I today. We still have one more matchup. Here's BDS versus the Soniqs to conclude our Group B, or rather our Stream B.
Yep.
We'll be back in just a moment. We got a break first. We'll see you then.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. Hey pal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back to the B Stream live here in Sweden for the 6th major. It's me, Des, joined by him. His name's Ace. Sometimes he goes on stream if you were watching earlier on, and we're coming into such a big game that might have our brains go by the end of it. BDS coming up against Soniqs, a big fixture because I think, as we spoke about earlier on, if Soniqs win this in regulation, these two teams are tied going into the final days of groups. So for BDS to win this one would put them on 9 points alongside NIP, who are also playing on the other stream. And, well, that would leave Soniqs pretty much in the gutter with a lot of work to do tomorrow.
In fact, again, I've not quite done all the maths, but I'm pretty sure that Soniqs can't make it if they lose. It's all or nothing here. They'll be 6 points behind BDS. BDS, having beat them in both fixtures, have the head-to-head, so Soniqs would be going home at that point, I think, with a couple of matches to play tomorrow. So it is all on the line for the Soniqs. They have to come out and achieve something here. Otherwise, we're going to see, end of the day, NIP, BDS up at the top of that table. Obviously, depending what happens on the other stream will determine NIP's points. But BDS, they looked beatable against Empire. Uncharacteristically, I'm going to say sloppy on the attack.
Yeah, I agree.
It's the only way I can put it. They were going in, they were misdrawn in, they were getting hit on the flanks repeatedly, and for me, that's not the BDS that I'm used to seeing. No. I think we're going to see something different. I don't think we're going to see a second game like that, I'll be honest. I'd be absolutely amazed if that's the BDS we see come out. If I'm the Soniqs, I don't want to be facing BDS in a game that is a must-win game for me. You know, they're not the ideal team. They are one of the favourites for the tournament, one of the best in the world at the minute. It's going to be an uphill battle for the Soniqs. Can they do it? Absolutely. Of course they can. Backs to the wall. They're going to come out and they're going to fight hard for it. And hopefully we're going to see a more competitive game than we saw last time between these two.
You can like a one-game fall-off, right? Like, no team is going to be flawless the whole way through a competition.
Unlikely.
As we've seen time and time again. And for BDS, maybe you chalk that down as saying, okay, that's their kryptonite. That's their one example of weakness. And now they come here and mean business. Because outside of that game from earlier on today, they have been lights out from start to finish. In case you missed out who these boys are, the Super Soniqs up on your screen, composed of Super himself, Yeti, Kansan, Rexon, and Grixer. These boys, like the rest of NA, not having a fantastic start at this competition. They did win their game against Invictus Gaming earlier on today, and no offense to Invictus, but they're playing with a standing coach, Gig, who has had a fantastic and admirable performance, but they are not at full strength. So you beat the weakest team in the group, but if you want to be able to tango with the best, you've got to find a way to get more points than BDS or NIP, a feat that right now feels pretty impossible.
Got to give a shout out to Jobro as well. As always, possibly he's got to be one of the sharpest dress coaches.
He always is.
Love to see it.
Always.
Absolutely love to see it.
He's a man after our own heart. It's the only way we can summarise it. Look at that tie.
It's beauty.
Beautiful.
Floral.
I don't know if the camera people can hear us, but can we go onto his tie and just zoom in to take a good look at Jobro's tie? I don't know if production can coordinate that, but before we've got time before the game starts, I'd love to see it. I imagine we do need to take a close look at the map bands in just a second, though. So maybe my request.
Maybe rather.
Maybe there are more important things to talk about than someone's tie, but I'm very keen to see the tie in more detail. Here are the map bands first and foremost. For God's sake, man, why? I know I said I don't hate Coastline as much as I once did, but this is a joke.
We're going to Coastline, Des.
Cheers, Ace.
So I've always liked Coastline. As I say, I know it's just one of those wild maps where sort of anything can happen. I sort of feel like that might be a smart choice from the Soniqs there. They're the ones that picked it up instead of Cafe. BDS were sort of sloppy on Cafe earlier, so, you know, maybe you think take them back there, but BDS are a side that can play Cafe. They're a side that can play anywhere, but I just think for Soniqs, yeah, just get them in the mix. Get them on Coastline. Let's see what happens.
Well, Soniqs blasted SSG on this map 7-5 in the regular season, if I recall, but that's not enough to convince you guys. You still said, or at least 86% of you have, that the BDS will be walking away the winners here. Soniqs, I'm sure, are keen to make an upset happen and give some more hope to NA. But I think it's fair to say very few are feeling optimistic. Let's get into our band. Soniqs kicking it off with the first one. I imagine it might be a Thatcher unless they've got something spicy planned. Indeed they do. It's going to be the Maverick.
Exactly that. Maverick's going to be the first one to go on Coastline. An interesting choice. Obviously, there's not much hatch play to focus around, which is often where we see Maverick utilised. You're looking more at the nades, I'd have said, specifically, trying to take them out of the lineup.
Does KIA get banned away is the next question, because with these two bans coming in, you look at it and say, oh, KIA, VIP wall. What a match made in heaven that might be. But BDS on the batting side to kick things off, it will be the KIA. They do not want to be dealing with that on the VIP wall. Never thought I'd really see the day where Maverick, Thatcher and KIA did the 3-ban you'd see on Coastline, but here we are. One more to come in. Soniqs already with their selection locked in. Behind door number 4, please, Carol. It's going to be the, the Rooney being banned away. My heart's broken, because I ain't going to hear you saying...
Laser gates.
Sorry, say again.
Laser gates!
Thank you very much.
There you go, Des. Just for you, at the end of the day. Things always get a bit wild at the end of the day.
Honestly,
Rooney,
we were tripping on something in that last game, I swear. Maybe it was the chocolate bars we had before or whatever. I don't know. Who knows? But now we're coming back to Coastline. I'm not quite in that mood of total derailment, but it's feeling like it could go that way based on how the first few rounds go. We're going to start out in Penthouse and Theatre for the Sonics, kicking things off on defense. And even though they don't have a KIA on side, they are going to start out with the Bandit. So much more active in the tricking game onto the VIP wall. Very determined to keep it close. And on the side of BDS, they've got Rafalu saying, right, you take my Maverick away from me, I'm going to be unleashed, I'm going to be a beast. Brings along the Twitch to help deal with those electrified walls.
I'm not going to go as far as to say that the Aruna is a target ban, because Aruna has many uses. On a lot of sites, we do see her used by multiple teams here on Coastline, so there is absolutely, possibly a strategic reason for taking Aruna out of that, and there's certain attacks that the Sonics feel that they will benefit from not having to deal with those laser gates. What I will say is Aruna is one of the main operators that Shaiko plays as well. I'm not saying it's a target towards him necessarily, but it potentially will have an impact on him because he's going to have to play somebody else on defense.
Outside of that, it's all pretty standard, right? Looking across the board, I mentioned Rafael not being on the Maverick is the key one that I see. The other 4 players on BDS, all on pretty standard operators. And rather than pocketing 2 of those Bandit batteries, actually what they've done is gone for, well, double reinforcement, double electrification, onto the VIP wall, and double electrification onto the south VIP wall, just to help keep it safe from the south side, ensure that you're not going to get Brede pushing up inside a hookah billiard side, opening that wall up, contesting the players inside of VIP. They really want to keep this one locked down and keep Team BDS out.
Rafael's going to be doing the work on the Twitch drone to try and get in there and take them out. You can see the new long-range laser beam that there you go, I'll get it in somewhere, Des. I'll get it in somewhere. Don't you worry, buddy. I'll look after you. The long-range laser beams of the Twitch drone going to be doing good work there, taking out a couple of those proximity alarms and also potentially looking for those Bandit batteries to facilitate getting that VIP wall open. We saw Coastline previously and I spoke about the importance of getting established, getting control over VIP when you're trying to attack onto this site. Yeti, I don't think he's too good there, Des. He's down but not out.
Oh, was it a nade? I don't know. He's gone down in the corner and the barbed wire's still standing, so I assume no. But he'll die for free anyway because Shaiko's managed to, catch him. All too easy there for the French side to get started here with an entry kill onto the man, as will I, that you want to see alive for a bit longer. Of course, recently had 2 additional magnets added, the last one recharging at the 30-second remaining mark. Shaiko on his revenge tour. You said you wouldn't want to be against this team when they've just lost the game. Well, they've lost the game, and now Shaiko is awake and, well, ready to pounce in round 1.
I think it's fair to say he was a little bit quiet in that previous game as well, so coming back and really wanting to put his stamp, especially on the attack, coming back, wanting to really put his stamp on this one and starts to do so, finding himself 2 kills already. He's low health, so he's just going to be a little bit more cautious as the round goes on. Going to get shut down by Kansan and just gets caught out as he tries to get himself into VIP. Those rotations that they've got opened up there, not quite rotations, but the peak holes that they've got opened up, very important. Just allowing the Sonics to try and maintain some sort of pressure, some sort of control over VIP.
A bit of a slowdown indeed, but they've got themselves into a position, BDS, where at the very least they've got this north side control. Rafael, I mentioned you take this man off the Maverick and he'll get you down with the F2. Finds one for himself, Super and Cans, and all that stands between BDS and victory in round 1. Renshiro at the longer angle, Kansan still holding near side on 90, and Brede doing what Brede does best, getting that diffuser down, taken out by LMs. It's a 1v4 for Super, and not at all to slight the guy, but we know what his record's like with kills. It ain't very good, and it's not going to be enough in a 1 versus 4. BDS, a very convincing first round.
Good start from BDS, got themselves established inside of the map pretty quickly. They were able to take VIP without any major loss. Shaiko went down, but only after he got 2 kills himself, so certainly not the end of the world. Elems had nice cover from Billiards. It was all there for them. I don't feel like the Sonics were sort of disruptive enough over that BDS attack. You know, they came in, once they were established, there was nothing really that the Sonics could do to move them. They had the crossfires, they had the cover in place, and it was just a case of A plus B equals C, which was a plant in this case.
Does A plus B equals C?
It did there. I said it did. 1 plus 2 equaled 3, Des.
Attackers need to locate.
Yeah,
and
but that's
defuse
not what you
bomb.
said.
I know, it's just an algebraic equation. That's how it works.
Bomb located
And is
by
this where they say A plus B equals C, find X?
Yeah.
And you're just like, okay, fantastic, understood.
Exactly that.
What they don't know is if you apply the square root of A to B, then you get X, and that's the answer to the question. Whatever. Let's get back into round number 2. IQ being brought along by LMs here in anticipation of the Valkyrie, which Grixer is now deploying in this round. One thing I missed a couple of times today has been the Valkyrie not being banned away. We speak about the strength
Yeah,
of the
we've
Valkyrie.
certainly seen her available more than usual.
Yeah, we speak about her an awful lot, but I think that kind of goes to show the increasing priority on target bans, or especially in cases like this where a Thatcher is banned away, you need to also, in 90% of situations, have a Kaid ban also going alongside it. Some teams have liked things like the Wamai ban, which makes for a very spicy game. Or in DarkZero's case, you ban the Wamai away, bring over 35 grenades across a half and only get 1 frag grenade kill. Who'd have thought? And it was on this map actually as well, earlier on at the start of the day. But just small things like that go to show there is ban variety coming into the game, which to me at least makes it fun. No one wants to see the same 4 bans every single game.
LM's getting himself there on the IQ, just trying to ping out those gadgets, and it will be a black eye camera that he finds to begin with. Very important if you can have, there you go, there's the second one. He's doing a pretty good job of finding them for his team, able to use that ping 2.0 system to highlight them to his team so that they can try and get in there and do something about them, or at least be aware of the location. And an IQ is an ideal pick if you've got the Valkyrie on the other side, because you know how valuable the information from those cams is. Now Renshiro looking to get aggressive here. They're straight into office. They're attacking onto Blue Bar and Sunrise, and this has pretty much been given up for free to BDS. No challenge coming in from the Sonics, and we know that office is one of the main staging grounds. You've got 2 default plant sites. One's between office just inside of the Blue Bar, and then the other one is by the pool entrance. So pretty much been given that for free here.
He can just sit and hold that angle as comfortably as he likes. There are still 3 members of Sonics darting around site and inside a kitchen hallway, which is often where teams will play until forced back onto site. They're there, if nothing else, to give some cover to Yeti, who's holding a little aggressively in towards service entrance. Gets a bit of a tag onto Kansan as well off the back of it, but no one going down for either side just yet.
I mean, normally if you're trying to defend Blue Bar, you want somebody in office, or at least you want somebody in main lobby. Des, you open up the wall underneath, which we can see between Blue Bar and courtyard. You open all that up, and then you play from the double door on the right hand side of the courtyard there from main lobby to try and deny that plant behind Blue Bar. But Sonics don't have any of that in place, and this should be a real opportunity. And now then, they've moved a couple. I was going to say the other option is to have a few players above to try and play vertically down. They weren't there previously, but the Sonics have rotated them up there, so that at least gives them options.
No.
But I tell you what, those options are going to be over pretty quick, Des, as Rafal finds himself 2. Elems gets 1 onto Yeti. Suddenly, 5 versus 2 BDS, and they've got to be able to get this diffuser down here, surely.
I'm kind of baffled by this. They had 3 or 4 players go and push out aggressively once they killed like 6-7 drones for BDS inside 90 seconds. And they've gone looking for trouble, and trouble has found them. They're down to 1 man left alive. Grixer in a 1 versus 5 and loses out to Shaiko. That round looks so good for Sonics. Again, 7 drones dead. BDS were moving slow because they had no information. They kind of looked stalled out. And for Sonics, for some reason, think, oh, they must be blind. Let's go and push them ourselves rather than letting them struggle with the push into us. And as said, they went looking for trouble. Trouble found them.
Like I said, I feel like the Sonics had to do that to a degree, though.
I don't.
They didn't have any way of denying a plant in Blue Bar, or they were
courtyard
potentially struggled. They didn't have anybody active in there.
Yeah, but they had no control of courtyard or lobby. They had one inside of security looking to contest in there, but didn't want to push forward because there were no drones and no information. But instead, as mentioned, sending 2 upstairs with no idea what's going on in Aqua, looking for someone they didn't even know was there. It was, yeah, just not great. Again, I appreciate the idea, but just really didn't come out the way they wanted it to. Kitchen and service going to be site number 3. And as it stands, BDS mean business. There is only 1 kill on the side of Sonics across those 2 rounds. That will happen when round number 1 was a flawless and they only had the 1 kill coming in the prior. But it's not looking good to be a Soniqs or an NA fan today in general. Period. That's it.
Nope, it's been a rough tournament so far. BDS then coming in to round 3 on the attack. Soniqs will be defending Kitchen this time around. We'll see if they put a force upstairs to try and prevent the vertical access. We're going to have Ranshiro bringing the sledge along as is normal for him. Utility being deployed upstairs, so I would expect to see a presence up there. We've got a reinforcement on VIP wall. We've got the deployable shield out towards Hooker. We've got the alibi decoy in there as well. So I would expect to see Soniqs trying to play up and around there and just burn as much time as possible to prevent them getting into the vertical control too quickly at least.
There's someone lay down in lobby there hoping to catch a foul on the rip in the early spawn, but not quite so fortunate. We look back to that game earlier on where Empire played. They had Dan trying to play through the drone hole every single time. Rafal hoping to get that drone away is not going to be successful. Rexon picking that one up, but not before he lost an ADS. Is helping, giving some cover here inside of the lobby.
Second Twitch drone is going to go in. First one was taken out. Just looking to get a little bit more of that utility in and around site. Can't find anything. Doesn't find any operators either. But the absence of operators can be as important as the presence sometimes. And we just see that Twitch drone once again.
Just got something.
Carrying on. Got some more utility taken down. And BDS again just trying to soften up the site here. Look at that. Taking out the ADSs. Taking out the default cam. And what they're trying to do is make it difficult for Rexon to stay inside a main lobby there.
Reminds me of our rank stack, this does. Me charging around in the drones all day. You guys like, Des, it's a 2v5. I'm like, hang on, I'm getting this to full cam.
Someone's got to get him, Des.
Someone's got to get him. It's got to be me. In comes a grenade, destroys the shield, facing out towards Hookah. So it's small work being done by BDS. I mean, it has been passive, right? It's been down to the shock drones. The nades coming through and clearing things out. A bit of drone work coming in. They are once again being whittled down on drone counts. So I'll give that to the Soniqs. They are going through these drones pretty quickly.
And Shiro now able to start getting those vertical angles. And that is interesting, Des. It's worth mentioning that the changes go a little bit beyond what you always see. We've had the window removed and a double wall put in that's a soft wall. Now, that's created a completely new angle. You wouldn't have been able to open the floor up and look through it from the balcony previously. So it's, you know, there's a lot more that comes in with these changes than might be immediately obvious to people. So Ranshiro just in there doing the renovation work, trying to get the vertical angles as much as possible, trying to pressure the defenders inside a kitchen, get them moving. They haven't been able to deal with Rexon inside of main lobby yet. He's dipped himself back into security, but whilst he remains there, he's making BDS's life difficult.
2 drones left, and what are Soniqs not doing this round compared to what they did in the prior? They're not getting over aggressive or cheeky. They're just holding positions and saying, hey BDS, you guys are on attack in case you forgot. You're the ones who need to act. They need to find this push coming in now because they've been sat in the same positions for about 2 minutes and achieved very little. Kansan strikes first, Yessi with another. A great example of what happens when you have no information. Alem's no idea where the crossfire is going to come in from. He falls down as an absolute freebie. Brede, the next one to fall. Much better from Soniqs. You don't need to panic. Just let BDS run into the tip of the spear with this lack of information they've got on side.
You love to see it, and Rexon's been an absolute nuisance to BDS here. Not only has he wasted 2 minutes playing inside a lobby, they've had no answer to moving him. He's also got himself a kill there at the end, and you know, the fact that he was traded out, really not the end of the world. It was meaningless as it came down. It was a nice round from the Soniqs there. A lot of things went right for them. They did a lot of things well, and it gets them one on the board and starts them fighting here on Coastline. You love to see it.
If your opponent's slow, just let them be slow, right? I touched on it again in the previous round about them going looking for trouble. In that round, it was just sitting back, killing off drones, starving BDS of information, and letting them be the ones to make the mistakes. And it's something I always talk about, not just in Siege, but in many, many games. Sometimes the key to ranking up isn't to be the one trying to make the hero plays. Let your opponents make the mistakes and capitalize. And it applies from playing in like Copper all the way up to playing at a professional level. If they're going to mess up, just let them make the mistakes. It's not an issue at all. A really good round from Soniqs, and I hope we see that trend continue throughout this first half.
Going to be heading back up to Hooker and Billiards then. Soniqs now able to move themselves around. Of course, they could have gone back to Hooker anyway, as they haven't played there as of yet. It's going to be the first attempt onto this one. Gonna have the mute jammers placed on that quad wall, just try and prevent it being opened up from the rooftop. The Hibana is on side with Breeder, sorry. He could do that from the rooftop, prevent the defenders playing in behind the bar, make their life a little bit difficult, make it more difficult for them to move in and rotate through from VIP back into site. Double window, of course, always going to be hotly contested as well. If BDS can get somebody established on there, we've seen how powerful a position that can be already today.
Absolutely. The mirror is the big one for me. They can do a lot of work if required. Looking towards Rafal here, though, on those shock drones. He's been using them very aggressively time and time again throughout these rounds, and this is when he can really come into his own. Of course, has that small impediment in the form of a mute that he's got to deal with, but look at this. Just sapping gadgets out for fun. That's 3 taken out in quick succession, and that's how much damage these Twitch drones can do. Get the other one out in the field, let that one start recharging, and you're going to be laughing as the Twitch player.
Certainly are. A lot of work done there and making it very difficult to play at the top of Cool Vibe stairs there. Now then, just feeding that information back in. Going to dip away, doesn't want to lose the Twitch drone. We've just seen how powerful it can be. So just continuing that process. Ultimately does lose it, but I tell you what, Des, it had already earned its keep.
Well, what? Mute jammers, ADSs, yeah, just walking through and taking out whatever the team need here. And that removes so much work, because think about how much some teams will commit to removing utility. Flashes, frag grenades, EMPs if available. They'll burn through the lot. And here that just simply hasn't been a requirement because of the work of one cheeky, annoying little drone. Either way, Shaiko's the first one dead in the round. I imagine with some grenades still in back pocket. In fact, both of them still in back pocket once they've gone down. Unfortunate. He's relegated off to being drone watcher for the rest of this round, and there is still a lot of round to play, Ace. 100 seconds still to go.
Certainly is. Soniqs looking, I won't say unrecognisable, but certainly looking different to the team that we saw in the first couple of rounds. Much more patient here, waiting for those opportunities, and more importantly, taking them when they present themselves. Rafal sending in that Twitch drone again, taking out yet more utility. I think that was one of the Wamai magnets. Doesn't get through to the mirror, though.
BDS were trying really hard there to kind of mask the Twitch drone by sending other drones in at the same time and almost sacrificing them for the greater good. The mirror, Grixa, doesn't get sidetracked by those, doesn't go for the rest. His sole focus is on the shock drone, and it pays off. So the gambit from BDS and from Rafal here is to make good use of those shock drones. They're struggling to really make them work in the right places, though. Yes, you're getting ADSs, you're getting things like that, but the big meaty target was those mirror windows, and they still remain standing.
48 seconds left to go, and we see Super just deploying that Toxic Babe canister onto the hooker balcony door there. He knows that's where the push is coming from. Renshiro's also joining in that location. He's just trying to deny time now. He needs to be careful if he goes to step out. He's actually going to dip himself down onto Cool Vibe stairs. All his Toxic Babe canisters are burnt out now. He knows that there's somebody there. They're knocking out the barbed wire. Surely he gets this one. Yes! Hey! Super finds the kill onto Alems. 5 versus 2 now as Soniqs are really getting themselves rolling here. Breeder manages to find Yeti, but with 15 seconds left to go, this is a big ask. Out goes the Nitro from Grixa. More just to delay the push than anything, just to prevent them being able to move forward. Kansan finds Breeder, and it is now all up to the last man. Kansan gets him. That's going to be the round for the Soniqs. That's going to tie things up 2-2, and we've got a game here. BDS certainly having a bit of a wobble today.
It's again another round where the Soniqs go, we don't need to push, we don't need to be aggressive. Just let BDS run themselves into a wall of frustration. And my God, do they look frustrated. They may be at 2-2, but it has just not looked good, right? They couldn't break open this mirror window for not 2.5 minutes of trying. And in case you're curious as to why you heard Sonic shoot it open towards the end, it's because they wanted to use it as a swing hole, right? You don't need to sit and play passive anymore. You want as many gunfight angles as possible. So opening up that window gave them cool vibes. It gave them over the bar inside of Hookah itself. It gave them the mirror window. And if someone's a crouch height, also the doorway. 4 angles in a 4 versus 2 to contest. There's no way BDS win that.
That's the thing. It's more angles for BDS to have to check. When they go in there, they could be hit from 1 of 3, 4 places rather than just 1 or 2. Yeah. And it just makes their life a lot more difficult. We're going to have a tactical pause from BDS here, talking about a difficult life. They obviously think that they need to take a step back from this and just try to calm things down. Things maybe just running away from them a little bit.
I didn't know you were their coach, mate. You got a haircut since last time.
It's just too easy, Des, isn't it?
Oh, it is, it is. There's a fun little joke that
I'm nowhere near as good looking as Bias.
You're less shiny. He's like the shiny version of you. You're like a Pokemon card.
And he's the better version.
Yeah, but you got the shirt.
Very true, very true.
Don't know what that really, the variation is. It's not quite an evolve. Is it an evolved form of you? I don't know. I don't know. I can't figure this out in my own head. Someone's going to have to come up with an analogy for it at some point. But for BDS, I do want to touch on one other thing. You know, when I look back again at previous tournaments where I've consistently said, always the stage, never the spotlight. They've always came up towards the top 4, top 8, for example, but never quite done the business to get to the grand final and win it all. It's always come down to one shaky day, one poor series that has cast them over the edge. This day too, they had a poor performance earlier on today against NIP. They just made a lot of very silly mistakes. This game here, they're lacking the bite that they're so well regarded for. And it's been a whole day of being off kilter. Imagine if this happens again when you come to the quarterfinals on Friday, when you come to the semi-finals on Saturday. You can't afford to have 2 really poor performances in the same day. And I know I'm kind of doomsaying because it's 2-2. It's not 4-0 to the Soniqs yet. But it's just rounds where Soniqs aren't doing anything special. They're sat on site just holding mirror windows and waiting for you to come and push them, and you're unable to figure out what to do. That's the problem.
Soniqs setting up to try and hold on to Kitchen here. It's going to be Sunrise and Blue Bar that they're actually defending, but of course we know how important this location can be. Real power spot if the attackers can get themselves established there, really helps them get themselves into that default spot inside of Pool Door. Also setting up Super there, the mirror, to look towards that office wall. This is the option to be able to deny that plant if you're not going to play somebody over in sort of main lobby courtyard. But what I like here is that the Soniqs have got people on that side of the map to begin with this time, whereas last time they were trying to rotate them upstairs and they got cut off by BDS. However, Renshiro finding a big opener onto Kansan there. That is a good start. The Wamai gone, so no more magnets over time.
Absolutely. It's again one of those operators that the power spike increases, as we like to say, the longer a round goes on. And I was going to touch on potentially bringing along a Mozzie as well. They've done a great job of whittling down drones. Again, look, 4 are dead already this early in the round against the side of BDS. And I thought a Mozzie would really double down on dealing with the threat of those shock drones and taking away information from the side of BDS. But instead they've lent really heavily into playing Wamai and Jaeger as a pairing. The mirror, non-negotiable, can't remove it. Mute is taking up one of those slots that a Mute Mozzie already has to sit into, so the only real option to take away would be the alibi. But they desperately want the shield to play behind, which is why you're seeing that being committed more and more. Otherwise, what's the point in having the Wamai and the Jaeger? They've got to be there to protect something. So it makes sense, but again, I think a Mozzie would be really interesting to see in this lineup, just to double down on the damage they're doing to the info game coming out of BDS, who, whilst I've been talking, have lost 4 drones. They're down to 2.
Super going to take out Shaiko there to level things up. 4 versus 4 now. They haven't chosen to take the glass out of the mirror window just yet, Des. They have opened up above it, and that's probably enough to stop it being played from behind. So, you know, maybe not necessary to take that glass out and open up that line of sight. But Brede is going to start opening up some verticality as well. Grixer, he's got the angle from main lobby. This is the one that I was talking about. That's one of your options to try and contest onto a blue bar plant. He can also rotate through to office like this to stop them trying to get established inside of there.
That's put them down to 1 drone. I looked at that from Renshiro and I thought, okay, think about the number of NA teams, and I always think of NA when I say this. They'll see someone, they'll immediately turn the drone 90 degrees and they'll jump, get it out of dodge. But it's just throwing drones in for the sake of it at this point. What have they collected from that information other than someone is going to challenge you with full entrance, which they knew was going to be a thing because of the site they're playing on, right? It just feels like lazy droning coming out of BDS, and that's what I'm concerned by.
Elems and Renshiro taking a lot of damage there as well. There's Rexon just being tickled by a grenade, but not going to do too much at all. Continues to fight. Brede, however, finds Yeti, and there's an opportunity for him to get in and get the diffuser down. I think that's exactly what it's going to do, but he doesn't even have the time as Elems finds that final kill. Things just fall apart in the last 20 seconds of the Soniqs there, which is unfortunate because they were holding on to site quite nicely, but BDS, they get themselves around after the tactical timeout. They go to 3-2 on the attack, but I tell you what, I don't think the Soniqs will mind a 3-all half if they can pull this one off on the defense.
Well, Brede in that round as well with a big 3k and going for the plant. Goga might have been the I plant, but this guy's the I kill, stepping in like an absolute fragging machine. And we say this about BDS is consistently, for my money, they are, as a sum total of the 5 players on this squad, probably some of the best gunners we've got in the world as a sum total as an entire team. You might look at others, say, I don't know, Yas, and point and say, okay, he's a better gunner than Rafal, whatever. When you combine all the players on a team together, BDS on my money have one of the highest amounts of gun skill. And even in rounds, have they already lost the drone? Oh, never mind, it's because it's Twitch. I got really carried away then. I was like, hang on a minute. I think even when you look at it this way, it's not the end of the world because you know they can go on to win rounds with gun skill. Even when they're running out of utility, even when they're being ground to a halt with nothing seemingly to be able to do, they will just find round wins because they're that good.
It is the case. We've seen it time and time again.
That round's the case there. Like Brede, the support player, charges in, kills three of you.
It is absolutely the case. You have this really close round, and like you say, BDS maybe not gaining access to everything they might want to, but then all of a sudden, just brute force, bang, right, there's a kill. Now it opens.
Easy.
And they are one of those teams. It's, and that's an important element, I think, if you're looking to build a championship team. BDS certainly have that ability. But Soniqs, like I said, they've looked pretty good so far. If they can lock this one down, get a 3-all half, I think they'll be quite happy with that. Getting the Vault cams out there, Grix are just looking for that information. They're going to be trying to hold down Kitchen now. We saw them do this in round 3. It was actually their first successful defence as well, Des, so probably a bit of confidence coming in with this as well. They've already managed to lock this site down. More of the same from the Soniqs coming in, hopefully, for them.
Still got one of his cameras in back pocket. Of course, we saw one out by DJ, one actually inside the VIP itself, which is where you would assume attackers would start things off. They want to get the vertical control. They want to get some angles opened up in the floor. They want to start forcing the defenders off-site before they look for their execute, or at the very least make it uncomfortable for the defenders to get back on site when things are about to kick off. Do like the very kind of specific placement of that camera, by the way, enough that it's behind the tissue box that BDS wouldn't see it on just walking into the room, but could give them a lot of information once they start walking through. Rafal finding his first kill. This one onto Rexon, just outside of the white window. He can now get himself inside, and the push across from the east side can begin. I don't think he knows about Grixer that sat just inside this room. There's a drone behind him and a red pin coming in. He must know that he's about to get pushed and be able to respond to this, but here comes Grixer. He's hungry, he wants it, and for some reason, Rafal is sat on his drone despite being red pinged.
Well played by Grixer there and by the Soniqs in general, just using that information to enable that kill. Level things up 4 versus 4 and still no vertical control. Out goes the Nitro, but it's going to have no joy on the DJ booth. Interestingly, Grixer still having Black Eye camera in pocket there. He's just going to dump it out into Hall of Fame just to support this roam game, and it's an interesting use of Valkyrie doing it that way, keeping Hams in pocket. Yeti just winning the fight there, just wins the fight on White's there. Simple as that. Takes down 11's Kanz and Shaiko gone. 4 versus 2 for the Soniqs.
All they do is win. 4 versus 2, a much better round out of the Soniqs compared to the prior, which admittedly was in a bit of a mad flurry towards the bitter end. But one here where they've got a little bit of control, where they can get out there and contest these individual members of BDS. They're standing up amongst some of the best in the world, and that is absolutely nothing to be too concerned about. A 4 versus 2 with 45 seconds to play. BDS have got a lot of work to do, and as good as Renshira and Brede can be, I'm not convinced this one's going to be winnable.
And no, I'd agree with you. I think the Soniqs are pretty much falling back now. They're not looking to hassle too much. They've got one inside a courtyard by the looks of it, possibly over in security. A little bit difficult just to tell the exact distance on the silhouette, but it doesn't matter because Kanzan shuts down Renshiro from main lobby. And the Soniqs, they've got the site locked down. They've got 1 or 2 out there to continue making challenges. It was courtyard and Brede finds Grixer, but still 1 versus 3, 18 seconds left to go. The Soniqs don't need to do much here nowadays other than what they're doing. They're just getting super, smoking that door out, and they're just going to wait for Brede to have to do something. There it is. It's Super that finds him. Having a good game on the kills so far. Certainly getting involved and getting himself on that leaderboard. And the Soniqs, they managed to level things up 3-3. Now, how can they do on the attack?
That's what makes me a bit nervous of BDS, is that was on the attack on Coastline, a map that generally we've seen attackers do very well on over the competition so far. Now Soniqs get the chance to turn their hand to it and see what they can deliver. I wonder if we'll see any Twitch coming out or if it'll be a different story altogether. There are, of course, various ways in which you can deal with the electronic threats scattered around the map. From what we're seeing on our screen so far, it's just the IQ coming along from Rexon. 6 picked away onto the Twitch. Okay, so I was thinking the IQ would do the job. I don't think it's as effective, so I like that we're seeing Twitch coming in.
Yeah, I think, you know, you've got to, like you say, you've got to have those options to try and take that those gadgets out. Like you say, IQ can't impact on them directly herself. She can ping them out, she can give the information to a team, but there's nothing that she can do directly. Because the bullets don't go through concrete, simple as that.
Shaiko on the Mozzie. We spoke about the mute coming through for Soniqs back in the first half, so again, a small change, suggesting to me that Shaiko really wants to be getting off site and roaming rather than playing like a mute normally would, sat on site with a shotgun, for example. Do believe we saw Soniqs, though, when they were playing the mute, bring along the MP5K more often than not. big fan, really approve of it, as long as you've got someone, of course, to play a shotgun across the rest of the team. So for BDS here, I'm very keen to see how their defensive play style shapes up. You're likely going to have a couple out on the roam. Elems and Shaiko are the two that I look at when I say that, whereas things like Bride and Renshiro likely to sit around site, try and keep those magnets alive for a little bit longer, and Rafał kind of sits as that flex in the middle that can lend help wherever is required.
Rexon just going to be collecting his drone there before he looks to push forward, just taking care over any potential peaks. I don't think BDS are going to be bringing that sort of aggression here at 3-3. They know that they've got to win these rounds, so they're certainly not going to be wanting to throw lives away early in the round. Rexon heading all the way up. Nope, he's going to stay on the upside down rappel whilst he gets on to that Twitch run. Just clears out. No, he's up onto the roof. He's just getting himself the option to open the barricade safely, and then the Twitch run will go in, try and start clearing out some of that utility.
All right. As it stands, no one yet going down early on either on, so despite the initial drone work come flying in from the side of Soniqs, no one has yet found themselves taken out on the side of BDS. So much the same as what we saw out of Soniqs on the attack. You've got BDS just sitting still and saying, hey, okay, you guys have got to work through this. You've got to keep on pushing your way in, get your information before you can look to try and contest us out. I don't think any of those X-Kairos went off from Super onto the bottom side of that wall. I think they got sprayed out. So that will keep it closed up. The player on Vars is going to be safe for a lot longer. And for BDS, that means more sitting around and waiting to see what Soniqs do next.
Lots of drone work going on for the Soniqs at the mid-round there. 3 of them at that point in time, just droning out, trying to get the information on the location of these BDS players. Elems, it's going to be to find Rexon and open things up. Rafał takes down the Gemini decoy, but the... Oh, there you go. I was just going to comment on the X-Kairos pellets opening that wall up at the bottom and making it difficult for Rafał to stay in place, but that's the least of his worries as the nade comes in and cleans him out. 4-4 now in terms of man count. Soniqs making progress, still need to get themselves established if they need to think about a plant.
Shaiko's just crept his way back inside of Hookah, I think, as well, tucked in the corner, so he's a little bit trapped here. This should be easy, really, for him to be taken out, but no. Magnets doing their work, catching out these grenades, and Shaiko, he's just charging back and forth. He knows they're on the window, he knows they're at the door. They're literally everywhere looking to find themselves a kill onto him, but isn't that easy? One swings in, Shaiko, the demon himself, finds one back. Flash comes forward. This time he's dead. A good bit of team play coming out of Soniqs.
Nice coordination there, just piling in behind the Flash. It was a shame that Grixer lost his life before that to Shaiko, but they've got him cleaned out. 3 versus 3. Renshiro on Cool Vibes is going to make this a problem, though. This is still nice setup from BDS. They know it's an important location. They lost Rafał there. They lost Shaiko there. They keep replacing that man. Keep sending somebody back because they've recognised that that is where the push is coming from. Yeti, he is established inside of Aquarium there, looking to pressure from that opposite side. It's nice from Kansan, just taking the man out as he drops away and hits the shots with the pistol. He's on a quad des. This could be the ace. No, he's not quite ready as he goes out into the corridor. Brede, surely not. 1 versus 3 comes back to a 1 versus 1. Diffuser is down cold. Brede finds the headshot. The round is never over whilst Brede is still alive. What a clutch from the support master himself.
We call him Brede-S sometimes, and that is why. The man essentially solo winning out a round that I thought for a second Kansan was going to get over the finish line for the Soniqs. Elems, I don't know if he was just practicing a bit of Stairmaster work there, but he was going up and down whilst Kansan was charging around. Does finally get found out by the pistol and charges forward into what looks to be a surefire win. Look, like up, down, so goes back down again here. I'm like, guy, are you okay? And then back up, and then dies, and I'm like, okay? It was this point onwards here, because Super as well, he ate a few mouthfuls of smoke and got choked out by Brede. If he hadn't have done that and it stayed in a proper true 3v1 rather than a 2v1 and the other that died to, air quotes, environmental effects, that could have been a very different end to that round.
What a shame for Kansan, I gotta say.
I know.
Low on ammo in his primary. Low on ammo in his pistol. Has no choice but to reload. He's going out there, and the last kill of the potential ace it's there in front of him. But Brede just does Brede things.
That's why you just like shrug your shoulders and go, I got my 1, and 2, and 3,
and 4.
And 4 as well.
Kansan, great round from him. Unfortunate that he was unable to finish that off. BDS, however, take their first defense. They're going to head down to Kitchen here in round 8. Honestly, guys, this is a really entertaining game. This is one of the... I'm really enjoying this.
It's entertaining in a way that's unconventional as well. Like, we're seeing a number of multi-kills, yeah, but the rounds don't feel like a classic Coastline game. It's the defenders saying, well, we haven't got to go hyper-aggressive and meet you at doorways. Compare that to, say, down one Kia who were charging out of every window and doorway they possibly could. This game is a little bit more static, where it's about the actual sites themselves. It's all about objective-based play, and a lot of the onus is falling onto the attackers to be the ones that are being proactive, which is kind of what you come to expect. Defenders tend to be a little bit more reactive, whereas attackers are the ones that have got to figure out the puzzles that are presented before them by the defenders. And I like how it's shaped out so far. It makes Coastline look a lot more strategical than what it's normally known to be.
Grixer did manage to spot out Shaiko at the top of Cool Vibes stairs there. The Malusi was just up there buzzing around trying to make a nuisance of herself, but before he could get in and have any impact on the man himself, he disappeared back downstairs towards site. Time being, Rexon just seeing what he can find from that top floor. I think at this point the Sonics are still trying to make sure that their access and their control of top floor is safe. They're looking to get in there and get, you know, hold of that area and start working down from the top, but they just don't seem quite confident yet that it's safe to go in.
Yeah, they've got 3 of them up towards VIP Penthouse Theatre area right now, so that vertical control is going to be on their side. And this from BDS are thinking about a run out, I thought, for a second, looking downstairs inside a service, but now they've tucked themselves in a little bit deep. One inside a bathroom. Dragon Canton, that was the extra hard reinforced floor area, now taken out and made loose. So they do have an angle inside of the bathroom if so desired, and this is where BDS might start to sweat a little bit, knowing that soon enough the sky will come raining down on them in the form of several floorboards. They have these pings coming through just like this. They might find themselves a freebie. The thing is, he's on the wrong side of the wall and won't be able to find him.
Breeder's gone down. Yeti finding that opener. Rafal's going to trade it out, leaving us 4 versus 4. Interestingly, BDS, no nitros in Handes, so they can't really do anything to this vertical pressure other than just try to fight back through the angles. And not always that easy to be finding kills through. Kansan continuing to open things up and just make it so there are less and less safe places inside of sight for the defenders to sit. Obviously, at some point, the Sonics are going to have to think about getting Super inside of sight with that diffuser to try and get it planted.
But where are BDS? Completely off-site. This happens every time you attack into Kitchen, is that once you start opening up the vertical, defenders will just leave the site. They don't care, because now the onus is on you as the attackers to make and execute happen. You can flood the site, they will be ready waiting for you at long range. Rexon, outside the front door, if only he'd held on a second or 2 more, might have seen his man. 2 kills by the way of Sonics, and suddenly a 4 versus 3 is a 2 versus 3. Super's going for the plant. Alems has got the long range, but the smoke is blocking him out. He's still scared about the man who was on white stairs earlier on. Renshiro finding one for himself. Kansan going to find himself going down, but it's a 1 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 2. Super wins it out. He's hitting some shots today. What is this?
He is. Not only that, got the diffuser down as well. Good round for the Sonics. Nice attack. Got in there. Control. The thing is, like you say, we've seen this, we saw this on Cafe as well, with BDS just trying to play off-site.
Yeah.
They've done it again, and it's not worked for them. They've allowed too much space.
It's the respect of the cross angles, right? I mean, Sonics put the right idea on. They were trying to apply pressure into lobby. Because for those of you who haven't seen too much of Coastline since its minor rework, you can no longer plant inside of the service entrance doorway. You have to actually move into service to go for a plant. And teams said on the defensive side, well, we can now change the way we defend this area. What they often do is play inside of lobby or down towards security, open up the triple wall that looks inside of service, thank you very much, Easy, and they will just shoot through the long angles because you have to step into that area to be able to do anything about it. So as the attackers, you then need to go and meet the defenders and assault them inside of lobby. Now, whilst we didn't see Sonics directly go and push their super strong, they did have someone tickling around the top of white stairs. They found a kill, and that put the shivers up the back of Alems because he knew he couldn't freely stare up in towards the site because someone could flank him off towards the right-hand side. So it's enough pressure to make BDS sweat, but not enough that they needed full control of lobby. For them, front door and that pressure from white stairs was enough, and that gave them the trigger to say, let's go, get a couple of kills, and stick the plants.
There was 2 difficulties as well with trying to challenge from security or lobby into the service area, and that was, there was a deployable shield in there, near bathroom door, that Super was able to play in behind, and there was also a smoke canister deployed by the attackers that just completely blocked the line of sight, and it was nicely played by Sonics. They did everything they needed to. They recognised where the defence was, they recognised the important lines of sight, and they got the diffuser down. So simple as that. Heading into round 9 then, 4 apiece at this point, and BDS certainly being run the distance by the Sonics at the moment. This could go absolutely anywhere right now. It's going to be a defence of Kitchen once again. BDS doubling down here. See if they try and hold on to top floor a little bit longer. They've got the Wamai playing inside of Theatre there, and They've also got, I think, one out on the left-hand side of Lems is going to open things up with a kill onto Kansan to start us off.
Not the man you want to be losing if you're Soniqs. The guy's 12, well, was 12-4, now obviously 12-5 since Lems has taken him out in the round. But he's been your star player, the one that you want to keep going. Yeti, it's a very late trade, but it's a trade regardless. 1 for 1, and they've got control of Hookah now, which is what they were looking for. The Nomad giving them the ability to restrict BDS, and they brought it along in the vast majority of these rounds. Just to say to BDS, you want to try and play on these rotates and these flanks? We're going to know that you're coming.
Well, this is it. Nomad on course line can give you, basically, unless you've got an Oryx in play, which we don't here, it can just give you complete confidence. You put an air jab on Cool Vibe stairs, you put an air jab on White stairs. So long as you know there's nobody up there, that's it. There's nobody coming back up, because if they do, they're going to get punched off their feet when they try to do so. So Nomad can give you a lot of confidence in playing those vertical angles. Going to start opening hatches now. I'm sure that it's a little bit of a difficulty for them, of that I'm certain. By losing the sledge, it means that they can't open up the verticality like they did previously. It might just impact how BDS play this. They might be a little bit more willing to stick around site.
I do want to give a nod towards Super, not just for the kills as well, but it's something I repeated over on the A stream the other day. But I had a good chat with Lycan before we came to this event, the coach of SSG, and he said to me, you can sit in the arena in Vegas, close your eyes, listen to what Super is saying, and you will know everything you need to about a round. He is a very good communicator, and the way that he moves with such purpose just shows to me that he knows what it is he wants his team to get done. Speaking of getting things done, Grixer, another kill coming through in the round. Soniqs, once again, with a number advantage, are thinking about how they can start piling on the pressure.
Certainly are. Grixer just looking to make that challenge through. You can see BDS having to play on site here because Soniqs have got themselves established on that bottom floor and they've forced them back. We've got the Wamai of Shaiko there just dipping in and out of bathroom. One in service with him, that's Breedy. So there's just Rafal to be found from BDS. I would imagine he's over by security. That's exactly where he appears on our screens from. But here comes the pressure. Super gets himself inside a site. And what a win on the gunfight from Rexon. Super can't stick the diffuser though, and is dead in an unfortunate team kill, but Grixer gets in. Can he rescue the situation? Oh, he cannot! He cannot! They can't get the diffuser in time, they can't put it down on the ground, and meanwhile BDS just keep chipping away at them.
It's the smoke canister again, man! Oh! The first one is the close range sprint in, but he picks up the diffuser from his dead comrade, goes for the plant, but is still being hit by the smoke. And that's how they go on to win the round. Otherwise, it's a 1v1 off site for a brief moment in time. Grixer versus Breedy. You know, Breedy's dropping a good number of kills this game. He's on like 10 so far, I think. But looking at that, you would have maybe fancied Soniqs to go on to win the round. Unfortunate, a small detail, the same thing that probably could have cost them. That 1v3 earlier on that Breedy came out the winner of. A couple of players dying.
Heading into round number 10 now.
Don't need to be.
Heading into round number 10 now, and it's honestly, Des, looks like it could potentially go all the way to 12 rounds here. You just keep seeing the Soniqs fight back, no matter how many times they sort of slip behind by that one round. They're always able to just chip away and come back, and that is the pattern that we have seen throughout this. BDS will go up by a round, Soniqs fight one back. BDS get one, Soniqs get one. It's been back and forward for the last 6 rounds, and it is absolutely fascinating right now. Very difficult to call which one of these two teams is going to come away with this. To give you some context inside of the group as well, this is really big. If BDS win this, then it's pretty much impossible for Soniqs to get through to the playoffs. It should be NIP and BDS that are going through to those final stages. However, if Soniqs are to get the win here, they tie up on points with BDS, and it is all to play for tomorrow on the final day. It really does throw it up in the air if Soniqs get the win here. Now then, round 10 is underway. We've got the action phase. Soniqs looking to get aggressive straight away. Kansan straight up onto that rappel, opening the hooker window, looking to catch anybody out who's just trying to move in through that rotation. Of course, BDS defending